Hey, I'm Josh. I work as a web developer here in Germany, and in this single video, we're gonna build an entire digital marketplace from beginning to end, step by step together. There's three things you're gonna learn in this video. First off, how do you write clean, maintainable code? And that involves how do you write super nice, reusable React components. For example, this component on the homepage and this on the products page, they're the same super nice, reusable component, the product reel. And that's just one example of super nice reusability that you're gonna learn with me in this single video. Second thing you're gonna learn in this video is the design. With all batteries, all the professional artwork needed for a professional website is all included in this video, and we're gonna make it look amazing, both on desktop, but also, of course, fully responsive on mobile devices. And third, super important, how do you write good software? How do you architect good software? What is the thinking behind the processes? That is what you're gonna learn in this video. I don't want you to just code along, but we're gonna look at the fundamentals, the concepts behind what we're doing to understand why we're doing what we're doing. It's gonna be super fun. Let's take a look at the project that we'll be building. And here it is. This is Digital Hippo, your marketplace for high quality digital assets. There's a bunch of categories we can go through, like the brand new section with all the newest products and the option to shop the entire collection, all the products in that category right away. We have the UI kits, we have the icons, all with beautiful products listed inside of them, and some Airbnb style animations whenever we load this page. Things that are small, but you expect to work and look good, just work and look good in this application. For example, with these Airbnb style animations and also these Airbnb style animations. We have beautiful Airbnb style image slider animations for each product as well, that not only in the product detail page allows to preview the product, but also wherever we browse products, so we can get a better idea of what a product will actually contain. Let's, for example, say we want to purchase this lemon milk icon set right here. That looks good for $49.97. Well, if we currently look in our cart, it's empty. And all this stuff not only works, but as I said, I want to make sure this looks good. All the professional artwork in this app is completely included in this project. We're gonna set up everything together so the final product will look hella good. We can add this product to our cart. We can browse similar icons right down here. For example, these 300 line icons, these universal icons, anything you can imagine, and it just looks really, really nice. Let's take a look at our cart. Here it is, and let's click continue to checkout. Well, we can't, because that is a protected page. We need to be logged in order to do that. We also have the option to continue as a seller. So not only can we buy on this platform, but we can also list our own products, which are then verified by admins. So only quality products are sold on this marketplace. Anyways, let's create an account together. Let's enter demo@joshtryitcoding.com. And we're also gonna say anything 123 as the password and then hit sign up. Beautiful. Check your email. We've sent a verification link to demo@joshtryitcoding.com. Now, since I don't want to show my entire inbox here is the email that we have been sent to our inbox. It looks really nice. And let's hit verify account right here. And you're all set. Thank you for verifying your email. And we now have the option to sign in. Beautiful. Let's do that. Let's sign in with the account that we just created. Anything 123 as the password. Let's hit enter and we are signed into our account, which means that now we can actually go to the cart page, see a summary of all the products we have in the cart, and have the option to check out on the right hand side right here. Now, what happens if we, for example, have an empty cart? Of course, we also thought about that. It's all included in this project. All the stuff that you just expect to work just works. But anyways, let's go back ahead and add back that product into our cart. Add to cart, there we go. We really want this icon set right here. So let's continue to checkout, hit checkout, and that's gonna take us to a secure checkout page hosted with Stripe. I'm gonna enter my email, demo@joshtryitcoding.com. Let's enter the credit card details right here, and I'm gonna say Josh as the cardholder name, and then let's hit pay. That's gonna process the payment securely in the background and communicate with our server securely so that we can then provide the asset download links on the page. We are gonna get forwarded to here in a second, which is going to be the thank you page. So the payment was successful and we are forwarded to the order successful thank you page. We've sent your receipt and order details to our email. By the way, this is not a static page. We are actually checking if the payment was actually successful or not, and only if it was successful we are displaying a secure download link right here. All right, let's go down here. We can access the seller dashboard or log out. And the seller dashboard is one of the biggest features I haven't even shown you yet. So any user on this app can create their own products on our store. So let's create a product together. Let's name it landing page UI kit. The price is going to be $9.99. We can enter any product details, but that's completely optional. And let's select UI kits as the category. Now for the product files, this is what users actually pay for. Let's insert the files we want the users to be able to securely download once they make the payment. For example, I'm going to select this mockup of the project that we're currently building, the Digital Hippo landing page. Now, the product status is something that only admins can change. Users cannot change this, and this will determine if the product is actually listed in the store or not. That way we can make sure only high quality products end up on our store. Now let's upload some new media right here for the product images. For example, the main cover that we want our product to show in the store. Let's also add a secondary image, upload new media, select a file, and then let's select the checkout image right here. When we hit save, this is going to create the product and make it available for an admin to verify and list it in our store. And this admin dashboard is built using the sponsor of this video, Payload, a backend to build pretty much anything. TypeScript first, developer first. For example, all the orders are all listed here that you made as a customer on our Digital Hippo platform. All right, I've verified the product from an admin account and we should be, here it is. We should be able to see it in the store. It shows up right here as the newest product, of course, as a landing page UI kit that as a customer in the store, we're able to preview Airbnb style with all the beautiful loading animations and now actually buy it as well. And by the way, one thing I forgot to mention, I'm gonna put it on the screen right now. It's the beautiful receipt email that we get once we complete a purchase right to our inbox. By the way, following along with this video is totally free, no credit card required, and you can completely go at your own pace. If you like what I'm doing, all I ask is click the first link in the description. That's gonna take you to the GitHub repo of today's sponsor, Payload, and just start the repository. They're fully open source, and who knows, they might want to work with me in the future again. That's all I ask. Thank you. And let's actually get building. Let's get learning. How do you architect all of this? How do you write good code? And let's actually start with the project. So let's get started. This is where it all begins, on the desktop. Let's open up our command line to create a completely new Nextjs 14 project from scratch together. Let's navigate to the desktop. At least that's where I like to keep my projects, anywhere you want this project to live. And let's type in npx create-next-app and then add latest because we want the newest Nextjs 14 version for our project. Let's give it a name. I'm gonna say Digital Hippo, but feel free to call it whatever you want. This is your thing, your project that's gonna end up on your portfolio. So feel free to give it any name you want. And the hippo will be nice because there's a lot of images I'm gonna provide to you that have, the hippo on it. So it might make sense to call it something similar. Okay, yes, we want TypeScript. Yes, ESLint to ensure good code quality. We want Tailwind CSS for styling. The source directory, yes as well. Yes as well for the app router. And lastly, no, we do not want to configure anything about the import alias. That can stay as it is. Perfect. And after some waiting, that installed all the dependencies. So now we can just cd change directory into Digital Hippo from our command line and say code dot, and I can zoom in a bit so it's easier for you to see, code dot, which just means that we're going to open up this project right here in Visual Studio Code. Perfect. And here we are in a completely brand new Nextjs 14 application. Let's verify that is in fact 14, and it is, we can see right here, 14.0. Perfect. This is going to be a really, really nice project. Let's start it up and see if everything works by typing in yarn dev. That's going to start our development server, which is really fast in Nextjs 14, by the way. Let's open up Chrome or any browser of your choice into a split screen view, and let's open up localhost 3000 to see if everything works just as expected. Now, we expect to see the default Nextjs 14 page, and there it is. Beautiful. Let's zoom out. I'm quite zoomed in, and you should see the same, the standard Nextjs 14 page. Perfect. Now we can navigate into the page.tsx that lives under our source/app directory. And all this is the standard main page. Because it is in the source directory, the page.tsx is always served as the main entry point to our app. So if we don't specify anything else in the URL, this is the page that will show up. We can get rid of all the content that is here already. And I've got a super handy shortcut for this. you can see where if I select a HTML thing, for example, this div, and then press the shortcut, it selects everything that is inside of that HTML tag. So let me quickly show you how to do this if I can do it on the fly. It should be under File, then Preferences, and let's go to, I think it's Keyboard Shortcuts, and then it should be Emit Balance Outward. There we go, this one right here. This is my key binding, it's Control M. Set it to whatever you want. It's really, really handy, and it just makes working on this app and any app in your future much more enjoyable. So we can literally just mark everything, get rid of it, and start on the main page. So for example, let's say Hello World, and we can get rid of all unused imports by hitting Shift, Alt, and O. That's gonna clean up and sort our imports and get rid of everything we don't need. And there we are, we can see the Hello Wordle. Okay, I did a typo. Anyways, we now know that everything works just as expected, which is perfect because now we can get started on the main build. And the first thing we're gonna do is the landing page. We want to make sure this app looks really good. So first thing we're gonna do is get set up with our UI library, and I might zoom in a bit more so you can see it easier. But if the code gets a bit longer, then I might need to zoom out again. Okay, anyways, let's get set up with our UI library to make sure this app looks really good out of the box. We are going to use a UI library called shadcn for that. Let's navigate over to ui.shadcn.com. That is this UI library right here. Let's actually zoom out a tad. It looks really good. It's fully customizable with Tailwind CSS, and it doesn't abstract anything away from you. Chances are, if you've ever seen any video of this channel, you already know it. It's very, very nice. And this is the library we're going to use in our project as well. Now, to get started, let's type in npx shadcn-ui at latest and then init. That is going to create a components.json file right here on our left-hand side and ask us a couple of questions. For example, if we want to use TypeScript, hell yeah, let's go with the default style in Slate as the base color. Or globals.css is in the source directory, so we need to change this to source and then globals.css. And the CSS variables, we're gonna say yes. You're gonna see what that looks like here in a second. And our tailwind.config is a TypeScript file, so let's change this to tailwind.config.ts. You can see the file right here. On the left-hand side, that is what it's asking for. And the add components is totally cool. We can just leave that as it is. And the add libutils is also fine. You're going to see what that does here in a second. It's basically just a custom import path that we can then later use. Yes, we are using server components, and we do want to write this to the components.json. So let's hit Y for yes. And that's going to create the components.json file I mentioned earlier, right here, where it just saves a bunch of UI library internal things that we don't need to worry about. We're never going to touch this file actually. But what this does allow us to do is to get the styling right out of the box. For example, if we navigate into our tailwind.config.ts, we can see it did a couple of changes. This is not the default, but it is because we just initialized this component library. And essentially, what this allows us to do is make sure that our app looks really good in any page, not just the homepage, with only a couple of changes. So for example, let's navigate into the layout.tsx that lives in our source/app, the main layout where everything is rendered. For example, the entire app will be rendered as the children, depending on which page we're on, right? So this is a wrapper for literally the entire app, which is really useful for defining some custom styles that we want to apply everywhere, basically. For example, on the HTML, let's apply a class name of height full. And then on the body, let's also give it a class. Oh, it already has a class name. Never mind, we can just go ahead and change this class name then. And this class name will be a joint class name where we want to give a class name for a font and also some default styles. So what does that mean? First off, let's give it a relative style, a height of full, a font-sans, and lastly, anti-aliased. There we go. And if we hover over this, we can see what CSS is actually being applied. And that is because I'm using an extension. You can see that right here. That is called Tailwind IntelliSense. There we go. This is it. If you don't have that, make sure to install it. That allows us to hover over these classes and see what they actually do in regular CSS. It's very, very useful. And we can also give the entire app a custom font. And that font is already pre-installed right here, and that is the Inter font that we get from Next Font Google. However, we still need to apply that, and that is what I meant by a joint class name. Let's cut out this class name we just wrote using Control and X. We're gonna need it here in a second, but let's make this dynamic and use a cn helper function. In this cn helper function, we can invoke this comes from our UI library. Let's take a look at that in 1 second. First off, let's just paste in the class name we had previously. And let me zoom out a bit. I think this is a bit too much, so it's just easier to see. There we go. And now we can actually apply multiple class names also dynamically. For example, we can insert a comma at the end here and then apply the inter.className to our main body. That means every content, every page in our app will have the inter class name applied to it and therefore use this font. Let's save that and take a look at this cn helper function. It's just one line of code. Essentially what it does, very, very simple. It allows us to use conditional class names. You're gonna see that a lot throughout this app. This is an insanely useful function. We're gonna make use of it in a lot of different places. And essentially it just allows us to do things like this, where we can join class names together, then also later on apply them conditionally. Perfect, let's save the layout. Okay, and now for the body part. Let's not just render out the children, but let's also wrap this in a main tag that we can give some class name. For example, let's give it a relative, a flex dash call to align this vertically, so below each other, the content inside of it, and a minimum height of screen. And what that's gonna do is make sure that our page never looks weird and never takes up only like half the page, but always at least takes up the full page. That's gonna be especially useful later when we add a footer, so we make sure it always stays at the bottom and not when the page doesn't take up the whole space right here, then the footer moves up. That's not what we want. That looks horrible. So let's save this layout. That's essentially what we just did by adding this right here. And let's also wrap our children in a div. That's going to be one of the last changes we're going to do in this layout. And this div is going to get a class name of flex-grow and a flex of 1 to make sure the children fill up as much content as they possibly can. So when we later add the footer right here, let's not do that right now, but when we later will add that, then we can make sure the footer is always put to the very bottom of the page. Awesome, let's save that and restart our dev server so we can actually see what the hell we're even doing. Let's put this into a split screen. There we go. Our dev server should be starting and let's see, we can still see the hello world. Perfect. Okay, let's navigate over to our page.tsx and actually get started in, making this look good and writing the hero section, for example, for our app. And the first thing we're going to do for that is create a new component. So let's go in our source directory and we have a directory here called components. I'm not sure where that's from because we didn't just create that. Anyways, make sure, let's just delete that. Let's create a new folder in our source called components. There we go. This is where all our, React components or server-side components are going to live. And inside of here, let's create a new file called maxWithWrapper.tsx. And this is going to be one component we're going to write that makes sure that the entire site looks good in terms of layout. Let me show you what that means. Let's get started writing. And let's say const maxWithWrapper is going to be equal to an arrow function. And let's give this a bit more space because we don't really need the page right now. And this maxWithWrapper is going to take two properties. We can destructure them right away like this in the arrow function. And these properties are going to be the class name that we might want to apply and also the children, so the page content, as you're going to see in a second. And because we are in TypeScript, we also need to define the type this will have. For example, let's give this an inline object type, and the class name will be an optional. That's why the question mark here, because it's optional, we don't need to pass it, a string. And the children are going to be of type React Node. It's a type that React provides to us. We don't really need to worry about it, that we can simply import at the very top the React Node type from React. Just like that, and TypeScript is happy with us. Perfect. And this component is going to be really simple. Let's return something from here, and that is going to be a div. This div gets a class name of mx-auto, oops, also, there we go, a width of full, a maximum width of screen-XL. So if we hover over this, this is gonna be a 1280 pixel limit that we can at maximum take up. And lastly, we're gonna apply a padding X of 2.5, and that's gonna be 2.5. And on medium devices and up, a padding X of 20. There we go. And let me zoom out so we can just see this. Perfect. Now, inside of this div, the only thing that we're gonna do is render out the children. And one thing, do you remember what I told you earlier about the class names? Right here, we're hard coding a class name. But what we're gonna do here in a second is use this max width wrapper. By the way, we still need to export that really quick. Export default max width wrapper so we can use it in other components at the very bottom of the file. And if we now want to use that in the page.tsx, for example, because this is a component that we're going to reuse a lot across our app to make every page look the same in terms of layout, let's use it right here, the max width wrapper. And what might happen is that we want to change the style slightly for one page that we're on. And that's what this class name right here is for. However, currently we're not even making use of that class name. And that's why the cn helper function is so useful. Let's grab the class name, insert a curly brace right here for a conditional or a dynamic class name, and use our cn helper function in here. We can pass the previous styles as the default, so these will always be applied for this class name. However, we can then join it together with the class name that we can pass into this component as a prop. So these, if we pass them in, will override the defaults. However, we don't have to pass them, and then all the defaults will apply. So we could now pass a class name right here, but we don't have to. So it's a very nice reusable component that we can reuse across our entire app. That is why this max width wrapper is so nice. Okay, inside of here, let's create a div. And inside of this div for the max width wrapper, let's give it a tad more space and zoom in. Let's give this div a class name, oops, not an on-click handler, a class name, there we go, of padding Y20, an MX of auto, a text-center, a flex-call to align items vertically instead of horizontally. And I really might need to think about how to stay at one level for the zoom, because I keep zooming in and out. I hope this is not too small. I hope this works. Let's give it an items-center and a maximum width of 3XL for this div right here. Perfect. We can already change this and take a look at our page. Currently, we can't see anything on the page. And one thing I'm wondering is why our entire page, by the way, is black right now. So oh, okay, and that might be the reason we have two globals.css. So let's see which one is the right one. Let's give this a bit more space for now. And we definitely don't want two globals.css. So this one right here in our source directory is the problem because it sets the wrong color. So let's delete the globals.css in our app directory. There we go, under source app, delete that globals.css, this one right here. Let's get rid of it. Click delete. And these globals.css, where are they, by the way? In just our source directory, let's move them into our app. So essentially we are replacing the old one. Let's restart our dev server and see what happens. And hopefully, there we go. Our page is white now. That looks much more like we wanted. And by the way, this all comes from our UI library, if you're wondering why this is generated. And these styles look good out of the box. We can easily replace them if we go to our UI library website and then under themes, by the way, it's ui.chatcn.com. And then under themes, you can choose any custom color theme that you want. For example, blue or green. Hit copy code right here. And this code that you can copy right here is exactly what we have right here on the left-hand side in our globals.css. And we will actually make use of this feature. Actually, we can just do it right now. Why not do it right now? Let's go into a split screen view, click under themes, and then let's actually go for what kind of theme do we want? I used the blue one earlier, and I think I'm gonna go with a blue one, but choose any color that you want right here that you like. You can see the previews on this page and then hit copy code. And let's just copy all this over into our app. And that's gonna change, for example, default button styles and whatnot to that color. So our buttons are primarily going to be blue. Let's replace all these variables inside of our globals.css. Hit save, and while we don't have any text on our website yet, that's gonna take effect here in a second. Let's navigate back over to our main page.tsx right here under source app and then page.tsx and actually get started in the landing page. So for example, in the div that we just created right here, let's insert an h1 tag, a main heading saying your marketplace for high quality. Inside of here, let's put a span element with a class name of text-blue-600. And inside of this span element, let's say digital assets. So that's going to be highlighted in color. Let's give this a bit more space. There we go. And our development server is running. So why don't we see those changes here? There we go. Your marketplace for high quality digital assets. Doesn't look perfect yet. We're going to fix that here in a second. And let's put a dot after this span. Okay, now for the h1, because this really doesn't look that good. Let's give it some class names to make it look good. And by the way, we can hit right click on the page.tsx and hit close others just to clean up the workspace a bit. You know, that's what I like to do. So we have only one open file. Okay, for the class name for the h1, let's say text 4XL, a font dash bold, a tracking dash tight. And if we hover over this, let's see what it does. It's the letter spacing. So everything is a bit more together. It looks a bit cleaner. And then as for the color, let's give it a text dash gray dash 900, very dark. And on small devices and up, let's give it a text of 6XL to make it like really large. Let's save that and let's give it a bit more space. There we go. Your marketplace for high quality digital assets. And it's only so large because I'm so zoomed in, by the way. If I'm at a normal zoom level, it will look much better than, you know, the 200% I was at. Very, very nice. That's the first building block of our website. Really good. That's the h1 element right here. Let's expand on it. For example, let's put a p tag right below it saying welcome to, and then now insert your name for this app. I'm going to say Digital Hippo because that's what my app is called. If you have anything else related to the hippo, because the, you know, all the images that I'm going to provide you are related to hippos, but put anything you want. Again, the images are related to hippos that I'm going to provide you. All the artwork contains some kind of hippo, so it might make sense, you know, to include hippo, but name it whatever you want, right? And then welcome to Digital Hippo, period. Every asset on our platform is verified by our team, and let's actually give this a line break to ensure our highest quality standards. There we go. Of course, you don't have to copy this text as it is, type anything in you want. I just feel like that's a pretty solid introductory text in our hero section. Let's give this p tag a class name to give it some styling. This is going to be a MT of 6, a margin top of 6, a text dash large, a maximum width of prose, which is, I believe, 65 ch. It's a very nice width for text that we can always use on p tags. And let's also give it a text of muted dash foreground, which is a color that our UI library provides to us that we can simply use right here for this p tag. And our page is still running. Perfect. Let's see what this looks like. And if I wasn't zoomed in so much, it would look a bit better. There we go. There is our p tag. Perfect. Let's have some call to actions right below that. Let's put them in a div, and this div will get a class name of flex, a flex dash call to align these items vertically, and then on small devices and up, a flex dash row. So only on mobile will they be below one another, the buttons that we're going to create, and then on large devices and up, they're going to be left and right. That's what we're doing right here with a flex call and flex row on medium or on small devices and up, because Tailwind is mobile first. So small means from small devices and larger. That's a Tailwind thing. A gap of 4, let's give it, and lastly a margin top of 6 as well. Inside of this div, let's put a link tag right here that comes from next/link, and this link is going to get an href of and then /products, and the link is going to say browse trending. So we can browse trending products when clicking this link. And this link also needs to get a class name, because if I just save that, we can see, wow, this looks incredibly bad. Like there's just some plain text there. And we're going to make use of something really, really cool to make this link look amazing. And that will actually also come from our UI library. So let's say npx shadcn-ui or UI library at latest, and then add, and let's add a button. right there. Let's hit enter. That's gonna maybe ask us a couple of questions. No, it won't, because we already answered all those questions at the beginning, at the init stage. Perfect, so it's literally just going to add this button component. By the way, if you're wondering where it does that, it's under Components, UI, and then right here, this is what we just did by typing in that command in our CMD. It's a super reusable, super well-looking, styled React button component, essentially, that we can already now use in our app. For example, to make this link look good, let's make use of the styles that are applied to this button. And these styles come from these button variants right here. If you've never used this syntax, essentially, it applies some default styles at the very top, and then depending on the button variant that we can now choose, it's going to apply some additional class names. So let me just show you how this works, right? It's going to be a bit easier. For the class name, let's enter button variants and simply invoke that. And just by saying that, all the default button styles are applied. For example, if we now restarted our dev server, let's start it back up and restart the page once it's done. There we go. That's one really nice feature about Nextjs 14, by the way. Super fast development experience, much faster than in Nextjs 13. There we go. Our link is now styled in the primary color that, remember, we have selected earlier from this themes page right here. If you chose green or orange, then your button would now be green or orange. So this is a really nice way to ensure that your app just looks amazing. Okay, and then right below the link element still in the div, let's create a button component, and this button is gonna say or quality promise. There we go. And then a little arrow that we can simply insert by typing and RARR and then a colon. It's like a built-in thing we can use as a little right arrow right here if we save that. However, we don't want this button to be blue. And these are the variants that I just talked about. Now, what do these do? We can simply give our button a variant of, for example, ghost. There are a bunch of variants we can choose from, but let's go with a ghost one. So essentially, it's a very subtle, very nice button in our call to action section right here on the website. How amazing is that? We just got an amazing looking hero section in like 20 minutes or 10 minutes or however long that took. That is super, super cool. And that's gonna make sure we can reuse everything across our entire application, have a unified style across the app, and it all looks just really clean and is also accessible. For example, when pressing tab or hitting enter, all the accessibility stuff is there as well in this UI library. Perfect. Now, below these buttons and the hero section that we have right here, we later want to display all the products in our store. Right now, we don't have any products. So for now, below the closing div above the max with wrapper, let's just insert a comment that says to do, list products, for example, so that we can later go ahead and search by to-dos and then, so we don't forget anything in the entire application. Perfect. And after this max with wrapper, so below it, let's create a new section. And one thing will happen very fast, and that is that, React complains, hey, you can only have one top level child in this component. So the way we get around that is by just creating a fragment, an empty thing that will literally not add anything to our DOM. So that's great. And we can still have, two children at the same level inside of those fragments. Okay, so perfect. Let's get started in this section right here and give it a class name of border-t, a border gray of 200 and a background gray of 50 to kind of separate it from the rest of the page. Awesome. Inside of this section, let's open that up. In here goes another max with wrapper, and this time it will get a class name of padding y20. So that is why it's so nice to be able to apply a custom class name to this max with wrapper, and because we can literally change it anywhere we want, and all the defaults, by the way, are of course still going to be applied. These will still apply, and now we are adding dynamically this padding y of 20 from wherever we are calling the max with wrapper. Very, very nice. Inside of here, let's create a div with a class name, and this is going to be grid calls -1 for one column, a gap y of 12. On small devices and up, we want a grid calls of 2. On small devices and up, we want a gap x of 6. On large devices and up, we want a grid calls -3. Let's give this a bit more space so you can see better. on large devices and up, we want a gap x of 8. And on large devices and up, we want a gap y of 0. Let's quickly go into full screen. So if you, in case you missed anything, this is the entire class name. Pretty long one, I know, but it's definitely one of the longest ones in this component, so don't worry. And inside of here, we're gonna map over some perks. So this is gonna be like the feature section. What differentiates us from the competition? You know, what makes Digital Hippo so special? And in order to do that, we can just go ahead to the very top of our file and declare a constant for this, because this doesn't really change. We can just declare a constant called perks, for example, and this is gonna be an array of objects where each object in here takes a name of that perk. For example, instant delivery. That's what makes Digital Hippo special. You instantly get your files after you purchase them. No waiting time. And now for the icon. We want every perk to have an icon associated with it. And as the icon library, we're going to use lucid.dev or lucid react. And in here, there's a bunch of really good looking icons as SVGs that we can simply use as is in our app. So let's install it as a package really quick. Let's say yarn add and then lucid-react. That is this icon library. And by the way, I encourage you to follow along using yarn or npm. I typically also use pnpm for these projects, but as you're later gonna see, self-hosting with an Express server is not always that easy with pnpm. So for this project, it makes much more sense to use either yarn or npm, and don't really worry about pnpm because there was one bug. Maybe it's fixed by now. I'm not sure, but it's just easier and you won't face any issues with npm or yarn. So that's probably the way to go for this video, and that's why I'm using yarn. Perfect. Okay, now inside of this perks component right here, let's give it an icon, or not component, just an array of objects. Let's use the arrow down to line icon. We can now simply import right here from this icon library. If we type this name in right here, by the way, we can just filter by it. This is going to be the icon. Let me zoom in so you can see this easier. And that's going to show up here in a second. Perfect. And as the description for this, let's say, get your assets delivered to your email in seconds or minutes. Let's leave it at seconds, sounds a bit better, and download them right away, period. That's like a big perk of Digital Hippo. You know, you get your stuff right away. Perfect. We can just copy this down, honestly, and save ourselves from declaring everything again. Let's just change up the name. And by the way, if you're wondering how I did that, I marked everything and then hit Shift, Alt, and arrow down. That's how you can just copy stuff down. Let's say guaranteed quality. Right here for the second one. As the icon, we're going to use check circle from Lucid React as well. And for some reason, the auto import doesn't work. So let's just take it and import it right here. That works perfect. And as the description, let's change this up as well. Let's say every asset on our platform is verified by our team to ensure our highest quality standards. Of course, this is just something I made up, you know. Of course, you can input your very own text right here. This is just kind of a, you know, template I'm giving you that you can use, but of course you don't have to. Let's say not happy, question mark. We offer a 30-day refund guarantee, period. Okay, and last thing, let's copy this down one more time because we're gonna have 3 perks. And the last one is gonna be for the planet. And this is gonna get an icon of leaf to kind of indicate a, you know, let me show you what this is. Like a natural feel, I guess. Let's also import that leaf icon from Lucid React right up here. That means we can now use it as the icon. And as for the description, let's just say we've, and we need to put this in double quotes actually. So we can say we, and then, you know, the single quote, we've pledged 1% of sales to the preservation. There we go, and restoration of the natural environment, period. And again, this is just something I made up. Feel very free to put anything else you want that would, you know, make your version of Digital Hippo, your shop right here that we're building, your digital asset marketplace, stand out. It doesn't have to be what I put there. Awesome. Let's give this a tad more space so we can work on the styling right here. So let's go into this div we created right here with the very long class name. And inside of here, let's map over these perks. So perks.map. So for each one, we can display a separate element. Let's receive each perk as the first parameter or argument. I keep mixing those up. Anyways, let's have an arrow function in here and let's receive it as, I think it's the parameter. There we go. Yeah, argument is what we pass in, parameter is what we receive. So it's a parameter. Anyways, it doesn't matter. For every perk, let's map over them. Let's create a div element. And by the way, let's not use these curly braces, but these round normal braces. So we're directly returning some JSX. And because we're mapping, we also need to give this a key. That's going to be a perk.name. Okay, perfect. This div is going to get a class name of text-center. On medium devices and up, it's going to be flex. On medium devices and up, a items-start. Medium text-left, large. And we're going to apply a block on large devices and up, just like that. And lastly, on large devices and up, a text-center. Let's go into full screen just in case you missed anything. That's the entire class name. And inside of this div right here, let's create another div. This one is going to get a class name of medium flex-shrink-0, a flex, and a justify-center. There we go. Let's open up this div. And inside of here, one more div, and this one gets a class name of height 16, a width of 16, a flex, an items-center, a justify-center, a rounded-full, a background blue of 100, so a very light blue background, and a text-blue of 900, so a very dark text. So it's a very nice contrast, as you're going to see here in a second. This is the entire class name. In case you missed anything, let's open up this div, and inside of this div, let's just display the perk.icon, just like that. And we need to call this as a JSX component. We can't just insert it like this. So let's put it into these HTML kind of angled brackets or whatever they're called, you know, those triangles, and give it a class name of width 1/3 and a height of 1/3. Let's save that, see what happens. Let's restart back up our dev server so we can see the changes right here on the right-hand side. Let's close out of the development console, restart our page, and ideally we should be able to see beautiful these 3 perk icons showing up on our page. That looks awesome. Now let's also display the text we have for each one of them, right? We didn't just write that for no reason. So let's go down with 2 closing divs and 1 closing div to go. Open that up. So we have 1 closing div and then all the brackets kind of right here. And let's create a new div right in here. This is going to get a class name of margin top 6 to kind of distance it from the icon. On medium devices and up, a margin left of 4. On medium devices and up, a margin top of 0. Large devices, a margin left of 0, and large devices, a margin top of 6. There we go. Inside of this div, let's create an h3 tag that's going to contain the perk.name, so the main kind of title. This h3 is going to get a class name of text-base, a font-medium, and a text gray of 900. Perfect. Let's apply some formatting, and inside of here also goes a p tag right below the h3. That's going to get a class name of margin top 3, a text-small, and a font-muted, text, not font, muted foreground. So that's for the color. There we go. So margin top 3, text small, text muted foreground. And inside of this p tag, we're going to display the perk.description. Perfect. Let's hit save, and wow, that looks really good right away. Let's go into full screen. Perfect, fully responsive on mobile, on desktop. It looks absolutely great. All right, very, very good job. That is a very important piece of our landing page done right there. The perks, the hero section, and now comes a really important part, and that is going to be the nav bar, right? No page is complete without a nav bar. It's especially important in our e-commerce app, so people can, go to their account and log in and log out and browse the different categories like icons and fonts and UI kits and whatnot, all through the nav bar. That's why it's so important to our app. And let's go ahead and create the nav bar to style it. Let's go into, or by the way, you can close this button right here at the very top. That's just gonna close all files and kind of clean out the workspace. Let's close out of those as well. And now let's go into our components and create a new file called navbar.tsx. Let's say const navbar is going to be equal to just an arrow function, just like this. And let's return, just nothing for now. Let's leave it as an empty parentheses and export default navbar so we can then use it across our application. Awesome. Inside of this navbar, let's create a div component. And this top level div is going to get a class name of background white, a sticky property, so the navbar is always visible even as we scroll, a z index of 50 because we want to be, on top of everything else, a top of 0 to make it stick to the top of the page, where navbar should be and not the left side, right side, bottom, whatever, an inset x of 0 so it spans completely from left to right, and a height of 16. Perfect. Inside of this div, let's create a header, not a head, a header element, just like this. And this will get a class name of relative and a background of white as well. Inside of this header, we can make use of our trusted max width wrapper to make sure we get the padding and everything just right, also on the navbar, so it looks very good across the entire app. Let's apply some formatting really quick. And inside of this max width wrapper, let's create one more div with a class name of border-b and a border gray of 200. So a very subtle color that's gonna look really nice. And inside of here, one more div with a class name of flex, a height of 16 and items-center, by the way. This is where our mobile menu will live in a second. So let's create a quick to-do comment so we don't forget it. Mobile nav, this is where it's gonna live if we are on mobile devices. And we're gonna do a different style for the desktop and large devices, of course, so we can make sure it looks good on all devices. So at the same level right here as where the mobile nav will live in a second, let's create one more div, and this will get a class name of margin left 4, a flex, and on large devices, a margin left of 0. Perfect. Inside of this div is gonna live our logo. And one very important accessibility thing we want is when you click on the logo, or not really accessibility, it's more like user experience. When you click on the logo, let's create a link component in here. We want to be taken to the homepage. So this link is gonna get an href of just a slash, which is gonna be our homepage. And inside of here is gonna live our logo. And our logo is nothing else than an SVG file. And we don't really have the logo in our app yet. So let's create a new component for this logo, but let's call it icons.tsx. So in case you ever have any more icons as SVGs that you want to use in the app, we can always put them in this icons file right here. Inside of this icons component, let's export a const icons. This is going to be a very, very straightforward component. It's simply going to be an object, not even a regular, React component. As the logo, let's receive some props first. This is going to be an arrow function that returns some JSX at the end of it. But first, let's receive some props. And these props that we can receive in the logo are going to be of type Lucid props. It's a type that our icon library provides to us. And by the way, if you ever get that you can't auto import things, we can always press Shift, Control, and P and reload the developer window. And in 99% of cases, that's actually going to fix our auto imports. So let's let that load, and now the auto import is suddenly there. Magic, and now it just works. So we get it from Lucid React as well. Perfect. And inside of this logo, let's return an SVG. And this SVG is going to be in a copy-paste list that I'm going to provide to you. So there's no point in literally typing out the entire SVG. That's completely pointless. And so just to save some time and make your life easier, I'm gonna put a copy paste list in the description with a link that you can just go ahead, go into. It's gonna be in the same GitHub repository as this entire project. Grab this SVG and simply paste it right here as the logo, and everything will work out of the box. One thing we do is still spread in the props right here into that SVG file. So I'm gonna give you some time right now. Go ahead, grab that SVG from the GitHub repo, paste it in. It should look just like this. So for the JSX that this logo icon returns, and let's spread the props into this SVG file so that we can style it from wherever we want to call it. for example, our navbar, right? And let's call the icons. Let's import that .logo, which now works. And these props allow us to give it something like a class name, for example, with a height of 10 and a width of 10. So wherever we call this, we can still specify the size of it, for example. Let's save the navbar. And right now, nothing really will happen. And that is because we're not using the navbar anywhere. So let's navigate over into our main layout.tsx, because this is where we're going to insert the navbar. And this is going to live right above our div with the children. So let's put it in here, a navbar. There we go, from add component / navbar. Let's hit save, and there it is. Our navbar is right there. And as we scroll, it will stick to the top. Beautiful. Right below this div containing our logo will live the very important part, the nav items. So the UI kits and icons and whatever that we will be able to open up by clicking on them. So let's create one more div in here with a class name of hidden, a Z index of 50 as well, on large devices and up a margin left of 8, on large devices and up a property of block, and lastly on large devices and up a self-stretch. Let's give this just a bit more space. There we go. And inside of this div, let's insert a component called nav items. This component doesn't exist yet. We're going to create it together here right now. And this is going to handle all the logic for the nav items that are going to show up in the nav bar. Okay, and essentially this is only for the desktop, so that's why we're hiding it by default and then only showing it from large devices and up. So this nav items doesn't exist yet. Let's go into our components folder and create a new file called navitems.tsx. Let's say const nav items is going to be just a regular arrow function that we can then export default nav items right below it and simply return kind of nothing for now, I guess. And there's some really important logic we want to handle in the nav items, and that is actually going to demand some client-side interactivity. And in Nextjs 14, by default, this is a server component. That means we can't have interactivity, and to change that, let's insert the use client at the very top of the file, which essentially turns this into a client-side component where we can now make use of things like state and whatnot that we can't use in a server component. Actually, let me show you, just instead of explaining what happens if we left this out. First off, let's import this component in our navbar so we can get rid of the arrow. Right here, go into the navbar, import it, and then inside of the nav items, the first thing that we're going to do is return a div from, not a divide, from this component. There we go. This div is going to get a class name of flex, a gap of 4, and a height of full. Perfect. Now, if we tried to do something like this, where we have a state called active index and a set active index. By the way, keep following along. This will be important for later, but it's also a really nice example to show you. This is going to be a use state that we get from React. And again, for some reason, let's reload our window using Control-Shift and P because the auto imports are not working for the use state. There we go. Now it works. And by the way, if you're in TypeScript, you can pass this a generic in these angled brackets that's going to contain the type the state will take. For example, a null or number. That's what's our state going to be. By default, it's going to be null. Right here. If we tried this and saved everything, that is going to throw an error. You're importing a component that needs use state. That only works in a client component, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. Essentially, that's why this use client at the very top is so important. That actually makes us able to use things like state, for example. Like this, just the basic React stuff, for example. And then the server components are really good for data fetching. That's what those are for. Okay, essentially what we want to do in this component is map over a bunch of categories like the UI kits and the icons and whatnot. And for these categories, it makes a lot of sense to declare them in one separate place because they're going to be important throughout the literally entire application. That's why it's really smart. Let's close out of all of this, clean up the workspace to put them in a new folder, for example, called config, where we keep all important config objects that are important for the entire application, where it doesn't make sense to keep them locally in one component. Let's create an index.ts inside of this config file. Now, as for the config that we want to define, let's say export const, and then let's call this product in all caps, by the way, because this is a constant that doesn't change, underscore categories. There we go. And again, because this doesn't change, it's a convention to put it in all caps to know that this is an actual constant and not a value that changes at runtime. Inside of here, let's create an array, and this is going to take the navbar categories that we want to have. For example, let's give this a label, and this label is going to be UI kits. Let's also give it a value, and this value will be like an internal ID that we can use, and this needs to be, we can't just make it readable. Let's say UI_kits, so we can actually use it as the value, because for example, if we wanted to put this into the URL like later, we can't just use something with a space, so it needs to be serializable just like this value. And let's also say as const. And this is going to be important for TypeScript later. So this is not any string, which it would be by default, but TypeScript knows it's literally a string that is UI_kits. That's why we have this as const right here. And as for the featured stuff in here that we want to show in the navbar later, let's say, for example, an object that has a name of editor pics. So whatever our editors think is cool as the UI kits. For the href, we're going to give this, let's just put a hashtag for now, it doesn't lead anywhere. We're going to change that later, of course. And as for the image source, this is going to live under /nav/ui-kits/mixed.jpg, which is an image we are assuming right now by the relative path right here will live under our public folder /nav/whatever. And of course, that doesn't exist in our public folder. By the way, we can get rid of everything that's in our public folder right here. And you can very easily get these images in the GitHub repository for this project. Now, it might not be this exact repository right here, but if we go ahead and view code and into the public folder right here, it should be right here in the nav folder. Just go ahead, download this folder, because this contains the static images we're going to use for the navbar. For example, the UI kits and the icons that we're going to use right here in our navbar. So go ahead, download that folder and drag it right here into the public. And that's going to make these images actually resolve correctly. Of course, if you prefer, you can also make them dynamic later on. That's not a problem. And for now, it is much easier to follow along though. So I'm going to do the same, just drag the nav folder in here. And now we've got the icons and the UI kits, what we're going to use in the navbar. Again, if you later want to get these from actual products in your website instead of making them static from the nav repository, not a problem. For now, it is easier though. So let's copy this editor's pics down and let's give it a different name. For example, what we also want is the new arrivals section right here. The image source is going to be a bit different. Instead of the mixed, let's make it the blue.jpg, and let's copy this down one last time. And this time we're going to change it to best sellers. And the blue right here, let's change it to purple.jpg. Perfect. And let's copy down this entire UI kits object for a completely separate category. And this category is going to be the icons as the label in uppercase I, and as small case icons as the value that we can put into the URL again. For example, let's change the editor pics to, for example, favorite icon pics. Let's change the image to, instead of UI kits, of course, this is all gonna come from icons. And if you wonder how I just did that, marked one and then selected all the others, press Ctrl and D to separately select all of them and change it to icons, just like this. And for the image, let's have pics.jpg as the first one, new.jpg as the second image source, and best sellers in small case b.jpg as the last image. There we go. Okay, and we can, for example, change this to best selling icons, just to kind of customize it. Perfect, and that's our config actually done. We can save that. We're gonna think about these links later on that they navigate to the correct page. That's gonna be a really cool part, actually, by the way. Anyways, for now, let's leave the config as it is, because that's already gonna work for our use case, where we can make use of the config right here in the nav items by mapping over the config. So in here, let's open up a curly brace and say product_categories, or constant that we just created, .map. And for each category, and also we want access to the index as the second parameter, let's return some not JSX directly, so in curly braces, and then later on only return, because we're going to do some calculations right above this. For example, we want there to be a handle open constant, const handle open. This is going to be a arrow function. And inside of this handle open, we're going to say if there is an active index that is triple equal to the index that we are mapping over right here, in that case, we're going to set the active index to null. And else, we're going to set the active index to the index that we're currently mapping over. So this is how we keep track of which item in the navbar is currently opened and which one is not. That's what the handle open right here is for. And then for the const is open that we are declaring, where we can just see is this item currently open or not, this is going to be equal to I, the index that we're mapping over, is triple equal to the active index. And that's how we can change the styling based on whether this item is currently opened or not. And as for the return statement, we are going to return a nav item component, which is also a custom component. And this will contain each element separately. That allows us to style it very nicely. And this is a component that doesn't exist yet. So let's quickly go ahead and create it under our components folder. Create a new file called navitem.tsx, in naming very similar, just the singular instead of the plural. For the navitem, the const navitem is also going to be an arrow function, just like this, and return a div at the very top level. But also don't forget, we still need to export this as the default, export default navitem at the very bottom, so we can then use it in the other components. For example, in the nav items, where we can simply import this component now. Perfect. For each nav item, let's give this div a class name of flex, the topmost div, and create one more div inside of here with a class name of relative, a flex, and an items-center. Inside of here, let's use our button component that comes from our trusted UI library. This is going to get a class name of gap 1.5, and in this button we want to display the current category, for example UI kits or icons, right? And we're going to do that through a prop that we need to receive in the nav item. So let's receive a bunch of properties actually, and let's just give them an interface called nav item props. And this interface, we still need to define that. This is how we tell TypeScript what type the properties we receive in this component will have. The interface nav item props, let's define it right above the component, is going to take a category, and this category is going to be of type category. This is a custom type that doesn't exist yet, and there's a really neat trick we can use to generate this type right here. Let's say type category is going to be equal to, and then the type of product underscore categories or constant. However, if we hover over this, this would be literally the entire type, and we want this to be one category. Currently it's an array, and to get just one category, we can insert a number and these angled array kind of brackets right here. So that is how we tell TypeScript we want one element of that array, and therefore if we look at the very end, it's not an array anymore, and we have the type of one exact category, which is exactly what we want. We also want to receive a handle open function, the one we just declared in the other component. This is going to return void, so pretty much nothing. That's what TypeScript language is. The isOpen property of Boolean, and lastly the isAnyOpen, also of type Boolean, if any current element is open in the nav item section in the navbar. And those are all the properties we need. We can start destructuring them. Is any open category, the order doesn't matter, by the way, just get everything. And if you're wondering how I'm getting this IntelliSense right here, it's control and spacebar. So because we told TypeScript what the type will be, TypeScript now knows these are the properties we're going to receive in this component. So we can now use them in our nav item component. For example, in the button, let's put in the category.label, just like this. So this is going to be, for example, icons or UI elements. Let's also give this button an on-click handler, and this is going to be the handle open that we pass into this component. By the way, because we're going to need some client-side interactivity, for example, the on-click, this also needs to be a client component. This can't be rendered on the server if we want, for example, event handlers like this, because those are inherently linked to the DOM, and the DOM just doesn't exist on the server. As for the variant this button is going to be, it depends on the open state. So if isOpen is true, in that case, it's going to be secondary, the variant, else we're gonna give it a ghost. Now we're gonna see exactly what this does here in a second. Okay, perfect. And that's also put one little thing inside of this button right here, and that's gonna be an icon, a chevron down icon we get from our icon library, Lucid React, with a class name, and this is gonna be dynamic, so in curly braces this time. As the default class names, we're gonna apply, oh, by the way, this needs to be our cn helper function right here for dynamic class names. We're gonna say height of 4, a width of 4, a transition dash all, and a text dash muted dash foreground, just like this, perfect. And we're gonna join this together with a conditional class name, so as an object, right after the string separated by a comma, just like this, we're gonna say, we're gonna apply a minus rotate minus 180 if, so that's why it's conditional, if the isOpen state is true. And if it's not, this class name will not be applied. That's why the cn is so useful. It allows us to conditionally apply this rotated state to indicate if the current category is opened or not. However, we're still not passing any of these properties from the parent. We still need to do that. So right now TypeScript is complaining, hey, where are these properties, right? You're not passing them. For example, let's say the category is going to be equal to the category that we're mapping over. The handle open is going to be our handle open. It's the same name, very easy. The isOpen, we've already determined that as well. We can simply pass it in as it is. As for the key, we still need to pass because we're mapping over something. And the top level element inside of the map always needs a key to be identifiable. It's going to be the category.value. And as the is any open right here, we can just say is any open. There we go. Now the question is, when do we know if any category is open? We know when each category itself is open, but it's actually very simple. So we know that any of the options in the navbar is open, so a user clicked on them, for example, if the active index is not null. So if there's a number in here, it means there is an active category. So let's say const is any open is going to be equal to the active index being unlike null, so any number right in there. Perfect, let's save that and see if it works. Let's reload our page. And is the dev server running? Yes, it is, but it seems like, yes, there it is, perfect. We still haven't done the mobile menu, that's why nothing shows up right here. But if we are on desktop devices or anything larger, we can see we can actually now click and open these categories. It might be pretty small for you. Let me zoom in, and if it's in the open state, the style is different, and there's a little indication for this chevron that this category is opened. Awesome, really, really nice. So what's now missing is the actual content, of the navbar. Sure, we can open the things, but there's nothing showing up at the moment. And there should be something showing up, the content of the navbar. And that's gonna happen in each nav item. So we can close out of all the other tabs, and let's just focus on this nav item right here. Let's go below the closing button with one closing div. And after that, with also one closing div left to go, let's do a conditional check here. And if the isOpen is true, then we're gonna render out some JSX. And if it's not true, then we're gonna render out null. So we're only gonna show some JSX right here if this category is currently opened. And the JSX that we are gonna show is gonna be a div. That's gonna get a class name that is going to be dynamic based on something you're gonna see in a second. So because this is gonna be dynamic, we're gonna use our cn class name helper function. As the default styles that are always going to be applied, let's use absolute and inset x of 0. So that's just gonna apply a left and right property of 0. It's just basically a shorthand for that. A top of full, a text of small, and a text dash muted dash foreground, just like this. Now for the conditional part that you might know how to do by now, it's by putting a comma and then opening up an object. And we can conditionally apply a class name that is going to be animate dash in, a fade in of 10, a slide in from dash top dash 5, and we are only going to apply this class name if there is not anything open. So if not is any open. There we go. So it's gonna animate in very, very nicely. And no, I'm not too worried about Windows security right now. Anyways, right below this div, so inside of it, and then right here, let's open up a div element. And actually, this is going to be self-closing. It's just going to be a little, backdrop. We're only using this element to add a little shadow, and we're going to give it a class name of absolute, an inset of 0. So that's top, left, right, and bottom, basically a shorthand for that. A top of 1/2 and a background white, and lastly a shadow property right here. And because this is only decorational, we can also add an area dash hidden of and then true. So for example, what this does is when you're on a screen reader, so if you're, for example, visually impaired, this element is not going to show up for you because it's not relevant. If you can't see, for example, it's only for decorational purposes and would kind of confuse screen readers. So we just don't need it. Below that, let's open up a div with a class name of relative and a background of white. Inside of here, one more div with a class name of mxAuto. So we're going to align it horizontally by itself, and a max width of 7XL and a padding X of 8. Inside of here, let's create another div with a class name of grid, a grid dash calls dash 4, a gap X of 8, a gap Y of 10, and a padding Y of 16. And there we go. And one final div in here with a class name of call dash span dash 4, a call dash start dash 1, a grid dash calls dash 3, and a gap X of 8. There we go. Perfect. Inside of here, we're going to display the category content. So for example, let's take a look at what that means. Let's go up quickly to the product categories. This is the content that we want to show up when we open a category in the nav bar. So that's what goes right here in the nav item. And we can simply call the category.featured.map. So we're mapping over each of these objects right here. That's what we're doing. So for each, let's call it item, we're going to return some JSX right away. So the round parentheses, and this is going to be a div. Again, because we're mapping, we need a key. This is going to be the item.name. And let's give this div a class name of group, of relative, a text dash base for the font size, and on small devices and up a text dash small. So only on mobile devices, this text is going to be just a bit larger, so it's easier to read. Perfect. Inside of here goes a div with a class name of relative, an aspect dash video, so it's 16:9. If we hover over this right here, you can see that, an overflow dash hidden, a rounded dash large, a background gray of 100, so a very subtle, very light kind of grayish tone, and on group minus hover. So whenever we're hovering the element we assigned the group to, this parent div right here, then parentheses, we're going to say opacity minus 75, just like that. Beautiful. Let's format this and quickly go into full screen in case you got lost anywhere. And this is the entire class name. And inside of here, we're going to create an image element that we are going to get from next/image, which is automatically optimized. Very, very convenient for us because the page will load faster. It will perform better in, Lighthouse and other performance metrics, all done for us by this Next.js image component. As the source, we're going to use the item.image source, what we earlier dragged over from the project. Remember that div in our public folder, these images right here, that's what we're using as the source for this image. As the alt tag, let's say product category image. Let's give it a fill property, so it will fill up as much space as it possibly can. And let's lastly give it a class name of object-cover and object-center. Behind the closing tag of the image and below the closing div right after it, let's create a Next.js link component that's actually going to take us to the category that we clicked on. This link always expects an href, and this is going to be the item.href. Currently, these are only hashtags, if you remember, but we're going to change that later so we get actually taken to the relevant product page. This link gets a class name of margin top 6, a block, font dash medium, so it sticks out a bit with a higher font weight, and a text gray of 900, so pretty dark. Inside of this link, let's open it up, goes the item.name. Right? So it's whatever, wait, let's check this out. Let's take a look at the product categories. There we go. The name right here. So editor picks, new arrivals, bestsellers. That is what we are putting right here inside of the link as the kind of thing to click on. Right below that, let's put a p tag saying shop now, and let's give it a class name of margin top 1. And because this is not really necessary for screen readers, we can also add the area hidden of true, because this will be totally enough for any person that uses a screen reader. Perfect. Let's save that and let's see what happens. Let's give this a lot more space. Let's just go into full screen, and we can already kind of see, wow, this works. The images are getting loaded. Perfect. We can see the navbar content, and of course it looks a bit weird because I'm so zoomed in, but we can see all the stuff works really, really nice. Because it's the first time that these images get loaded, they take pretty long, but that's fine. As soon as they're loaded, we can switch around and they're instantly there. And if we now click on this right now, nothing will happen because we haven't put the links yet, but that looks really, really nice. As for the menu, however, one thing that currently does not work, what users of course expect to work, is that if you click somewhere else on the page, the navbar doesn't actually close. You have to press this button again, and that's not very user-friendly. We want to change that, and we can do that right here in our code inside of the nav items in the plural that contain all the individual elements. And inside of here, the first step we're going to do is declaring a ref, so we know if we're clicking outside of the element or not. Let's call this const nav ref is going to be equal to use ref. And I know this is a tiny detail, but things like these really matter to your users. This is just expected to work in any good app. And of course, we're going to write really good code for this project. So that's why it should, of course, work. We can import the use ref also from React, because again, I want you after this video to be left with a proper, good project that just works, you know? So it's really important to me that stuff like this that you expect to work, especially as a user, just does. For the useRef, we're going to say HTML div element as the type. This is going to take on inside of the generic. If you're not too familiar with TypeScript, don't worry. Essentially, we're just letting React know, hey, we will assign this to a div element later. And by default, this is going to be null. So let's initialize it as null. Now for the functionality of when do we know if we're clicking outside. So for example, right here, when do we know that is happening? And for that, we're actually going to use a custom hook. And there's a website, I don't quite remember the name, React hooks, is there? React docs? There was a website that is specifically for React hooks. I don't quite remember the name, but from that I got a hook, and that is called, let's go into here, into the GitHub. That is going to be called, anyways, doesn't matter. I put it into the copy paste list because this is not a hook you write yourself, but instead, I just copied it over from project to project and copied it over from that one website as well. I didn't write this myself. And the beautiful thing about not having to write this hook yourself is that it doesn't use anything external. It's pure React. So it just works out of the box. And let's insert this hook into our source folder, into a new folder called hooks. And let's call this hook use-on-click-outside.ts and paste in this hook from the copy paste list. Of course, we're not just gonna stupidly copy paste anything. Let's see what this does actually. Let's understand it. So what this does is essentially it allows us to pass in a ref. The ref we have just created as the nav ref is what we're gonna pass in here. And then also a handler. What should happen if we're clicking outside of this element? And all that's happening in here is we're attaching document listeners that listen to touch or click, so it works both on mobile or on PC. And if the element that we clicked is not in the target, that is all handled right here, then we are clicking outside and the handler will be called. So that's what this function does. Might sound a bit abstract, but the usage is incredibly easy. Let's see how this works. So right below the nav ref, for example, right here, let's say use on click outside, and for the ref, we need to pass in the nav ref, and then remember the handler. Now, what should happen when we click outside of the navbar? Of course, we want to close the navbar, and we do this by setting the active index to null, just like this. Perfect. Let's see if this works. Let's save the entire thing. Let's give this a tad more space. And why isn't this into a split screen view again? There we go. Let's give this a bit more space, and let's click outside. Okay, interesting. Currently, it doesn't work. The thing is not closed yet. So let's see what's wrong. Let's minimize this again. Aha, and the problem is right here. While we are using the navRef, we're not actually assigning it to the div that we want to track a click outside of. So to do that, let's call a ref property on this div and just pass it the navRef. Let's save that, and now it should work. Let's go into a bigger view, restart this, and now let's click outside and automatically the navbar will be closed. Perfect. Just in terms of accessibility though, it's also important that we close this when pressing keys like escape, for example. The escape key is a generally understood go back key. And we also want that to work with our navbar. Of course, users expect this to work. And to do that, very simple, let's create a use effect. And again, the auto imports are not working. So let's quickly restart the window. And then we should be able to import the use effect from React. Let's give this a second to load. There we go. Now it works. And inside of this use effect, this takes a callback function and a dependency array. But we're not going to worry about that. Just for the function this will do, let's declare a const handler. This will be an arrow function just like this and take in an event right here. And this is going to be of type keyboard event. And if you don't know where this type comes from, I'm going to show you here in a second that this doesn't just come from anywhere, And if the e.key is going to be triple equal to escape, so if the user presses the escape key, then we want to close our navbar once again. We already know how to do this just by setting the active index to 0 or to null, not to 0. So let's say set active index to null, because if we set it to 0, it would actually be the first element right here, right? We want it to be null, so no element at all. Now this handler, let's also use it, and we do that by saying document.add event listener, and we're going to listen to the key down event. And when that key down event is fired, then the handler will get called. Now, as for where this type comes from, because if you don't know, we can simply get the event from the function, hover over it, and we can see by default, this is going to be passed as the keyboard event type. That's how we know that this event will also be the keyboard event, because essentially the syntax is the same as this, right? But the shorthand is just saying the handler, but the event will still be passed in and just the same as if we actually had the callback function with the event right there. So it's just a little shorthand to just use the handler. It's just more readable. It just looks nicer, and that's why we do it. As for the cleanup function, let's say document.remove event listener, not remove child, remove event listener. There we go. And this needs to match the exact same thing as up here. So the key down event and also the handler. So for the cleanup, we are preventing memory leaks when this component unmounts by cleaning up after the use effect. Perfect. Let's see if it works. Let's open up the page. Let's give it a lot more space, reload everything so we get the freshest version. Let's hit escape. Perfect. That closes the navbar. If we click outside, that closes the navbar. Beautiful job. That behaves exactly as users would expect. It's accessible through keyboard, through mouse clicks. Really, really good job. If that is not a beautiful navbar, I really don't know what is. You can be very proud of this. Very, very good job. Okay, really, really nice job. If we navigate over back to the navbar right here, one thing we did not do yet is the mobile nav. We haven't done that yet at all. And one other thing we did, if you take a look at the navbar right now, it looks really, really good. However, there's the complete right side missing. So let's draw this out. Let's go to Xcala just any, drawing tool. I'm going to show you what the navbar, oh, what's that? That's old. We don't need that. What the navbar should look like. So if this is the navbar, there we go. Let's kind of sketch this out how we want it. So for example, right now we have the logo right here on the left-hand side. Let's turn that blue and fill it out. And why doesn't it fill? There we go. That's the logo. We're going to have the categories right next to it, the UI kit, for example, or the icons. And this is just for your understanding of what we're doing, what we're building here. And then on the right hand side, there should be three things. So for example, we want there to be a sign in button. Very, very important. So users that, are already using the app can sign in. Then arguably even more important, a create account button. I'm gonna do a little line break here because it barely fits into the navbar. There we go. And then we also need a cart button. Also very important, like a little cart right here that users can click and see their current cart content. And that's gonna live on the very right side of the navbar. And this whole thing is still missing. We didn't do that. And that's going to be the final piece for our desktop navbar to look amazing. So that's what we're going to do right now. I think it's really important to not just learn how to write good code, but to also understand, you know, what we're doing and why we are doing what we are doing. So that's very, very important. Okay, let's do this. Let's go below the div containing the nav items right here. And with 2 more divs to go to the max width wrapper, this is where we're gonna code out the right part of the navbar, starting with a div. This div will get a class name of MLAuto. That's gonna push the entire content to the right-hand side, exactly what we want, a flex and an items-center. Inside of this div, let's open up one more div with a class name of hidden, a large flex -1, so it takes up as much space as it can inside of the flex container. On large, we want an items-center. On large, we want a justified-end. And on large, we want a space x of 6. There we go. Let's open up this div and give it a tad more space in case you missed anything in the class name. Here it is in its entirety. And inside of here, we want to do a conditional check. So let's say there was a user, right? Let's give the navbar a bit more space. If there is a user, so if somebody is already signed into our app, there is literally no point showing them the sign in option or showing them the create account option. Because after all, they are literally already signed into our app. They are a user. And so there's absolutely nothing to gain from that. However, we haven't implemented auth into our app yet. That's going to be the very next step. Just to complete the navbar for now, though, let's quickly mock a user at the very top of the file. Mocking something is something you're going to see, for example, in testing. It's very, very common, essentially just pretending you have some data that you really don't. For example, let's say const user is equal to null to indicate that there is currently no logged in user to our app. Of course, again, there can't be because we didn't do auth yet, but just for the navbar, it's going to make sense to mock this out. So we will have all the conditionals in place so that when we later implement the actual auth, we're going to have everything already implemented out of the box, you know? So let's open up this div right here. We created the starting with class name hidden one. And inside of here, we want to do a conditional check. If we have a user, in that case, we want to render out null, so literally nothing. And if we do not have a user, if nobody is signed in that case, we're going to offer them the option to sign in using a Nextjs link component. These always take an href, and the href will be to /sign-in. That is where our sign in or login page, whatever you want to call it, will live. And let's say sign in inside of this link component. Of course, this would be unstyled. Let's save it and take a look at the desktop version. And it doesn't even appear. Let's give it a bit more space and zoom out. There we go. On the right-hand side, we can see the sign in button. But let's be real here, it looks absolutely garbage because we didn't style it yet. So let's give it a class name. And again, very neat trick. We can just use our button variants from our UI library. And if we want to specify this, by default, it will be the blue button. You can see that right here. However, we don't want that. That's a bit too much. Instead, let's give it a custom variant by passing in an object right here. And as the variant, we are going to choose Ghost. So a very subtle kind of color for this button. Perfect. Right below this conditional check, we're going to open up one more conditional check. And if we have a user, again, we're going to render out nothing, null. And if we do not have a user, in that case, we're going to render out a span element. This span will get a class name of height 6, a width of px for 1 pixel, a background gray of 200, and we can also give it an area-hidden of, and that's going to be true. And this span can be self-closing. We're not going to put anything inside of it. It's purely decorational. And that's why we also added this attribute that I explained earlier for screen readers. It's like a visual separator between the element we're going to create next. And that is going to live right below this conditional check. Once more, a conditional check. If we have a user, in that case, we want to render out a little drop down later. That's going to contain all the user information like their email, the option to log out and whatnot. We don't have that currently, so let's just leave it blank for now. And as the alternative, we're gonna render out another Next.js link element. And we're not gonna get any auto-completion, so let's just put anything in here, like a p tag, for example. Of course, we're gonna change this up later. And then as the alternative, if we do not have a user, that's where the link tag will go. This, of course, always takes an href, and this is gonna lead to /signup or register page, if you want, with the same class name as above. So as the class name, we can pass it the button variants, and we don't want a big blue bright button, but instead the variant is gonna be ghost for a very subtle kind of button color. And inside of here, let's say create account. Awesome. Let's do another conditional check right below this. I know a lot of conditional checks. The authentication is going to be a super important part. The entire purpose of all these conditional checks is to make sure that whether the user is logged in or not, they always see the relevant options for them. Super, super important thing in our app. Of course, we don't want to show the sign in button to already signed in users, and we want to show the log out option to people who are already signed in. And we can only achieve that through some smart conditionals like we're doing right here. Let's open up this conditional by saying user. And if we have a user, in that case, we're going to render out a span element. And if we don't have a user, then we're going to render out null. So it's the other way around now. This span element, we can literally just copy and paste the one from above. It's the exact same separator. So let's just grab that and paste it right in here. If we have a user, and right below that, we're gonna do another check, a conditional. If we have a user, then we're gonna render out null, and else we're gonna render out a div element. This div is gonna get a class name of flex, and on large devices, a margin left of 6. And inside of this div, of course, we still need a closing tag for it. Inside of it, we're gonna put the exact same span element one last time. So let's open up the div, paste the span element right in here and save it. Perfect. That's a very, very large part done. We will see the little separator right here because one item is still missing, and that is actually the cart icon, the cart item in the navbar that will show the user how many items are currently in the cart and also provide the option to buy the items right away. And these are going to live right below the last conditional check in another div element with a class name of margin left 4, a flow-root, essentially putting each element in its own little block. You can read up on it if you want. It's a property you rarely use, but when you need it, it's very useful. And on large devices and up, a margin left of 6. And inside of here will live the cart component. And of course, this component doesn't exist yet, but it's going to be one of the most fun components in the entire app because it's so important to any e-commerce application. Every single one of them has a cart component, and you're going to see it's going to be a very enjoyable component to write. Again, it doesn't exist yet, so let's head into our components folder and create a new file called cart.tsx. And one of the reasons this component will be so enjoyable to write, by the way, let's get started with it. Let me talk you through that in a second. Const cart is going to be equal to an arrow function. And of course, we need to export that as the default at the very bottom of the file and return anything for now. Again, one of the reasons this cart is so enjoyable to write is because we're going to be using our UI library for a very large part of it. So let's quickly open up our CMD or command line and type in npx shadcn-ui at latest add, and this is going to be called sheet. There we go. Hit enter. That's going to install the sheet component. And while it does, let's head over to shadcn-ui to see what we are expecting to happen. Let's take a look at the sheet component and let that run in the background so we can see what it does in the meanwhile. If we click this open button, which essentially will be our cart icon, then on the right-hand side, a sheet, a little, I guess you kind of could call it modal, a sidebar, I guess would be a better name, pops up here on the right-hand side, which is going to contain our cart items. It's fully accessible. It looks really, really good out of the box. And we really don't need to do anything for it. We just need to install the component. Let's start back up our dev server. And really, it's as easy as that. We can already get started in writing this component now. For example, at the top level of the cart, we're going to return the sheet we just installed from our UI library. And by the way, one thing we also quickly want to add to the very top of the file, first line in the file, is the use client directive as before, because we're going to need some client-side interactivity in this component. Perfect. As for the trigger, what we need to click, for example, this open button for the sheet to open, this is inside of the sheet trigger component. That's the same component, the same UI library provides to us, that we can simply put anything in, like a shopping cart icon from Lucid React. That's what we're going to use. And let's give this shopping cart a class name to make it look better. That's going to be a height of 6, a width of 6, a flex shrink of 0. There we go, a text-gray-400. Format this, by the way, so we have a bit more space. And on group-hover, we're going to give it a text-gray-500, so a bit darker. Now, the group hover, of course, also needs a group. Where does this come from? We didn't declare that yet, and that actually goes on the sheet trigger. Let's give this a class name, that is group. So if we hover over the sheet trigger, then by adding this line right here, the sheets or the shopping cart will know that it should highlight. So we don't even need to hover over this element. We can also use this element as a hover trigger to change styles on this one. That's a really powerful thing that Tailwind allows us to do with these groups. It's very, very nice. Anyways, after the group, let's say -m-2 for a negative margin, a flex, an items-center, and a P2, a padding of 2. Perfect. The shopping cart can also receive an area-hidden of 2 just for some improved accessibility. Trust me, if you want to write good code, you better make it accessible. It is very important. After the shopping cart or below it, let's create a span element with a class name of margin left 2, a text-sm for small, font-medium, a text gray of 700, and we also want to add a group-hover, so we are also listening to the same group element as the shopping cart. And on group hover, what we want to happen is a text gray of 800, just like that. Perfect. Inside of the span element, later we're going to display the amount of items that are going to be in the shopping cart. For now, again, we can just mock this. Mocking just means an example number that will represent kind of like the final state. Of course, the final state is going to be dynamic and actually contain the correct amount. But for now, just so we can style it correctly, let's leave 1. And as for the sheet content, this is going to live right below the sheet trigger. So essentially, what is going to be in the little sidebar that pops up? That's what we're doing right now in the sheet content. Let's give it a class name of flex, a width of full, a flex-call, a padding right of 0, and on small devices and up, a maximum width of large. Inside of the sheet content, we can now define, for example, these boxes right here. But of course, we want the products that are in our cart. As the sheet header, we can give it like a little headline. Let's create that and give it a class name of space y of 2.5 and a padding right of 6. Inside of the sheet header, let's say cart, and then we can say, for example, in parentheses, 0 for now. Of course, we will change this later to the correct number of items that are in the cart. Perfect. And just to make everything look a bit better, let's take this cart and the number and actually wrap it inside of something called a sheet title. That's a separate component we still get from the same UI library, and that's gonna make this look good out of the box. By the way, we can already take a look at how this looks like. Let's save the cart, go into our nav bar, and simply import that cart component. It doesn't take any props, so we can just import it as is. And as long as the dev server is running, we should be able to see the cart right here on the right hand side in the navbar. So let's reload the page, and if we click it, we can see then the cart 0 shows up with a closing icon, and already this is fully accessible. We can click the closing button, we can hit escape, whatever we want, and it just works and looks beautiful out of the box, beautifully smooth animated. It's a really, really nice component. By the way, we can close out of some of these files. Let's stay in the cart and quickly get this done, because honestly, there's not so much left inside of the cart. Awesome, let's continue right here. Oops, didn't mean to do that, right below the sheet header. And let's mock out one more value, and that is gonna be the const item count at the very top of the cart. That's later gonna dynamically contain the amount of items in our cart. For now, let's just put it to 0 so we can get ahead with the styling. It's just gonna give us a much easier time. Because we're going to do a little conditional check right here in or below the sheet header. If the item count is larger than 0, we want to render out some different JSX compared to when it's, you know, empty. Because when it's 0, then the cart is empty, and we want to display a little image that the cart is empty. If the cart is not empty, however, in the first case, let's render out a React fragment. And the first thing we're going to put in here is a div element with a class name of flex, a width of full, a flex-call, and a padding right of 6. And inside of here, let's just say, you know, cart items. We don't have any product, you know, logic in our app yet, so it doesn't make sense to try to display anything here yet. Let's just put some text in here and also add a little to-do comment so we don't forget to do this later. Cart logic, just to make sure when we're done with this app, you actually have a complete app and we didn't forget anything. Awesome. Right below this div element right here, let's create one more div with a class name of space y4 for vertical spacing and a padding right of 6. Inside of here, we're going to put something called a separator. And this is just a purely visual element, so everything looks better. We could easily write ourselves, or our UI library already provides this out of the box. So let's quickly say npx shad cn-ui at latest, add, and then separator. That's going to install the little separator component. Again, super simple component. We could easily write that ourselves, but it's already in there. It looks good out of the box. Separator. Let's take a look at it. You know, just looks like this. Pretty straightforward. And then let's start up our dev server again. So we can just use this component, close out of the console, and import that from our custom UI library. Perfect. All right, below the separator, another div, and let's give this a class name of space y1.5 and a padding right of 6. And by the way, just to get rid of the syntax error for now, let's replace the empty parentheses down here in the other case with a div element for now, just so we can already format this whole file and we don't get annoyed by prettier. Okay, below the separator in the div that we just created with a space y of 1.5, let's open it up, create one more div in here, and let's give it a class name of flex. Inside of this div, let's create a span element with a class name of flex-1, so it takes up as much space as it can, saying shipping. These are going to be the shipping costs. Right below that, one more span element, and we're going to say free, because of course we sell digital products, it doesn't cost us anything to ship. Oh, and by the way, this padding right of 6 is gonna be a text small, not a padding right of 6. So it's space y1.5 and text of small. Perfect. Right below this div, we can actually just copy it down, the flex div with the 2 span elements inside of it. Let's copy it down using Shift, Alt, and arrow down. We get the same element once again. And let's say instead of shipping, transaction fee. And the transaction fee is going to be $1. And instead of just doing something like this and typing in a 1, which would kind of work, I guess, for now, if we reloaded the page, let's see what happens if we try to do that and just type in a literal number. And why is the card not opening? Let's click this. There we go. Oh, the content is not showing up, by the way. Because, okay, let's say we have one element in the card. Then it should actually show up, because right now the conditional check is failing and we don't even see that stuff. So let's reload the page, click the card. There we go. The shipping is there and the transaction fee is also there. But literally just a 1 doesn't look good. We want to properly format the values we have in our app in dollars, for example, or in local currencies. And to do that, we're going to create a really helpful utility function that's going to live in our lib folder under utils.ts. Our UI library already created this CN helper function, as I told you about earlier. And right below that, we're going to say export, let's call it function, and then format price. This is going to be a very helpful function throughout the entire app, because we're going to be working with numbers and prices a lot. And we can always use this function right here to get the formatting right across the entire application, so it always looks the exact same. As the arguments or parameters, we're going to receive the price. And this is going to be either a number or a string as the TypeScript type. And we're going to receive some options. These options are going to be an object, and this can be the currency, there we go, which is optional. And this can be the And as the options we want to allow for currencies, this is going to be USD for dollars, or a euro currency, or a GBP, a Great British Pound, or a BDT. There we go. And one more thing we want to allow is the notation, and this is going to be of type. And by the way, this is also optional. That's why we have a question mark right after it. It means we don't have to pass it, but we can. And as the type, this is going to be an intl.number format options at the index of notation. There we go. So we can just get the TypeScript type of this at the index of notation in pretty much the same syntax as if we were, accessing like one element of an array in JavaScript, for example. And we can set this to an empty object at the very start. Okay, for the actual function content, first off, we want to destructure some things, and that is going to be the currency. And let's default this to US dollars. So unless we change it, by default, it's going to be USD, and the notation, which is going to be defaulted to compact, just as a string compact, and this is going to be equal to the options. So we're destructuring the currency right here and the notation and setting the default values just like this. Okay, first off, we want to ensure that the input is actually a number. So let's say const numeric price is going to be equal to, and then do a ternary check. If the type of price is triple equal to string, we know it's not a number. So in that case, we want to turn it into a number. And we can do that using the parse float and just pass in the string of price. And otherwise, if it's not a string, then we know it's already a number because it can be either one or the other. So in that case, we can literally just take the price as it is. And as for the logic, it's very straightforward. Let's return a new intl.number format. And as the locales, as the first argument we pass in here, this is going to be en-us. And as the object, we're going to pass as the second argument, this is going to contain, for example, the style, and this is going to be currency. As the currency, we can pass in our default currency unless we changed it earlier. By the way, this is just a shorthand for this. So we can say currency, colon currency, or in JavaScript, TypeScript, we can just have a shorthand and just pass the currency if whatever comes after it is the exact same as what comes before it. Right here. We can pass in the notation, and let's get rid of that colon right there. And lastly, we're going to pass in the maximum fraction digits, and that is going to be 2. So we can ensure that only 2 decimal places are going to be displayed later. And on here, we can call the dot format and pass in the numeric price just like this. And that's already all the logic. And take a look at what this does, right? After coding it out, let's see it in action. So instead of the 1 that we had earlier, for example, let's say format price 1. So we're going to use the utility function we have just created, format price, save that, and let's go back into our cart and see what happens. If you take a look now, it says $1.00. So it looks exactly as we wanted to, and that's going to make it super easy to work with prices across the entire application. Let's not hard code the 1 right here though. Instead, let's call it fee and declare it at the very top of the cart. Const fee is going to be equal to 1, just so we can reuse the same constant across this whole component, because we're going to be using it one more time right below here. Let's copy down the flex div once again, one last time, and this is going to be, instead of the transaction fee or the shipping, the total of the cart. Of course, we need to calculate the total, and the total is going to consist of the fee and then all the items that are currently in the cart. Of course, we don't have access to that number yet because it's going to be dynamically determined later. So let's leave it out just for now and continue 2 divs down. So this closing div after the span, one more, and let's open this up right here. And the last thing we want to do right here, and why did I switch keyboards again, is going to be the sheet footer. Just like this. Inside of here, we're going to put a sheet trigger once again, and this is going to receive a property as child. And what that means is basically, by default, this will create an entire button element. So whatever we wrap in it will be wrapped in a button element. With the as child, we can disable that default behavior and provide our own element. In our case, a link component that is not going to be wrapped in an additional button, because for the link, there is really no purpose in that. As for the href of this link, this is gonna be to/cart. Perfect. As for the class name of the link, to make it look good, let's say in curly braces the button variants, import that, and inside of here we can provide it a custom class name, so we can override, or not really override, but add to the defaults, and this is going to be a width of full. Perfect. Inside of the link, let's say continue to checkout. So this is going to be the big button we want people to press later on. And of course, one thing that we didn't handle yet, by the way, this looks really good and fully responsive already with a card. Very, very nice. Even if it's not meant to be opened, like in the small view, it's going to be a bit different later on. It already looks really, really nice. Good job. One thing we didn't handle yet, if the item count was 0, for example, if the card was empty, currently that would look really weird to users. They wouldn't really know what's going on. So let's handle that case. Let's give this div a class name of flex, a height of full, a flex-call, an items-center, a justify-center, and a space y of 1. Let's open up this div element and create one more div inside of it with a class name of relative, a margin bottom of 4, a height of 60, a width of 60, and a text-muted-foreground. There we go. Inside of this div, we're gonna create an image element. And this image is gonna be really, really cool. It's gonna be self-closing. And as the source, we're gonna say in hard-coded strings, this is gonna be hippo-mt-cart.png, an artwork that I will completely provide to you. You can just get it from the GitHub repository. We're gonna get to that here in a second. A fill property, so it will take up all the space we give it. And lastly, an alt tag, and this is gonna be, empty shopping cart hippo or whatever, just to kind of describe the image. By the way, because this again is purely decorational, good practice is to add an area hidden of true to this property, because it's purely decorational. As for the actual image, the empty cart, currently, of course, we will get like a little message that it doesn't exist, and it will show the alt tag. So let's go into our public folder and see where we can get this image from. This image lives right here in the GitHub repository. Let's navigate back and into the public folder right here, because this is where all the images live. For example, the which one is this? The hippo empty cart.png. There we go. This image right here. If we click on it, you will be able to kind of preview what looks like it's a really nice hippo. So go ahead, click this button up here to download this image and put it with, of course, the same name that you're referencing right here in the image into your public folder, not into a subfolder, just the public. And I'm going to do that right here with you and download the image, drag it over the hippo empty cart into the public folder. Perfect. Let's go back in our app once we have that and then reload the app right here and see what happens. If we open up the cart, there is the hippo with an empty cart. That looks really good. Really, really good. Awesome. And now let's actually put some text right below it that's going to complete this. So right below the closing div after the image, let's open up one more div with a class name of text-xl and a font-semi-bold saying your cart is empty. Empty. There we go. After this div, let's create a sheet trigger, just like before, with an asChild property. And this is gonna contain a link element as well. This link has an href, and this is gonna lead to /products. And also the link, to make it look good, will get a class name in these curly braces. Once again, you know the drill by now, or button variants, so it doesn't look absolutely like hot garbage. As the variant, we're gonna pass in link. That's a own variant to make it look good out of the box. As the size, we're gonna pass in small. And as the additional class names we can add to the defaults, this is gonna say text-small, and text muted of foreground, a class that our UI library provides to us. Inside of this link, let's open it up and say add items to your, did I change keyboards again? I did, to your cart to check out. Perfect. So when you click that sheet trigger, then you're going to be taken to the products page. And that almost concludes our shopping cart. Of course, the dynamic values are not there yet. That's what we're going to work on next. But this looks really good already. Your cart is empty, add items to your cart to checkout. When you click that, you land on, well, later, the products page. That doesn't quite work yet. But that's one of the most beautiful empty cart images and states that I've ever seen. I think we're doing a really, really good job. All right, and the next step is going to be one of the most important in the entire build, because that is going to be the dashboard, the admin dashboard, where admins go to verify products to see who ordered what, where users go to sell, and where buyers go to see all their orders. Essentially, the admin dashboard where everything in the backend, at least, is managed. Very, very important part. Not only that, but you're also going to learn how to completely self-host Nextjs, because it turns out any server that can host Node.js, you can use to self-host Nextjs with all the features it has. So it's a very, very good skill to have, because it makes you completely independent of the Vercel platform. You can deploy it anywhere. And I'm going to show you how. And actually, it's not very complicated. People think sometimes it's very complicated. It's really not. Let's get started by creating a server.ts inside of our source directory. That's going to be the entry point for the Express server we're going to use to self-host this entire thing. Now, to get started with this, to self-host our Express server, we first need to add Express to our app. So let's say yarn add Express and hit enter. That's going to install the most important package to do all this, which is Express. I mean, I don't need to explain to you what Express is. And we can simply import Express from Express in the server.ts file. And it seems like Express is not coming with its own types. So we need to install those separately. Let's go back into our console and say yarn add -d for a dev dependency. We don't need it in production. The add types /express that we need to do this with TypeScript. Okay, first off, let's define our app. The const app is going to be equal to Express and invoke that. And let's also define a port in all caps lock, because this is a constant that doesn't really change. So either we have, or let's set this equal to, either we have as a number the process.env.port. By default, a process.env is always a string, so we need to convert it to a number. Or we're going to use 3000 if that is not provided. In production, this will be provided. In development, we can just default to 3000, because in production, the server where we host it will give us the port where it will be hosted on. So we want to use that, of course, and not our 3000. And then let's define a const start as an async arrow function. There we go. This is essentially the big function where our server will, start up. And let's already start the server. Let's call the start function at the very bottom right here. Okay, the first thing we want to do inside of this start function is actually start up our CMS or, admin dashboard. That's what it is. And we're going to do that by saying const payload, because the admin dashboard is provided by payload CMS. Make it super easy to manage all this stuff. It's going to be await equal to await get payload client. And in many ways, this is super similar to like a regular database client, as you're going to see later. We can use it for querying data, for changing data, for finding and deleting data, for all the same that we can use a regular database for. All with TypeScript, by the way, fully type safe. It's really, really nice to work with. And let's create a new file that will, get us this payload client. For example, let's call it get, and then I change keyboard again. There we go, get-payload.ts. That's going to initialize our CMS. In this file right here, let's say export const get payload client, just like this. And this is going to be an arrow function, and we're going to turn it into an async arrow function because we're going to do some async stuff in here. However, before we do that, let's go to the very top of the file and say import.env from .env, because we're going to need access to some environment variables inside of this file. Now .env is a package we haven't installed yet. So let's do that, yarn add .env. That allows us to use these. Did we already have a .env in this folder? No, we don't. Okay, we're going to create that together. Essentially where we can put secure variables and so we can use them in this file. That's what this dependency .env right here is for. And we need to tell it by saying .env.config. And inside of here goes an object where we tell it the path where our .env file, the file that contains our secure variables, will live. And this is going to be under a certain path. And to get that path, let's say at the very top of the file, import path from path. It's a built-in Node.js thing we can just use. And for the path for .env, we're going to say path.resolve. And inside of here goes the __ dir name, so the current directory name, that's what it means. And we can join it together with the .. so one directory back .env. So because this is in the source folder, essentially we're saying take the current directory, go back one directory into the main directory where everything else lives, and then into the .env file that doesn't exist yet, but let's create it, .env. Right here. This is where secure variables will live. Perfect. Now to get our client, we want to make use of caching to, just save resources, especially in production. That's a very good idea. Let's say let cached is going to be equal to, and then a global as any .payload. If that exists, then we know we can just use the cached version. If it doesn't exist, if not cached, in that case, let's handle it. For example, let's set the cache in that case. So next time this happens, we will have it cached. So if we don't have a cached version of our CMS, in that case, we're going to say cached is going to be equal to global as any .payload. And this is going to be equal to an object containing the client. And this is going to be null. And then the promise, and this is also going to be null. So next time around, we can also use the cache version and just save some resources on it. Now, as for the much more important part, the get payload client that will get us access to our, database and all that, where we send emails, log users in, handle authentication, and manage products and whatnot. That is where the get payload client, that's what it's for. And we're going to receive one thing in here as a parameter, and that's going to be the init options that we can destructure right away. So in this object syntax right here, and we need to tell TypeScript this is going to be of type args. Now these args, the arguments don't exist. So let's say interface args, and this is where we can define what will go into this function. For example, the init options, and this is going to be optional, so we don't have to pass it. That's why we put a question mark. And this is going to be a partial, which is a TypeScript utility type. This takes the init options right here, which is a type that our CMS payload provides to us. However, we don't get it right now because we don't have the package for payload installed. So let's say yarn add payload right here in our CMD, hit enter, and let that load for a second. And then we can just get the built-in type from payload for the, there we go, for the function. That's where we need it. By the way, Payload again is the sponsor of this video, and if you're getting value out of this video, we're gonna build literally this complete project in this one single video together. Then, check out the link in the description. Maybe it's a tracking link so they can see how many people clicked on it and came from me, and it would really mean a lot because that's, all I'm asking. This video completely free, everything completely free for you. And who knows, they might just want to work with me in the future if they see that a lot of people come from my video to their product. Of course, you don't have to, but I would really appreciate it. Okay, anyways, let's continue and let's now import these init options so TypeScript is not very mad at us. Let's say at the very top of the file, import type. So we just need the type. This is going to be init options, and we can import this from payload/config. Just like this, we can get the TypeScript type. TypeScript will be very happy with us. And now we can actually initialize the arguments as an empty object. So just the default value. As what's going to happen inside of the get payload client? Well, first off, if we don't have a process.env.payload_secret, in that case, we want to throw a new error saying For example, payload underscore secret is missing. This variable is so important because we will use it to sign all the authentication stuff. For example, the JSON Web Tokens. If it's missing, we can't do that, and our application just won't work. This is a very, very important thing that we need, and we can very easily create it if we navigate over to .env and say, for example, payload underscore secret is going to be equal to, and then my secret or whatever. This really doesn't matter what you put here, but it should be much more secure than what I'm putting right here, because again, this is used for signing authentication stuff, and this should be a very secure string. So just either mash your keyboard and type in something secure, or even go as far as doing a SSH keygen or whatever, or just put in something stupid. It doesn't really matter. If you want to deploy it, you better choose something more secure. Okay, with that said, let's say if we have a cached, there we go, .client. In that case, we can just use the cached client. Let's return the cached.client, so making use of the cache. And if we don't have a cached.promise, so this one from right up here, in that case, let's set it. The cached.promise will be equal to payload.init. Now, where does this payload right here come from? That's very simple. We can simply import payload from payload at the very top of the file. That's going to give us the init function. And this actually takes a configuration object for the initialization that we can configure. For example, the secret, and this is going to be our process.env.payload underscore secret that we have just defined. We can give it the local, and this is going to be the init options.express. There we go. And if a init options.express is passed, in that case, we're going to return false for the local, and else we're going to return true. And for the rest, we can simply spread it all in. So we can say ... and then in parentheses, the init options, or if there are no init options, then just an empty object. Just put everything else in. We don't really want to worry about it. Perfect. Right after here, we're almost done with the get payload client. We're going to have a try catch block. The error is going to be of type unknown, and I'm just going to call it E. You can call it error or error if you want. It absolutely doesn't matter. In the try block, we're going to say cached.client is going to be equal to await cached.promise. And in the catch block, if that didn't work, we're going to say cached.promise is going to be equal to null, and we're going to throw the error so we can catch it somewhere else. And the last thing we're going to do in this file is just return the cached.client. Okay, I know, rather abstract, right? What really did we do? Essentially, overview of this file, we created a database client that we can now use in the entire application. It's going to be very, very important. And we also made sure to cache it so we can optimize, our resources. That's basically the high level overview. So what that allows us to do is to just import this get payload client everywhere where we need database access from now on. For example, in our server file. And we can pass this get payload client as we just defined the init options. Now this takes the express, for example, this is nothing else than the app. We have already defined at the very top, at the very top right here. And this also takes something called the onInit. And what we can do on init is going to be asynchronous, and we get past our CMS into here as kind of like a callback function. And in here, we're going to say in the arrow function cms.logger.info, and we're going to log out the URL where our admin dashboard will live. For example, let's say admin URL in these template strings. So we can now interpolate values, which is just a fancy word for putting dynamic values inside of a string. For example, cms.getAdmin URL. So for example, in our digital hippo app, this will be localhost 3000/cell, or later in the deployed version, like our deployed URL/cell, for example. And as easy as that, we now have a working database client that we can use anywhere in our entire app. And to use Nextjs for all the logic and the pages and whatever, we are going to define a new file right here in our source code next-utils. A very small file, very simple, in which we're going to define some utilities for Nextjs. For example, let's say the const port, and we can do this in caps again, is going to be number, parse this into a number, the process.env.port for production, or if we're developing locally, that environment variable won't be set. Let's default it to 3000. And we're going to say export const next app. So literally, or Next.js application, that's what it will be, is equal to next, something we can import from next. And this takes an object. And inside of here, we can say the dev is going to be, so if we are in dev mode or not, the process.env.node_env is not equal to production. There we go. And we can also just pass in the port. And this is a default node env. This will always be set in production or locally. It's just always there for us. And as for the handler, that's going to handle, oh, and this needs to be caps, by the way. As for the handler, and this needs to be port. There we go. Okay, again, as for the handler, where all the Next.js logic is going to be handled, we can simply export a const next handler. And this is going to be equal to next app.getRequestHandler. So if you want to self-host Next.js, this is how you do it. We can simply forward all the logic right there to Next.js by using this little utility right here. For example, let's try it out in our server. For all the routes, all the logic, we're just going to forward that to Next.js by saying next handler, import that from our utilities we just created. And we want this to handle all the requests and responses. Now, where do these come from, the request and response, so we can forward them to Next.js? Well, let's cut this for a second using Control X, and let's say app.use, so an Express middleware that we are creating. And for each request and response that we get in Express, we can simply forward it to Next.js just like this. It's as easy as that. People make sometimes self-hosting out to be something incredibly difficult, and it's really not. And just like this, we can make ourselves completely independent from the Vercel platform and work with stuff that serverless environments normally don't can. For example, stateful things like WebSockets. Okay, let's say next app.prepare. That is something we can call. And of course, we also need to import the Next.js application. And once that is prepared, we can call a .then function that takes a callback. And inside of here, we can say payload.logger.info, and we can log out something like next.js started. This is just going to be for us in the console, so we can kind of see what happens. And then we also need to say app.listen. This is a very standard Express thing. For example, the port that we want to listen on. In production, that's going to be given to us, or 3000 for us right now. And once we are listening, we get an asynchronous callback right here, in which we can say something like payload.logger.info. And inside of a template string, let's say next.js app URL : and let's append the Next.js app URL. For example, that's going to be process.env.next_public_server_URL. Perfect. Okay, now to make this work and actually let our Next.js application start from our custom server, because right now it won't, because our dev command is just nextdev, and we want to start it from our own server, from our custom server. By the way, we can close out of all the others except the package.json for now, and this is where we're going to stay just for a minute here. Inside of the dev script, what we want to change to, instead of from the regular Next.js boot from our custom server, is, let's say, cross-env. It's a package that we're going to install. So let's go into our terminal and say yarn add cross-env. This lets us work with the same environment variables cross-platform. That's why it's cross. So for example, between Express and Next.js. So we don't need to handle any additional logic. We can just use the same env file in both. That's all it does. Very, very simple package. And we're going to say cross-env and then set an inline environment variable. That's going to be the payload_config_path. And this is going to be equal to source/ and then payload.config config.ts. Essentially, we're just setting this inline right here to let our CMS know where it can find the config that it needs. This file we're going to create together here in a second, and we're going to say nodemon at the very end. Nodemon is a very simple utility. We can check it out on npm that lets us reboot an Express server once any file changes are detected. So we don't have to do it manually all the time. It's a really nice utility, very straightforward, very simple, but nonetheless a super popular package, like 4 million downloads, and we can just use it by adding it at the very end of our command right here. Now, we added cross-env. Now we need to create the payload config. Okay, so make sure we have this as the dev command, and we also have cross-env as a dependency installed. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and create this source/payload.config.ts, a very simple file, payload.config.ts in our source folder, right here next to all the app and components and whatnot folders. And this is just going to be some very basic options we're going to give our CMS. Let's say export default build config in this file right here. We can import that from payload/config, and in here it goes an object with a server URL, and this is going to be our process.env that we just used, the next_public_server_URL, or if that environment variable is not set, we can just give it an empty string. That's fine, it won't work, but at least we will get a or no TypeScript error right here. As for the collections, let's pass an empty array. This is actually going to be our orders and products and users and product files and all that later on. Very, very important piece of this build. For now, we don't really need it. As the routes, we're going to say for the, and this takes an object, by the way, the routes. For the admin route, we're going to, kind of map it over to /cell. Because by default, what the CMS does is host our admin dashboard under /admin, but we want it under /cell, just a bit different. Okay, as for the admin property in here, we're gonna pass an object, but I already want to get rid of this very ugly squiggly line. So let's get to the parts we have to pass in here. That is gonna be, for example, the editor. And the editor, you can actually choose. There's two options. There's lexical and there's slate. Lexical right here is a text editor you can use, or the alternative, by the way, these are both for like rich text, and Slate.js is the alternative I'm more familiar with. I actually built some serious applications with Slate, so that's what we'll be using in this video. Both are good. If you want to go with the other option with lexical, that's totally fine and up to you. I'm gonna use Slate editor, and I just recommend you follow along. But of course you can also go with lexical. Now this Slate editor will come from a additional package because you can choose. So for payload, it doesn't really make sense to include both in your bundle if you're only gonna use one. So that's why it's a separate package we can install under yarn add and then add payload cms /rich text-slate. And while we are here, we can already install the bundler as well at payload cms /bundler- webpack. That's gonna bundle our backend for us. Perfect. And last thing, while we're already here, we can add the database adapter. Let's add payload cms /db-mongodb. For this video, we're gonna be using MongoDB. However, with payload 2.0, they just had a massive, integration with Postgres. So if you want to follow along using Postgres, that is totally cool as well. In fact, I usually go with Postgres for all my projects. The reason I think it's easier to go with MongoDB is, first off, because there was one little bug with Postgres that I believe should be fixed when this video is out, so that shouldn't be an issue. And then secondly, also what we do is at work is use a third-party tool called dbeaver to interact with our database. And I don't assume you have that additional program. You have to install it separately. And MongoDB just has a web interface, which makes everything a bit easier just for this video. Of course, you can always change it later. That's not a problem. It takes like 1 minute to do. It's very, very simple. So let's follow along with MongoDB. I encourage you to, but if you really want, of course, you can use Postgres now, change to it later, no problem whatsoever, if you're more familiar with that. Okay, as the DB, we're gonna pass the mongoose adapter. There we go. And this comes from the dependency we have just installed. Import, and then let's import the mongoose adapter from at payload cms /db mongodb. Just like this. Beautiful. This MongoDB adapter takes a URL, and this is going to be our database connection URL. And because this is a very secure, very sensitive piece of information, we're going to access it under process.env.mongodb_URL and protect it that way. And we can put an exclamation point to tell TypeScript, hey, this is a value that definitely exists. Well, currently it doesn't because it's not in our env, but we're going to add it here together in a second. Or database connection string, very, very important. You should always keep that secret and don't share it with anybody, because that's super sensitive piece of information. As for the Slate editor, let's say import and then the Slate editor as a named import, Slate editor, named import just meaning inside of this object syntax right here, from at payload cms /rich text -slate. Perfect. And as for the bundler, we can also just import that as a named import. Let's say webpack bundler. There we go, from at payload cms /bundler-webpack, and just get it from there. And we can tell our admin dashboard, we already created this admin property right here, to use that bundler. So let's say bundler webpack bundler. And by the way, this is only used for the admin dashboard. We are still going to profit from all the improvements in Nextjs 14. So this is just for the backend. So all the quick stuff that came with Nextjs 14 is definitely going to be there for us to enjoy. Perfect. While we're already here, we can pass some metadata. For example, as the title suffix, we're going to say -digital hippo. So later on, that's going to say like products digital hippo, or orders digital hippo, and whatnot. As the fav icon, we're going to say /favicon.ico.ico. And as the OG image, when you share a link to this application, we're going to use the /thumbnail.jpg. So if you share this application, it will look just as good as the actual application itself. Perfect. Okay, one thing we want to pass in here is the rate limit option. Payload does that for us out of the box. That's super cool. However, I found the default to be a bit too low for development. So we can increase the rate limit to a maximum of 2000. This is by default 500, and we can, just 4 times that. Later on in production, you can always adjust this, but for development, I found this to be a much better number than the default. And lastly, because this is fully type safe, let's switch the keyboard again, Jesus Christ. Let's say TypeScript. And for this TypeScript option, this takes an object and we can give it an output file where all our types will live. So the entire application is going to be completely type safe from front to back, because this is a TypeScript first CMS, which is really, really cool. We can just say path and import that from the path.resolve, just as we did before. You already know the drill. Then start at the current directory name, and then navigate over to the file where we want the types to be put. In our case, let's say payload-types.ts. So it will put all the types generated from our collections, like the users and products, right into this file, as you're going to see later. Awesome. Let's save that. And that was the second step of our development script, right? We have the cross env in place. We have the payload_config_path in place. And now the last thing that we want to do is get nodemon. And this is going to be a development dependency. Let's say yarn add -d for development dependency. Nodemon, because we won't need that in production. In production, the server will start once. Then there's, not going to be any file changes for nodemon to watch. So it's very uninteresting. And we can also give nodemon a very quick configuration that's going to make our life as a developer easier. And let's create a new file for that in the very root of our project called nodemon.json. And I know we're doing a lot of coding here on the left-hand side without anything happening really on the right-hand side, but something very big is about to happen on the right-hand side, as you're going to see, because the entire admin dashboard will come to life here in a second. Okay, before that, let's finish up the nodemon.json, very simple file. For example, let's pass it the files that we even want to watch. In our case, that's going to be an array of strings. For example, the server.ts. We also want to watch the source/collections/ and then star and then /star.ts. So in any subdirectory, we want anything ending in .ts. All the files we're going to watch. So that's called a glob pattern, actually. Just, for your information, not that it's super important. And the last thing we're going to watch is under source/tRPC/index.ts. So we're going to use tRPC. If you don't know what it is, you're going to be very impressed by this tool. And if you do know what it is, the type-safe client that makes APIs super enjoyable to write. We also want to watch file changes on that. Okay, let's say exec as the second thing that we're going to pass in here. And this is the command we want to execute nodemon to do whenever it detects file changes. For example, let's say ts-node-project, the project flag, and then tsconfig.server.json. So we're going to have a slightly different TypeScript config for our backend than for our Next.js frontend. And we're going to say source/server.ts--- Honestly, I don't know what this does. You can probably look it up, but it just makes stuff work, I guess. I can tell you what the rest does. I don't know what this is for. And it doesn't matter because we will literally never touch this file again. So if you get lost anywhere here, honestly, it's not very important. As for the extensions we want to run on, this is going to be JS and TS. And lastly, as the std_in, we're going to say false. Again, I honestly don't know what this does. I'm not going to pretend I do. I don't know what this does. You can probably Google it. Honestly, it absolutely does not matter because we're done with this file and we can just close out of it. That's our nodemon config done. Perfect. And the absolutely last thing we need to do for our admin dashboard to come to life is to add one more file to our root directory, and that's going to be the tsconfig.server.json. And this is just going to be some slight adjustments from our base tsconfig just for our backend. For example, let's copy all the values from the main tsconfig over by using the extends option right here. And this tsconfig for the server extends the ./tsconfig.json, the standard one that Next.js provides to us. As for the compiler options, we're going to pass a module of common.js. This is generally, expected for Express. As the outdir, we're going to use dist, which stands for distributables, a very common name. Sometimes you call it out, but most of the time it's called dist. Then the no emit is going to be false because we do want TypeScript to emit the files to create new files. And the JSX is going to be React. Okay, last thing in here is the include property, and we're going to include both the source/server.ts and also the source/payload.config.ts. And that's it. Let's save that and see what happens once we start up or dev or admin server. Hopefully everything will work. And let's say yarn dev. That's going to run our development script. It's going to say starting ts node, whatever. And let's just see what happens. Okay, missing MongoDB connection URL. That is expected. We don't have our database set up yet, but that also means that our server is running correctly because it got to that point, which is amazing news. So all we need to do now is to configure this MongoDB connection URL. So if you're following along in MongoDB, let's head over to mongodb.com. By the way, again, which I recommend. I think it's just easier, especially for beginners. If you know what you're doing and you enjoy Postgres more, that's totally cool. But I think for this video, I recommend following along with MongoDB because that's what I'll be using, and you can literally just copy exactly what I do. Okay, let's log into MongoDB. I'm going to use hello@joshtriedcoding.com. Okay, after the login, let's head over to database right here on the left-hand side. And if you don't have one yet, which you probably won't, let's hit build a database and get started. By the way, MongoDB doesn't require any credit card, which is really nice. And it's totally free to get started with the shared cluster, the M0 on the right-hand side right here. Let's select a region that is pretty close. For example, for me, that's going to be in Frankfurt. We don't really care about the name, and then let's hit create. That's going to create our database for us. we can create a username and password. I'm just going to make them very simple, ASD and ASD for the password as well, and hit create user. And this is important that you remember it, because that is how we connect to our database later. And now I cannot scroll down any more than this, because it literally shows your IP, and I'm not about to just leak my IP. So right below this, you're going to see my local environment right here. And then it's going to show a button saying something along the lines of add my current IP that you need to press. So you're able to connect from your current computer. That's very important. Press it, and that means you can just connect to your MongoDB database. Again, I can't show this, and then let's hit finish and close at the very bottom of the page. That's then gonna take us to this screen right here. Let's put this into a side-by-side, and we can simply go ahead into our database, view database deployments, and hit connect right here. And then under drivers, the Node.js version of the driver is gonna give us the connection string that we need to connect to our MongoDB instance right here. Okay, let's head into our .env file. Let's create a new one called MongoDB_URL is going to be equal to, and then paste in that very long connection string that you just got from MongoDB. It should look just like this with a username and password, and just put in the username and password you have just created. For me, that's ASD and ASD. Once we're done doing that, we should be able to connect to our MongoDB cluster successfully. So let's try it out. Let's run the dev command again. Let's close out of the terminal and let's run yarn dev, and let's see what happens. Ideally, it should say that it connected to MongoDB successfully if we did everything right in the setup. And we did. Perfect. That is exactly what we want to see. Connected to MongoDB server successfully, starting payload admin URL /cell. And we do get a type error, which is weird. We're going to look into that here in a second. However, the route should still work. So let's try it out. Let's go to localhost 3000/cell and see if our admin dashboard is there. And I hope it will be, and it's not. It seems like the type error might actually be a problem. And some debugging later, I think I know what the issue might be. So if we take a look at our payload.config.ts, right here, we're giving it the server URL where it should host its endpoints on. However, the next public server URL is actually not defined in our env file. And this is going to be very simple. Let's paste in the next public server URL right here. This is going to be localhost 3000, and let's prefix that with http://. So payload knows where to host this local instance of our app. We can just save that, the env file, and try that again. Let's say yarn dev, restart the development server, and hopefully you should see that payload is now hosted under the /cell, and we can access our admin dashboard there. Let's see what happens in the console. The type errors are still there. We're going to take a look at that. Don't worry, that shouldn't happen. But I also think it's not a like a crash reason. I think that's fine for now. Of course, we don't want that there, so we're going to fix it. But let's see if the admin dashboard actually works. And it doesn't seem like it. If we reload the page, you can see nothing happens yet. Interesting. Let me debug real quick. Aha, so the homepage works now. That is being served from our custom server. And now the cell route works as well. So the problem was actually, it wasn't anywhere in these config files. It was right here. It was literally the loggers. To be honest, I don't know why. They work in my production version. Maybe they changed something, but of course we can just leave it away for now. They are just for our information, and they're not super crucial. I think we might find a very nice workaround later on in the app. For now, let's just comment out these lines, and then we can actually use our admin dashboard. And I think I just voice cracked there. Anyways, I'm really excited for this. The admin dashboard does work, and we can try to use it. Let's use, please don't use my email. Please use your email. Just put any password and confirm that password and hit create. And that actually created our first user. Beautiful. This is our admin dashboard. We have our first user. It's us. We have an ID, an updated ad, a created ad. If we click this, we can see change password, force unlock, and the entire admin dashboard just works like that. That's beautiful. I know this was a lot of configuration setup, you know, with the server, with the config, with the Nextjs tools, But again, this is a super cool skill to have, and I genuinely mean it, to know how to self-host Next.js. It makes you independent from the Vercel serverless platform. You can use features now that you weren't able to use before, or rely on external services like WebSockets, for example. A very good skill to have. And the very nice side effect is that we have a fully featured working admin dashboard out of the box using Payload CMS. Beautiful. And this is the first step in managing our backend and creating the products, sending emails to the users, and also handling the authentication. I'm really, really excited for it. So, dude, great job following along. You're doing a really, really good job. And the next thing we're gonna do, the very important cornerstone of our application, is gonna be the authentication. So people can log in using their email and their password, and they are then gonna be registered hardwired as users in our application. So they can start listing products and uploading their files, start selling, and people can also start buying as users as well. So that will be the first step we're gonna take with the admin dashboard. Okay, now about the authentication, right? Let me give you an overview of how this is going to look like. To XColorDraw, there we go, or drawing tool. And then let's see how we're gonna do the authentication. It's one of the parts that I see beginners be very scared of, and it's understandable, right? Authentication is very important. If you do mistakes here, then yes, it could be like a security vulnerability in the long run that, could be exploited by users. So let's make sure we get this right. Here's gonna be the auth flow. So let's say we had a new user right here. Let's say U for user, and let's turn that into a, kind of like bluish color with a little stroke. So the user is coming into our app for the first time ever. What happens? First, we want them to sign up to our services. So there's going to be a sign. Actually, we can probably write that inside of here. Yep. Sign up page. There we go. We want them to be sent to the sign up page where they can create an account. That is going to be the first time flow when this user comes in. And let's give this a little underline. There we go. Okay. When the user has entered their credentials, like for example, their email, and also their password, PW for password, those are the two credentials we need from the user. What happens then? After they've entered that and clicked the big sign in button, we are going to send a verification email. We don't want anyone to be able to create an account with an email that they don't own. So to make sure that they own this email, we're going to send them one, and that is going to contain a link they can click to verify their account. So let's move that over here. Once they click this verification email right here, they are going to be taken to a page. Let's put it down here. And this is going to be the verifying page. So this is going to live under something like verify email. For example, it's going to be the URL for it. And this request right here from the verification email to this verify email page will actually contain something called a token. This token will be generated and it will be part of the URL. So for example, the request is going to be /verify email and then a question mark to append a query parameter containing the user token. For example, any token here. I'm just going to put that in angled brackets. In reality, it would look something like this, like some very abstract token that nobody really knows what it means, but we do. So the token is going to be equal to, let's say, any token value. And using this token right here that is passed from the email, we can then verify that the user actually owns the email that we sent this token to. And that's going to happen in the verify email right here. Way later, this verify email route is also going to handle the newsletter. So that is not even part of the auth, but imagine a user signs up to our newsletter just as a broad overview right now, so you get an idea what that looks like. Newsletter, they enter their email, then also a verification email will be sent to the user, and the same verify email flow happens right here, just with a slightly different URL with and action is going to be equal to newsletter. So we know that the token we are trying to validate here in the verify email actually comes from the newsletter, and it's not an account token because that already needs to exist. But that's just a broad overview. We're gonna get into the whole newsletter functionality later once we have set up the auth flow. So the user comes in, goes to our sign up page, enters email and password, then gets a verification email sent right to their email, not into the spam folder, by the way, into the real prime real estate main inbox, because the service we're going to use for that makes sure that will happen, and then they can verify their email. Once they did, the account is created. So let's put a little arrow down here, and we're actually going to create the user in our database and change their verified status. So let's say _verified is going to be equal to true. And implementing this entire flow yourself or with me right now step by step will give you a really good idea of how proper authentication works in real software, that people use in production. It sounds kind of complicated maybe to you, but it really isn't. It's pretty straightforward once you get the hang, and it's actually really cool to implement because auth is such an important part. And everything, our entire auth implementation, will start at a new page. So let's exit out of the server, the utils, the payload config, and minimize everything to clean up the workspace. And let's go into our app folder and let's create a new folder in here. This folder is going to be called in parentheses auth, and then closing parentheses. Now what this syntax does, the parentheses, is that this will actually be ignored from the Nextjs URL or the Nextjs routing, but instead we can just organize it for ourselves and put some folders in here. For example, everything auth related, like the sign-up folder that we are going to create right now, where a file lives that is going to be called page.tsx. Now, it's very important that you name this file page.tsx because that is a naming that is enforced by Nextjs. To create a new page, we need to create a folder with the URL name, so /signup, and then what needs to be in there is a page.tsx. You can't change the name on that. And this page.tsx, let's declare it. Const page is going to be equal to an arrow function and export default that page at the very bottom. Just like that. Perfect. Let's return something from this page. And at the top level, we are going to return a fragment from this page. So we don't get any DOM overhead, which means no unnecessary element. Inside of this fragment, let's open up a div tag and give it a class name of container, a relative, a flex, a padding top of 20, a flex-call, just like that, an items-center and a justify-center, and lastly on large devices a padding x of 0. Perfect. Let's open up this div, give it a bit more space so you can see the entire class name in case you missed anything, and then let's put another div in here with a class name of mxAuto, a flex, width of full, a flex-call, justify-center, space y of 6, and on small devices, we want to give this a fixed width, so a w dash, and then in these angled array kind of brackets that you're used to from JavaScript arrays, for a custom value, we can put 350 pixels. So a very exact value that we want it to be. Inside of here, let's create one more div with a class name of flex, flex-call for vertical alignment, an items-center, a space y of 2 to space out the elements vertically, and a text-center, so the text will be in the middle, Inside of here goes our icons. Let's import that custom component, .logo, so the little hippo SVG icon with a class name of height 20 and a width of 20. Okay, before we continue in this page, let's take a look at what we've already done right here. It's always nicer to see what we're building in real time. So because we created this folder called sign up, again, the auth doesn't have any meaning for the URL because it's in parentheses. It doesn't mean anything, it's just for our organization. We should be able to navigate to /sign-up, exactly what we named this folder, and the contents of the page.tsx will show up. And that is precisely it. It's the hippo icon. And below this, we can add the entire sign in or sign up form. Both are going to be very similar in the end with some very small feature, differences. Right below the icon, let's put an H1, a large heading with a class name of text 2XL and a font dash bold. Inside of this H1, we are gonna say create an account right here. Awesome, let's save that, see what happens. There it is, create an account, beautiful. However, what happens when people click on this page but already have an account? They want to sign in and not sign up. So therefore, let's include a Next.js link component with an href that leads to /sign in. Inside of this link component, let's say, already have an account and then question mark sign in, so we can offer them the option to just switch to the other page. And this link is gonna get a class name of or trusted button variants to make it look good. And let's give it a variant, just like that, of link and see what happens. Let's hit save, already have an account, sign in, beautiful. And let's quickly overwrite the text color though with a custom class name and say text-muted-foreground. And you know what? Actually, it looks pretty good without this. Let's leave it as that. The blue one, I really like it actually. Okay, I mean, I didn't prepare for that, but I like this more actually. It looks better. Okay, awesome. And below this sign in text, let's include an arrow right icon still in the link component. This is going to be self-closing, and let's give it a class name of height 4 and width of 4. You know, just a little, you know, arrow right there pointing to the right hand side. And also let's give this link a gap property so the arrow has a bit more space. So as the custom class name, let's give it a gap of 1.5, for example. So there's a bit of spacing between the sign in and the arrow. Perfect. After the closing div, after the link component, let's get started in creating our actual sign up form. And this is going to be a really cool part of the build. I really mean it, because you're not only going to learn how the full authentication flow works, how to securely log users in, sign them up and send verification emails, but also you're going to learn how to properly, and I mean properly, do forms in React, a very, very valuable skill that you're going to use in almost every project. So many projects have forms, and it's just a really good skill to have. Anyways, at the top level div, let's apply a class name of grid and a gap of 6. Inside of this div, let's create a form element with no action. We don't want that. With an on submit that we're going to define in a second. We can just leave it as some curly braces for now. We're going to do that here in a minute. And inside of the form, let's create one more div with a class name of grid and a gap of 2. And inside of here, one more div with a class name of grid, gap-1 and a py-2, a padding on the y-axis of 2. Awesome. Now inside of this div, we're going to create two things, an input and a label for that input that lets users know what it is. And our UI library, ui.shadcn.com, actually provides a beautiful input out of the box and also the label that goes with it. For example, I mean, it's not going to be the checkbox right here, but the label is going to be the same. So let's install these components because they're going to look really, really nice. And by the way, we're getting a little error here because we still need to mark this as a client-side page because we need client-side interactivity in it. And you know the drill by now, we do that by adding this use client directive at the very top of the file. Awesome. Let's hit save on that. Of course, we still get a syntax error, but anyways, let's install npx shadcn-ui at latest. And then let's install the input, hit enter. That's going to install the input component. I don't even think it has any other dependencies. As far as I know, it's just pure HTML and Tailwind, or JSX and Tailwind. Unknown command input, let's say add input, I believe it was, or was it install? I think it was add. Let's see if that works. There we go. We've got the input. And now also add the label because they go really, really well together. And that's done too. Beautiful. That means we can already get started in using this in our component. Let's start with the label component right here that we get from the just installed component/label. And this is going to be the HTML for the email input that we're going to create here in a second. And this is going to say email inside of the label. Now, right below the label, let's open up the input that we got also from the installation just now. This is going to be self-closing as inputs always are, and get a class name, there we go, of. And we are going to apply a conditional class name. So let's do this in curly braces with our cn helper function. Inside of here, let's pass an object, and we're going to apply the class name of focus-visible, and we're going to apply, if this pseudo selector is true, a ring red of 500. Now, we only want to apply this to highlight the input in red if we have an error in the input. We haven't implemented that just yet, so let's leave it as true just for a second so we can continue and don't get any syntax error. And then we're going to tweak that once we actually implemented the form logic behind this. As the placeholder in this input, placeholder, we can simply say you@example.com, for example, because this is the email field. And we are gonna leave it at that just for now. Let's copy down the div containing both the label and the input, so the grid gap 1 padding y2 1. Copy that down using Shift, Alt, and arrow down, and that is gonna be our password field. So instead of the email, let's put password for the HTML4 and also password inside of the label. And the placeholder, can be anything. Let's just put password, for example, right in here. And let's get rid of the on submit actually just for a second so we can get rid of the syntax error and actually see what we are building right here on the page. So let's start back up the development server, close out of the console, and then the development server is going to show up right here on the right hand side. So let's see what we're building. Let's refresh the page, and we should be able to see right here an email field and right here the password field right below it, both contained in a form. And let's restart this and see what this looks like. And there we have it. We've got the email field, we've got the password field, and right now, of course, we're mocking the error state, so it's going to be red. That's what the conditional class name is for. If there is a problem in the field, for example, your email is invalid, that's how we make a beautiful error state for the input field. Perfect. And now all that's left is a big ass button that lets users actually log in, So with one closing div and then the closing form, let's begin above that and simply use our trusted UI button right here. That's going to say sign up. There we go. Save that and see what happens. Our button should show up right here on the right hand side. There it is, a big ass sign up button that users can click after they enter their email and their password. Very, very nice. And now we need to get to the actual form logic. You can enter anything here, click the button, literally nothing happens other than the standard behavior of the form getting submitted. And that's not really what we want. So, Josh, how do we properly handle forms in React? Because honestly, that is an art in itself. And the answer is there are some libraries that make it really, really easy to do proper form handling. So let's quickly navigate into our CMD and say yarn add, and then there's a couple of things that we want to add. For example, the first one is React-hook-form. If you're not familiar with it, we're going to learn it together step by step. Don't worry. Let's add a package called add-hook-form/resolvers. That's going to make it very easy to validate the fields. For example, to see later if the email is correct or the password is at least 8 characters and whatnot. Whatever we specify, that package is going to make it very easy. We want to install Zod as a schema validation library. It's going to do pretty much the same thing. You're going to see what that looks like. Let's install Zoner. This is a toast notification library. It has nothing to do with the form actually, but if there is something wrong with the form, we can display like a little notification. A toast message is what it's called at the very top of the screen, for example, to let the user know that they have been logged in successfully or that something didn't work. That's what that is useful for. And let's hit enter on that. So that's going to install a couple of dependencies. And did I forget anything? What happened? Your project contains log files generated by tools other than Yarn. So there is probably an npm package log right here. Yep, there is. I don't know why actually. Probably still from the Nextjs initialization. We can also get rid of the yarn arrow.log. And let's try this again. Let's run yarn. So everything resolves. Perfect. And let's try yarn add these dependencies now. And hopefully, nope, And turns out I did a little typo. It's not at hookform/resolver, but it's resolvers in the plural. And then let's hit enter. And hopefully that's going to install all the dependencies just perfect. It looks like it. Very nice. Let's let that install for a second. And then we can restart back up the development server, close out of our console because we won't need it anymore. And let's get started in learning how to properly handle forms. So the first thing is we're going to destructure some things. Let's go in our page and say const empty object for destructuring is going to be equal to use form. Now, the auto imports don't seem to be working again. So let's quickly reload the window and see if we can now import the use form, because ideally this should come from our React hook form. Let's see if that loads now. If not, we have to manually import it and it still doesn't work. Okay, whatever. Let's go ahead into the imports and say import use form from React hook form. There we go. A very useful hook, as you're going to learn right now. So what does this use form allow us to do? Essentially, we can destructure three things from it. For example, the register function. And you know how usually in React you have to say, for example, for a controlled input, you have to give it a value and then also a onChange handler that sets that value as state. Well, this is abstracted away from us for simplicity by React hook form with this register function. Let's also destructure the handle submit and lastly the form state. And the only thing in the form state that we care about is the errors. So we can later display them and, for example, make the inputs red based, or where was it right here, based on if there is an error or not. So we're going to destructure the register, handle submit, and the form state from the use form. And inside of this use form, this actually takes an object and we can pass it the resolver. Now the resolver is a custom schema validation resolver that we can pass, for example, our Zod resolver, the schema validation library that we are about to use. This Zod resolver, let's say import Zod resolver, comes from at hookform/resolvers/Zod, just like that. And this obviously expects a schema validation, it expects a schema that we can use for validation. Now, what the hell is a schema? Let me show you. Let me demonstrate what a schema is. Let's quickly import Z from Zod. If you don't know what this is, don't worry. I'm going to show you right now. So for example, a schema, let's say const and then auth credentials validator is going to be equal to a z.object. Now a z.object is pretty similar to a regular JavaScript object in that we can simply give it properties and those are then going to be object properties. For example, for the authentication that we are creating right now, we expect an email field. This email field is going to be a z.string, so it can't be a number, it can't be an object or an array, it has to be a string. And this string can be a .email. This is simply a utility that Zod provides to us that checks if there's like an @ sign in the email and a .com or whatever, just so the format matches an email. That's just a little utility helper. And we can also define the password. What should that be like? For example, the password should also be a z.string, and we can enforce all the logic that we want. Of course, these need to be comma separated. What do I mean by the logic? For example, this has to be at minimum 8 characters. And if it's not, then we're going to display an error message. For example, the message is going to be password must be at least 8 characters long. And this message will get displayed beautifully later in our form right below the input that is wrong actually. So it will be in red letters right below the password. That is the beauty of Zod, our schema validation library. So if we put the auth credentials validator into the Zod resolver now, you're gonna notice that all the errors are all of a sudden gone. It just works when we pass it right here. And we can also, that's a beauty of Zod as well, get the actual TypeScript type directly from this. For example, the type, let's call it T type, auth credentials validator, there we go, is going to be equal to z dot and then infer. We can simply infer the TypeScript type from this schema. We can pass it the type of auth credentials validator from above, And that's a valid TypeScript type that we can now use inside of our use form. We can simply pass it in as a generic, just like this in these angled brackets. And what that means is that this register function is now fully type safe. And so is the handling of the form. For example, what does that mean? I know that sounds a bit abstract. In this input right here, what we can now do is go ahead and say in angled or in these curly braces register. So we're spreading in the return value of the register function. And in strings, we now get type safety, email or password. Where do these come from? Right here, the email and password that we defined in the credentials validator. So the email field, of course, should be registered as the email. And just like this, we get the state. For example, we don't need an on change, we don't need a value. This is what is handled from the register. And the input for the password, very similarly, we can say ... register and register this input as the password field. Now, if that's not beautiful, I don't know what is. And the cool thing is now we get access to the error values. For example, instead of always making these red, let's say the errors dot and then email. If there should be something wrong with the email that we know is wrong when it doesn't match what we defined up here, or something wrong with the password, if it's, for example, only 6 characters and the user hits sign up, then something is going to be wrong as we defined. Then the field will turn red. For example, here, the errors.password. Then we want this field to turn red. And that is really, really cool. And as for the form on submit that we can now successfully do, let's say on submit, just like that, we can pass it the handle submit from React hook form, and then any other function that handles this submit. For now, let's just call it on submit, a function that we are going to create that handles the submission action of this form containing the email and the password. Let's say const on submit is gonna be equal to an arrow function. And we already know the type of the data that we're gonna receive in here. And that is gonna be, let's say, empty object. And this is gonna be of type tauth credentials validator right here, because React hook form through the handle submit makes sure that the data passed into our custom on submit actually matches our schema. For example, we can now destructure the email and the password right away because we know the type and work with it in or on submit. That is insanely, that is an insane developer experience. It just works like that. And that is beautiful. Now, one good practice I encourage you to follow along with is not declaring the validator right here in our page, but actually in a separate file, though, so that we can reuse it later on the back end. Because on the server side, we can use the exact same thing right here, the exact same schema to make sure server side that the incoming data is actually legit. And we want to handle the user request. And to do that, let's go into our lib folder, create a new folder called validators. And inside of this folder, let's create a file called, for example, account credentials validator.ts and paste our contents right in here. Of course, we still need to get the import right, and we need to export both the actual schema from Zod and the type. So we can then import these in our page and later on the server. So with one logic right here in this file, we can handle both the client-side validation and then the server-side validation later when it gets to the server-side sign up part, when it gets to that logic. And the only thing left to do for us now, right here in the on submit, is to actually send this data to the server to actually handle the sign up logic. See if there is an account with this email. If there is, well, then, they should be redirected to the sign in instead of sign up, because they obviously already have an account. And if there is an account, then we are going to send them the verification email. So this entire flow right here, we just did this part, the sign up page with email and password. This is done. And now we move to the server side. So this is client. And all this right here will happen on the server. So we can make sure it's secure. Whereas the client, you can never trust client input. They could basically send any data to your API. We did this part. Now we're going to move on to this part, the verification email that happens on the server. Now we could just get started right away and handle all this in Express. But there is one library called tRPC, tRPC.io, that you might know, you might not know it. Well, now what does it do? As a very brief summary, it allows us to maintain type safety through front-end and back-end, through both, which is insane, right? When we change some data on the back-end, we get TypeScript errors on the front-end if we, change the data where it would break our front-end, and the other way around. It's an insanely useful tool. And now the only kind of bad thing I personally find about it is the setup. The setup will take like 5 to 10 minutes. It's, not the best part. I'm gonna be real with you, but you're gonna see that the outcome is completely worth it. I literally use tRPC for every single project that I possibly can, and I couldn't imagine working without it. It's so useful and I genuinely mean it. So let's get the setup behind us. Let's say yarn add, then add tRPC/client, add tRPC/next, so we can easily use it with Nextjs, add tRPC/react-query, and add tRPC/server. It's going to handle the server side. And one more thing, that's going to be add tanstack/react-query, and hit enter on all of those. I know that's a lot of dependencies. As I said, the installation is not the most fun part, but then actually writing the APIs is going to be nothing short of incredible, because it is a very, very nice tool. It has like 30,000 stars, which is pretty crazy to think about, but it is that good, honestly. Okay, anyways, let's stop, talking about how good it is and actually explore it for ourselves. The first thing we're gonna do is navigate into our components folder and create a new file called providers.tsx. And this needs to be a client component. Use client at the very top of the file, very important, because it will define a lot of client-side behavior. Let's say const providers is going to be equal to an arrow function, and we can export that as the default, export default providers at the very bottom of the file, just like that. Okay, this providers function is going to be it's going to allow us to use tRPC throughout the entire front-end part. And to achieve that, let's say const, and then in angled brackets query client, is going to be equal to use state. So that's why we turned this into a client-side component. And this use state takes a callback function that just returns a new query client. So we are instantiating a new class, and the auto imports don't seem to be working because it should suggest us to import this right here from tanstack react query. And it won't. So let's import it ourselves. Let's say import and then uppercase Q query client from at tanstack/react-query and instantiate that class right here in this useState callback. Okay, that's going to allow us to use React Query, and tRPC, the API tool, is just a very thin wrapper around React Query. So let's say const same syntax tRPC client is going to be equal to use state. This again will take a callback function right here and return something called tRPC.createClient, and not tRPC client, but simply tRPC. Now, Josh, where the hell does this tRPC come from? It literally doesn't exist in our app. And don't worry, I know it doesn't, so let's go ahead and create it and return back to this component here in just a second. So let's go back into our source directory, and in here create a new folder called tRPC. This is going to contain everything related to this library, for example, our initialization of this tRPC client right here. Let's create a new file in here called client.ts, because that's all it is, or tRPC client. And literally the only thing we're going to do in this file is export const tRPC is going to be equal to a create tRPC React. There's a specific integration with React, and we need to import this. Now the auto imports again don't seem to work. I don't know, man, might be having a bad day, who knows. Let's import create tRPC React ourselves then from, and this comes from at tRPC/react-query. So the React query integration, which after all, again, it's just a very thin type safe wrapper around. This takes an empty object. We don't need to pass it anything custom. And it also takes a generic. Now the generic goes into these angled brackets, and this generic will contain the entirety of our backend. And if you think that sounds crazy, maybe it does, but really it's not. Let me show you what that means. So in our tRPC folder, let's create a new file called index.ts. And essentially this is our backend. It might not seem like it right now, but you're gonna see for yourself what this means. Let's export a const called app router from here. And this is gonna be equal to a router. And this router is nothing more than a utility that lets us define custom type-safe API endpoints. And now, I know we're opening up a lot of files, unfinished files at the moment. That's fine. It's all gonna resolve very, very quickly. And let's open up one more file that is not resolved yet. And let's call it tRPC.ts. And this tRPC will serve the purpose of giving us this router that lets us define all these API endpoints or entire backend, so to say. And in here, we're going to say const t for tRPC. You can call this anything, but let's just call it t. It's going to be equal to init tRPC, something we can import from tRPC/server dot context. And we can invoke this and call the dot create right on here. And now for the router, that is nothing else than, let's say, export const router is going to be equal to t.router. Wow, surprise, surprise. And by the way, let's not invoke that. It's just the t.router. Just like that, we can save this file. And while we're here, let's also create a public procedure. Let's say export const public procedure. Now, what does that mean? Essentially, it just means that anyone will be able to call this API endpoint. It's a public endpoint. There's also private endpoints. We're going to get to that later for protected access for products that you bought, for example. Not everybody should be able to do that, but the public procedure is for endpoints that everybody should be able to call. And this is a t.procedure. Now, let's insert a, just a little space here. And now we can actually import this router right here in our index.ts. This takes an object and we could leave it as it is. And now we can actually define any API route just like this. For example, this is going to be a public procedure dot query. And the only thing, by the way, this is just an example. We're going to remove this later again, just so you see what this does. Let's return a string in here saying hello. And this is actually an API endpoint we just created. This is our server in a fully type-safe way. So let's revisit the client, for example. Remember the generic we want to pass into the create tRPC React. Where does this come from? And the answer is right here. It's the type of the app router or entire backend. So we can simply export the type app router. And this is just going to be the type of app router. No black magic, no super special tRPC stuff, just a very simple type of that we can now pass in to this helper. So let's say app router right in here, and we need to import this type. And for some reason that doesn't work. So let's say import type app router from and then / index, or I think we don't even have to put that, just from / for example. And just like that, the front end now knows the type of the backend. No actual data is transferred, just the type of the app router, which will get removed at build time anyways, by the way. So this is just for us during development. And this is how we achieve a full stack type safety between front and backend. Beautiful. Let's revisit these providers, because now we can call this tRPC, or we can import it and actually make this whole thing accessible on our front end. This takes an object, a configuration object, that we can pass, for example, the links property. This takes an array, and in here we're going to say HTTP batch link. What that's going to do is let us batch requests together for maximum performance later. This also takes a configuration object and no colon there, just like this. This gets a URL, and this is going to be, let's put a template string so we can interpolate a value, or process.env.next_public_server_URL, and then /API/tRPC. So this is the URL where this backend that we just created right here will be called later. So for example, we can call the any API route on this URL right here later. Let's also pass it a fetch function right here that gets a URL and some options. And the only thing we're going to change about this is, let's say right here, we're going to return the exact same thing. So a fetch of the same, a fetch of the same URL with all the same options, so we can spread them in, the options right here. The only thing we want to change about this is that we want to change the credentials to include, just like this. So this works properly through Express and through Next.js, both at the end. So for example, all the cookies will be passed as well. Beautiful. And we're almost done with this providers component. The only thing left to do right now is return the actual providers, like the literal context providers. Let's return, for example, the tRPC.provider. And this takes in a client, and this is simply going to be our tRPC client, and also a query client, which is going to be our query client we defined above for both. Inside of here, let's put a query client provider, and this comes from TanStack React Query. This has literally nothing to do with tRPC. The only thing this allows us to do is to use TanStack React Query completely independently of tRPC if we wanted to, because that might happen. In the client, this takes, let's put the query client as well. It's the same thing. So again, tRPC right here, just a very thin type-safe wrapper around React Query that we could also use as a standalone library, the latter. And inside of here, let's put the children. So we're just going to render out everything else in the DOM, just provide the context to it. Of course, these children, we need to accept them right here in the providers. Let's say children, destructure them right away. And there's a really cool React type we can use for the props, that is props with children. That's literally a regular interface just already with the children defined. If you wanted to do this yourself, essentially what this does, it's the children of type React Node. It's the exact same thing, just a more concise way of doing that. And just like that, all the important work of setting up tRPC is already done. We can now go ahead and go into our main layout.tsx and simply provide these functionalities on the front end to all our components. And we make them accessible by simply wrapping our entire main content right here in these providers. So let's say providers right here, nothing we need to pass as props, it just works. Let's wrap the entire app right here inside of these providers. And that way we make tRPC and React Query accessible to all components that live right here under these providers. For example, these would not have access because they're not wrapped in the providers, but this div and all the navbar content and everything that's inside of those will have access to tRPC. Okay, a little cut there because for me it's the next day actually. So I just noticed we have an error, but let's get started. Anyways, it's like 8 AM, so excuse my voice sounds a bit raspy because I woke up like half an hour ago, but I have my coffee here and I'm ready to get all started in this project with you. Okay, so first up about this error that we've received right here. I don't think we've seen that in the last session at all, and it's really weird that we get it, but there is a very clear reason as to why. So take a look at the package.json, and it's because of the version of React Query, because about 1 or 2 weeks ago, they released the 5.0 version, which is actually not compatible with the most recent release of tRPC for Nextjs, the little, utility we use to use tRPC with Next. And to get around that, we can simply install a different version. So let's jump into our command line and say yarn add, and then add tanstack/query. And I think it's react-query right here. And let's check the version of the repository. And this is 4.36.1. This is the one we're going to install because, again, the newest version of tRPC and Next are not compatible with this 5.0. There are experimental versions of tRPC Next you can use. That works. I tried it. I don't think it makes sense for this project. There were errors and it was not worth the effort when the old one works really, really well. So let's go ahead and install the 4.36.1, just like in the repository that I'm going to provide to you right here on the right hand side, the digital hippo. And what did I do wrong? Because we need to say at 4.36.1. Let's let that install. Let's get install this very specific version of React Query. And maybe in the future, I will even do a little adjustment on a separate branch on this repo. I'm not sure about this, but when they support this in like a month, 2-3 months from now, I don't know when, but officially anyways, then we might do a little update to this repo. But the changes are not big, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with using the 4 version, because after all, I mean, we're also using the absolutely newest Nextjs 14 version, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with going 1 version down for React Query, because the changes are very, very little. I did the entire integration for 5.0, and it was not a huge difference. Anyways, let's start back up the development server and go into our localhost and then see if the error is gone, which it should be. So let's restart this page. We can close out of the entire console. Let's restart it and see what happens. So now we shouldn't get any error. Perfect, and there is no error. So that's the perfect basis to now set up tRPC in our server.ts, because there's 1 or 2 lines of code we need to add in here. So essentially, when we get a request in our server, because we're self-hosting, we will get it here, we can simply forward that to tRPC in Nextjs to handle it appropriately. And there's a very convenient, very easy middleware we can simply use for that. So for example, let's say app.use here in our server.ts, and in here let's say /API/tRPC. When we get a request to this endpoint, we want to forward it to tRPC in Nextjs, and the way we do that is by calling something that is called tRPC express right here. And this comes as an import. Let's import that at the very top. Import star as tRPC express from, and this comes from at tRPC/server/adapters, adapters, and then /express, just like this. So we have an express adapter. There's a bunch of other adapters for, other frameworks you want to use, as we are with Express. And on this tRPC Express, there's only one thing we can call, and that is the create express middleware, which takes a configuration object. Inside of here, we can pass the router, which is nothing else than our app router from ./tRPC. And it also takes something called create context. Now this create context is going to be important because it allows us to simply take something from Express, like the request and response, for example, that we get in Express, and then attach them to something called the context to be able to use them also in Nextjs. Like imagine we get them here and then we also forward them along with the request to our API endpoint. And the way we can do that is pretty simple. We can simply define a function where we define this create context right here in Express. So at the very top of the file, below the port, let's say const create context, and this is going to be equal to a, an arrow function that we are going to destructure something from, and this is going to return an object immediately. By the way, just the fact that this is valid syntax in JavaScript is kind of weird. Anyways, what we can do inside of this create context is destructure the request and response. And we also need to tell TypeScript what type this is, and this is going to be a tRPC express dot create express context options type that we can simply call on that tRPC express. Inside of the destructuring, we got the request and response, and we now simply want to return the request and response as they are without any changes right here from the context. And that means we are essentially making them available in our Nextjs API endpoint wherever we handle these API calls from tRPC. And that's all the work we have to do on the backend. Our site works again after saving this page. The error is gone. And the last thing we need to do is, we are never actually receiving this request anywhere. We are now forwarding it to Nextjs. So we get it on the server. Let's quickly jump into our drawing tool right here, Xcaladraw, because as I mentioned, I want you to understand why we're doing what we're doing and why it works. So this was the authentication flow. Now let's quickly take a look at the request flow. So whenever a request comes in to our server, right, what happens? First off, it goes to the Express server. This handles everything like the rendering, the requests, and whatnot. And when we say right here in our server.ts that we want to forward a request from or whichever request goes to this endpoint in our server, we want to forward it and handle it using this middleware right here. What essentially we are doing is taking this request right here and then sending it over to a certain API endpoint that lives in Nextjs land right here. So this is Nextjs, where we can now handle this request using tRPC, for example. And the way we do this is we need to listen inside of Nextjs to this call that is forwarded. And we do that inside of a route handler. So let's say route handler, and this is nothing more than an API endpoint inside of Nextjs that kind of listens to this request coming from Express. So that allows us to then handle it accordingly, however we want, and that's all the logic there pretty much is to it. So let's quickly do that because it's really easy. So let's move that into a side-by-side, go back into our app. And the way we do this is using a endpoint. So we need to kind of match this pattern right here under /API/tRPC. And then whatever that's going to be some dynamic tRPC methods passed in there automatically, we don't need to worry about it. So this is going to live in our app folder. Let's create a new folder in here called API. Inside of this API folder that we just created, again, we need to match this pattern right here. So it's going to be tRPC next. So let's create a folder called tRPC. Inside of this tRPC folder, one last folder, and that has some angled brackets. And this says tRPC as well in the angled brackets. Now these angled brackets, we put the tRPC in. Why did we do that? Because this is now a dynamic route because of this syntax. Otherwise it wouldn't be. Now what does that mean, a dynamic route? Essentially, if we had something like /API right here, API/tRPC, both are hard coded, and then /anything. Right? There's no way to statically know what this anything will be at runtime. So whenever users are making requests. And therefore, if we turn this into a dynamic route, we always get access to whatever comes after /tRPC/ whatever. We get access to this whatever right here under the tRPC. Well, we can now access it in the page, essentially by turning this into a dynamic route. So because there's no way to know what that's going to be statically, we can turn this into a dynamic route with a page.tsx inside of it. So we now get access to whatever comes next. And as I mentioned earlier, this is going to be something tRPC internal. We don't need to worry about it. That is essentially how tRPC handles its remote procedure calls to make the lookup on the backend for the method that we are passing, or that's automatically passed in here. We don't even need to worry about that. Inside of this tRPC page.tsx, or no, this should be a route.ts and not a page.tsx. Very important. We need to name this route.ts. This name is enforced by Nextjs, so we're actually able to handle API requests. So it has to be named route.ts. Inside of here, we need to now handle this tRPC request. And essentially, we can just let tRPC handle it. So let's say const handler inside of here is going to be a function that receives the Nextjs request. This is going to be of type request. Request. There we go. This is a standard web request inside of the arrow function that we are receiving right here. So there's nothing we need to import in terms of TypeScript types. It's already built in. And then we can simply now handle this request. For example, using the fetch request handler that tRPC provides to us automatically. So we can simply go ahead and import the fetch request handler from, and then add tRPC/server/adapters. And let's close out of this so we have a bit more space, /fetch. So whatever the request is, we can simply pass it on to this fetch request handler to do all the heavy lifting for us. And that's really cool. Inside of here, this takes an endpoint. And this endpoint is of course gonna be our /API/tRPC endpoint where this lives. The request, we can simply pass it right in here for it to know what it should do. Then let's pass in the router that should handle this request, and that is our app router. Essentially, as I mentioned earlier, this is literally our backend. And then lastly, this takes a create context, and this can simply be an empty arrow function just like this. And now we can export at the very bottom, export, because right now this wouldn't do anything if we didn't export it. Nextjs would not know how to handle this request, even if it got to this file. So we need to export the handler as get. So now it handles get requests, but we also wanted to handle post requests. So we can say handler as post as well. So now both for post and for get requests to this specific API endpoint right here, this file is now going to handle them, and this function right here does all the heavy lifting for us. So we don't need to worry about it. And that's already it. Well, already, you know, as I mentioned, the setup is by far my least favorite part, of course, but I think we got it done. And now it's time to try out if everything works correctly. So let's head over to our sign up page. Let's close out of all of this for now and try if this works. So let's go over to our auth and then sign up page.tsx, and let's see if this works. So for example, the procedure we want in here is a sign up procedure, where essentially we want to create a user once they enter their credentials and they are valid. The way we can do that is by saying const, and we can initialize an empty object to worry about the destructuring later, and say tRPC, let's import that. And if we now say dot, we can see all the API routes that are available to us. In our case, that's going to be the mocked any API route that we already created, and we can simply use the use query on that, all in a completely type-safe way. And if we now destructure the data from here, we should see that this is either a string or undefined, because if we control click on this any API route, because right here we are returning a string. If this was a number, and this is the beauty of tRPC, understand this, if we return a number here and then hover over the data again, in real time we get type updates of number or undefined. If you're wondering why undefined, well, because this is a client-side fetch, so when the page loads it will be undefined for a very short time while the tRPC call loads the data and fetches it from the back end, and then it's going to be populated with our actual data, which is going to be the number. That is huge. At work, we use something very similar that we developed ourselves. However, it uses code gen. With this tRPC, there is no code gen needed at all. So now for the most fun part, let's log out the data and see if we actually get the data on the front end. So let's head over to our sign up page /sign-up and see what happens. Let's open up the console right here, and our server crashed or what? Oh no, it restarted because we changed the file. Okay, that's totally cool. Let's by the way, we can get rid of all the unused imports like Zod, for example, by pressing Shift Alt and O. That's gonna get rid of all of the unused imports. Very, very handy. And then let's let our server restart and then try out. Oops, did I switch to the English keyboard again? I did. And then let's try out if the oops, I didn't mean that. Try out if the tRPC works. So let's close out of this, go into the console, and beautiful, we can see the hello right here in the console. So now we know that the tRPC request works successfully, and we can actually get started with all the authentication logic, which is going to be a really, really cool part of this build. So first off, we can get rid of the any API route. We don't need that. And instead, we are going to create a completely new router, and this is going to be a auth router. So if I say that this is our backend, that's true, but it does not mean that we literally need to put all the API logic inside of this file. That's not true. So what we can do is something like this. For all auth procedures, we want to use an auth router. And the auth router is literally the exact same thing as an app router. So we can just do the same thing. For example, instead of tRPC, we can create a new file right here. Let's create a new file called auth-router.ts. And this is like a separate API endpoint, you can imagine, that handles all the authentication logic. Let's export a const auth router. Let me show you how this works. And this is nothing else than the same router we get from ./tRPC. Just like the app router, there's nothing special about the app router. It's the same thing as the auth router. Now, on this auth router, we need to create a user for our sign up page to work. So let's call it create payload user, because it will essentially do just that. It will create a user inside of our CMS, and that's all it does. This is gonna be something called a public procedure, which just means that literally anyone can call this API endpoint and they don't need to be logged in to do so. Later on, we're also going to define a private procedure where only logged in users can call it. But of course, the sign up endpoint should be public because you won't have an account when you call it. Forcing a sign up or a sign in state there doesn't make any sense. Now we expect an input on this endpoint. And what do we need? Well, we need the email and the password. And we get those from our auth credentials validator that we have written, which just means that the email and password will be passed along from the form right here we created on the front end now to our back end. And this is the shape of the input that we expect here. If we don't get this input in the API endpoint, it's going to throw an error. And as for the actual business logic, that's going to be handled in the mutation inside of a callback function, just like this right here. So what are we going to do in here? First off, we need access to the email and the password that the user sent along. And we can do that by destructuring the input from our mutation. So let's say const empty object is equal to input, just like this. And now we can destructure the email and the password because we know we will get them by using this auth credentials validator in our input right here. Awesome. Now we need access to our CMS to be able to create a user. So let's say const payload is equal to await get payload client right here. And we also need to mark this mutation as asynchronous right here in front of the callback function to be able to use await inside of it. Okay. Now, first thing we want to do is check if a user is already there. So let's say check if user already exists, because if they do, they can't be signed up again. We don't want to create an account for somebody that already exists. So the const and then docs that we are going to destructure, which is short for documents, is going to be equal to await payload dot. And why are we not getting type safety here? We definitely should. Okay, payload is any. Why is that? Oh, because we didn't set the promise. So the get payload client, currently TypeScript doesn't really know what it will return, but we can tell TypeScript what it will return by using a, type annotation right here. So after the arrow function, a colon, and then we can simply say promise, and this is gonna promise a payload instance, and the type we get from payload. Just like this. So now we're saying, hey, when this is done running, when we await this operation, then we're going to get a payload client back. And that allows us to get full type safety wherever we use it, like in our auth router, for example. Now to get data, because now we want to find a user if they already exist, we can simply use the find method in payload. That takes an object. And as the collection, we want to find somebody from the users collection. Now we haven't created that. We're going to do that in a second. And now where do we want to find the user? Because this is literally just going to give us all users in our entire application. We can apply a where filter, and this is an object, and we want to say where the email of the user and then another object. Now we have a bunch of methods we can call. For example, is like, in, greater than, equal, whatever. We just care about where it's exactly equal to the email that is passed into our API endpoint. So essentially what we're saying is give me the user where the email matches the email that is coming from the input right here, that is sent along from this field right here. And we can give these docs a custom name. For example, let's call them users to be a bit more specific in our code. And now let's do some logic checking. For example, if the users.length is not equal to 0, that means this operation actually found a user, which it shouldn't because we're trying to sign up a new user. In that case, let's throw a new tRPC error. It's a very nice utility we get from tRPC that makes error handling a lot easier. This takes an object, and as for the code, we can simply say conflict because there is already a user with these exact credentials. Let's save that and go on with our actual operation. If this did not trigger, then that means there is no user with the current email. And this user is actually totally cool to create. Now to create a new user, we can say await payload.create. Very intuitive. And in here, we can simply add the user to the collection of users. Now a collection is nothing more than like a database table. The name is a bit different, but imagine it like a database table, like the users table that we now want to add something to, that we want to create a new row in. Essentially, that's all it does. And as for the data that we need to create a user, well, there's nothing really here. There's some default values that payload gives us because the user's table or collection is always there. It is automatically generated for us, but that doesn't mean that it's really good. So we want a custom users table, a custom users collection. And the way we can do that is very straightforward. Let's go into our source folder, and then let's create a new folder in here called collections, which is essentially gonna be a database schema in that sense. In here, let's create a new file and call it users.ts, just like that. Now, what is a collection? I know I kind of explained it earlier, but let's write one together. I think you will really get the hang of it. So essentially, let's say const users, and just for TypeScript, so that is happy and gives us actually IntelliSense, so we know what we can type in, is gonna be of type collection config that we get from not at payload, just payload/types. And this is going to be equal to an object. Now, if we hit Control Space, we can see there's a lot of stuff that we can pass in here if we want to, but we don't have to. A lot of this is optional. For example, the stuff that we have to pass is a slug, very important. So let's say as the slug, this is usually just the same as the collection name in lowercase. So in our case, that's going to be simply users. And then we can pass this some fields. Now these fields are an array, and each field is basically like one entry in a database row. So what does that mean? For example, let's create an object in here, and this always takes, some properties again, but first off we want to pass the name. And the name of this field is gonna be the role. So in our app we have two kinds of users. Let's quickly jump into our drawing tool, types of users. Okay, so what do we have? First off, we have admins. This is gonna be you. You are gonna be verifying the product files, for example. You're gonna be paying out your sellers on your platform after, the month is over, after the return policy is over, whatever, you prefer. There's gonna be admins, that's gonna be you. And there's also going to be regular users. Now these users can be either sellers or buyers, so the dashboard is very flexible in how we display the data. For example, a user can be a seller. That means they have products listed on your app and maybe even sold a few of them. And then there's also going to be buyers, just like this, buyers, and both are going to be of type user. So these right here are going to be the main types we are going to be working with in our dashboard. And then this is just more for us and what is going to be displayed in the dashboard later. For example, buyers will be able to see all their orders in the dashboard, and sellers will be able to see all their products in the dashboard and their orders and whatnot. So there's going to be some adjustments on the dashboard as to what kind of user is currently logged in. That's really, really cool. And it's not hard to do either. And let me show you why it's not hard to do. So let's scroll out a bit so we have a quick overview right here, types of users. And let's get started in defining this role field right here. The type is gonna be a select, just like this. And because this is a select, we now also need to pass some options to this. The options are an array of objects. And as the first object, we could say, for example, the label is gonna be admin. And then the value is going to be in lowercase admin as well. So this is what the user will read in the dashboard. And this is the underlying value we assign to that label. That doesn't have to be readable. So we're going to put it in lowercase. The user is not going to see this. This is for us internally. And the second option is going to be, as you can probably guess, we have admins and users. So the second option is going to be a user. And the value is going to be, of course, the same again, user in lowercase, just like this. Now, if we saved this users collection, we still wouldn't be able to see it in the admin dashboard just yet. Let's try it out. Let's go to localhost 3000/cell over to our admin dashboard. Let's log in, and in here we can see the users table right here. But if we click on a user and we see ourselves right here, well, there's the email field where we can change the password and force an unlock if we try to, log in too many times and got restricted. But there is no select field that we just added. And the way we can actually make this show up in the admin dashboard is very simple. Now we have to find the collection. So we can go to our payload.config.ts right here. And do you remember the empty collections array from before? Well, we can simply insert it right here into that collections array. And if VS Code loaded, then we could actually get the auto imports working, which we don't. Oh, but we also forget forgot to export this collection users. So let's add an export statement right here and try to import it in our payload config. And there it is. We now have it shown up and can import it inside of the config. Now that's automatically gonna trigger a restart on our server because we changed a file. Let's quickly open up the command line and let's manually restart the server because apparently it didn't trigger a... We probably don't have this payload config in our node-mon config, so it won't watch this file. That's fine. And okay, now we get a error that collection slug is already in use users. And that is a problem we can easily get around by just telling the admin right here what collection it should use as the users collection. That's a special collection because it is the default. It is already added by payload. And the way we can get around this is by saying user is going to be users right here. So essentially we're telling our CMS, hey, check this collection right here for everything auth related. And that's all we need to do. We can restart our server saying yarn dev. And it seems like actually it did trigger an automatic reload right here. I don't know. Okay, and now we get a type error that is cannot find name auth router. So what happened here is our backend tried to compile in its entirety. And of course, we still haven't imported the auth router inside of our main index.ts in TypeScript. So let's save that and try this again. And then hopefully the error will be gone. Let's even open up another console and restart this. So this is going to start our server back up. And now we are getting add lib validators, account credentials validator, whatever is not valid. And where are we using this? Probably in the auth router right here. So one thing I've noticed is that this backend is not good at taking relative imports. I think you can get around it by kind of configuring Webpack. So where you do that is right here in the Webpack bundler. You can configure this, and there's probably a pretty easy way to do this, but I just found it easier to change the absolute imports to some relative imports by just adding a ... So actually, getting the actual path to the credentials validator, and we can just, get around that way. And that's probably the same for the get payload. So let's turn this into a relative import as well. And then we should be good on the server. So for some reason that hung up, let's say yarn dev inside of a new terminal. Let's restart this and see if it works now that we have the, relative imports instead of the absolute ones like before. And it does. So now it starts. Beautiful. And now we should be able to see, because we added these users right here in our collections, we should now actually see them show up this field right here inside of our admin dashboard. So let's restart our admin dashboard and see what happens. Let's give it a bit more space, loading. And then once it's done loading, we should be able to see that we can now choose between admins and users. And why is this loading so long? Not found the request. What? Okay, that's very weird. We get the error of the requested resource was not found. I think this is something very minor and I messed up somewhere. So give me 1 second. I'm going to debug and then I'm going to be right back with the solution. Okay, and it was actually a pretty simple fix. So what we did wrong is, let's check out the payload config. We have our users collection added right here. And what we forgot is that, the users collection is special. As I mentioned earlier, it's the authentication collection. Essentially, this is where all the authentication logic will happen because, that's our users with email and password and whatever. So one thing we need to change is setting the auth to true in the users collection. By default it is, but we forgot to add that. And for now we can also add some access policies. That is something our CMS provides to us, which later on will be super useful in ensuring that only the right people can see the right data in their admin dashboard. There's 4 things we can pass in here mainly, and that's the CRUD stuff. So create, read, update, delete, whatever. For now, we can add, for example, a read of true. So a function that returns always true, which just means that anyone is able to read all the users just for now. We will change that later, of course, to be secure. And then for now, we can also add, for example, a create, and this is also for now always going to return true, so anyone can create a user. And by the way, one thing I realized while debugging, which is unrelated, is that in our get payload we are returning the cache.client a. You might not have made that typo. I made that typo, and that is why the loggers in the server.ts were not working. And I just realized that while debugging, and just by changing that typo at the end, this works again. So let's save all of this. And one thing I've also noticed while debugging is that we are using a process.env.next public server URL right here in our payload config. However, we are never actually using .env to be able to successfully resolve this next public server URL from our env file. So let's go into our payload config and say .env. We can import that from import.env from .env, just like that, and then say .config, and as the path we can pass into this config, we're simply going to say path.resolve, and then the current directory name, the __ name, which is a standard node thing. We don't need to import that or anything. And then we're going to navigate up one directory, so .. and then into the .env file, just like that. We can hit save. Let's restart our server and let's see what happens. Let's head over to localhost 3000/cell, and there we are. It works. We can hit into the users collection. Let's click on a user. And now we are able to see that there is a role with an admin and a user. Beautiful. Okay, so we got unstuck from that. Amazing. We can now see the fields that we add to our users collection. Of course, later on, a normal user shouldn't be able to see this field with admin and user. And there's actually a really cool utility we can use for that. So let's navigate into the users collection again. And this is where we can define who can see these fields and who can't. For example, this role field, we only want users with an admin role to be able to see this, right? So for example, what we can do right here in the role right here, we can say add, in a new line, admin, there we go. And this is gonna allow us to define some admin dashboard stuff. For example, the condition, which just means should this be shown in the admin dashboard or not. And for us, we can, for example, return false from here, which is totally gonna hide this field from our admin dashboard altogether. So the values are there in our database. We can use them anywhere in our app to determine if the user is an admin or a regular user. However, that won't be visible in the admin dashboard. We could also, for example, make this visible only to admin users, where we can destructure the request from this function right here. That's why it's a function, by the way. And then, for example, return rec.user.role is equal to admin. Now only admin users will be able to see this field. However, we don't really care. Let's just return false. That's gonna hide it altogether from the admin dashboard, and that's totally fine for us. Let's reload the page, and there we go. The field is completely gone. However, we don't really have an admin user as of now. If we take a look into our database, refresh this, we can see there is no admin user. Right here, there is no admin field on the one user that we currently have. So let's quickly reset our database. And when we create our first user, then we will actually get the option to choose if this should be a regular user or an admin. And one thing that's very important that we need to do on this role field is to require it. So we can set the required value to true. So this field has to be defined always. You're either a user or you're an admin. And by default, we can set the default value. You should be a user and not an admin unless we explicitly say so, right? When we create a new user, we don't want to tell or, backend, hey, make this guy a user, because if we forget that, then all of a sudden they're an admin maybe. No, if we just create one, by default, they should always be a regular user. So let's restart our admin dashboard and create our first user together. Of course, that's going to be us. That's going to be an admin user, so we can have access to all the admin stuff that we're going to add later, like, for example, verifying other people's products. Let's create our first user, confirm password, there we go. And if we now head into the users collection, oh, and by the way, we probably just for now want to remove the false condition so we can, actually see this field. So let's remove that. That's probably, automatically going to restart our server. And then we should be able to set that field right here in the create first user that we're always navigated to, by the way, when there is no user in the database. So we always have to have at least one user. That's going to be, you probably as an admin, unless we define otherwise. So let's restart this. There we go. We can now choose the admin or the user role. Of course, for us, that's going to be admin. So we can see all the fields that we hide for regular users. Beautiful. Now we can see the users collection, the role is admin. And if we click on this user, that's our email because, that's us. Perfect, that works. Okay, let's get back to our whole sign up authentication step. And because this CMS is TypeScript first, there's something really cool we can add to our package.json to make our life a lot easier and to actually get the types for the users, for example. And this script, let's call it generate the colon types, just like this. And what it's gonna do is generate all the TypeScript types based on our config, based on the collections that we have. So for example, for the users, that would be the role field that should be added to the users. And there's a code gen we can use for that. And we are going to write the command right here. This is going to be cross-env, again, to share environment variables cross-platform or cross environment, I guess you could say. And as the environment payload underscore config underscore path, just like we passed in the dev script right here, this is going to be equal to source slash payload.config.ts. And for the actual utility, we're simply going to say payload and then generate colon types. So payload is going to know what to do. It's going to handle the heavy lifting for us. We can save this package.json and try out our generate types script, which is going to put all the TypeScript types where we defined in the payload config, which is right here in the output file. So inside of a payload-types.ts, you can name this whatever you want. CMS types, just types, doesn't really matter. Let's run our yarn generate TypeScript and see what happens. Let's let this run, starting payload, compiling TS types, and done in 5 seconds. Perfect, let's check it. Let's go to payload-types.ts, there we go, and go to our users right here. We can see all the properties that a user has. For example, the role that we just added in the select field, which is either admin or user, an ID, email, password, right here, and so on. Perfect. The important things for us are the email and the password, because that is very important for our sign up flow. Because if you remember, if we go back to the auth router, and by the way, we can close out of so many of these files, let's just hit close others. So this is the only one we have open. Perfect. If we go back in here, as you remember, we wanted to create a new user, and now we can with the username and the password. So let's open up the data and we can see there's some stuff we need to pass now, like the email, the password, and the role, because we required this field to be set, either admin or user, and by default, it's gonna be user as we set it. So we can simply pass in the email that we destructured from the input right up here. Same with the password. We can simply pass it in, and then as the role, we're gonna say user, just like it is for default. And then finally, we can return from this tRPC API, return a success value of true. So on the front end, we know, hey, this worked. And we also want, if we go back in and let's put this into a side-by-side, just like this. If you remember what we wanted to do on the sign up, we want the sign up page, the form to be submitted to our API, and then send a verification email right here. And because this operation was successful at this point and we created the user, this operation right here, the creation, will in a second at least automatically trigger the sign in email to be sent, this verification email to be sent to the user. So when we get to this point of the return, we already know that the email was sent. So we can simply return a send to email and set it to the email that was passed into this API route as the email. Now, this email functionality we're going to do here in a second. Let's first verify that the entire auth flow works to this point. So let's save the auth router, go back to our auth page, and start the development server. Let's say yarn dev. And one thing we need to do with the credentials that we get in the onSubmit is, of course, pass them to our API route with tRPC, which we're not doing currently. We can get rid of this mocked call up here. Let's say const empty object to worry about the destructuring later is going to be equal to tRPC dot. And then because we have defined the auth operation on our index router, we now get the dot auth and can call the dot create payload user dot use mutation, which is nothing more than a method, this use mutation, to kind of make post requests, anything that changes data, deletions, modifications, whatever. As long as it's not a read operation for a use query, we can use the use mutation just like this. We can call we can get destructure the mutate function from here, and also the is loading state, so we can display some beautiful loading states here later. The last thing that is to do now is to remove this mocked thing, send data to the server, and actually call the mutate with the email and the password that we get sent to in the onSubmit right here, submit them to our API, and let the backend handle the logic right here. Perfect. Let's go into a side-by-side. I don't know why it keeps exiting the side-by-side. Go to our main local host and then /sign up, just like that. Let's leave the console open in case anything errors, and we can type in an email. Let's not make it our original email, but let's make it, for example, another email that I have and anything as the password. And by the way, I just noticed that this is clear text. We probably don't want that. So let's go down to our password input right here, and as the type, let's say password, just like that. And that's going to turn the password into, you know, these kind of obfuscated blobs instead of having it as clear text, just like that. And then let's maximize, let's not minimize, let's maximize the page and see what happens in the network tab. So let's head over to network right here. Let's click sign up. We send over the API request for backend to handle, and we can see a success true and a send to email of the email that we just entered in the sign up. Now what that means is that the sign up was successful and we should be able to see a new user in our database. So let's take a look. Let's click browse collections here in MongoDB, or if you're following along in Postgres, check your table there. And we should be able to see, perfect, that it has created a new user in our database. With the email, the password was automatically done and sorted and hashed, so we don't need to worry about anything security related there. It all just works out of the box because that's what the CMS does for us. Beautiful, that just works. Okay, now the verification email, right? Super important. We don't want anyone to be able to create an account with pretty much any email. Right now, I could use your email to sign up to this service, to Digital Hippo, and that's not what it should be like. Of course, we want to make sure that the user owns their email. And to be able to send emails that don't go to spam, let's go to resend.com. This is not sponsored. This is a tool I like for my personal projects because it makes, you know, sending emails very easy. It has a pretty good free tier, and the emails don't land in spam, but they land in the actual inbox. So it's a really nice tool with a great integration to our CMS. You could do this any way you want. You could have a custom SMTP if you want. I did that in the past. That also works. But I think for this video, unless you're super into all that network stuff and sending emails and whatever, it's going to be much easier to follow along with Resend. Awesome. After logging in, you're going to land in the dashboard, and let's head over to API keys because that's all we need. Let's click create a new API key. And by the way, in case you missed it, the domain is resend.com. I suggest you follow along using it. Again, you don't have to. I think it's just a lot easier. As the API key name, let's enter, you know, Digital Hippo, let's leave it at that, Digital Hippo. Permission, full access, that's fine. Domains, all domains, that's fine as well. And then let's hit add. That's going to give us an API key. We can copy it. So let's right away, because we only ever see this once, go into our .env file. And by the way, I changed the secret for debugging earlier. Doesn't matter. It didn't change anything. So whatever your payload secret is, it doesn't matter, as long as it's anything. It should be kind of secure. Anyways, let's declare our resend_API_key right in this env file and paste in our API key. Hit save. And what this allows us to do, basically, we are done with resend. We don't need to do anything else in their dashboard, whatever. We can purely use this programmatically in our code. And to do that, let's navigate over into our get payload. This is the payload creation, right, where we create the CMS instance, and we can go ahead in this file and directly pass in the email transporter. And we are going to do that using a package yarn add called Node Mailer. Super popular Node email package. If we check it out on npm, let's search Node Mailer and quickly give it a bit more space. Right here, Node Mailer. You can set this up with any SMTP you want. For client projects, for my freelancing, like a year ago, I always use custom, like my own SMTP. Now we're going to use Resend. It has 3 million downloads a week. It's a very popular package for sending emails in Node.js. So we can add that package, Node Mailer, and then import Node Mailer from Node Mailer and not form. It should be from Node Mailer, just like this. And also, it doesn't bring its own types, so we need to install these types separately. So let's quickly stop the development server again, yarn add -d for a development dependency, add types /node mailer, and also add that. And that's just going to make TypeScript happy. It's a pretty old package. It's a definition types right here. It brings its own types, but not by default. You have to install them separately. Let's start back up our development server, close out of this, and now configuring the email with the entire verification step, as here on the right-hand side, is super straightforward. Okay, first off, what we need to do is define our transport. So the const transporter, this is what's going to send our emails, is going to be equal to node_mailer.create transport right here. This takes an object, and we need to pass this, for example, a host. This is going to be smtp.resend.com, assuming you're following along with resend, which I recommend. If you're familiar with all this stuff, this would be your custom host. A secure value of true, a port, there we go, of 465. This is a standard port for email that is secure. And for the auth, we need to pass a user and a password in here. Now, this would be your custom stuff if you followed along with your own method, or in the case of resend, the user is going to be resend, and the pass is going to be process.env.resend_API_key. So what we just declared in the env file with our API key. Right here, that is our transporter, and just like that, that's what we can use to send emails, for example, also the verification email when a user signs up to our service. And now to actually configure that, let's go down into the payload.init step and pass in the email right away. It just takes an email that is an object, and inside of this email right here, we can pass the transport, which is our transporter. The from address would be anything you want, basically. For example, for me, that would be hello@joshtriedcoding.com. Please don't do that because you can't. You have to verify your own domain if you want to use this, and you can't verify my domain. If you don't have a custom domain or a custom email that you can send from, you can always use onboarding at resend. I believe it's resend.dev, right? Resend or resend.com. Resend.com. Use this email right here unless you want to, do your own domain stuff. This is always available. Use this, and then the from name can be anything. For example, digital hippo. Okay. Now, of course, if you actually deploy this later, you probably don't want this to be onboarding at resend.com, but your own domain. For now, this is totally cool and allows you to just get started with sending emails. Awesome, and that's already all we need to do. Now let's go into our users collection and simply enable this feature for the verification emails, because auth can not only be true, but also an object, where we can set, for example, the verify property right here. And we could also set this to true, that would work, or we can set this to an object again and specify the generate email HTML, because we can completely send custom emails right here. This is a function that takes a token, and this token we will use to verify the email later. And now we need to actually return the email. For example, let's return a string that is a p tag saying, hello, please verify, just for now to make sure that the emails are working. Let's save that, and now we should be able to delete the user in our database, sign up as them again, and now receive an email this time. For example, let's get rid of this user right here. Oh, why did that not work? Let's give it a bit more space, click delete right here, and then the user will be gone. Awesome. Now let's try this. Is the development server started? Yes, it is. Let's go to our sign up page. Let's refresh just in case, and then try signing up as the same user again. And this time we should get an email that literally has the content of hello, please verify. Okay, let's paste in the email again, enter anything 123 as the password, hit sign up, and that should send the email. And let's see in the input box if we receive that email. I've got it open here at my right hand side, my email client, and we will see what happens. Oh, you know what? Because we changed the backend, we might have to restart our server altogether. Let's say yarn dev, restart our server because we made some changes in the backend, which I don't think we are watching in NodeMon, so it probably didn't restart automatically. And now to reflect those changes, let's restart the server and try this again. We can close out of that. Oh, and I just noticed it puts the email and password in our URL bar. That's not something we want. We're going to fix that here in a second. However, let's first make sure that the email stuff is all working. So let's give this a bit more space. Open up the network tab to see if our request is successful. And by the way, we can already check our database if the last request went through, by the way, to check if that user is in our database, and they are not. Okay. Let's head in here, enter our email, enter anything, 123 is the password, hit sign up. And we do not see the network request, which means the sign up route has some kind of form action that we don't really want. Let's get that fixed. Oh, never mind. We don't even need to fix that. It was probably just a bug. I just literally opened this window again, tried it again, and now it's sent through the network request. That's weird, but it worked. So the form action is gone, because what should happen and what is actually happening now is that the handle submit that we use from React hook form is taking care of the preventing default of the form submission action by itself. So we don't even need to do that ourselves. We can just expect the values to be passed into the onSubmit from the handle submit, and don't get our stuff put into the URL bar and actually have the onSubmit stuff execute, which now it does. Weird that it didn't, but try restarting the server and it should work just perfect. Okay, so it sent the request. What that also means is that we should get an email. So let's check here on my right-hand side if I got one. Okay, so currently it seems like we don't get the email. However, one possible fix might be to change the onboarding at resend.com to a .dev and then restart our development server, and let's see if that works, because I might have messed it up and it was actually .dev. Let's close out of this panel, give our page a lot more space because that's what's going to be important now. And also in our database, we are able to see that this user was created and the verification token we need to use to verify this user. However, for now, let's delete them again so we can try the sign up flow once more. Let's reload our page and enter in the same credentials and then see if the network request is made and then if the email actually arrives in the inbox. So let's say admin, and then as the password, let's say anything 123. Let's hit sign up and see what happens. So the network request is actually sent. We get the send to email. And now let's see if we receive that email in our inbox. Aha, and I found out why this doesn't seem to work. So technically it works, but when you look at the resend dashboard, which unfortunately I can't pull up for you, you have to do this yourself, and because it will show like my personal email. But if you look at the resend dashboard under logs, it will show why this doesn't necessarily work. Maybe it even worked for you, assuming that what you put in here is your personal email that you signed up with for resend. Because as long as you use their onboarding email right here, you can only send an email to the account that you signed up with on resend, so to yourself, and that is for them to make sure that you don't abuse their email to send emails to anyone. So if you want to send emails to anyone else, like for example, all your customers, it might make sense to register your own domain on resend, or for now, just for mocking purposes, it's also totally fine to follow along with only your own email that you also use on resend. Everything will work just fine. So if I use my email right here that I use on resend too, then it will send us the email. I'm going to use my hello@joshtritecoding.com. That's going to allow us to send emails to anyone for now, but you can also worry about this like way later when you go to deploy this application and actually get your first users and customers and whatever, then insert and verify your own domain on resend. And for now, just use the same one as you use on resend. Okay, let's restart our server. Let's close out of this, way too much stuff going on, and let's restart this yarn dev. And now let's try if we get the email right here. Awesome, and this actually worked. I'm gonna go into the snipping tool because I don't want to show you my entire email, but let me make a snip of this and then move it over so we see the digital hippo email right here, and then it says verify your email, hello, please verify. Perfect, so that works. However, currently it looks like absolute hot garbage. So if I just open this up and then do a little snip of that once again, we can see what the email looks like. And it looks like this, hello, please verify. And if that is not the most unserious email you've ever received, I don't know what is. So we don't need to save that, but let's improve the email. Let's make it look genuinely like a professional email that users should receive. Or actually, you know what, let's do that later. I think let's get the functionality working first and then worry about all the design stuff to make it look amazing. For now, let's not worry about it too much. So let's just get the functionality in here. And so essentially the email that we want is a tag, for example, so the user can click on it. And let's give it a little href right here. Let's close out of this and also close the a tag. By the way, later we're not gonna write literal HTML in here. That is horrible developer experience. We're gonna make it properly, look good, work good, and all that good stuff. For now, to get the functionality working, the link, let's construct it. So the href should lead to, and I think this has to go in quotes right here, the href should go to process.env.next_public_server URL, so wherever our server is hosted, /verify-email, and then the token, we can simply attach that as a query parameter. Token is going to be equal to the token that we receive right here in the arrow function. And that's it. For example, we can say verify account inside of this A tag. So when we click it, we're going to get taken to this domain right here, which is going to handle our email verification. However, the verify email page is something that doesn't exist yet. So let's go ahead and create it. This lives in our app folder, and then let's create a new folder called verify, oops, and I switched to the English keyboard again, and then verify-email, like that. And let's move this into our auth folder because it is authentication related, so it should live right in here. And inside of this verify email, we need to create a page.tsx. You know the drill by now. So if we now take a look at where we are in the authentication flow, it's right here. The verify, oh, Jesus Christ, the verify email right here where we have a token. And now we're getting sent, geez, go away, man. And now we're getting sent to the verify email page right here where we need to set the verify to true. By the way, we don't even need to do that. That is done for us. We just need to verify the token right here in the /verify email route, which is precisely where we are right now. So the const verify email page right here, an arrow function that we need to export as the default at the very bottom, the verify email page, just like this. Okay, let's return something from here, and that's gonna be a div, not a divide. Get rid of that, a div. There we go. Let's give this a class name, and let's give the entire window more space. There we go. And pop this up on the right side so we know where we are. And the class name is gonna be container, just like that, relative flex, a padding top of 20, a flex dash col, an items dash center, a justify dash center, and large, a padding x of 0. And then let's open up this div. Let's give this a bit more space in case you missed anything in the class name, pretty long. And inside of here, let's open up one more div with a class name of mxAuto, flex, a width of full, a flex dash col, a justify dash center, a space y of 6, and on small devices we want to give this an explicit width of 350 pixels. There we go. We can do that in these angled brackets. That's the Tailwind syntax for it. Okay, let's open up this div and let's move this into a side-by-side again, just so we have the overview of what we want to do on the right-hand side here. And then inside of this div right here, let's do a conditional check. And basically what we want to do is get the token and then render the page content based on the token. The token being whatever we pass right here as the token value, so what we just wrote inside of the anchor tag. Now, how do we receive that token on the page if the link looks like this? Well, we can simply get the search params in this page from Nextjs. We can destructure the search params. These are props that are automatically passed to our page, and let's call this the page props. So the page props are not automatic. We need to declare them. The interface page props, let's do that right above the component. And the search params that we receive in this page are going to be of type object. And then inside of here, we have in these angle brackets a key that will be a string. And the value of this key will be of type string or string array or undefined if it's not passed at all. So the key in our case would be token, this one right here, token. And then the value, any token value would be either string, string array, or undefined, standard, query param types. Okay. Now, the const token that we need access to in the email verification, which is going to be like the, random thing that is generated by our CMS, this is going to be the search params.token because we pass it as the token, right? Where was it? Right here. We pass it as the token. That's what we call this query parameter. So we need to receive it right here as the .token in our verify email page. And now we can do a conditional check. If we have a token and the type, not percent, and the type of token is going to be a string. In that case, we're going to render out some JSX, else we're going to render out null. And what are we going to render out? Well, a div with a class name of grid and a gap of 6, and then a client-side component. This is server-side. We're going to render out a client-side component in here that's going to handle the verification of the token. However, if we do not have a token, well, in that case, let's quickly replace the null, that was just a placeholder, and let's replace it with a nice looking empty state, meaning or indicating to the user that we have sent their email. You know, they should be alerted to, hey, check your email, you received a link. That is going to happen inside of a div with a class name of, and let's put this back in focus right here, with a class name of flex, a height of full, a flex-call, an items-center, a justify-center, and a space y of 1. Let's open up this div we just created. Inside of here, one more div with a class name of relative, margin bottom of 4, a height of 60, a width of 60, and a text-muted-foreground. Perfect. Inside of this div, we're going to render out an image that we get from next/image, and that's going to be a really cool image with the source being, as a string, the hippo-send-email.png. This image is going to receive a fill property. There we go. And as the alt tag, we're just going to say, hippo email send image, for example. Okay, great. Now this image, do we have that in our project? Let's check the public folder for the hippo send email.png, and we don't have it. So it should be right here in the public folder. And to get that image, head over to the GitHub repository, or you probably already downloaded all the images from the public directory. And this is gonna be the hippo send email or email send. Oops, I messed that up. It's going to be hippo-email-send. So the other way around, not send email, but email send right here. If you click on this image, download it, drag it into your public folder. This is the image we're going to use to indicate that, hey, you received an email, and it looks really, really cool. So download this image, drag it over. I'm going to do the same thing, drag it over right into here, into our project. Perfect. That's what we're going to use on our page. As I mentioned in the very beginning of the video, I want this to be a complete, really nice looking project that you have in the end, to not only learn how to architect software, not only learn how to write good code, but also make it look good while we're at it. Okay, so you're completely free to use this image for whatever you want. You have all the rights to it, and it will look really good on our page. Let me show you that, how it will look. So let's finish up the page and see. The H3 we're gonna create right under the closing div for the image right here is gonna get a class name of font-semi-bold, and a text of 2XL. Inside of the H3, let's say check your email. Perfect. Right under here, let's do a conditional check, whether we have the email of the user or not. So essentially, first off, we need access to the email that the user used to perform this action, and this email we can simply pass as a query parameter as well. So the const email, or let's call it to email because it was sent to this email, is going to be search params.to, for example, right here. And now after receiving this to email, we can do a conditional check right here below the H3. So if we have this email, if we have a to email, then we're going to render out a p tag, a p tag with a class name of text muted foreground and a text center. Inside of the p tag, we're going to say we, and then an and a pos colon. What this does, essentially, it's the same thing as like the regular colon, but in an HTML safe way that we can use without getting any errors from HTML. We've sent a verification link to, and then we can simply insert a span element right here, paste in the to email, or not really paste in, but dynamically insert it into the span, and also give the span a class name of font-semi-bold to make it stick out a bit more. Great. After this span element, we can simply put a period, because that's the end, and then as the alternative case, if we do not have an email, and I switched keyboards again, holy, we can simply put a colon, and we're also going to render out a p tag in the other case. However, that p tag is not going to be specific on the email that we sent this link to because we don't have the email. So in that case, when we don't know which email we sent it to, we can say we, and then again, we've sent a verification email or verification link rather to your email, period. Perfect. So if we don't have an email, we're not going to specify it. If we do, we are. And this p tag is going to get the same class name of text muted foreground and also the text center. So it will look the same. Awesome. Let's save all of this and head over to our verify email page to, just kind of take a look what we just did. And is our server stopped or why doesn't this work? Let's restart it. And now it works. However, we get an error, failed to parse hippo sent email. And that is probably because we forgot the trading or the leading slash to make this, from our public folder. All right, there we are. Check your email. We've sent a verification link to your email. If that's not beautiful, I don't know what is. That looks really, really nice. And if we now mock an email, for example, the to is going to be equal to my email at gmail.com or whatever in the query parameters, we've sent a link to my email at gmail.com. Very, very nice. Okay, cool. You might wonder, Josh, that's all nice and good. It looks good, but we are never actually verifying the email. How and when does this happen? And the answer is that's going to happen right damn now, because we're going to insert a custom component right in here that's going to say, or let's call it verify email, just like that. This is going to be a client-side component where we can actually make sure, hey, is this email valid or is it not? So this verify email component, let's go ahead and create it. This is going to live in our components folder right here. Let's create a new file and call it verifyemail.tsx. There we go. Perfect. Inside of here, let's declare the verify email as always as an arrow function and export that as the default verify email. There we go. And this will be a client component. So at the very top, you know the drill by now. We're going to insert the use client directive to make it interactive. Now, the logic that this component will handle, this is going to happen on the back end. So we can already go ahead and start destructuring from tRPC.auth because we know this will be an authentication method. And we haven't created the API endpoint to handle this just yet. So let's navigate over to our auth router and get started to create this API endpoint that lets us validate a user's email. Now, we can do this anywhere in here. For example, let's do it below the create user. The verify email API endpoint is going to be a public procedure because anyone should be able to call it. And as the input, we are expecting a z.object. Now, inside of this object, we need the token that is going to be passed to this page. And this is going to be of type z.string, just like that. Awesome. As the actual business logic, we do that by chaining a mutation, which takes a callback function. However, of course, I need to switch the keyboards again. I don't know why I keep messing up the keyboards. Anyways, inside of this mutation right here, by the way, first off, we need to import z from Zod so we can actually, parse the input correctly and don't get an error. And now for the actual business logic that we need in here. So first off, we can destructure the token from the input because we know that this will be passed into this API route. The input we can simply destructure right here from the mutation because we added it right up here. That is the reason why we can destructure it right here. If this wasn't there, the input right here would be empty because, of course, there is nothing we get access to. Now, as for the logic, it's very simple. First off, we need access to the CMS client that lets us verify the email. So let's say const payload, let's call it payload, is going to be equal to await get payload client, the utility that we wrote that gets us access to our CMS. And of course, we need to mark this mutation as asynchronous to be able to do that. Now, let's say const is verified is going to be equal to await payload dot, and then there's a really, useful method on here that is verify email, which lets us, define our auth collection. So whatever collection we are trying to verify a person on, which is of course our user collection, which handles everything that is auth related. And as for the token we can pass in here, this is simply the token we get from the input. And this error we get right here is really cool. Type user is not assignable to type users, or CMS payload knows what is a valid collection and what is not. So we get full type safety across the front and back end, not only through tRPC, but also through our CMS. So we know exactly what we can pass as the collections and what we cannot pass. Now, if this verification operation fails, if not is verified, in that case, we're going to throw a new tRPC error, which is the recommended way by tRPC to handle errors. And as the code, we're going to use unauthorized. This user is not authorized, and otherwise everything was successful. We can simply return a success of true back to the front end, so we know everything is okay, the email was verified. The logic actually is going to happen in here. So because we added the email verification, if we take a look at our users, we can see that added a underscore verified. Well, at least it should have. Let's reload our database, and maybe it didn't sync yet because, well, let's take a look in here. There it is. We have our users in here, and we can see there's an underscore verified. This defines if the user has verified their email or not. And if this operation, right here is successful, that verified field will automatically be changed by our CMS to be true. So we can actually know that this user actually owns the email that they claim to use in the sign up form. Beautiful. And after defining this API route, what this allows us to do is to call it from the front end in our verify email component. Now, we can simply call the verify email. Beautiful. With tRPC, we get full type safety, and we can use the use. And actually, I just noticed we did this as a mutation, but we don't even need this to be a mutation. We can change this to be a query because we're not changing any data. We are simply reading data. So a query in our case is totally fine to read if the success value is true or not. So let's go back, and we can simply use the use query right here. As the options, this takes the token. Now, where do we get the token from? And the answers, we have it in the parent, we have the token right here. So we can simply pass it in as a property, as a prop inside our verify email component. So we can destructure the token right away in our component. And for example, let's name this, the verify email props. Let's go right above the component and define those props in an interface. And this is called verify email props, just like this. And now we need to tell TypeScript what the token type will be. And of course, this will be a string that we get from the URL. And just like that, we can correctly make a request to our tRPC endpoint and also get the data, the isLoading state, and the isError state all from our query by destructuring it. Now, if we have an error, we want to display a user-friendly state. And where is our app? There is our app. Okay, let's pull that up on the right side to see what we are changing right here on the left-hand side. So if we have an error, if is error, that just means that something went wrong with the token verification. Maybe it's invalid, maybe it has expired. We don't really care. We're going to show an error message either way. And this is going to be a div with a class name of flex, a flex-call, an items-center, and a gap of 2. Now, inside of this div, we can render out something like an X circle, for example, from Lucid React, an icon that indicates to the user, hey, something went wrong. Let's give it a class name of height 8, a width of 8, and a text red of something like 600 to make it look good. Right below, we're going to have an H3 saying there was a problem. And this H3 is going to get a class name of font-semi-bold and a text of XL. Now, right below this H3, let's create a p tag with a class name of text-muted-foreground, or regular text color, and a text of small. In here, let's say this token is not valid or might be expired. Period. Oops. Please try again. There we go. Now, to get a feel of what this error will look like, let's actually change from the isError to if true. So we always render this just for a second. And by the way, we also need to import this component in our page for the verifying and pass it the token as the prop. So as for the token, let's pass in the token. And that works because we made sure it exists and is of type string right beforehand. Perfect. Let's start back up our development server and then take a look at what we just created. So let's refresh the page. We can give it a bit more space And let's see what happens, because ideally we should see the verify email error state right here on the right-hand side. Of course, not just like that, but we will only see this, remember, if a token is passed into this component, or this page rather. So for example, as the and token, for now, let's just mock it and write and token is equal to something. Okay, there was a problem. This token is not valid, or it might be expired. Please try again. Beautiful. Okay, we know that the error state works and looks really nice. Now let's handle the success state. So let's change the true back to is error, so we don't always show that, but only conditionally. And now if we have a data.success, which we return from our backend. In that case, if everything went well and the verification was successful, let's return a div at the top level with a class name of flex, a height of full, a flex-call, an items-center, and a justify center to just put everything both vertically and horizontally into the center. In here, a div with a class name of relative, an MB, a margin bottom of 4, height of 60, width of 60, and a text-muted-foreground. Let's open up this div, and inside here goes an image from next/image. This is going to be self-closing, and as the source, we're going to use a custom source under slash hippo-email-send.png. We're going to give it a fill property to make it take up as much space as it can in the parent right here. And we're also going to give it an alt tag of, for example, the email was sent. Something along those lines, just understandable if the image doesn't actually show up for any reason. Okay, awesome. Let's see if we have that image. So the hippo email sent should live under our public folder, hippo email sent. We do have that image right here, and that should show up hippo email sent. Did we type that correctly? Yes, we did in here. Now, currently we are mocking the token to something that doesn't make any sense. Remember, I just typed in token is equal to ASD. That doesn't make any sense. So let's get rid of the error state for now, so we always see the success state just for a moment. Right below this div, let's create an h3 element with a class name of font-semi-bold and a text of 2XL, just like that, and say you, and then and apostcolon your. So remember, this is just the apostrophe, but in an HTML safe way we can use and not get any linting errors. You're all set, exclamation point. Okay, and let's see what happens. Is our server still running? Yes, it is. So let's see what happens. Why are we not able to see this text? Oh, and of course, the data will not be successful because, as I said, the token is currently just mocked. So for a second, let's replace this with if true, and then we should be able to see this stuff show up. The image, beautiful, the text right here. And let's add a quick p tag just for some explanation right down here and say, for example, thank you for verifying your email, period. Okay, and let's give this p tag a class name and a bit more space to the entire left side right here, a class name, and that's gonna be a text dash muted dash foreground. Once again, a text dash center and a margin top of 1. Beautiful. Okay, and also let's offer the user, we can see that right here on the right hand side, let's offer the user to an option to log in right away. And we're gonna be doing that using a link tag from Nextjs saying sign in. And let's give this an href, and this is going to lead to /sign-in. And also, to make it look good, because right now it certainly doesn't, let's give it a custom class name. This class name will, of course, you know the drill by now, contain our button variants. And we can even give it a custom class name in here, class name. And this is going to be a margin top of 4, so it's a bit more spaced out from the top. So we get a beautiful sign in button right here that we can click, and then we should be taken to the sign in page because our account now successfully exists. Beautiful. Lastly, we need a loading state because right now we have the error state, the loading and the success state, but there is no loading state just yet. Because we want this to be a complete app, you know, with a really nice user experience, we should definitely add that, and it's going to be very straightforward. For example, we can just copy the error state and change it up a bit, but the layout will be the exact same. So let's copy down the error state and say if is loading, then we're simply gonna return the same thing that's pasted in there as the success or the error state rather. not the success one. And then in here, for example, let's change the X circle to a loader2 we get from Lucid React, and also add an animate-spin property to make it spin. And instead of the red text, we're going to change this to zinc 300. It's like a light gray color we get from Tailwind. Instead of there was a problem, let's say verifying period, period, period. And instead of the p text right here, let's say this won't, and then the and apos colon won't take long, period. And let's try out the loading state. Let's say if false for the success state, and then if true for the loading state. So we can see what it looks like. Verifying this won't take long. And that's true because we will either get an error or we will get the success state, and the loading state is just when we are initially fetching the data. Perfect. Really, really good job. Let's change this back to the actual values. The first one is going to be the isError. The second one is going to be the data.success. And the last one is going to be the isLoading to properly handle all the states that we possibly can in this verify email form. Perfect. Let's save that. And now the entire email verification process that we outlined right here should work. So let's revisit this process just for a second. User comes in, enters their email and password on the sign up page. Then we are creating a verification email. Let's take a look at the code where we do that. That happens in our auth router. It happens right here. By the creation, we are automatically also sending an email. The email contains a link just like this with the verify email token that is then going to be attached in the link and send us to the verify email page right here. So we're going to end up page.tsx verify email on this page and get access to the token that is passed from the email like this and pass it into this client-side verify email component. This is polling our backend, or rather making a request to our backend with that token, where we are then verifying the token right here. And if this operation is successful, then the underscore verified value will be set to true, and we know that the user actually owns this email. Perfect. So let's give it a shot. Let's go into our database right here, delete one user and try that again. Let's click browse collections. For me, that's going to be cluster 0, and go into our users right here, see how many we have. And let's delete one so we can try the entire authentication flow once again. Perfect. Let's head over to /sign-up and try it out with me if everything works correctly. Let's sign up using any email that we own, and then, for example, anything 123 as the password, and hit sign up. Perfect. Now, one thing we should definitely add, which we're going to do here in a second, is so we immediately get redirected to the verify email page. And actually, let's do that right now, because this is a really bad user experience. We click the button and literally nothing happens. That's not what we want. However, I already checked my email and we know this works. So verify your email and we get the link that contains our account verification right here. Let's see what happens if I click that. I'm going to click that. That's going to take us right here to the You're All Set page after verifying, and we can see the complete token right here in our email. And it should work the exact same way for you. You're all set. Thank you for verifying your email. And now we have the option to sign in after creating our account. And we can verify that our email was validated in our database. So right now we have one user. Let's refresh our database and then see how many users we have. We should have 2. And this one should have a verified property underscore verified of true. Perfect. The email verification works. However, as I said, the user experience currently is not the best. We click the button and literally nothing happens. That's not ideal. Let's make this super user-friendly. Let's switch back to our main page.tsx for the sign up. And in here, we can do something on the use mutation because this gets some callbacks. For example, let's properly handle the error. If anything goes wrong, we get access to the error in the onError callback on the onMutation function. For example, if the error.data.code, which is optional, so that's why the question mark is here, if the error.data.code is triple equal to conflict, that means there's already a user with this email. So we can say toast. And by the way, I think we already installed the toast library way earlier. So we should be able to just import toast from Zonner. And yes, we did. We can simply import that here. Toast.error, which is going to render out a beautiful error for us. And let's say inside of this error, this email is already in use. Sign in instead, question mark, just like that. Perfect. Let's try it out. Because we already have the account, all we need to do now is to click the sign up button again, and we should be able to see this toast. However, currently we don't, and that's because we have never defined where this toast should be rendered. So we need to go into our main layout.tsx, and in here, one very simple change we need to do. You can put this anywhere, by the way. I chose to do this right below the main tag right here. Let's put the toaster we get from Zonner, and this component is going to control where our toasts are rendered. For example, we can pass it a position of top center. This is where we want our toasts to be displayed, and let's also add a rich color so they will look red or green depending on whether it's an error or a success. So as you can see right now, this email is already in use. We get beautiful toast notifications, very nice for the user experience. Perfect. Now let's continue properly handling this error like a pro. For example, if the error is an instance of a Zod error. A Zod error is a class that is provided to us by Zod, and essentially we are checking right here if we correctly pass the input right here, if it matches the auth credentials validator. So if it contains an email and a password that is exact or at minimum 8 characters long. If it's not, then we are going to get back a Zod error. And where were we? Right here in the sign up page. So we passed the wrong data. But we don't have to explicitly say that. We can render out a toast.error saying the error dot issues at the index of 0 dot message. And this is going to contain the actual Zod error. So for example, the password is not long enough. Of course, our code will already fail here because of conflict, and it won't even let me enter a password that is too short. That's fine, but this is for additional API security and a very good idea. But just in case the user somehow finds a way to mess up the inputs right here, they will get the correct error message. So we are rendering that out. And by the way, because we never want to show more than one error, we're going to return early in both of these if statements, preventing the execution of the other one. And then at the very bottom, we're going to say toast.error, because neither of these cases are actually true, but we still have an error. We just don't really know what it is. We can render out a generic error message, something like something went wrong, please try again. You know, maybe the server has a delay. Maybe, you know, anything could go wrong. In that case, we're just going to render out a generic error right here. And then on success, what should happen if this all works out? Well, we know we get the send to email. And by the way, we need to complete the arrow function in order to actually get the TypeScript IntelliSense right here. We get the send to email. And now we can render out a toast.success in template strings. So we can interpolate here in a second. Let's say verification email sent to, and then the email which we sent it to, which is literally right here, this sent to email, and then period. Perfect. And then we're going to say router.push. Now this router is something that Nextjs provides to us in a really intuitive API. Const router is equal to use router. Let's just do it right above the whole tRPC stuff right here. And this comes very important from next/navigation, not next/router. That is for the old Next.js. We're using the new Next.js, so we're going to use the use router from next/navigation. Otherwise, it will just throw an error. And we are going to push to the domain of /verify-email. And then as the question mark to, this contains the email that we are sending the email to, obviously the send to email, so that we can then display this on the verify email page. And we're passing it as a query param to there. Awesome. Let's save everything and delete our user one last time so we can check that the entire flow is working. Let's head over to our users, into the one we want to create. Let's delete them from the database and try to validate them again. So I'm going to use my admin email right here. I'm going to say anything 123 as the password, hit sign up. That's going to redirect us to this page, check your email, and then the email they sent it to. Beautiful. And now if I go and check my email here on the right-hand side, I can see the email. And if I now click this link right here, verify account, then it's going to take us to this page. You're all set. Thank you for verifying your email. Perfect. Very, very nice. We can close out of this. We can minimize this or give it a bit less space. And now our account was successfully created in the database as a verified user. We can quickly go ahead and verify this. I know we already did it once, but just to make sure, verify true. Here is the user in our database. Beautiful. Very, very nice. Let's go to the sign up page /sign up and finish it up completely. Because right now, when we click this button, we do get a red outline, but we are not actually showing the user any error that there is with this field. Now you can probably guess that the email is wrong because it's empty, but it would be a very nice, for example, for the password, if the email was valid, to show the user what's wrong with it. What is the problem, instead of just marking it as red. And doing that is actually really easy with React Hook Form, with a library we use for the forms. For example, let's go below the email field and say error, which is optional, by the way, errors, there we go, dot, and then email. This works completely with TypeScript. And if there is an error with the email, then we're gonna render out a p tag right here, p, there we go, containing the errors dot email dot message, just like that. And we can give it a class name, and this class name, there we go, is gonna be text small, and then also a text red of 500 because this is an error. Great, we can copy this and paste it right down here below the input for the password. Same exact thing, except for the email, we want the password. But otherwise, it's the literally exact same thing. All right, fantastic job. Now we have a beautiful page that lets us know what is wrong. By the way, let's save that, hit sign up, and now we can see the actual error. Password must be at least 8 characters long. Now, where does this error come from? If we go to our validators right here, this is the error message that we provided, that we make. If this was like 16, for example, 16 characters, and we save that, it would be that error message that we define. That is why React Hook Form and Zod go so well together. It's a beautiful user experience in the entire authentication flow, and I really, really like this approach, and I hope you do too, and use it in your future projects. Awesome, so we can create our account successfully. Now the question is, how do we actually sign in? And the answer is, well, it's practically the exact same thing. So we can copy this entire sign up page and create a new folder in auth called sign in. Inside of this sign in folder, let's create a page.tsx because it needs to be named that way, and literally paste in or sign up page. And if we save that, then we can already navigate to the sign in page, and it's going to be the exact same stuff. Now, again, we need to change some details. For example, the, create an account, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Already have an account, sign in, well, that's exactly where we are. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense as well. And of course, instead of creating a user, we want to sign in a user. But as you're going to see, that's really straightforward. First thing, let's adjust the UI a bit. So for example, instead of create an account, let's say in here, sign into your account. Perfect. Okay, then instead of the already have an account sign in, let's say something like don't, and then apos quote, you already know that, not quote, semicolon, you already know the drill, don't have an account, question mark, and let's save that and see what happens. Sign into your account, don't have an account, and then we get, oh, by the way, we need to change this link from sign in to sign up. If we don't have an account, we don't want to be redirected to this page, but of course the sign up page. And now we can navigate back and forth. Beautiful. Now on this sign in page, there's one option we want to offer the users to do, and that will happen at the very bottom of the file, right below our sign up button, which by the way, we also need to change to sign in so it makes sense on this page. And this is going to happen right below the form. So let's go below the closing tag of the form and create one div with a class name of relative. In here, a div with a class name of absolute, an inset of 0, there we go, a flex, and an item-center. Inside of this div, we can create a self-closing span element right here just for decorational purposes with a class name of with full and a border -t. And because this is purely decorational, we can go to the parent and add an area label, an area hidden, and this is going to be true just as a kind of best practice for accessibility. Great. Right below this div containing that self-closing span, let's create one more div with a class name of relative, flex, justify-center, text-xs for extra small, and uppercase. It's going to force all the characters in here to be, as the name might suggest, in uppercase. In here goes a span element with a class name of background, BG background, I guess. BG background means background, then a padding x of 2. and a text-muted-foreground or trusted, actual text color saying or. So what we just did is a visual separator between the sign in button and what's about to come next. Because next up, we're going to render out the button that allows people to sign in as sellers instead of regular customers and allow them to sell on our platform. And this will happen on a conditional check. So for example, what does that mean? We are going to pass the state of whether somebody is a seller or not as a URL query parameter into this component. That is why we need to receive it whenever this page is loaded. So just like before, we can say const search params is going to be equal to use search params. This is the equivalent, right? That's what I meant by just like before, of receiving the search params server side, what we did before. For example, in here, that's how we receive them server side. And now we are receiving them client side, just like this, using the useSearchParams hook. It's a utility that Nextjs provides to us from Next/navigation. We also need access to the router, const routers equal to useRouter. Again, very important from Next/navigation. Oh, and by the way, we already declared it down here, so we don't need to duplicate it. And let's now find out if this person is a seller by saying const isSeller is equal to, and when are they a seller? When the seller param is in the search params. So we can say search params.get, and which do we want to get? Let's say as, because that is how we're gonna call this parameter. So in the URL, it's gonna end up as something like, for example, sign in question mark as equal to seller, just like this. And this as is the query parameter and the seller is the value. It's a key value pair that we can access right here on the left-hand side using search params.get. And we want to check if this is triple equal to seller. So if the as seller is in the URL bar, then this is seller will evaluate to true, and otherwise it will be false or undefined if this doesn't even exist, because the search params, don't have to be passed. They don't have to exist. Let's also determine the origin. Const origin is equal to search params dot get and then the origin. This is going to be really useful later when we want to redirect from, for example, the cart page to the sign in, because only authenticated users should be able to access the cart, but we want to redirect them back to where they were after they sign in successfully. This is going to be an amazing user experience. So we're going to do it in this app because it's actually pretty straightforward. Perfect. And that's all the access we need in this component. Now let's actually sign in a user. So we're going to call trpc.auth.signin. Of course, that's a method that doesn't exist yet. So let's create it. And the logic is going to be pretty straightforward. Let's navigate over to our auth router that handles all the authentication stuff. And in here, actually declare a backend API route that lets us sign in the user. Of course, this should be a public procedure. Anyone should be able to call this because you can't log in if you need to be logged in to log in. Does that make sense? Anyways, anyone should be able to call it nevertheless, so we need to make it a public procedure, with the input being the auth credentials validator that we also use for the sign up, and the mutation to handle the actual business logic that should happen on the backend. Let's give it a bit more space, just like this. And as the logic, first off, we need to destructure some things from the input, because we need access to the email and password that the user entered on the sign in page. So let's destructure the input from the mutation where we get access to it. And now we can destructure both the email and the password from that input. And now let's actually log in the user. That's going to happen inside of a try catch block where we catch the error and can handle it accordingly. And in the try, we're going to say await payload.login. Now payload is our CMS we don't have access to yet. Let's say const payload is going to be equal to await get payload client, not get payload, just like that up here, and mark our mutation as asynchronous so we can even await an operation. Now this payload.login takes our collection, and of course this is going to be our users where all the authentication stuff happens. And as for the data, we can pass in our email and our password that we are passing from the front end from the sign in field right here, the email and the password that gets sent into the input and then into our login function right here. However, there's one little caveat with this approach. This would actually log in the user, but it would not actually set the cookie that is equivalent to the email and password. So whenever you log into a website, essentially what is happening for the auth flow is, check this out. Essentially, all a login is an exchange from your email and your password, which you're sending over to the server right here. So you make a request with your email and with your password. Let's say you communicate with the server, you send along this data, and the server gives you back a token. Maybe a JSON web token, maybe a database session ID, doesn't really matter as long as you get back a token from the server. And this token is nothing else than the equivalent of your email and password stored as a cookie. You can validate that with any app. If you're signed in, you can go to inspect and then into the application right here. And then in the cookies, you're going to see a login cookie or not. Right now, we're not logged in, so there is no cookie, but I'm going to show you later, there is going to be a cookie that essentially is the equivalent of our email and our password. So that's how authentication works. That's really all it is. And right now, what we are doing is basically everything but this step. We are logging the user in on the server, just like that. That happens right here after we sent along the email and password, but we're not actually setting the cookie. And to be able to set the cookie, we need to pass in the request object into this login operation. That's going to do all the logic for us. However, now you might wonder, Josh, where does this request come from? And the answer is this comes from Express. So let's close out of a lot of these windows. And there really is no black magic about this. We can simply attach the request object to our context, the method we use to transfer data from Express over to Nextjs and tRPC. And we can simply attach the Express request as if it was any kind of data. In fact, if you check the create context, we are already doing that. It's just TypeScript not recognizing where this comes from, because originally this will come from the context that we can destructure in the mutation as well, the context. And if we try to destructure from the context, we can see TypeScript doesn't tell us anything about what we can destructure, while technically we should be able to see the request and the response. And that's just a TypeScript thing. So in order to tell TypeScript, hey, we are actually, we actually have access to this stuff, we need to export the type express context. And this is going to be equal to the infer async return type we get from @trpc/server, essentially just a TypeScript utility that lets us infer this context, and we can pass in the type of create context, the function we have right above. And we can now use this express context in our tRPC initialization. For example, under source/tRPC, where we create this context. If you're kind of lost where we are, it's in the file system under tRPC/tRPC.ts right here. And this context creation actually takes a generic, where we can pass in the express context to tell TypeScript what kind of context we will be dealing with. So let's see if this worked. Let's go into our auth router. There we go. Words are hard. And now we can actually see we have the request and response. However, one thing you might not immediately notice is that under the API tRPC route, this will actually complain because it thinks that the context is an empty object. And this is fine. Everything works by now. This is simply TypeScript not recognizing that the actual context comes from Express and not from here. So this is an error we are totally fine to ignore. So let's say @ts-expect-error. And let's say, for example, context already passed from Express middleware. We are totally fine to do so. The context actually works. We can ensure that by trying it out right now. And this is simply an error from TypeScript, which doesn't recognize that, hey, something might be wrong, which really it's not. So it's very safe to ignore. And just like that, we can destructure the request from our context. And actually, I'm pretty sure this needs to be the response. So what we essentially just did, let's move this into a side-by-side, is now we actually attach a cookie that contains our authentication token to the response that is then sent back to you as the client and saved in your cookies, so the authentication session will last. And lastly, let's return a success of true from this API endpoint. And inside of the catch, we can simply rethrow a new tRPC error that's going to handle the case where, for example, the email or the password is incorrect. And as the code that we're going to throw in here, that's going to be unauthorized. You're not authorized to log in with a wrong email or wrong password, whichever, or both, maybe, if the user is really trying to troll you. Beautiful, let's save all of this. We can close out of all to clean up our workspace and go into our sign in page to finish up the logic. Now we actually do get access to this sign in right here and can handle all the cases accordingly. For example, let's get rid of all this stuff right here, all the callbacks that we have, and start over. The on success, what should happen when somebody logs in successfully? Well, this takes a callback function, and let's say toast.success, and for example, say signed in successfully. Then we're gonna say router.refresh. This is gonna refresh the page. And for example, in the nav bar, where we will have a state of logged in and logged out and show different stuff, that's gonna make sure we show the actual fresh information in the nav bar. That's why we have it. And if there is an origin where the user was redirected from, for example, if you want to access the cart and then get redirected to the sign in, well, we want to send them back to where they were for a good user experience. So if there is an origin, we can say router.push, and we're going to push as a template string to slash and then that origin to send them back to where they were. And if the user is a seller, if is seller, in that case, they're logging in as a seller and should be pushed via router.push to the seller backend, where they can insert their products to /sell. And in both cases, I'm holding Alt to mark a cursor at both. We are going to return because we want no further code execution. After the origin is done, we don't want to push anything else, for example. And if none of these cases are true and the user is just logging in that case, we're going to push them back to the home page that lives under just /. Perfect. Now for the error case, right, which is very important for a good user experience. Very simple error handling right here. We can receive the error in the function right here, in the arrow function, and say if the error.data.code is unauthorized, right here, unauthorized, that we are throwing on the backend to properly handle this. In that case, let's render out a toast.error and say, for example, invalid email or password or whatever error message that you want right in here. Beautiful. As for the onSubmit, we can actually give the mutate a more descriptive name. This works because it's the exact same thing as calling it a different name and then calling the different name, but let's name it sign in. For example, it's just a bit more clear. And then onSubmit, we're going to call the sign in function with the email and the password that the user entered. And now to finish up this last part, where we have the or, remember? We want to offer the user the option to sign in both as a customer and as a seller. So let's quickly finish that because it's going to be very straightforward logic. Okay, right here with two closing divs after the span element, let's do a conditional check. If the user is trying to log in as a seller, in that case, we're going to render out a button element or custom button. And in the other case, we're going to do the same. The only difference is that the first button is going to say continue as customer. And the second button right here will say, you can probably guess it, continue as seller, just like that. Perfect. Now, what should happen when you click this button? On click, something should happen. And we already know what should happen, because if you think about it, we are getting the state of somebody being a seller or not from the URL. That means whenever we want to log in as a seller or a buyer, all we need to do is change the URL and everything else is handled for us. So for example, the seller scenario. Const continue as seller, a function we can call on the button click, is nothing more than an arrow function where we say router.push, and what do we push? The question mark, in regular quotes, the question mark as equals seller. That's what we are putting in the URL. We're just gonna refresh our page and show the actual state. Perfect. And the same thing for the const continue as buyer, just like this. The logic is gonna be the exact same thing, only that we are gonna push something different. So let's say router.replace. And now essentially what we want to do is get rid of the as seller. That's all we need to do. And to do that, we can simply pass the /sign in as the first argument in here, and then an undefined. So we are putting all the query parameters to undefined, which is the initial state, which is the default. You know, the buyer is the default. And then if you want to log in a seller, you can do that just by calling this continue as seller function. both of which we can now insert in the buttons at the very bottom of the page to make them handle the correct logic. For example, the continue as well, that shouldn't be seller. The first one should be buyer. Let's also, while we're here, give this button a variant of secondary, just like that. Perfect. And also a disabled value of, and this is going to be equal to is loading. So if we are currently logging in, this button should show a loading state. Same variant, same disabled state for the other button. Let's copy and paste that right in here. And then as the on click, we want to happen on the second button. That's simply going to be the continue as seller. And right here, what we're doing is a really cool skill to have that you want to know. Putting stuff in the URL is really, really nice, because wherever we are in our application, we can always change the sign-in state based on whether the person is a buyer or seller. And that's not saved in local state here, but through the URL. So we can redirect them to the correct state later on. Very, very cool skill to have. If we now click continue as seller, we can see that the domain changes and the button also changes. Now, the last thing that we want to do is also reflect that change right here in the sign into your account. For example, we can say when there's a seller login, sign into your seller account. Very, very easy change we can do right here in the H1, sign into your, and then let's cut out the account and do a check. If the is seller is true, in that case, we want to push the seller into the string and else nothing, and then simply account. Let's save that, see what happens. Sign into your seller account, sign into your account. Beautiful. So now's the perfect time to actually give it a shot and see what happens. We already know that we have an account. Let's, for example, use my hello@joshwrightcoding.com email, and then anything 123 was the password. Let's hit sign in and see what happens. Ideally, everything should work, but it seems like it doesn't. Do we get any error in the console? Seems like nothing is happening. tRPC, oh, we probably forgot to refresh our backend. We changed something in the auth router, which is not being watched by NodeMon. So we need to manually restart our server, or what we could also do in the NodeMon config, we could add the auth router to the watch, for example, through a glob pattern like this or whatever. But let's just reload the development server and then we should be good to go. Let's try this again. Let's open up the page in full screen and hit sign in. Invalid email or password. Did I use another password? All right, I entered in another password, but I do remember it for this account, and this was anything 123. So let's see if that works. Sign in successfully. Beautiful. And we don't get redirected when we should really get redirected. Oh, there we go. The development server is just a bit slow. This works almost instantly in production, by the way, so there's no need for a loading state or anything. This is generally really fast. Just in production, it's a bit slower, but we do get redirected successfully to the localhost 3000. Awesome. One thing that doesn't change right now is the navbar. So, for example, it still offers us the option to sign in or create an account. And ideally, we should see something like a dropdown with our account that allows us to log out, for example, and we should see no sign in, no create account. That just doesn't really fit in a navbar when we are already logged in. So let's go ahead and quickly fix that. Let's navigate over into our navbar, because right here we're marking the user as null, when in reality, we can now actually get the current user. Now, in order to do that, we're going to define a utility function that we can reuse across the entire application that's going to get us a user on the server side. In our lib folder for preparing libraries, let's create a new file and call this payload-utils.ts, not -ts. There we go. And from here, we're going to say export const get server side user. Simply a function we can call from the server side asynchronously. That's going to get us the currently logged in user. Now, as the argument, or no, the parameter, I keep mixing those up. As the parameters in here, we're going to accept the cookies. And these are going to be of type next request right here, a type we get from next/server at the index of cookies, just like that. Or these are going to be of type read-only request cookies, just like that. And by the way, of course, this does not go into the function body like I did here, but this goes inside of the parameters where we accept and tell TypeScript, what type this is. And the read-only request cookies, we have to auto import this because the import is super long and very unintuitive, but we do need that type in here. So this comes from, Nextjs server web spec extension, adapters, request cookies, yada, 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 super long import. Let's just automatically import that. And I, hope you do too, because typing that out, not so fun. Anyways, let's get access to the token in here that we need to call in order to get the current user. So this is going to be the cookies.get, and we're going to get the cookie called payload-token. An authentication token that is, as I showed you earlier, automatically set in the response from the server. We can now verify that in our application. There's a payload token. This is essentially a username and password equivalent, the token that we get passed back from the server right here onto our client that is then attached to every request that we make, like a cookie usually is. And we want the .value of that cookie and not the name of it. Great. Now to fetch the current user, very simple, const, let's call it me_res, because essentially it's a response for a request that, gives us. So a me user, I guess we can call it. And this is going to be await fetch, a regular fetch request that we're making to an endpoint under, in template strings, let's dynamically insert something, the process.env.next_public_server_URL/API/users/me. By the way, this is not an endpoint that we have to create, or CMS automatically creates this endpoint for us. We can simply query it or fetch from it to get the currently logged in user, as easy as that. And as the headers, let's pass in an object. As the authorization header goes or token, or currently token, and then the endpoint will tell us if it's valid or not. So in template strings, let's say, for example, JWT or bearer, you could also use, but let's use JWT, and then insert dynamically the token value that we pass into the get server-side user function. As the response, we're gonna get the user, so we can right away destructure the user from the await me_res.json, so we can convert that to a JSON. And from this whole operation, let's wrap it in parentheses. After that is awaited and done, we can simply give it a type. So this is going to be of type as user. This is going to be of type user. We get from payload types, so a custom or custom user. And by the way, remember, this needs to be relative and not absolute. So we can say ... payload types. So we're not going to get any problems here on the back end. And then this could also be null if we're currently not logged in, if there is no user. And now what we simply need to do is return that user right here. We could export or return it as the default. However, let's do it inside of an object so we can easily get access to it. For example, right here in the navbar. So only to tell if a user is logged in or not, we can simply now call the is equal to await get server side user utility function that we have just created together. And if we mark this navbar as asynchronous, this is a React server component, so we can do that and perform asynchronous actions in here. We can simply get the user. Now we also need to pass the cookies into the function, and these cookies, let's call them next cookies, come from cookies. It's a function that we can simply call and invoke, and this function, the cookies, let's import that from Nextjs. That is provided to us for completely free, I guess, from next/headers. It's a utility we can simply take and use from Nextjs and then pass the next cookies right here into our get server-side user to get the actual user, if they're logged in or not. For example, if they're not logged in, this is going to be null. And if they are, we're going to have the user type to work with in the navbar. Perfect. Let's save that and see if it works correctly. Let's navigate over to our local host and give it a bit more space. We haven't done the mobile integration just yet. And let's reload the page. And is the dev server running? Yes, it should be. Great. And this is the logged in state. We can see the sign in button disappeared. We can see the sign up button disappeared. Now there's kind of nothing. We're going to fix that right now with a little drop down, but we can see the state of whether the user is logged in or not that we are determining in the server side component works beautifully as expected. That is really, really good news. And what that means is now we can offer the user a dropdown where they can go to their seller dashboard or where they can also log out, because currently there is just no option to log out. And this option, this dropdown, is going to live right here where we have the create account conditional. If there is a user, this is going to be the item on the left of this separator, if we give it a bit more space, this item is going to live right here in the nav bar. And we can simply call this anything we want. For example, the user account nav, because that's what it is. It's a user account navigation menu. So let's call it that. It's a component that doesn't exist yet. So let's go ahead and create it. This is going to live in our components folder. Let's call it user account nav.tsx. And as always, this is going to be an arrow function. Const user account nav is going to be an arrow function that we can simply export default at the very bottom, just like this. Perfect. By the way, this also needs client-side interactivity. You know the drill by now. Let's add a use client in here. And the dropdown for this component, which is going to be essentially, is not going to be self-implemented. We don't have to do that. This is already provided by our UI library as the dropdown right here. So this is kind of what it's going to look like. A bit different, but kind of what it's going to look like. It's going to be fully accessible, look amazing out of the box. And all we need to do to get it is to say npx shadcn-ui at latest add dropdown and hit enter. That's all we need to do. That's going to install the dropdown component completely for us. And we can then, and by the way, not found, did I? Oh, little typo there. It's not shad ncn, it's shadcn-ui add dropdown. Perfect. Well, as I said, that's going to install the dropdown for us, so we can simply use it fully accessible, good looking out of the box in our project. Selected components not found exiting. Why is that the case? Oh, because it's not just dropdown, it's dropdown dash menu, as we can see right here in the installation. Okay, anyways, let's install that and give it a second to load. That shouldn't, why? Jesus, man. Wow, so now I copy the typo command, shadcn-ui at latest add dropdown dash menu. Or you can simply just copy this instead of doing all the stupid stuff like I'm doing. Just click copy, paste it into your command line, and that's finally gonna install our dropdown menu that we can now use inside of our user navigation nav to make everything look really, really good. Perfect, and after that's done, we can get started using it in our user account nav. The topmost thing is gonna be the dropdown menu component itself from our UI right here, where it put the component. Inside of here goes a drop-down menu trigger. So the item that if we click it will open the drop-down menu. This is gonna get an asChild property, as I told you about earlier, that we can use to render out a custom button that's not gonna be wrapped in another button. And as the class name, this is gonna get overflow-visible. Just like that. Perfect. Inside of this trigger, let's use our custom button from our UI component saying my account. And this button will get a variant, and that's gonna be ghost. And it will also get a size that's gonna be small. And it's gonna get a class name of relative, just like that. If we format this, that's gonna move it to the new line. And now after the drop-down menu trigger, we can define the drop-down menu content. So what will show up when the drop-down menu is going to be opened? This drop-down menu content gets a class name, and this is going to be a BG of white, a width of 60, and also we're going to align it to the end, just like that. Let's open up the drop-down menu content, and inside of here create a div with a class name, and that's going to be flex items-center, a justify-start, a gap of 2, and a padding of 2. And by the way, we can already go ahead and import this user account nav in our nav bar to take a look at what we are creating live. And it should show up if we give this enough space. Let's reload the page, and our dev server is probably not running. Okay, so let's restart the dev server, and then we can kind of in real time see what we're doing here on the right-hand side. There we are, my account, and if we open that, well, there is currently no content for the dropdown, but we can click it. It's fully accessible using the keyboard. For example, when we press escape, it closes. That's all we want for now. Okay, awesome. Actually, we can give this a bit more. Actually, no, let's leave it like that and continue in the user account nav by opening up this div we just created. Inside of here goes one more div with a class name of flex-call, a space y of 0.5, and a leading-none. If we open up this div, let's put in a p tag in here with a class name of font-medium, a text of small, and a text-black. And this text right here should display the username. Let's just put in the username as literal text right here for a second. That's where it's gonna show up. However, we don't really have the username, or rather the user email, which is gonna be the username equivalent. Where do we get that from? Well, we have it in the parent. The navbar has access to the user, so we can simply pass it down as a prop into our user account nav right here. So all we need to do here is receive it. We can destructure the user from the props, and this is gonna be, we can even inline this type because it's gonna be very simple. The user is gonna be of type user that we get from our payload types. And that's it. We can simply pass it now from the parent, from the navbar inside of here. The user is gonna be the user. That's literally it. That was super simple. Now we have access to the user in the user account nav, and for example, display the user.email, the currently logged in user email in this component right here. And that's gonna show up the email of the currently logged in user. Beautiful, very, very nice. After that, let's add a separator, a drop-down menu separator. This is gonna be a self-closing thing, by the way, and the down. Okay, drop down. I was wondering why the auto imports didn't work. We can also import this. This is a pre-made component for us. After that, let's create a drop down menu item, just like that. Also with an asChild property, because in here we will define a custom element that's going to handle the logic. And that is going to be nothing else than a Next.js link. Inside of this link, let's say seller dashboard. And of course, you can probably imagine if we want to navigate to the seller dashboard, this is going to be under /sell, an endpoint we are later going to protect, where if you're not logged in, you're going to get redirected to the sign-in page, right? Perfect. Okay. And as the last item inside of here, we want to allow the user to log out, also in a drop-down menu item, just the same with a class name of, and this is going to be cursor-pointer to make it look like something you can actually interact with and click. And as the text, we're going to say log out. Beautiful. Let's see what happens. Our account seller dashboard log out. Very, very nice. But currently, when we click log out, nothing happens. The menu closes, but we didn't really add an on-click handler to handle any of the logic that should happen when we try to log out. And that logic is going to be pretty straightforward, actually. And we can simply go ahead and create a custom React hook to handle that logic. For example, in our hooks folder, let's create a new file and call it use-auth.ts. If you've never done a custom React hook, trust me, it's not hard. It might seem intimidating, but really it's not. Let's export a const called use-auth. It's important that it's named use. Custom React hooks have to start with a prefix use. So use-auth, use text, use whatever, This is going to be nothing else than an arrow function that now has access to all the React APIs because it's prefixed with use. What does that mean? For example, context, state, use effect, all that works not in regular functions if they're not inside a component, but it does work in hooks. Anyways, just for your information, we're not going to make use of that in this hook because we don't need to. We are going to define a constant that is called sign out, and this is also going to be an arrow function. And the only thing we're going to do in this sign out function, let's mark it as asynchronous by the way, is make a fetch request. This will happen inside of a try catch block so we can properly arrow handle, and as the logic in the try block, let's say const res is going to be equal to await fetch, and we can simply, just a regular plain fetch, and we're going to make a request to, in template strings, the process.env.next_public_server, URL /API/users/logout. Again, an API endpoint that our CMS provides to us that we can simply call. It's going to invalidate the token, remove it from the response, and then the user is logged out properly. Very, very nice. As some options in here, inside of an object after it, we can pass, for example, the method that is going to be post. As the credentials, we're going to say include. And lastly, as the headers, we're going to send along the content-type headers, content-type, and these are going to be application/JSON, a data format that is probably the most common in any API calls. So essentially, we're just saying, hey, this is of type application.JSON. This could be plain text or whatever, but we are working with JSON here. Okay, if the response is not okay, if not res.okay, if anything went wrong, let's throw a new error. We don't need to be very specific on the error message here because we're gonna throw a generic error in the catch. For example, if anything goes wrong in the catch, let's say toast, we need to import that by the way, so we can use it in here, toast.error, and say something like couldn't, oops, not cloudn't, couldn't, there we go, sign out. Please try again. If anything went wrong, we're not going to be too specific in that error message. And if it did work, then we can say toast.success, for example, signed out successfully. So the user knows, nice, that worked. And we can simply say router, which we can call the push method on. And by the way, we still need to, get access to that router. Const router is going to be equal to use router. So we can then use it to push around the user. And again, this comes from /navigation, not /router. And just because we named this use auth, we can now get access to the APIs. That's what I meant. For example, also other hooks. That's also a part of the React APIs. Now, where do we want to push the user once they have signed out? Of course, to the sign in page, so they can sign in again. And we clearly communicate that, hey, you are actually logged out. That's why you can see this page. By the way, a page that we will also protect later on, where logged in users will not be able to visit it, because that literally doesn't make sense. If you're logged in, you shouldn't be able to see the sign in page again. Only if you're logged out. And then we're going to say router.refresh to show the most actual, the most recent state of the data. For example, also for the navbar. So you can see the logged out state again after you perform that action. And that's all. That's all we need to do for the use auth and logging out correctly. We can now simply export this function from the hook. For example, return and then sign out. And let's do that inside of an object. And I switched keyboards again. That's why it didn't work. Let's return the sign out function from the use auth, and we can simply call that whenever you push this button, the logout button in our user account nav. So we simply need to destructure from the use auth hook we just created, import that, destructure the sign out function from it, and simply call that whenever you push on the logout button at the very bottom. So let's add an on-click handler to it, and on-click, we're just gonna sign out. That's all. That's the logic. It's not black magic. It's very straightforward, actually. And let's see if it works. Let's refresh the page, hit logout, and it says signed out successfully and redirect us to the sign in page. By the way, we can also check this manually to see if it worked correctly if the cookie was removed. So right here, the token that was there once we logged in is removed. If we log back in, anything 1, 2, 3, sign in, then the token will be reset. Here it is, and it will be invalidated and removed once we hit the logout. You can see cookie gone, invalidated, perfect. That is a really nice authentication flow, and you're doing a really, really good job following along. And I sincerely hope that you learn a lot in this video. And with that all working, we can get to the, it sounds weird, but I guess the meat of the application, right? I know how that sounds, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? We can get to the real part of the entire project, and that is basically the whole product functionality. So what does that involve? Let's take a quick look here together. So the application architecture. Let's look at it from a back-end or database kind of perspective. What exists? How do these models interact with each other? So what does that mean? The core model we have is a user. Everything that our app does and logically happens in our app depends on a user. Now, a user can both buy and sell products on our website. So products, there we go. Let's put that here. One user can list products and they can buy multiple products. So what does that mean? And actually, let's write this out, the user right here, because I don't want you to just copy my code. I want you to learn how to actually architect these kinds of projects and websites for yourself. That's really important to me, that you get a good understanding of why we're doing what we're doing. So each user can both buy and sell a lot of products. Buy right here, and they can also sell products if they wanted to. Right here. And for each user, we can store the products they own, that they listed in our shop. simply by IDs. So for example, if a user created product 1, we would store that ID, not the entire product, just the ID with that user. So if we filter anything by the user, we also know which products they created, which is going to be very helpful later on when we get to the access rules. You're going to see what that means. Basically, it's to protect our entire application from unwanted access. Okay, so each user can buy, and sell, of course, multiple products as they wish. Now, each product can contain two different things, and that's one, the product image, just like that. And that is going to be the image, or it can actually be multiple images that are going to be featured in the store that users are able to see on the store front. And products can also contain, or one product can contain a product file. Now, where's the difference between a product image and a product file? You see, the product image, it's what's being shown on the storefront. And the product file is the hidden file that is attached to each product, what a user actually buys when they purchase the product, like the actual icon set file, the actual UI kit, SVG file or whatever, not just the storefront image. The product file is completely independent of the product image. So this is on the front end in the store. The product file is what users actually buy. That's what they pay for. That's a very, very important difference in our app. And just for semantic, clarity, let's change this to product, because a user can have multiple products and each product has an image and a file. You can have multiple images, you can have multiple files. That's totally cool. We don't have any restriction on that, but this is essentially the flow of our application. User buys product or user sells product, and each time that happens, when a user buys a product, there is something created called and let's type it in here, an order. So when a user buys a product, right here, an order is created. And also, of course, when one user buys a product, that means another user has just sold a product. So that's going to be saved inside of the order. Let's draw an arrow right here. From this buying process, let's just, for simplicity, just attach it to the buying process. An order will be created, and this order actually contains information about the products that have been purchased. For example, product 1 was purchased in this order, and product 2 was purchased in this order, and also, of course, how much each product costs and the total, so we can later display that to the user and also charge them for that amount. And this order, once the payment has been successfully verified, we will know that if we have actually received the payment or if the user has not completely paid yet. And once that is completed, then and only then will we send the user to the thank you page that contains the download to their asset. So /thank you. That's going to be the end of the purchasing flow, because we now know the user has paid right here in the thank you page. We successfully have received all the money for the order and the transaction fee. And this is going to contain the asset download, a secure download link where you need to be logged in, and you can only download where we are 100% sure what you actually paid for. We will make sure of that. Don't worry about it. We also handle security in this, video, in this project, whatever you want to call it. So this is the application architecture. Users, product, each product has an image and a file, or multiple of those if you want. And whenever something is purchased or sold, which is, for one person it's purchased, for the other it's sold, it's kind of the same thing, even though it's really not. But anyways, for each purchasing action, there is an order created that is then paid. And once we are 100% sure it's paid, they will be able to securely download their assets. That is the application architecture. And I think it's really important to talk about it, because most videos just skip this step and you just copy their code without really knowing what you do. And that's not what I want for you. I want you to gain a deep understanding of why we're doing what we're doing, why it's working, and why we are constructing the application in this way that we're doing it, so that you can always use this knowledge in future applications, in your job, whatever. Doesn't matter, as long as you have this knowledge on how to properly architect or how to smartly architect your own apps. You're going to be in a very, very good spot professionally and in your coding. Whether it's a career, whether it's a hobby, it doesn't matter. I just want you to know how this stuff works and why we're doing it. Okay, so let's head back over to our application. We did the entire authentication flow. We know it works. We know the verification emails come through. So now is the perfect time to get into the actual modeling of what we just did here. So what is a product? What is a product image? What is a product file? What is an order? Those need to be tables in our database, essentially. And right now we don't have those tables. And the way we create tables, maybe you remember from the collections that we have in the payload config right here. Essentially, each collection that we have, like the users, are nothing else than a table in a database. It's as simple as that. So if we wanted to create a new table for the products, we would do that inside of a collection. For example, let's create a new collection together. Let's create a folder because this is going to be our most important collection. And let's call this folder the products, because everything in our store will revolve, I think it's called, the English word, around products. They are super central to our app. Inside of here, let's create a file called products.ts, and this is where the magic will happen. Well, honestly, it's not really magic. It's pretty straightforward, and you're going to see exactly what I mean. So to get started in creating this table, let's say export const products, and this will be of type collection config that we get from payload. And all that type annotation does is let us know what we can even pass in here, what is valid to pass in here. For example, we need to pass the slug. This is going to be products. So mostly it's just the collection name in lowercase. That's kind of a convention to name your tables. For the admin, we're going to say use as title, and this is going to be the name. So in the admin dashboard, we're just going to use the name field that we're going to create here in a second for the default value. And we're going to do the access rules here in a second. Let's leave this as an empty object. These are really important. This essentially defines who can access which parts of which products. Can anyone download a product? No, probably not, right? And all that we will do in the access controls right here in a second. Okay, before we do that, let's actually get started in defining the fields that this table, essentially it's nothing else than a table in a database, will have. Okay, for example, each product will have a user, right? Each product should be associated with a user because that is really important. Who created this product? We need to know that. So as the name, let's say user. As the type, this is going to be a relationship. So we can, connect the users table to the products table by what we're doing right here. The relation to we need to pass in here is going to be the user. So that's nothing else than our users collection over here. The first collection that we have as slug, it's users. So as the relation to, this is also users. Let's require this, very important, because we always have to have a user with a product. Otherwise we could have unknown products and we don't know who created this. And then has many is going to be false right here, because of course one product cannot be created by multiple people. And as for the admin, we can pass it a condition of false. And all this is going to do is hide this field from the admin dashboard. That's literally all it does. We won't be able to see it. And that's, pretty much already it. Okay, then each product will have a name. So let's pass the name as the name. The label, which is going to be visible in the admin dashboard, is going to be name. And the type is going to be text. And also let's set the required value to true. So every product definitely has to have a name. By the way, before we continue here, let's already see what we're doing. Let's include the products in our payload.config.ts by importing it into the collections. And that's literally all we have to do. That should add the products collection in our admin dashboard. So let's restart our development server and check if that is the case. So let's log in. We can close out of the console and then let's head over and we can see, awesome, there they are. These are our products or products collection. If we try to create a new product, we would see the name field right here, because that is exactly what we added. And the user relationship field is hidden because we added the condition of false. Otherwise, it would also show up right here, but we don't want our users to see that. It won't mean anything to them. Very nice. We now know this is working. As the second thing, we're going to pass a description. This is going to allow sellers to describe what their product does, what it's good for. So the type is not going to be text, but it's going to be text area. You could also choose a rich text. rich text that allows for formatting, like bold and underline and line breaks and all that good stuff, but you need to render that out in a kind of more complicated way. The payload documentation, for example, has great resources on how you can do that, but for this video it would be a bit too much, so we're gonna go with the simpler and easier option. This is just gonna be a text area. And as the label, let's say product details. This is what users will actually see in our app, just like the name property right here. That's the label, and in this case it's going to be the product details. Okay, very important, we need a price. What does it cost? So name is going to be price, label is going to be price in USD, in US dollars, the minimum is going to be 0, and let's say the maximum is going to be 1000. As the type, let's say number, and as the required property, let's say true, because each product has to have a price, 100%. Okay, next up, categories. As the name, let's say category. As the label, what the people will see in the admin dashboard, let's say category with a capitalized C. As the type, this is gonna be a select. And now as the options right here, the options the users can choose from for their product, this is nothing else than our product underscore categories. We have already defined the categories that we want to have on our website, remember? So we can simply map over these .map, and for each product, we can destructure here in a second. Let's return a object directly. So in parentheses, the object right here, so a direct return, and we can, let's give this a bit more space. We can destructure the label right here and the value, not the featured, and the value, and simply return them implicitly or directly right here, just like that. So we can pass that into the options. Okay, and lastly, the required value is going to be true as well, because each product has to have a category. We need to know where do we list it. Awesome. Okay, now let's get to this part. Each product has a product image, what you will see on the storefront, on the front end, what users will see, and then the product file, what they pay for. We don't have that logic in our app, so let's get started with the product file, what users actually pay for in the end. The name is gonna be product underscore files. The label is gonna be product file, and then we can put like an S in parentheses, so it's optional. You don't have to pass multiple. The type is gonna be relationship. The required value is gonna be true because, of course, if you pay for a product, there should be a file attached to it. The relation to is gonna be the product underscore files. This references a collection that doesn't exist yet, so we're gonna create it right here in a second. And then let's say has many. In our case, we are gonna set this to false. What this means is that each product will have exactly one product file. If you wanted to allow for multiple product files, like for example, an icon set in multiple different file formats, all you would have to do is change this to true. In our case, let's leave it as false. I think just for the demo, it's gonna make it a bit easier if we just have one product file. But again, if you wanted multiple, all you have to change this Boolean right here. Very, very straightforward. Okay, now everybody can list a product on our store, which does not mean it's good. We want to make sure that the products that end up on our store are good and verified by admins. Therefore, let's add another field called approved for sale. And admins are the only ones that can change this. Users cannot change it. The label is gonna be product status. So this is what the users are gonna see. And the type is gonna be select right here. So the admin will be able to select, is this fine or is it not fine? The default value, we're gonna pass in here is gonna be pending. So not accepted nor denied, it's in a pending state. And as for the options, the admin will be able to choose from, or you as the admin will be able to choose from, this is an array of objects. Each object needs a label and a value. As the label, first, let's say pending verification. And as the value, let's just say pending. Perfect. As the second object in here, let's say as the label, this is going to be approved. And as the value, this is also going to be approved, just like this. So you as the admin took a look at the product and said, hey, this is appropriate. This is a good file, a good product that we want to list and allow on our store. Otherwise, the other case is that it's not good. So in that case, let's add a denied field. The label denied and the value is also going to be denied. Just like that. Awesome. Now, very, very important. Not everyone should be able to change this. If you let users change this, essentially it would be completely meaningless. Only admins should be able to, change this value. And we do that using the access policy. Now, this is something that the CMS payload we're working with, kind of provides us some help on how we can configure this. So for example, what that means in practice, for example, the create field right here. This is actually not a Boolean, but it is a function. And the purpose of this function is so that we get the request. That means we can do a check before we actually determine, is the user allowed to do this or not? And this request actually contains the role of the user, for example, if they're admin or not. So what we can do is just check if the rec.user.role is triple equal to admin. Because if this evaluates to true, this means the user is an admin and they can, in fact, create this field. We're gonna copy this down, change it from create to read, and then copy it down once more and just change it from read to update. So essentially all we did here is say only admins can create, only admins can read this field, and only admins, very important, can update this field as well. So regular users cannot, but you as an admin can. Regular users can only see the status for them to know, hey, is my product approved or not? But of course they should not be able to change it. That would be horrible in terms of security. Okay, after we got that done, each product should have a Stripe product associated with it, where we can handle the checkout data for payments. Very, very important. So let's add that. As the name, this is going to be the the price ID. As the access, nothing should be able to change this. Same thing as before, create, but in our case, we're just going to return false. Nothing should be able to change this except us on the back end. When we call the get payload client, where we get our CMS, anywhere we do this, the get payload client right here, we can override these access settings. There is a specific command we can use for that, which is override access true. But already by default, when we get the payload client, this will override the access fields. So nothing, no user, no admin will be able to change this except us through code, essentially. And that's the only place where we need to change this. So this is a really good idea to set the access policies to false, because we know we never need to change them and we should never change them unless it's specifically through the code that we're going to write to interact with Stripe. Same thing for the update. Always just return false for the price ID, because it's a field we receive from Stripe later on that allows us to associate the product with Stripe. Okay, as the type, this is going to be a text field, regular string. And in the admin panel, we're just going to set the hidden property to true. So you should not be able to see this in the admin panel at all. By the way, this is also a function, I believe, right? No, this is this is actually a Boolean. So let's say, hidden to true. Let's leave it at that. Most of this stuff is a function. This property isn't. Let's leave it at that, so it won't show up in the admin dashboard. Okay, we're almost done. Let's add the Stripe ID, and we can actually simply copy down the price ID. It's going to be a very similar field. However, we're going to change the price ID to Stripe ID. So this is going to correspond to a certain product instead of Stripe, and everything else is going to stay the exact same. And the last thing we're going to do is create the images. So where users can upload their own images to our products that are going to show on the front end in the store. These product images right here. This is not what users pay for. Okay, the name is going to be images. The type is going to be array, because we want to allow multiple images to be passed into here. As the label, what users are going to see in the dashboard, it's going to be product images. As the min rows, we're going to set 1, and as the max rows, we're going to set 4. You could set them higher if you wanted to, so users could upload more images than 4. In our case, I think that's enough. The required value is going to be set to true because we need at least one image, right? I mean, just imagine a product without an image. No, that just doesn't make a lot of sense. And as the labels, we can actually customize them. For example, the singular is going to be image, and then the plural is going to be images. And this is just for the admin dashboard to get the naming just right, because it tries to infer the singular and the plural by default from the collection name, and we can explicitly override them to make sure it looks good in the admin dashboard like this. And last thing we need to pass are the fields in here. For example, this takes a object with the name, and this is going to be image. So an array of images, and each field is one image. The type is going to be upload, just like that. The relation to is going to be to our media collection, which doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create it in a second, where we can, for example, also define the upload file size for each file. And then the required value is true because we need at least one image. And that's it. That's our products. We can simply save that. And now there's a couple of things we introduced here that we don't have yet. For example, the media collection, which is our product images. Let's put in parentheses media right here. This is our collection name. And then the product file, which is product_files as the collection name, which also doesn't exist yet. So we are referencing two database tables inside of our product collection or product schema. It doesn't matter. It's really interchangeable, that don't exist yet right here. And then up here in the product files. So if we try to save this and restart the dev server, we should be able to see that, oh, okay, we get a absolute import error, the @/config. Where do we use that? There we go. Is that .. There we go. There is the config. Awesome. However, if we save that again, we don't even expect this to work because we haven't referenced, or we have referenced these collections, but they don't exist yet. So let's go ahead and create them. Next to the products, let's create, for example, the media collection. Media.ts as a new file. We don't need this to be a folder because this collection is going to be very straightforward in what it does. Okay, and this media collection will allow people to upload their own product images. So export const media. Again, this is going to be of type collection config we get from payload, just giving us some type help on what we can pass in here. The slug, for example, let's set it to media. And then we can do something called hooks. Now, hooks are a concept I haven't introduced to you yet, and they are really helpful in defining certain actions. There's a lot of hooks we can choose from. What we are going to do right here is the before change. So let's implement this together, and then as we do it, you will see why we do it. This takes an array, so you can attach multiple hooks, basically like events, right? Before we change this product, we can invoke custom functions that we want to run. So this just takes a regular function. And the CMS payload also provides us data we can use to execute these functions. For example, we get the request and also the actual data. Right, so what we want to do is each product image right here should also be associated with a user. And the reason we are doing this, associating each product with a user directly instead of through the product, so a transitive relationship where the product images belongs to a product and the product belongs to a user, therefore the product image belongs to the user, but we can also just associate the product image directly to the user. The reason is when the user is in the backend and choosing from their existing media files, we don't want anyone to be able to access all the media files from other people, for example. The images that they could choose from, for example, you as the logged in user, should only be the ones that you own. And to enforce that, we can link the image directly to a user, which is going to make this implementation much easier, as you're going to see here in a second. And I really mean in a second, not literally a second, but very, very soon in this collection right here. So we can simply return the original product, the ... data, we can spread in the data, and then attach the user ID. So the user that created this product image is going to be the rec.user.id. And that's already it. Just like that, we associated this image with the user that created this image and can then use it to filter the available images here in a second. In the admin panel, we don't even want to show, or you know what, before we do that, let's not implement it and then later take a look at why we are implementing that. I find that to be a better approach so you can see visually why we are going to be adding that field. First off, let's finish up the media so I can demo you what this even does. We can give this some upload options. For example, the static URL, and this is going to be /media. This is where we want the actual product files to live. The static dir, the directory, is going to be under media. So this is a media directory in our file system where the images will be stored. Now you can, of course, also export them to services like S3, for example, AWS, a bucket, which you can do. In our case, this is much easier, much more straightforward to get started with. As for the image sizes, this takes an array. And for example, one size that we want is going to be the name thumbnail. Then as the width, we're going to say 400, and as the height, we're going to say 300. As the position, we're going to say center. And what we're doing here is generating different versions of these images once they are uploaded, allowing us to really optimize page loading times and image sizes in runtime when users actually visit our app. Our app is going to be much faster because we have these optimized image versions that we can simply send to the correct screen sizes later. Let's copy down the thumbnail once using Shift, Alt, and arrow down, change the name to card, the width to 768, so the typical breakpoint for tablets and mobile. The height is going to be 124, so 1024. Position is going to say center, and by the way, this is spelled a bit different. This is center, like this. I got this from the documentation. I honestly can't tell you why. I always spell center like this, but they spell it like this from the CMS documentation, by the way. Again, I don't know why. That's just how it is. It's center and not center. Anyways, let's do the last one. This is going to be tablet. Right here, the width is going to be 124, so the biggest one, and the height, we can leave this as undefined actually. And by specifying undefined here or leaving the height, unspecified, it will retain the original aspect ratio and calculate the height automatically for larger screens, which is really handy. Okay, now as the types of files that we want to accept here, we can pass the MIME types. And what MIME types are, for example, this takes an array, the image/star. So what this means is image JPEG, image PNG, image SVG, but nothing else than an image. You are not going to be allowed to upload, executable files, scripts, anything other but just regular images. And we can make sure that rule is enforced just like this. This is a really good idea for security, not allowing any kind of file, but just files where we know, hey, this is really an image. As for the fields, and this is going to be a very straightforward, this takes an array of objects as always, just like with the other collections. This is only going to have one field, and that is going to be the user we set up here. So each image should be associated with exactly one user. And we need to define that relationship down here in the fields. So the name is going to be user, so the user that created this image, that uploaded it. The type is going to be relationship. The relation to, you already know the drill by now, is going to be to users or main users collection. The required is going to be true. We have to have a user. That's why we're setting it right here in the before change. So everything is successful with the validation in the after change. The has many is going to be false. One image belongs to one user. That's it. And we are not going to show this in the admin panel. So we can simply, as the condition, return false from the function it takes. Just means it won't show up in the actual admin panel later on. Okay, great. Let's save the media. Let's head over to our main payload.config.ts and use that collection right here in the array by simply inserting it. So we called it media, and we can import that from /collection/media. Okay, and I want to demonstrate to you what this already looks like in the admin panel. However, there's one thing in the products we haven't just created yet. This is the product file, so what users will pay for later on. So let's quickly comment this out just to take a look at what we have actually created in the admin dashboard. If everything shows up correctly, if we're getting any errors, let's just try it out to take a look in our dashboard. Let's restart the server and then navigate over to our dashboard right here. And let's leave the console open just for a second so we can see if anything should go wrong. Let's go to our domain/cell, hit enter. There we go. And we can see the users, the products, and the media right here. Beautiful. And now to the one field on the media where I mentioned, hey, I want to show you, why we're doing this the way we are doing it. And that is the hidden field. So when you create a product, it's totally cool to be able to upload your product images right here, where we can upload media and choose from existing. However, right now, the media also shows up as a separate category in the admin dashboard. Let's leave anyway, go to the media. And this is just a page where you can create products, where you can create media, just like you could create a product. But that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. In the products panel, sure, you should be able to upload images, but we don't need a separate category for that in the dashboard. That's a bit too much for what the media just does. Just, image uploads. That's all it does. So therefore, we can simply disable this as a separate category, but still have it work just normally as we expected in the products, just that it's listed here as a separate entity in the sidebar. We don't want that, so we can pass the admin, and then the hidden is going to be a function. So this gets us access to the user, and we can simply return the user.role is not equal to admin. Just like that. If we take a look at what else we can destructure, it's things, okay, no, it's just the user. Okay, so we can simply make a determination if this field should be shown in the left sidebar or not, based on whether we are an admin or not. Awesome. And now for the important part, which is the access controls. Who should be able to see which kind of media? Now the media, again, it's the product images. Those are totally fine for everyone to see. But nonetheless, if you're on the back end and creating your own product, you shouldn't be able to see the media that other people have uploaded into our app. This is my media. This is your media. And I shouldn't be able to see your product images in my backend, because each instance of the backend is going to be specific to that tenant, to that user that is using it. And I don't want to see your images right here, and you don't want to see my images right here. So we need to make sure that the logged in user can only see their own images in the, let me show you where. Let's go to products. And that's going to be right here. If they click choose from existing, this will contain all the images of that logged in user and shouldn't be able to contain your images if I'm logged in or my images if you're logged in, if that makes sense, And to do that, we are going to use the access controls on the media collection, which is going to allow us to define who can see what, who can delete which images. So you shouldn't be able to delete my images and I shouldn't be able to delete your images. You can only delete your own and I can only delete my own, of course. Let's start with the read access. So who can read what? This is going to be an asynchronous function and we can simply return a value from here in a second. First off, let's destructure the request so we can make a determination if you should be able to read or not based on the request. Now, people on the front end in our store, when they're browsing our products, everybody should see all images. That's totally cool. Otherwise, our website would be horrible because people couldn't see product images. So we can make a determination based on the referrer header. The cons referrer, which is going to contain the URL where this request comes from, is going to be the rec.headers.referrer. And if we do not have a logged in user, if there is no rec.user, or the referrer does not include, so not referrer.includes the /cell or just cell, which means we're on the back end, then in that case, we're going to return true. Now, quick break. What does this mean? What did we just do? Essentially, we're checking, is the user logged in? And if they are not logged in, they can read all images. So people browsing the front of your store should be able to read all images. Whereas people logged in into the actual admin dashboard, they will always be logged in. Otherwise, they couldn't even see this. They should not be able to view all products. So this condition would fail only in the admin dashboard. Same with this one. If the user is on the front end, the URL will not contain /cell. It will only be /cell when they're on the back end. So what we're saying here is, if you're on the front end and normally browsing the page, you can see all images. If you're on the back end or logged in on the back end, you should not be able to see all images. That's all this condition is for. And then in the other case, there's a really important check we should do. So let's return await, and then let's call a function that we call, is admin or has access to images. And we can simply invoke this. Now this function doesn't exist, so let's go ahead and quickly create it right at the top here above our collection. Let's say, and let's actually copy this name because it's so long and turn this into an arrow function, just like that. Okay, and this arrow function, we can already give it an explicit return type, and this is nothing else than the access type we get from payload/types. So we are going to return basically an access policy that determines, can you read this image or not? That's all it does. It's very straightforward. As for the, data that we can get in here, it's another function. So from this function, we're going to return another function, an async arrow function, just like that. And this async arrow function, and by the way, we don't want to execute this in the code block of the is admin or has access to images, but we can simply return it from that function. And so from this function, we are returning another function. What that allows us to do is to very easily just get access to the request data that we can now use instead of the logical block of our arrow function. So we can do a check. The const user is going to be equal to rec.user. And we can cast the type because by default, let's see what it is. It's any, so it's not automatically inferred. And so we can cast it as user, which comes from @payload types. Remember, no absolute imports, so ... instead of the @ or this is going to be undefined if the user is not logged in. So it's still giving us a little error here because we haven't returned anything yet. And if there is no user, let's return false. False meaning you cannot access this image that you're requesting, and true meaning yes, you can access it. You can read the image that you're requesting right now. If the user.role is triple equal to admin, of course they should be able to read the image. Let's return true in that case. Admins can do everything. And otherwise, let's return a query constraint. Now, what does that mean? Essentially, we're saying the false meaning, no, you cannot read this image. The true meaning, yes, you can read this image. And the query constraint, let's say user as an object right here, equals, and then the rec.user.id. What does that mean? If we return the query constraint, it means if this user owns this image, if the user property of the image that we're accessing, which is nothing else than this user field right here, that we are setting right here when we create an image. So if the image user field equals the currently logged in user, then essentially it's your image. That's what it means. So we are saying right here, only allow access to your images if you're logged in, because otherwise you shouldn't be able to see this at all, or are not an admin, because admins of course can see everything. So otherwise, just be able to see your own images. That is very important to take away here. That's all this is admin or has access to images does. And access to image is you created it, unless you're an admin, right? And we can now simply invoke this and pass in the request just like that. And that's all we need to do for the read access control. Now the delete and update are super easy because we already have this function right here. The delete just specifies who can delete which images. And this is nothing else than the is admin or has access to images and invoke that. And same thing for the update, update, just like that, we can call the is admin or has access to images and invoke that, because the request is automatically passed into that, right? So it's kind of like a shorthand for destructuring the request and passing it in separately like this. Essentially, it would do the same thing, but syntactically, it's much cleaner if we just invoke this. That's why we put it into two different functions up here, so we can have an easier time down here in the access controls. Really, really good job. That's already it. That's the security for our media collection. You can only delete your own images, you can only update your own images, and you can only read your own images unless people are on the front end, because of course there you should be able to see all the product images. Otherwise it just wouldn't make sense. You want people to see your own images. Really, really cool. That's our media collection. And this collection allows us to do secure file uploads right here in the admin dashboard and later use them to display the products on our front end. Really, really good job. All right, so easily the most important task that we have right now in building this app is actually getting the products on the front end. We finally want to be able to see the products right here and start purchasing them. So how do we do that? Essentially, what we want our front end to look like is kind of something like this. I know this was for a different example, but we will have like 4 products next to each other on the homepage, then have a separate page for all products. And then you can also click each product and will be taken to the detailed product page where, for example, you can add the product to the cart. How do we make this happen? Well, first off, let's quickly complete our product files. Do you remember the product file? And by the way, we can close out of a lot of these right here. And let's head over to our products collection because we just commented this out in order for us to check if the admin dashboard works. However, let's implement this, these product files right here. And these are nothing else than just another collection, just like all the other ones. So let's go ahead and create it right here in our collections. Let's create a new file called product files, or let's call it product file.ts because we're just going to have one in this example. If you had multiple, you can obviously call it product files in the plural. Okay, as always, we're going to export a const product files, just like that. And again, of type collection config we get from payload. That's going to give us some intelligence on what we can pass in here. Once again, SD, what the hell is that? No, we want the slug in here. And because I mistyped this is not an arrow function. Now we get the type safety. Perfect. Now as the slug, this is going to be product_files. So the same thing we are referencing right here in our products with the relation to. That's how payload or CMS knows, that's the same collection. In the admin dashboard, we are actually gonna hide this because of the same reason as I just explained for the media collection, where there shouldn't be a separate, do we have it open here? A separate entry in the sidebar for the product files. We don't really want that, just as with the media right here, which currently is being shown. Anyways, let's say the hidden property, which is again the function, and we can destructure the user from right here and do a little conditional check. If the user.role is not equal to admin, in that case, this field won't be shown in the sidebar at all. So for normal users. Okay, great. Now the upload property, because essentially we want kind of a similar feature to the media where we can upload files, but different files. This shouldn't be just images, but also fonts, icons, and all digital assets that you want on your platform. So we need to give this a static URL where these files are going to be, available from, and this is going to be under /product_files. And all that means is that, for example, then in the end, we can find these files under localhost 3000 or deployment version /product files. That's all it means. As the static dir, the directory, these are going to live under product files. So this directory will be available under this URL. That's all we're saying here. And now for the MIME types, what types of files do we want to accept? Or digital assets that users are going to pay for. For example, image/star, which is a pattern, any image, SVG, PNG, JPEG, all is allowed. For example, we can also add fonts. If you wanted fonts on your digital asset platform, you could easily add it just like this. And then, for example, application/PostScript. And this is for, AI files, for Photoshop files, for example. So people can actually upload, or EPS files, vector files, which are important for mockups and UI kits. That's why we also accept those. You don't have to, you can accept totally different ones. This is 100% up to you. And I think this is a good preset that makes sense to get started in our app. As for the fields in the array that we need to pass, this is only gonna get one field, and this is gonna be the exact same as the product images. So we are gonna link each product file to a user. So the name is gonna be user. The type is gonna be relationship. the relation to. Of course, this is going to be a users relation to or users collection. Now, just like with the media collection, we do not want to show this in the admin dashboard, this field. Therefore, we can simply set the condition to false. So normal users cannot see this field in the admin dashboard because we don't want them to see, the relationship. It just looks weird in the dashboard. The has many, of course, is going to be false because one product file always belongs to exactly one user. And we also require the user to be set. So we don't have like ghost product files that are not attached to any user in the end. That would be pretty bad. Now, we do have this user relation, but we're not setting the user anywhere when this is created. And doing that is actually really easy. Once again, we can do that with the hooks. And the hook we are going to use, again, just like in the media collection, is the before change hook that accepts an array of hooks. And let's also set a comma here for the syntax error to be gone. And let's call this, for example, add user. Now, this add user function that we are calling in the hook right here, let's declare it right above our product files so that right before a product file is created, we can make some changes to it. The const add user is nothing else than a regular arrow function we can declare right up here. And this also takes a TypeScript type. This is going to make life a bit easier for us. So let's say this is a before change hook, a type that we get from payload dist collections config types and not the first option for the imports right here. So this is the correct type import. Let's give this a bit more space, just like that. And now we have IntelliSense on what we can destructure in this hook. What we need is the request and also the data, just like in the media collection, so that we can first get the user. The const user that is creating this product file is going to be equal to the request.user, something payload already gives us. And once again, this is any, so we can simply cast it as a user, which comes from payload types. Remember, no absolute imports, so let's make this relative using a ... And this could also be null if the user is not set. Now, is this realistic? No. Is it technically correct? Yes. Why isn't this realistic? Because, well, if the user can even make the request from the dashboard, they have to be logged in either way. We're going to enforce that in the access policies. Anyways, nevertheless, let's return the object where we spread in all the data, so everything that previously existed in this product file that the user specified, and then also add the user field, which is going to be the user.id. And this needs to be optional because we set null right here. And just like that, whenever a product file is created, we are adding this field and, setting the correct user that is attached to that product, whoever created and uploaded that file. Perfect. Now to make the entire thing secure, all right? This is a very big part. These product files, users pay money for. So we need to make very sure they don't get accessed by unauthorized people. In this case, the access policy is probably the most important across all collections because these files are worth real money. So we need to get this right. So the most important thing in here is by far the read property. Who can access a product file? Of course, only people that either uploaded it or that bought that file, right? So let's make a function out of this and call it your own and purchased. So the product files that you should be able to see are either your own or the ones you purchased on our platform. So let's declare that function right up here as well. Const your own and purchased. What does this return? It will return an access type, so an access policy, just letting our CMS and TypeScript know, hey, this is what we're going to return from here. And this is going to be an async arrow function. Okay, and let's destructure right away. What can we destructure? Well, the only thing we need in here from the three we can choose from is the request right here. Perfect. Now, first off, by far the most important thing, we need to know who is making the request. So the const user is going to be equal to the rec.user as the user type. We can simply cast it in. Now, if the user.role, if the user is an admin, we can do that check by saying the user.role is triple equal to admin. In that case, you can read everything. I mean, after all, you own the site, so we're going to return true in that case. Otherwise, if there is no user, oh, by the way, we can also cast this as user or null, because technically, I guess that is correct. Honestly, we don't really need to do it, but just to make sure and we're following good practices, let's just do it. If we don't have a user, in that case, we're gonna return false. You can read nothing if you're not logged in. No files are accessible to you in that case. And by the way, we can do a question mark here because the user doesn't have to exist once we do this check for the admin. Okay, first step, when is a user allowed to read the file that they're making a request for in this function? First off, if you own the file. So we need to get all the IDs of the products that this currently logged in user owns. How do we do that? Very easy. We can simply call the rec.payload. The payload instance is actually attached to the request. So we can simply await this operation. And this is nothing else than the regular payload.client that we had earlier. So we can simply call the find method on here, search a specific collection, for example, or products, just like that. And by the way, this is not recognized by TypeScript. Why? Well, technically, if we go into the payload.config.ts, it should be because our collection is in here. But don't forget to also run the code gen in the package.json, the generate types. Because currently, if we take a look at the payload-types, the correct type for the products is not in there because we haven't run this generation since creating the collection. So we can simply run yarn generate :types, and that's gonna call our package.json script and put all the correct TypeScript types from our collections right here inside of this file. And that way we should get rid of this error, and it's now recognized by TypeScript as a valid collection, just like the users and the products and the media, and we want the products in this case. So as for the condition, we want to filter the products to where the user that owns these products equals the user.id. So where the user field matches the currently logged in user ID. And we can also insert a depth of 0 for this query. What does that mean? Essentially, when we search for products, each product is attached to a user by an ID. And if we had a depth of 1, it would actually fetch the entire user that is attached to this product, but we only care about the ID. It's kind of like a join in SQL, but we only care about the ID, so we're only gonna have a depth of 0. And we can get access to the results by saying the docs or by destructuring the docs and calling them, for example, products, because that's what they are. After all, we're searching in the products collection. Now, to filter out the IDs that we want to grant access to from this function, let's say const the own product file IDs, for example, are gonna be the products.map. And for each product that we get access to in here, we can simply return the prod.product underscore files. Now, it seems like TypeScript doesn't recognize what these are because after all, we haven't inserted this collection right here into our payload.config. And the TypeScript files are only inferred from the collections that we pass into this array. So we also need to add our product files, run the code gen one more time, same command as before, the yarn generate types. And oh, we got an error for that. Cannot read properties of undefined reading auth. So let's go ahead, let's go back into the product file and see what could be wrong. Okay, and I just commented out the code we are currently in the process of writing and nothing is wrong. So it is that we just have unfinished code in here. So after saving all these files and finishing this code, this all works as expected. So let's just continue here and then we know this will work just as expected. Okay. So for the logic in here, these will give us the product files, but if we take a look at the type, this is a string or product file array. So what we can do is simply call a .flat in here, just in case it also fetches the actual product files. So we can make sure that this is an array of the IDs for each product file. Okay, these are the ones you own. Of course, you should have access to them. What about the ones you bought? Well, we also need to, grant the user access to those. So we need to fetch all the product file IDs that this user has bought. And we do it the same way as we find the products. So we can copy down this query, paste it right down here in or after the own product file IDs, and simply call it something different, like the orders. And of course, this is not gonna come from the products collection, but the orders collection. A collection that, if you paid close attention, doesn't exist yet. What is an order? And this collection will actually be one of the easiest ones for us to construct because an order is actually Very straightforward. So in order to finish up this query, let's add the orders collection. We can simply create a new file, call it the orders.ts. And inside of this orders collection, let's get started as always by exporting a const, and let's call it, for example, orders, because that's what our collection name will be, of type collection config. You know that by now, and this is equal to an object. The slug is gonna be orders. The admin, we can specify some things to use just to make it look better in the dashboard. For example, we can say use as title. This is what's going to show up in the admin dashboard, your orders. And then, for example, as the description, we can say a summary of all your orders on Digital Hippo, period. Just to make very sure that everybody understands what they're looking at, you know? Okay, after this admin, just purely decorational stuff, let's add some fields. What defines an order? What is an order? First off, there's a state. An order can be paid or it cannot be paid. And only if it's paid, we later want to grant access to the actual product files when we are sure that the user sent us the money. So the name is going to be underscore is paid for this field, just an internal value. That's why we have an underscore here. It's a convention, but there's nothing special about it. The type is going to be checkbox, so a Boolean, either true or false, either paid or not paid. And now for the access control. This is pretty important because we want to make sure no user can set their own order as paid. That would be horrible for security. So as for the read access, let's say that only admins can read this by destructuring the request and then saying if the rec.user.role is triple equal to admin. Only then is this going to evaluate to true and the isPaid will be readable. As for the create, let's straight up return false. You cannot create this field unless you do it programmatically through code, which we are going to do. And then the update also is going to be false. Nobody should be able to update this field unless, again, we do it through code, so it's an OR complete control. In the admin panel, we want to completely hide this. We're going to say hidden of true, so nobody can see it. It should be a completely hidden internal field that users, should not see. And we also want to require this by setting the required to true, because of course we either have to have a paid status or not. I think that's very intuitive if you think about it. Okay. Next up, we want to have a relationship to the user who made this order. And to do that, again, name is going to be user. The type is going to be relationship. You've done this a lot by now, and I think it will be very clear as to why we're doing this. In the admin dashboard, we can simply set the hidden to true. So again, this just won't show up for the users in the dashboard. We don't need them to know about this information. The relation to is going to be to our collection of the users. And of course, we also want to set the required value to true. And we're going to do something very similar for the products relationship. Because if we take a look at our diagram right here, an order is inherently not only linked to a user that made the order, but also to a product or multiple products that are in the order. So we can simply create one more object down here. Oops, did I switch to the English keyboard? I did. Create one more object below the user. This name is going to be the products that are contained in this order. The type is going to be relationship. The relation to, of course, you can probably guess, is going to be to our products collection. So we can have multiple products in one order. Product 1, product 2, as we laid out here, for example. Let's require this. Very important. Of course, they have to be products in an order. Just logically, that makes sense. And it can have many. So let's set has many to true. One order can have one product or 2 or 5 or 10. Doesn't really matter. And that's pretty much our order collection. The only thing that we want to change about this is the main collection access controls. What does that mean? Essentially, who can create orders, who can read orders. And we can do that by setting the access right here on the collection level. We did this on the field level, so it's just for the isPaid field. And we can do the same logic for the entire collection, which is really useful. For example, the read. Who can read an order? Well, you should only be able to read your own orders. You should not be able to read my order, and I shouldn't be able to see your order. So let's call this your own. And the logic behind this is super straightforward. Let's say const your own. This is gonna be an arrow function that returns an access policy we get from the types, just like before. And we can destructure here in a second from this arrow function. Now, what data do we want access to? We need the request. And from the request, we can also just destructure the user right away. So essentially, we're doing the same thing as before without going the extra, step of casting this type, because right now it's any, but we don't really care. We know the type. So if the user.role is triple equal to admin, in that case, let's return true. You should always be able to read this order if you're an admin. You should be able to read all orders because literally you're an admin. And otherwise, we're going to return a query constraint where the user ID of the order needs to match or needs to equal right here the currently logged in user.id, just like that. So you can only read your own orders. That's all we're saying right here. And you can't read my orders anymore. Okay, as for the update, this is very simple. We can simply get the request and return if the request.user.role is triple equal to admin. So only admins can update this. Same exact thing, by the way. Let's fix the syntax error for all the other CRUD stuff. So let's copy this down once, copy it down twice, and just change the update to the delete and also to whatever's left. That's the create right here, because we're going to do this programmatically and admins can, if they want to, change them, but not normal users. That would be horrible. And just like that, that is our orders collection. It's pretty straightforward if you take a look at it. And now we can simply insert it right here in our config and also generate the types for it. So that's all the magic there is about an order. To be honest, you can probably know why I'm saying this. It's not that much once you do it once, there's no black magic about it. It's simply a, table that contains a user and a product reference, and that's pretty much it already. So anyways, that's gonna make TypeScript recognize the collection for each product file. So we can now finish up the access policy for each product file, where you can read your own product file IDs that you uploaded to the platform, and of course also the ones you bought. Now for the orders, we're gonna do a depth of 2. So it's gonna join some tables together. It's not just gonna give us the order, but it's also going to give us the user, and not just the ID, but the actual user and their products. That's what the depth is for. We're fetching multiple levels of data instead of just the surface ID. That's all it does. And we are gonna leave this check as it is. We're only gonna fetch the orders that belong to this currently logged in user right here. Now to filter out the IDs, let's say the const purchased product file IDs. This is gonna be, let's map over the orders.map, and for each order that we get, we're gonna execute a code block right here. Now the thing is, if we take a look at the type, this is of type order, but we don't really care about the order itself. We care about the product files that are in the order. So we're gonna return the order.products.map, and for each product that is in this order, we want to execute something. So let's execute a code block on the product that is in here. And this can be either of type string or product, either the ID or the actual product. Now we know because of the depth that this will be the actual product, but TypeScript doesn't. It just doesn't know. It, might assume that it's the string, just the ID. Again, because of the depth, we know it won't, but we need to check this just for TypeScript. So if the type of product is triple equal to string, for example, let's say return rec.payload.logger.error. So we're just going to log something out of the console in a kind of fancier way. You could also just use console log, same thing. And we're going to log search depth not sufficient to find purchased file IDs. Now that's, very thorough error handling. You could just omit this and tell TypeScript it's of type product. But we want to do this properly. And else, if this is an actual product, we're going to return a ternary. So if the type of product.product_files is a string, in that case, we're going to return the actual product file. So the product.product_files. And if it's not a string, in that case, we know it's the entire product. So this is already the ID. And the other case where it's not a string, it's the entire product with every field that comes with it, you know, like the images and the user and whatnot, but we only care about the ID. So let's return the product.product_files.id because that's all we care about. We want an array of IDs at the end of the day. If we take a look at the type right now, this is an array, and that's not really what we want. And this could also be void. So what we want to do is two things. First off, a filter Boolean. This is going to take out all undefined values out of the array. And secondly, a flat, which is going to turn this into a flat array so we don't have a weird array that we can't really work with. And that's the entire logic. These product file IDs are now all the ones that we own, that we have purchased, and we can simply return a query constraint where the ID of the product files that we are requesting needs to be in an array. So we can say in, pass it in array, and now we want to spread in both the file IDs that we own, so the ... own file IDs, and then also the ... purchased product file IDs, essentially constructing an array that contains both our own and the ones that we bought. And we're just checking, is the file that you're requesting in either of these two arrays? And if it is, then yes, you are able to access it. Now, what about updating and deleting and creating products? Well, we don't need to worry about the creating part because by default, everyone that is logged in can perform an action. That is the default, and we are fine with that default. If you're logged in, you should be able to upload a product file. We can leave it undefined because that's going to use the default. For the update, we are going to allow this only for admins. You know how this works by now. We can destructure the request and simply return the rec.user.role. Oops, role is triple equal to admin, just like that. The reason we're doing this is so once you upload a product file, normal users are not going to be able to change it, especially for destructive actions like let's copy this down one time, separate them by a comma, and also call this the delete action. They shouldn't be able to delete a product file once it's on the platform. Because imagine you buy a product and then later on, the owner of that product suddenly deletes the product file. Suddenly you have nothing, and that's really bad. So only admins can be allowed to change that. And if normal users want to request a deletion, they can do so through admins that, you know, can check, has anyone ever bought this product? And if they did, then they can ensure that they will remain access to that product, because otherwise this would be, you know, really bad if your product was just suddenly deleted from the platform where you want to download it because you bought it, right? That's why we only allow this for admins. Awesome. Really, really good job. That actually concludes most of the work, the by far largest part of the work on the application architecture in terms of data modeling and data relations. And now we can actually get started in creating our first product and showing it on the front end and making people able to purchase it, to actually buy the products, list them on our store. And by the way, I just noticed we have a little typo here, instant delivery. We want to change that delivery. There we go. But just, you know, that's just a very tiny detail. Just, you know, saw it right here on the right-hand side. Anyways, let's actually create our first product. Let's start back up our development server and actually insert a product so that we have it in our database and can then access it on the front end and show it on our page. So let's head over to localhost 3000/cell. And in here, because we're logged in as an admin, we can see all of these things. However, if we're logged in as a normal user, we can't. So we can check that. Let's change our own role to user, hit save, and then hard refresh the page. And you can see the media and the product files are gone actually. Of course, later on, we will also disable that you as a user can change your role to an admin, but this just makes the entire development process a bit easier. But don't worry, of course, we're going to disable that when we deploy this application, because for security, that would be really, really bad. Just wanted to show you, yes, this actually works. As an admin, you can see them. As a regular user, you can't. So let's create a new product. Let's create a product. Let's call it, you know, my product with any product description. Let's say the price is going to be $9.99. As the category, let's say this is going to be a UI kit. And as the file, let's upload something. For example, this one right here, I created in Photoshop. It's called Lemon Milk, an icon set. So technically, I guess, this would be an icon set. Let's change that, not a UI kit. Let's change it. And now so this is the product file, the image that, or the file that people buy. I'm just gonna make it the same as the product image just for simplicity's sake. We can choose from existing, no media found, okay, because this is a product file, but we can upload a new media file and let's select the same thing. So we have a working product that we can now show in our store. Let's hit save at the very top and it's gonna say product successfully created. Awesome, let's verify that. Let's look in our database and see if we can find this product. Right here in MongoDB, go to products and we should be able to see, there we go, 1 of 1, the product has been created. However, it's not yet approved for sale. Now, what does that mean? If we take a look at here, product status is pending verification, where only admins, after taking a look at the product file and seeing, hey, this is actually a good product, can approve this to be sold on our store. And we're gonna later filter by the approved for sale Boolean to only show the ones that have been actually approved, that should be listed on our store. Beautiful, so that's our product. We can now show on our front end that we can now fetch from our database and show right here. Now, where are we gonna do that? And the answer is we're gonna create a super useful, very reusable, very practical, I know I'm hyping this up, but it's generally a really nice component, a product reel that's gonna be insanely reusable across the entire application. And you're gonna learn a lot on how to write a proper React component with this product reel. So I want to show you this. Let's create a new component called product reel.tsx. And this is gonna be super flexible in how we display data inside of it. Anyways, let's stop hyping it up and let's actually get to the works, and you're gonna see why I like this so much. The const product reel component is gonna be, again, a regular plain as arrow function where we can export default product reel at the very bottom. Now, what are we gonna return from here? At the very top level, let's return a div. And this div is gonna get a class name of padding y of 12. And you know what? Actually, let's change this to a section instead of a div, just to make this in HTML semantics a bit more correct, because each product reel will be its own kind of section later on. Inside of here goes a div with a class name of medium flex, medium item center, medium justify between. So this is gonna spread out the elements, and a margin bottom of 4. Inside of here, one more div with a class name of maximum width 2xl, a padding x of 4, on large a maximum width of 4xl, and on large a padding x of 0. There we go. Perfect. Inside of this div, we want to make this, again, a very reusable. So we can pass some things in as props into this product reel. For example, the title that we want to display. Let's just mock the title for now. Let's say title right here. So I can show you what this component already looks like when we put it, for example, on the main homepage right here, so that we can see in real time what we are building. Now, this product reel is gonna live very close to our hero section, and that's gonna be right here after the button, after 2 closing divs right here, where we have the to-do of list products. This is where we're gonna insert the product reel, just like that, as a self-closing component. If we hit save, we are able to see the product reel right away. Beautiful. Right now, it's just the title. And wherever we call this product reel, we of course want to be able to change the title. So inside of the product reel, let's receive everything as props. And these props are going to be of type product reel props, so that we can, for example, change the title. This type, the interface product reel props, is going to contain, for example, our title as a string. And now we can go ahead and simply dynamically insert this title into our component. So let's do a quick conditional check. If we have a title, in that case, we're gonna render out an h1 element. There we go, containing this title. And this h1 is gonna get a class name of text 2xl, a font dash bold, a text gray of 900, and on small devices and up, a text of 3xl. There we go. Currently, this is gonna give us a syntax error. And that is, we didn't destructure the title from the props just yet. So let's quickly do that. Destructure the title from the props. And you're gonna see here in a bit why we don't immediately destructure. We could do that, but we're not gonna do it. And you're gonna see why in a second. So let's insert the title right here. And if we don't have a title in the other case, we're just gonna render out null. Now we also want access to a subtitle. However, we don't have to pass it. So let's make it optional. And it's gonna be an optional string that we can also destructure the subtitle right here. And now we can copy down the entire title element and do the exact same thing for the subtitle. So if we have a subtitle, then we're gonna render it out. If we don't, we're just gonna render out null. And of course, this is not gonna be inside of an H1 because that's only for headings, but instead of a p tag, instead in a p tag, a normal paragraph with a class name of margin top 2, a text of small, and a text of muted dash foreground. Very nice. Okay, and that's basically the titles done. When we now take a look at our page where we implemented this component, we can pass a title of, for example, brand new, where we will show the newest products that users can browse on our homepage. Great, let's continue in the product reel component. So what we also want the user to be able to do is to browse the entire collection. The product reel is going to be very flexible. So we can also, for example, say only show 4 products like we're going to do on the homepage. And if they want to browse more, then they will be able to click a link to get to that page. So with one closing div and the closing section to go, let's insert a dynamic thing right here. And this is going to be an href that we're going to receive as an optional prop as well, just like the subtitle. So the href is going to be an optional string. If we pass it, then we're going to render it out. And if we don't pass it, then, no problem. We're not going to render it out. We can destructure it from the props and now conditionally do a check right here, where if we have the href, in that case, we're going to render out a Nextjs link component saying shop the collection, just like that. And we can also put a little arrow inside of a span element. This is going to get an area-hidden of true because, once again, this is purely decorational and we don't want this to be visible on screen reader devices. And in here, we can insert an and it's going to be and then RARR colon. So it's like an HTML right arrow. That's what it stands for, RARR, right arrow. And we should finish up this conditional check with rendering out null in the other case. So we can already get rid of all these syntax errors that we don't want. And of course, this link needs to get an href. And this is the href that we pass in as a property optionally. But when this link is rendered, we know it will be there because of this ternary check right here. Awesome. Now, if we save that, that would look fine, I guess. Let's see it right here on the right-hand side. And why is this not being shown? Oh, because we didn't pass it in from the page.tsx. So for example, let's link to the /products page that's later going to contain all our products. We can see shop the collection right here, but it doesn't look super good, So let's apply some styles to this link. This is going to say as the class name hidden, a text of small, a font dash medium, a text dash blue dash 600, a hover, and then text blue 500. So it gets a little bit lighter when we hover it. And on medium devices, we're gonna display it as block because by default, it's gonna be hidden. Okay, let's save that and take a look at how this looks. And it's gonna be hidden in this view. And once we make it a bit larger, it will say shop the collection right here. Really, really nice. So everything now is ready for us to list the actual products right here on our homepage. And we're gonna do that right damn now. Right below this link, let's go to the closing div. And right before the closing section, let's put in a new div with a class name of relative. Let's open it up. And in here, one more div with a class name of margin top 6, a flex, an items dash center, and a width of full. Inside of here, one last div with a class name of width full, because we want to make sure these products are displayed very nicely and responsively. This is what this div we're creating right now is going to be for. A width full grid columns of 2, a gap X of 4, a gap Y of 10 if we're in a vertical alignment on mobile devices, for example, Let's give it a bit more space. On small devices, a gap x of 6. On medium devices, a grid calls of 4. On medium devices, a gap y of 10. And on large devices, a gap x of 8. Pretty long class name. Here it is in its entirety in case you got lost anywhere. And then let's open up this div. So what are we gonna display in here? Essentially, all the products. That's it. We want to get access to all the products that we can display and fetch from our backend and put them right in here. Let's move this into a split screen and display them in our product grid. So the first step in achieving that is, of course, actually getting the products that we want to render out. Where do we get them from? Well, from our database. So we need to query for them right here in the product real component. And we're going to do that, of course, in a super nice type-safe way using tRPC at the very top before the JSX return. So we're going to say tRPC, import that dot. Now, what are we going to use for that? Well, the answer is it doesn't exist yet. We have no way to query our products. So let's create it inside of the main router inside of tRPC. And the logic for this is not going to be any black magic. So we can simply say, for example, get infinite products, because we're going to do an infinite query in here to get more and more products as the user wants. Okay, this is going to be a public procedure. Let's call it public procedure. There we go. Anyone should be able to get products, even logged out users. And as the input, we expect a z.object in here. Now, of course, we still have to import Zod, so we get access to that utility. And there's 3 properties we want to accept in here. First off, the limit. How many products are we going to fetch? This is going to be a z.number. And the minimum value, .min, is going to be 1, at least 1 product. And the maximum number is going to be 100. We can simply chain it to the z.number as separate function calls, and forcing that at maximum, the user can only fetch 100 products to not, kind of roast or toast our database, I guess. As the cursor, I'm going to explain it in a second what this is. We're going to say z.number. And this is going to be .nullish, so we don't have to pass it. All the cursor is basically the last element that was rendered. So if the user is scrolling to get more products, then the cursor will be where we will begin fetching the next page of products for the infinite query. And as for the actual query that we can pass in here, that's going to make our product real so reusable. This is going to be a custom validator. So let's call it query validator. So only certain options that we allow can even be passed in here. This doesn't exist yet, so let's create it in our source folder under the validators. Let's see, where is that? Right here in the lib folder under validators. Let's create a new file called query-validator.ts. And the logic in here, very straightforward. Let's export a const query validator. And again, this is to make sure that the user can only filter by fields that we allow to prevent abuse of our API. This is going to be a z from zod.object. And inside of here, let's pass 3 things. First off, the category. This is going to be a z.string, and we can also make this optional. You don't have to filter by category. Second, the sort. Users should be able to sort the data. This is going to be a z.enum that essentially allows us to pass an array of values that are okay for the sort, which is ASC for ascending and DESC for descending order. And of course, you don't have to sort, so we're going to make it optional. And lastly, the limit that we're going to pass in here, this is going to be a z.number, so 1 through 100, just like before. And of course, you don't have to fetch with a limit. Okay, and now the beauty of Zod is we can actually get the TypeScript type just like that also. Let's export the type T for type, query validator, just so we don't get a naming conflict with the actual schema that we have right here. That's why we added the T. And this is going to be a z.infer, where we can infer the TypeScript type of the type of query validator. Just like that, a super handy Zod utility we can make use of. And just like that, we can import the query validator right here where we get our data. And all that's left now is actually the business logic of receiving the data and querying our database. We're going to do that inside of a .query. And this is nothing else than a regular, callback function with an async before, because we're going to do some await operations. and we get access to the input by destructuring it right here as the first argument, or the first parameter rather, of the query arrow function. Okay, first things we need are two things from the input: the query and also the cursor. These are going to come, as I just said, from the input, like that. Secondly, we can destructure from the query. So const empty object is equal to query, and we know what exists. That is the validator we have literally just created. So let's destructure the sort, the limit, and then the rest. But we're not gonna import the category as it is, because this is actually a special property. I'm gonna show you why here in a second. So let's say ... query options. And what we're doing here is getting all the other properties and calling them query options as an object. So we're spreading in the same syntax, but to be honest, it's just all the other properties except these ones from the destructure. And I'm gonna show you why here in a second. So essentially what we want to do is just get products from our database. And that in itself is very straightforward. Let's get our client, const payload is equal to await get payload client, so we can interact with the database. And remember, no absolute imports. So we need to make these relative with ... and also here ... get payload. So we have relative imports. And getting the products, as I said, from the database, pretty straightforward stuff. We know how to do this. The docs we can destructure are equal to await payload.find, so our database client or CMS, and we're gonna find the documents where the collection is products, where the approved for sale is true. So that's really important. We can have a query constraint in here where the approved for sale property, as we remember, is very important because we don't want to sell bad products that haven't been approved by admins, where the approved for sale equals approved, just like that. So we only list products where an admin verified, yep, this is good. And we can simply sort this by the thing that we destructure from the query. Then we can pass the depth of 1, just like that. So we fetch 1 level deep. We can limit this query to the limit that is passed into here, or possibly overridden by our custom query. And lastly, we can pass the page in here. Now we're gonna get to what the page is here in a second. First off, why is the query options, why did we do it like this? And the answer is to make it very easily extendable. You see, the sort and the limit both go separately right here in the query as separate parameters. But all the other query options, like the collection, for example, are actually in the where statement. So it's different from the other properties. That's why we are gonna do something called parsing of the query options, where we can spread in as many as we want to make it very easily extensible. What does that mean? Let's do it and you'll see. Let's say the const parsed query options, and let's give it a type. And this is going to be a record type, something we get from TypeScript, of string, and then an object where we have an equals property, and that is also going to be a string. So we're passing a generic into the record type, and by default, let's initialize this as an empty object. So TypeScript will be happy. Okay, and now let's parse the query options, where we say the object.entries and pass in the query options. In our case, that's just the category. But as I said, that makes it super easily extendable if you want to separate by, other stuff. I want to leave you with a, really easily, just an API that's very easy to extend and customize for your own ones. And for each of these entries, we are gonna get 2 things. But first, let's initialize the code block so we can actually get a TypeScript, without TypeScript complaining about us, we can get 2 things in the array syntax here. It's the key and the value. So in our case, for example, if we hovered over the query options, the key and the value, that's all it is. And we're getting access to them just like this. And now let's say the parsed query options at the index of key is gonna be equal to an object where the equals is gonna be the value. So we're taking the raw input, the category, and turning it into something that our CMS understands in the query. So we're putting it into a proper syntax for our CMS. That's all we're doing here, where the equals is the value. And just like that, we are able to now simply spread in the parsed query options because they're now in a valid syntax just like the approved for sale. So we turned a raw category with a value into this format right here that our CMS expects. That's all it is. That's why they're parsed. Very straightforward. Now, we still haven't defined the page. Very straightforward. The cons page is going to be either the cursor that we pass in or 1 as the default because we want to start fetching at the first item in our database. That's all it is. And lastly, from this API endpoint, we still need to return the stuff to the front end to render out. So we're going to return the items, and we're also going to return the next page we can start fetching at. And by the way, both the items and the things that we're going to do right here all come from our CMS. I just called the docs items because that's what they are. You could also call them, products, I guess, whatever you want. Let's call them items. And we can also get the has next page and also the next page. So if we want to implement pagination, we know where to start fetching products. So we're going to return the products, the items, and for getting the next page, we can say if there is a next page, if has next page, in that case, we're going to return the next page, or else we're going to return null. Just like that. Not is null, just null. And that is the logic of getting infinite products wherever we want. For example, in our product reel right here. And because we created this route, we can now call it from our product reel, get infinite products. And on here, we can use the use infinite query. Same thing as the use query, but very easy to now fetch infinite products as the user, scrolls or paginates or basically whatever you want. As the limit this takes, we can simply pass in, the limit we can actually pass as a prop into the product reel. That is the main reason this is so super reusable. Let me show you what I mean by that. So the query we can receive in a prop in here is going to be of type tQueryValidator. So everything that we have defined in our validator. Now let's destructure the query from the props and simply say the limit is the query.limit, just like that. And if that is not set, because it's optional, we can always fall back to a certain value. For example, let's call it in all caps the fallback underscore limit and set that at the very top of the component right here. So the cons fallback underscore limit is going to be 4. So by default, we're always going to fetch, 4 products unless we specify otherwise in the query. And the second thing this takes is the query. We can simply pass right into here directly to our API, only containing the verified fields that we allow users to set. Now, as the second option we can pass inside of the use infinite query is the way we get the next page to actually make the infinite, browsing of products happen. And this is the get next page param function that tRPC, or more like React Query, offers us. So we can receive the last page as the first thing in the arrow function that we get here and return the last page dot next page. That is the method of how we fetch the next page of products. And the only thing we need to do now to actually get the products is to destructure the data from this query. And let's log it out just to try if everything works. Let's console log the data, and this is going to be the data. So this should load as soon as the page is loaded. We do get an error right here on the page.tsx because we didn't specify a query. And now comes the beauty. Check this out. Wherever we render out the product reel, which we're going to do in a lot of places, we can pass in the query object and simply adjust the query wherever we render this out. For example, on our main page, let's sort by descending order. And let's also give it a limit of 4 because we only want to tease some brand new products. Save that and let's see what happens. We should see a console log, but that's probably only after restarting our backend because we've done a lot of work on the index.ts. And I think, it probably watched that and already restarted server for us. But it doesn't matter. Let's just restart it and see if we get the console log of the product data, which we should. So let's see, is it started? Yes, it is. Let's open up the console and verify that. Right here, let's pull it up, console. Let's refresh the page and see what happens. Hopefully, we should see one product data in our console. Okay, and we don't get a product. Instead, we get an error, and it's very apparent as to why. And the reason is that the product reel, of course, needs to be a client-side component. So we need to insert a use client directive at the very top to make it a client-side component. And now we do. There it is, the data. We get the page params and the pages, which is because of the infinite query, you know? So each page has items, and these items are our actual product data we get from the database. And they're in this format that makes super simple to infinitely query more products as the user scrolls, for example, or as they click the next page button. That I'll leave totally up to you if you want to do that. And for us, we don't need it right now, but we know that this works. We actually get the products. So let's display them. And because they're in kind of this weird paginated format, we need to do some pre-processing on them. So for example, the products, const products are going to be equal to the query results. So let's just call the data we get the query results, because the data is kind of, it doesn't really mean anything, I guess. Let's, just change the name so it's a bit more clear. And this is optional. And then the dot pages. And for each page, we're going to do a flat map, which is basically a map and a flatten at the same time, just in one function. It's just a little convenience. And for each page that we get, we're going to return the page.items we have on that page. Oh, and this needs to be items and not item. There we go. We can get rid of this console log, and instead let's determine which products do we want to map over. So let's say let map, and this is going to be of type either a product, which we get from payload types, or this is going to be null, and we will have an array of those. And let's initialize this as an empty array. So all we're doing here is determining if we have products, if products and products.length, which just means we have at least one product. In that case, we're going to map over the products to display them right here. So let's say map is going to be equal to products, so we can display them. Otherwise, if there is a loading state and we don't yet have products, in that case, we're going to handle that in an else statement. Else if the is loading, and we can simply destructure the is loading state from our infinite query right up here. If we are in the loading state, in that case, let's map over some empty boxes to beautifully show a skeleton loading state instead of the products that will stream in as we get them. That's what we're doing right here. So the else if is loading, let's set the map to a new array, and we can tell TypeScript this is going to be a null array because we don't really care what's inside of the array. And then here, let's say the query.limit or the fallback underscore limit. So we will always show as many skeleton loading boxes as we will have actual products later. And we're just going to fill this with null values because it doesn't really matter what's in it, just the amount of boxes will count. And that's it. We can literally get started in showing the products now right here. So we have created this div with the width of full, the very long grid class name, and this is where we're going to display each product inside of a custom component. So first off, let's map, map.map, kind of weird naming, we call it map, whatever. And for each product and for each index that we get in here, we want both. We're going to render out some JSX right away. And this is going to be a custom component we're going to call product listing. That's going to be a beautiful product, one single product that handles all the logic for that. So it's also very reusable across the entire application. That's a component that doesn't exist yet. So let's go ahead and create it. Under components, create a new file called product, listing.tsx. Now, what does a product listing do? Essentially, it's nothing more than a link to that product. So let's say the const product listing is going to be an arrow function. And of course, export default product listing at the very bottom of that file. Now, of course, we need to know all the product data that we want to render out for each listing. So that's why we need to pass this as a property inside each product listing component. Let's call this the product listing props. And these props are very straightforward. Let's define them right up here in the interface product listing props. And these are going to be or contain two things: the product with the actual information of type product that we get from our types from our CMS, or this can also be null, and then the index of that product, and this is going to be a number. The reason for the index is we're going to have beautiful staggered loading animations, Airbnb style. You're going to see what that means here in a second. They will be very, very beautiful, and I inspired them from Airbnb. So they will look, pretty solid, if I do say so myself. Now, to achieve these beautiful loading animations, we're going to create a state inside of this product listing. Let's call it isVisible, and also set isVisible by convention, the setter and the getter of that value in React state. And because we use state, we also need to mark this as a client-side component because we don't have, React APIs like state on the server. This is going to come from the useState hook, and this is going to be of type Boolean. We can pass that in as a generic and default it to false. By the way, you don't have to pass this type. TypeScript can infer it from here, but I just find it a bit nicer to have it in there. Okay, now we can get access to both the product and the index by destructuring them from the props. We have already generated or, defined the type after all. And if we don't have a product, or if this product is not visible yet, that's the staggered animation we're going to create here right now. In that case, we're going to return the beautiful loading state, a product placeholder. It's going to be a self-closing custom component, very simple component, so we can just declare it in the same file because we're not going to use it anywhere else. And you're going to see why it's so simple. The const product placeholder right here is nothing else than a regular arrow function that returns some JSX. At the top level, a div with a class name of flex, flex-call, and a width of full. Now let's open up this div. Inside of here, one more div with a class name of relative, a bgzinc of 100, an aspect of square, a width of full, an overflow-hidden, and a rounded-XL, just like that. And inside of here, we could either option A, worry about how do we do a beautiful loading state, or option B, much better in my opinion, say npx shadcn-ui at latest add skeleton, because our UI library provides beautiful animated skeleton loading states out of the box. So we can simply install that and use it as it is. Let's restart back up the dev server. And now we can simply import the skeleton component just like that from our UI file. We can even pass this a class name, for example, of height full, and with full, that's gonna make it fill out the parent element that we have defined right here. And below that closing div, we're gonna create 2 or 3 more skeletons. Skeleton, just like that. And these are gonna indicate both the product name and the product price later on. Each one of these is gonna get a class name of margin top 4, a width of 2/3, a height of 4, and a rounded -large. And actually, I lied. They're not all gonna get the same class name, but let's create 3 of them. Again, using Shift, Alt, and arrow down to copy them. That's how we do it. And the second one is gonna get a class name that's a bit different. It's gonna be margin top 2, a width of 16, a height of 4, and a rounded of large. And then let's copy that one down because that's gonna be the same as the third one. Just the width is gonna be a bit different on the third one. That's gonna be width 12. I know, tiny details, but it's gonna make it look very, very nice. Let's just see how that looks like for now. Let's mock out the state right here. We're always gonna return the product placeholder. So let's just see, how that looks on our page. We can already import the product listing right here in our product reel, and then pass in the props that we need to pass. For example, the product, and also the index is gonna be the I. That's the reason we got it from the mapping right here as the second argument, parameter, whatever. You know what I mean? We got it right here. Let's save that and see what happens. Brand new. Is our dev server up, by the way? It should be. So why are we not seeing the loading state? We should see it. Ah, there we go. We just needed to reload the page and that was it. Great. So when we now reload the page, we can see the beautiful loading state right here for each product. And once the products are back, we can actually see that it resorts from the loading state back to the actual amount of products that we get back from our backend. That is super nice. So we can insert back what we just cut out to the conditional product placeholder right here and actually show the proper product listing with the image and the price and the name and whatnot once we get it from our backend. We don't always want to show the loading state. So where are we gonna do that? Right here, below the conditional check of the product placeholder. So let's say if the is visible is true and we have a product, so basically the opposite case of before, in that case, we're gonna return some JSX. What are we gonna return? Mainly a link component from Next/link that has an href of a dynamic template string leading to /product/ and then our product.id. That's where the detail page for one product is gonna live. Now each link is gonna get a dynamic class name. So we're gonna use our little cn helper function for that, invoke it, and pass some class names. Namely, this is gonna be invisible, then a height of full, a width of full, a cursor dash pointer to make it look clickable, and a group/main. Okay, after this class name, let's pass in object to apply some conditional class names, as I just said, and this is gonna be visible, an animate-in, and a fade-in of 5. And this is only gonna apply if the isVisible state is set to true to achieve that beautiful staggering animation that we're gonna do. Now, to ensure that it's actually staggered instead of all at the same time, we need to keep track of the delay for each product. And we're gonna do that using the index. So the first product will be the first to show, the second product the second to show, and so on, all delayed by a little stagger delay, you know? And the way we manage that is inside of a use effect in a very straightforward logic. So this use effect will only change when the index changes, because that is the only outside value that we're gonna use inside of the effect. So we need to pass it into the dependency array. Let's set a timer, const timer is equal to set timeout. And this takes a callback function that, you know, when the timeout is over, executes whatever we put in here. In our case, that's simply setting the isVisible value to true after the delay that we set. And to achieve that staggered animation, we can multiply the index by 75, milliseconds. You could set this to whatever to make the stagger more or less. And then to clean up after ourselves, to avoid memory leaks, we're gonna return the clear timeout and pass in that timer. Okay, if you've ever worked with use effect before, that probably makes sense to you. We need to clean up after ourselves after setting a timer to avoid memory leaks that could happen when this component unmounts and the timer has not yet been triggered. That's all it's for. Awesome. Okay, now for the actual product. What do we want to show for each product? Mainly, that's going to be a div inside of our link component with a class name of flex, a flex-call, and a width of full. Inside of this div, let's create an h3 element, and this is going to contain the product.name, like that. This h3 is going to get a class name of margin top 4, a font-medium, a text of small, and a text gray of 700. Okay, let's give it a bit more space, by the way. There we go. Okay, after the h3 comes a p tag with a class name of margin top 1, text of small, and a text gray of 500. Inside of here, we are gonna use the category of this product. However, we can't really just do product.category like that. Technically, it will work, but it's gonna look weird because we don't see the human form label, but for example, the underscore with the UI kits, it looks pretty bad. So we don't want that, but we want the human readable label. And we get that from our config. So if we take a look at the config index, I believe we called it, we want this label and not the value. And the way we can do that is really easy. We can go ahead up here and just search for this product. So the label that we want to use, the const label, is going to be equal to the product underscore categories dot find. So we want to find the product where the value matches what we have, and we want to extract the label from it. So for each product, we can destructure the value inside of here right away and return if the value is triple equal to the product dot category. Now, that's gonna find us the entire thing. We don't want the entire thing. Instead, we only want the dot label of it right here. So we can use that. That's gonna be the beautiful human readable UI kits or icons that we care about and not the value that we use internally, because we don't really want people to see that. This label we can simply insert now instead of the product.category. Save that, and you can see the my product and icons show up right here. Beautiful. By the way, let's move this in a proper side-by-side again. There we go. And now the last, oops, I accidentally clicked on it, didn't mean to do that, but you can already see the beautiful loading states right here. Very, very nice. And the last thing is the price. So we're gonna insert the format price utility we have already created and simply pass in the product.price. That's so nice about this utility. We can always use it across the entire application and make sure the price formatting looks good that way. As the class name on this paragraph, let's pass a margin top 1, a font-medium, like that, a text of small, and a text gray of 900. So pretty damn dark. Awesome, let's save that, see what it looks like. It looks really good. Now the only thing missing is the product image or the images. And to make sure that the image looks good and we have this beautiful slider, you might remember from the very beginning of the video, Airbnb style that allows us to airbnb.com, that allows us to, browse these images just like this. We are going to create one custom component for that. And that's going to be the image slider. So we have the same beautiful browsing effect as Airbnb has. And we're going to, render out the image right above all of this stuff and call it the image slider to do exactly what I just showed you from Airbnb. Now this image slider is a custom component, so let's create it right here as a new file called imageslider.tsx. Let's go into here and say const image slider, again a regular plain arrow function that we simply export default at the very bottom, image slider. There we go. Very nice. And the only thing this image slider takes is an array of URLs. So the image URLs that we simply display here, it's a separation of concerns. The only thing this image slider does is, display multiple images. Let's call it the image slider props. There we go. Slider props to tell TypeScript what kind of data we will be working with here. And let's define the interface, the page slider props. And the only thing, again, the URLs are going to be a string array that we will display in here. And oops, I called it page slider props. So let's call it image slider props. There we go. So TypeScript is happy now. From this component, let's return a div at the top level with a class name of group relative, a bg background zinc of 100, an aspect square. So we have the same beautiful squares as Airbnb, an overflow dash hidden, and a rounded dash XL to give it like a really nice smooth border radius. Okay, let's open up this div, and inside of here, one more div with a class name of absolute, a z index of 10, an inset of 0, an opacity of 0, a group dash hover, and then an opacity of 100 for the group hover, not as a separate class, and then a transition property. Essentially what this does is only if we hover over this, let's go to Airbnb, only if we hover over it, the button is actually going to show up and not all the time. So it looks exactly the same as we have it on Airbnb. Let's keep it open just for reference. Okay, then let's open up this div, move this into a proper side-by-side. I don't know why it keeps leaving that. There we go. And inside of this div, we are gonna create two buttons. So we can say button times 2 and hit tab. That's gonna, with emmet, actually create two separate buttons. And these buttons are gonna be the left and right button to slide along for the images. And that's why they're gonna use some very, very similar class names. So we can declare them once up here and use them in both buttons. For example, the active styles, when a button is active, what should be applied? Well, it's the active and then scale minus, and then as a custom value in these angle brackets, 0.97. So it's going to be a bit smaller, just the same as on Airbnb. It's going to be a grid, an opacity 100, a hover and then scale 105, absolute, a top of 1/2, a minus translate of -y minus 1/2. So it's exactly in the center of the image. Then we're going to apply an aspect dash square, a height of 8, a width of 8, a z index of 50. So it's, above all the other content. We're going to say place dash items dash center, a rounded dash full, a border of 2, a bg white, and last one, I promise, a border zinc of 300. Very long class name, I know, but that's by far the longest one for the active styles of the button. And because we wrote it once, we can reuse it in the other button and never have to write it again. That's the beauty of the, declaring it as a constant up here and then using it in both buttons. Now for the inactive styles, they're very easy. The const inactive styles are just gonna be a hidden and then a text gray of 400. That's already it. That's the inactive styles. So now we can use them on our buttons. However, before we even style these buttons, how about we just display the first image first? Otherwise, we wouldn't even be knowing what the hell we're even doing here in the first place. This just makes our work in a second a lot easier, already having done this. So this beautiful sliding functionality we don't have to implement from scratch. There's a super battle tested and nice library or package that handles that for us. And this is called Yarn Add Swiper. Beautiful, that has installed the package. I've used it both in freelance projects and professionally, and I really like Swiper because it makes this whole sliding functionality so easy. For example, what we can do right below these two buttons and after the closing div of it is simply render out the swiper. This is going to contain all the logic of, left and right going for the images. This swiper can be, not self-closing. We want two separate things of it because something is going to go in between. That's going to be each image that we can slide along with. However, first the question is, where do we even get this swiper from? And the answer is, let's go to the very top and simply import, and then as a named import, swiper. And then also while we're here, swiper slide from swiper/react. That is where we get this from. Now, each swiper takes a bunch of stuff that we can pass into it. For example, a class name, a height of full, and a width of full as well. Before we worry about the styling too much though, let's actually render out the images. And doing that is pretty straightforward. We can simply map over the URLs that we pass as a prop into this component. So urls.map. And for each URL and index, we can render out a swiper slide. So the swiper slide we already imported at the very top as a component that is not going to be self-closing because in here goes a Nextjs image component. So an optimized version of the image we can show on our front end. This image will get a fill property, a loading of eager, so it loads a bit, faster, or it starts loading sooner rather. It doesn't necessarily load faster. The class name is going to be a -z of 10, a height of full, a width of full, an object-cover, and lastly an object-center. So we make sure the image always looks good. Okay, lastly, the source in here is going to be the URL that we're mapping over, and the alt tag is going to be product image, for example. You can set this to whatever you want, just kind of describe the image. Okay, the swiper slide will get a key, and this key, is going to be just the index. Let's just leave it as that. It could also be the URL, assuming you have, each URL is unique. Let's just leave it at the index. That's totally fine for this use case. And the class name is going to be -z of 10, relative, a height of full, and a width of full as well. Let's see what happens. Before we do that though, or actually let's see what happens right away. Let's save all of this and import the image slider in our product listing. However, we still need to pass the URLs into the image slider, remember? So how do we get the URLs? The URLs, if we hit Control Space to see what we can pass, go right here. But what do we pass? Like the product images, does that work? Not really. We need to extract the URLs from the images. And we're going to do that right above this JSX by saying the const valid URLs are going to be equal to, and then map over the product.images.map. And for each image, we're going to return something, but we can first destructure the image from the product image right away. And then what we're going to return is, well, it depends. If the type of image is a string, is triple equal to string, in that case, we're going to return the image because it's already the URL. However, if it's not of type string, then it's the entire image object, and we're going to return the image.url. And if we hover over this, this could be a string or null or undefined array. And to get rid of all these null or undefineds, we can say .filter by booleans. Awesome. If we now hover over this, TypeScript doesn't really work with that. That's fine. We know it will be a string array. So we can pass in the valid URLs right here. And the error that we get is simply a TypeScript thing. There's multiple ways to go about this. Simply ignoring the error would do the job, or we can also cast this into a string array just like that, because we know definitely we filtered out the undefined or null values and are totally fine to just cast it. Okay, let's hit save and see what happens. Do we see anything on the front end? Let's reload this. And we should definitely start back up the dev server and then see what happens. Let's let this load for a second. And as you can see, invalid source prop hostname localhost is not configured under images in your next.config.js JS. That's fine because we're pulling the images from the file system. We need to authorize our local computer to be a valid source for these images. So in our next.config, we can say for the images right here, we can define the remote patterns. This is how we do it in Nextjs 14. This is the modern approach of doing things. And this takes an array. The old deprecated version would have been the URLs, I believe. I don't know where exactly it goes, but it's deprecated in Nextjs 14. This is the modern way, where we pass an array of objects and each one taking the host name, for example, localhost. Then also taking the path name, we can just say ** in here, the port. This is gonna be 3000, where we are hosting Nextjs. And let's turn this into a string. And then the protocol is gonna be HTTP without HTTPS, because this is just, local. We can save that and then restart our server. And now the error should be gone. Awesome, and it is gone, but we don't really see the products show up right here. Why is that? And let's go into our image slider. The thing is, Swiper, this module that we're using, actually requires its own styles that it also provides to us, so it's no big issue, but we simply need to import them at the very top as well. For example, let's import Swiper, import as a string, Swiper/CSS, and let's also import as a string again, Swiper/CSS/pagination. And this pagination is going to allow us to actually switch left and right between the images in the pagination module that Swiper will provide to us. Save that, and we can already see on the right-hand side here, the image beautifully fades in slowly. It looks really, really nice with this Airbnb style animation and an amazing loading state. Very, very nice. Now, how do we go left and right between the images? And that is exactly where this button, or where these two buttons, come in. Now, in order to use these buttons correctly, we need to take care of two things, two states first. The first state right here, const swiper and set swiper, is going to contain our swiper instance. So this is going to be equal to use state, import that from React, and this is going to be null by default. As the type, this is important to pass now because we don't want this to remain at null, but also be able to take up the type of swiper type, like that. Now, where does the swiper type come from? We can simply import that. Let's say import type swiper type from swiper, like that. And then everything will be fine with TypeScript. And the second thing we want to keep track of is the active index, right? Like that, there we go. Which current image are we on? The first, the second, and so on. So active index, set active index. This is gonna be a use state as well. And by default, this is gonna be 0. So we're on the first index of the images array. So the, just cover image, I guess that's what it is. Okay, and based on these, we can actually work with that in the buttons. But first off, we actually never set the swiper state. When do we do that? How do we get access to the swiper instance? Very easy. On the swiper, we have a method called onSwiper. So when it's done initializing, we can simply receive the swiper as the parameter or argument, whatever, you know what I mean, and then set the swiper to that swiper instance we get. As easy as that. That just works. Now there's a few tweaks we can do on the swiper. For example, the space between slides. Let's set this to 50 pixels, and the slides per view, let's default this to 1. So we only have one image per slide. So it doesn't look like, like completely hot garbage, for example. And to allow us to switch between images left and right, we also need to enable a module. And that is in an array, the pagination module. That is something that, Swiper already provides to us out of the box. Super simple. All we need to do is import it at the very top, and that's going to allow us to swipe left and right between images. So import the pagination module from swiper/modules. Already built in, no extra installation needed, as easy as that. Awesome. Now let's ask ourselves, when should these buttons right here show up? Well, if there's only one image, none of them should show up. If we hover over it, for example, on Airbnb, if we're on the first image, well, the left button is not there, and the right one would also not be there if there's only one image, because there's nothing to slide along with. And we need to keep track of which image slide we're currently on to then activate or deactivate, show or hide the buttons depending on that state. And the way we do that is in the last state we're going to keep track of in this component, and that is going to be the slide config. And then we set slide config just the same by convention once again. And this is going to be equal to a useState. And in our case, this is going to be an object where we default the isBeginning value to true. And then the isEnd value to the active index is triple equal to the URLs.length or 0, because this could not be defined. And then -1, because this is an array and we want to start one index lower. So essentially, we're keeping track of, are we at the beginning of the slide and are we at the end of, how many images there are, which is dynamic. We're calculating that right here. And we can now define the button styles based on this slide config. However, there's one issue, and that is these values coming from Swiper are not actually reactive, so we can't trust them. We need to define this logic ourselves. When are we at the beginning and when are we at the end? And doing that is not hard, but we need to remember it. So we're going to do that inside of a use effect to keep track of when we are at the beginning of the slideshow for this product and when we are at the end. So the Swiper allows us one method that is called .on. And we can call this, and whenever we have an event of slide change, then we're going to update our slide config based on it. This gives us a callback function we can use where we can destructure the active index. So that is something Swiper provides to us, but it's not reactive. So we have to keep track of it ourselves. So we're going to set our reactive value, the state that we keep track of, set active index to that active index. And then also we're going to set the slide config to keep track of where we currently are to an object. And the isBeginning value is going to be equal to the active index being triple equal to 0. That's when we are on the first image on the product. And then the isEnd value is going to take up the active index is triple equal to, you can probably guess, the end of the array. So the URLs.length or 0 -1. So if that is null or undefined, it's going to resort to 0. Otherwise, it's going to use the URL.length value -1. That's when we are at the end of our little swipe show. And lastly, for the dependency array, we're going to pass into this use effect. When is it going to rerun? Well, on all the outside values that we use in here. Namely, that's going to be the Swiper and the URLs we pass in as a prop to this component. And that's all. It might seem a little bit complicated, but essentially we're keeping track of where we are in the current image slideshow, that we can style the buttons right here accordingly. So let's get to it. What styles do these buttons get? First one, this is going to get a class name on, and of course, these are going to be very dynamic values. These are going to be, pretty advanced custom styles we're going to apply to these buttons right now. So what do I mean by that? Let's invoke the cn function, and by default, these are always going to take the active styles. Then this first button is going to take a specific, that the second button won't get, so we're going to pass it as a separate string, a right of 3, and a transition property. Then an object, and we are going to apply the inactive styles, just like that, by wrapping them in these angled brackets. And when are we going to apply them? When we are at the slide config.isEnd, just like that. And this needs to be the inactive styles. There we go. Only if we are at the end of the slideshow, we're going to make the slide next button, which this will be inactive. So you can't scroll further than the end. Of course, that makes sense. We're going to apply another string that is a hover bg primary 300 as one class. So on hover, a bg primary 300, a text primary 800, and also an opacity of 100. And we're going to apply that if we are not at the end. So not slide config.isEnd. So if we're not on the last image on our slideshow. Again, as I said, pretty advanced styles right here, but I promise that's it. It doesn't get more complicated than that. Because this button will only contain an icon, namely the chevron right icon from Lucid React, we can simply import that, pass it a class name of height 4, width 4, and text zinc 700. Because it's only an icon, for screen readers and accessibility best practices, we're going to include an area-label This is gonna be next image. So people with visual impairments know what this button does if it doesn't contain any text that they could be read out loud for, or with, or, you know, any text that the screen reader can't read. Jesus Christ. Okay, and as for the on click, what should happen when you click this button? This is gonna do two things. First off, we receive the event, and then in the arrow function right here, we can prevent the default by calling e.preventDefaultBehavior. And then secondly, the swiper, which is optional, it can be undefined, .slide next. So that's just a method, a function we can call on the swiper to slide to the next slide. And before we even worry about the other button, let's take a look at what this does right now. And by the way, we can clean up our workspace by closing all the other tabs. And so let's add another image to our product to actually see what happens. Let's go to our backend and modify that product we already have. My product, let's go into the images and simply add a second image. Let's upload some new media, hit select a file, and I'm just gonna select another UI image. Doesn't really matter as long as it's just any other image. We can see if the swiper is working or not. This is like from another UI kit image that I created. Anyways, let's save that product, hit save, update it successfully, awesome, navigate back to our local host and see what happens. Now, when we hover over this image, we can see the button appear. If we click it, there we go. We see the other image pop up beautifully and a beautiful slide animation to the next image, just like Airbnb, same thing. Now for us, there's only one button. We can only slide to the right. Let's fix that. Let's quickly go ahead and create the other button. And by the way, we can simply get rid of it and copy down this button, change some things about it, and then that's the slide left button, because it's going to be very similar, only in the reverse functionality where we slide to the left. So instead of the slide next, this is just going to be slide prev, as you can possibly imagine, you know, makes sense. The right 3, we're going to change this to a left 3 because it should be on the left-hand side of this image. And essentially for everything else, we're going to do the exact opposite as well. Instead of the isEnd, this is going to be the isBeginning. Instead of the not slideconfig.isEnd, this is going to be not slideconfig.isBeginning. The area label is going to be previous image.next image, and the chevron right is going to be a chevron left. So exact same thing, just the left side button right here. Awesome. If we reload this page, then we can see we can slide to the right, slide to the left, do the cha-cha real smooth, and it looks very, very nice. We have these little image previews, and honestly, it looks so great. Wow. And to make this look even better, we can add a tiny detail. I know, just a tiny detail, but it's gonna make it look a lot nicer. And that is customize the icon that is rendered for the pagination. This is an object that gets a render bullet function where we can get the, you know, first first parameter, we don't care about it. So we're just gonna leave it at an underscore. We just care about the class name. And what we're gonna return from this function will actually be shown as the pagination icon. In our case, let's return a template string that is an HTML element of a span with a class. And this class is gonna be, by the way, not class name. This is direct HTML, so just a class. This is gonna be a rounded dash full, a transition. The original class name we can simply pass in here in the dynamic template string interpolation. And after the quote, we can close the div and also close the span using this syntax right here. I guess just regular HTML. Close it off like that. Let's save that. And you can see the little icons popping up down here, indicating which page we are currently on. Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. Now you might realize they're not in the perfect colors. It doesn't look super nice. It could look a bit better. And let's do that. Again, I know, tiny detail, but I want you to be left with like a genuinely super nice looking app. So let's do this. It's very simple. In the globals.css, let's say .swiper-pagination-bullet, and let's give it some custom styles. For example, the width is gonna be 7px, and let's add an important to override the default styles. The height is gonna be 7px, also important. The background is gonna, not the background color, just the background is gonna be RGBA, and then 255, 255, 255, 0.2. So a, pretty transparent, nice black tone. And then the scale, and this needs to be separated by semicolon and not a comma. And then the scale is gonna be 0.9 and also add an important. And now if these styles are active, so the .swiper pagination bullet active, active. In that case, we're gonna give it a color of FFF, so a plain white, a background of, a comma separated it again. The background is gonna be white with an important, and lastly, the scale is gonna be 1 and also an important. So only the active one is gonna be a bit larger. Let's see how this looks like. And I know, again, tiny detail, but this looks so much cleaner. I really like how this looks. Very, very smooth, nice animation. Also, the loading state is just a very nice overall composition that we have here for each product. And we only write it once, and it's automatically applied to every product listing in our entire application. Awesome job. So the rest of this build is gonna be mostly front-end based. It's a lot about styling and nice animations and making sure the user experience is as good as it possibly can be. For example, with the product detail page, we need this to look amazing, we need this to perform, we need this to work. So let's implement the product detail page. Currently, there's only a 404, which is horrible. Let's create a new folder for this product detail page called product. Now, we're gonna turn this into a dynamic route, just like before, by using angled brackets and creating a new folder inside of that product folder called product ID, and then closing angled brackets. I'm gonna show you why this is important here in a second. In here, let's create a new file called page.tsx. So why is it important that we have these angled brackets right here? Well, first off, let's create the page. The page, as always, nothing else than a regular React component. We can export as the default at the very bottom. Now, these angled brackets, what does it mean? Essentially, if you take a look at the URL or structure or architecture of how we handle this, it's we send the user to the /product/ and then the product ID. That's the string up here. And in order to receive that product ID, we don't hard code it as the folder name, but we receive it dynamically in this dynamic route. And that is as the params that we can destructure from the props. Now, to tell TypeScript what type these have, this is of type page props, an interface that we define ourselves right above this page. So the interface page props, let's call it, this is just going to contain the params, and these params will be an object where the product ID is of type string. Now, where does this product ID come from? This is the same thing as what we put in the angled brackets. What you put in the angled brackets doesn't matter as long as these two right here match. They need to be the same because whatever we put in the angled brackets is the prop we receive dynamically on the page. You can call this whatever you want, just make sure it's the same as in the angled brackets then. And it is logically the product ID, so it makes a lot of sense to call it just that. Now, inside of this page, let's start by returning our max with wrapper to make sure the layout is awesome and give it a class name of bg_white. Now, inside of the max with wrapper, let's create a div element with a class name of bg_white as well. And inside of this div, one more div with a class name of, this is going to be mxAuto, a max width of 2xl, a padding x of 4, a padding y of 16. And let's give this a bit more space. And then on small devices, a padding x of 6. On small devices, a padding y of 24. On large devices, a grid, then on large devices, a maximum width of 7xl. On large devices, a grid calls of 2. On large devices, a gap x of 8. And lastly, on large devices, a padding x of 8 as well. Pretty long class name. I'm gonna be real with you, but that's the longest in this entire component, so don't worry about it. I'm gonna go full screen, so in case you missed anything, here it is in its entirety. And the first thing that we're gonna create in here are the product details. What does that mean? For example, product name, product description, and so on. We can even make a little comment here for ourselves. Product details are about to follow right here. Now let's begin these product details by going into a split screen again, saving this so we can see what we're doing here and see what we're coding out, on the right hand side here in real time. Now, in here goes a div element with a class name of large, maximum width of large, and on large devices a self-end, not send, a self-end. There we go. If we hover over this, we can see what it does. It's the align self in the Tailwind kind of version of how we do that. Okay, inside of here, let's create an ordered list, an OL, which gets a class name of flex, an items-center, and a space x of 2. Inside this ordered list, the only purpose of this is to show the current path we are on the page. This is also called breadcrumbs, and we can create these breadcrumbs right here inline, but it's a better idea to declare them right up here in the page, because that makes them super easy to extend if we ever need to. These are a constant breadcrumbs, so we're going to put them in all caps because this never changes. It's not a dynamic value. And this is an array. And by the way, the uppercase, all uppercase is just a convention for constants. That's why we follow it. You don't have to. It doesn't add anything in terms of syntax. It's just a convention to do it that way. Each breadcrumb gets an ID, so the ID of 1, a name. The name, for example, is going to be home. And lastly, this is going to get an href. When you click on the breadcrumb, this should lead to a slash for the home page. And then the second item in the array, very similar to the first. Now the ID is going to be 2. The name is going to be products. And the href is going to be slash products. So when you click the href, you're going to get redirected to the slash products. And that's it. We can simply now map over these breadcrumbs and show them on our page. So to do that, we're going to say breadcrumbs.map. And for each breadcrumb and the index we are going to receive as the second parameter, we are going to render out some JSX right away. And that JSX is going to be an li element, ordered list, first thing in there, an li, a list element. And because we're mapping, we need to give this a key. And this can be, for example, the breadcrumb.href, anything that is unique to this item that we're mapping over. Inside of here, let's create a div element with a class name of flex, an items-center, and a text of small. And inside of this div, let's open it up and create a Nextjs link element. This, of course, needs an href, and this is nothing else than the breadcrumb.href. And it's also going to get a class name. This is going to be font-medium, a text of small, a text-muted-foreground, or just normal text color on the page. And then on hover, we're going to give it a text gray of 900. Okay, now in this link, we can simply render out the breadcrumb.name and already hit save. What does this look like on our page? There we go, home products. Looks awesome. However, something is missing. There, just something about it is not quite right. And let me show you what it is. It's right below the link, and we are going to do a conditional check right here, where if the index is not the breadcrumbs.length -1, of course, because we're working with an array. Essentially, it's saying if we're not at the last element. In that case, if we're not the last element, then we're going to render out a little icon here. And else, if we are the last element, there shouldn't be an icon separating the breadcrumbs. And this icon is an SVG. We could easily type out ourselves, but there's no sense in that. So I included it in the copy-paste list right here as the breadcrumbs icon. You can simply grab it, paste the SVG in here because there's no value in typing this out yourself. We can simply copy and paste it and save this page to see a beautiful separator now separating the home from the products. And again, this is super extendable. If you wanted to, you could have any amount of breadcrumbs, simply add them in here, and it would just work out of the box, depending on if you want to change this after you finish with this project with me or not. You definitely have the option to. Okay, beautiful. And that's it for the breadcrumbs. We're already done here. Now, after this ordered list, let's create a div, and this is going to get a class name of margin top 4. Inside of here goes an h1, and this h1 is going to contain the product.name. Like that, not the product files.name, but the product.name. Now the product, right? This is a product detail page. So of course we need access to the product that this page is about. But how do we get that product? After all, the only thing we have right now is the product ID. So we need a way to, get the product from this product ID. And we can simply do that using our backend or CMS to query this product. So we can say const payload is going to be equal to await get payload client, invoke that. And in order to be able to use await, we need to mark this page as asynchronous. With React Server Components, of course, we can do that. That's totally cool to do now. And now query our backend to get this product data. So the const docs we can destructure are gonna come from the await payload.find. And what do we want to find? Well, first off, which collection do we want to query and which table? So to say, it's the products table right here. The limit is gonna be 1. We are searching for one specific product, and that is the one with the ID that is passed into this page. Now, there's 2 things we want to filter by. So first off, we're gonna insert a where clause. What are we searching for? First off, we are searching for the product where the ID of the product equals the product ID that we get passed in from the params right here. So we can simply go ahead at the very top and destructure the product ID from the params, just like this. So we get access to the product ID and can search by it in our database call. And also, don't forget, we also want the approved for sale to equal approved. So we're only searching for products that are approved by admins to be sold on our platform and not just any product. Now, let's call these docs, for example, the products, because that's what we're gonna get back from the products collection. And we can simply, this is an array of products, but we know we're only searching for one because of the limit. So we can array destructure the first product from the array we get back from our CMS payload. And this is our product. Now, this doesn't have to be a product. Imagine if this doesn't find anything. That's definitely the case if the ID is invalid and not in our database. So if we don't have a product, in that case, we're going to return the not found that we get from next/navigation, a function we can call that's simply going to throw a 404 error for us. And by doing that, this is called a guard clause. We can assume that the product exists further down the page, because if it didn't, we would even get to that part of the rendering cycle right here. So let's give this a lot more space, go into a proper side-by-side once again, like that, beautiful. And now we know the product.name right here. So if we save that, let's see what happens. And we can see my product pop up right here because that's what we named our example product. Beautiful, so we know it works, but it doesn't look good. So let's give this h1 a class name. This is gonna be a text of 3XL, a font-bold, a tracking-tight, a text gray of 900, and on small devices, a text of 4XL. There we go. Let's see, that looks much better. Very, very nice. Let's format this and then go down just a bit and open up a new section right here. After the closing h1, after the closing div, this is where we're going to create a section. This is going to get a class name of margin top 4. Let's open it up and put a div element inside with a, once again, the class name of flex and items-center. Let's open up this div, and inside of here goes a p tag. And this is going to contain the product price. And we're going to use our super handy format price utility to render out the product.price that we simply pass into the utility to handle the formatting for us. This p tag is going to get a class name of font-medium and also a text gray of 900. Just like that. Beautiful. Right below this p tag, one more div with a class name of margin left 4, a border-L for left, a text-muted-foreground, a border gray of 300, and lastly a padding left of 4. Let's open up this div, and what goes in here is the label. Now, if you remember what the label is, essentially it's nothing else than we did previously. It's the beautiful version of the product category. So if you remember, if we go into our config, it's not the internal value, but the label for that value. And in order to obtain that, we're going to do the same thing we did before. The const label is going to be equal to the product_categories.find. And for each value that we can destructure right away, we're going to return if the value is triple equal to the product, which is optional, .category. Or actually, it's not optional at this point in the rendering cycle. We already know that it will exist, and we only care about the label for that. And just like that, if we save that, we should be able to see the price and the category of this product. The icons pop up right here. Very, very nice. That looks awesome. Now we also want to show the product description right below here, of course. So let's scroll down the closing div right here, and let's go down one more closing div still in the section, but no more closing divs. and create one more div and give it a class name of margin top 4 and a space y of 6. Inside of here goes a p tag that's going to contain the product.description. Just like that. Perfect. This is going to get a class name of text-base and also a text-muted-foreground. Go ahead, format it, save it, and see what happens. Any product description shows up right there. Beautiful. That's exactly what should happen. And now still in the section, but no more closing divs. Let's go down, create one last div in the section, and this is going to contain a class name of margin top 6, a flex, and an items-center. Inside of here, we're going to render out a check icon we get from Lucid React. And this is going to be self-closing and also purely decorational. So once again, you know the drill, area hidden can be true to hide it on screen readers. Let's give it a class name. And this is going to be a height of 5, a width of 5, a flex shrink of 0, and lastly, a text green of 500. Beautiful. Let's save it, see what happens. There is the check mark. Now, what is that for, you might ask? Well, it's to, visually support a p tag that's going to say eligible for instant delivery, to make sure users know of our website that they will get the product after they purchase it right away. There is no long 2-day shipping or something, they will get sent it to their email right away. So we're letting them know. As the class name, let's have margin left 2 to separate it from the check mark, a text of small, and a text of muted foreground. Hit save. Perfect. That looks really nice. Now, where is the product image? How do we render that out? And the answer is we already did literally all the work to render out these product images. So let's go ahead, create them right here. Let's do a little comment for us. These are going to be the product images. By the way, you don't have to copy the comments. This is just, so we know what's going on in our JSX code. Let's put a div in here with a class name of margin top 10 to visually separate it. On large devices, a column start of 2. On large devices, a row start of 2. On large devices, a margin top of 0. And on large devices, a self-center. There we go. Inside of this div, one more div with a class name of aspect square and rounded dash large for that beautiful border smooth radius. And as you remember, we had that one reusable component called the image slider that we can simply use to render out these images as well. That takes the URLs as the prop. And once again, we can simply copy over what we did for the valid URLs earlier, because it's going to be the exact same logic. We have a product and we want to extract the valid URLs from it. So let's go into our product listing, copy what we previously had with the valid URLs, and we can simply paste it at the top of this component, below the label, above the label, doesn't matter, as long as we have the valid URLs in here. We get access to them, and now we can pass them as a property into our image slider. If we hit save, well, we get an error. You're importing a component that needs use state. It works only in a client component. Let's see what's wrong. Let's go into the image slider, and this needs to be a use client component. So let's declare it as such, and then the error will hopefully be gone. There we go. Perfect. Let's go back in our page. We can close out of the image slider, and this just works. It adapts to our page size. It's super reusable, and it's a very, very nice component to beautifully display all the images in kind of a slideshow way. Awesome job. We're making very, very good progress here on the front end. After also making good progress on the back end. I mean, in fact, we're pretty much done with that. And then comes the add to cart, section, add to cart part. So it's the add to cart part. There we go. So essentially, I know that sounds silly, just the button that allows users to add this product to their shopping cart. So let's create a div here with a class name of margin top 10 to visually separate it from the other stuff. A large call start 1. On large devices, a row start 2. On large devices, a maximum width of large. And lastly, on large devices, a self-start. So once again, if we hover over this, it's just the align self flex start, abstract it into kind of a Tailwind syntax. Inside of here, we're going to put a div that gets nothing, no class name, no nothing. It's just used for layouting. And inside of here, one more div with a class name of margin top 10. And inside of here, we'll go the button that lets us add stuff to the cart. Let's mock it out for a second by saying add to cart. And while we're here, already finish the rest and then revisit that part. So right below here goes another div with a class name of margin top 6 and a text dash center. And inside of this div, one more div with a class name of group, an inline dash flex, a text of small, and a font dash medium. Just like that. Awesome. Okay, in here goes a shield icon we get from Lucid React. Can be self-closing, is only decorational. So once again, area hidden of true. And let's give it a class name of margin right 2, a height of 5, width of 5, flex shrink of 0. And lastly, a text gray of 400. There we go. Right below this shield icon, let's create a little span element. Inside of here, we can say 30-day return guarantee. This span is going to get a class name of text muted foreground for normal text. And on hover, we're going to give it a text gray of 700. There we go. Save that. See what happens. There we are. 30-day return guarantee with a shield icon. Looks amazing. Now, what doesn't look amazing is this add to cart right here. So let's revisit that. How can we fix it? And actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's quickly finish up this component. I mean, we're as good as done. The only thing we need to do right here at the very bottom, right before the end of the max with wrapper, is to show similar products. And we have also already done the entire work for that. You don't think that's true? Well, let me show you. We can simply render out our product real, this super reusable component I told you about. So we can simply give it an href of /products. The query can be anything we want. For example, we are gonna query the category for the same product.category that we have on this page, and we can limit this to 4. How cool is this sort of API that we wrote ourselves? It's super nice. The title, we can insert a dynamic value, for example, as a template string that can be similar, and then the label. So for example, similar icons, similar UI kits, as easy as that. And then in the subtitle, as you can probably tell, it's all coming together now. All the reusable components, all the backend work is starting to really pay off right now. And then in the subtitle, we can say browse similar high quality, and then label, for example, icons or UI kits, just like, and then, for example, in quotes, the current product name. So the product.name, just like this. Let's save that and see what happens. Similar icons, browse similar high quality icons, just like my product. And then we can see similar products. Of course, we only have one in our store, so it will show up right here. But if there's a lot of products, then other products are going to show up here, all from the same category as we're browsing, all similar to this product right here. How cool is that? And you can get as complex as you want with a similarity search. You could even go as far as generating vectors and indexing each product on its semantic meaning and whatever, write a really sophisticated recommendation algorithm here, whatever you want. This is all the logic right in place here, and it just works out of the box with this product real component. And I just think that's super cool. Okay, anyways, with the button right here, the add to cart button, this looks crap. Let's be real here. I mean, there's not even a button here. So let's add that. Let's add a button that adds the item we are on right now to our shopping cart. Let's call it the add to cart button. I mean, very straightforward, very blunt, but it makes sense. And that's a component that doesn't exist just yet. So let's create it. The add to cart button .tsx right here. As always, arrow function, you know the drill, add to cart button that we export as the default. Export default add to cart button at the very bottom of this component. Now, what this does is essentially not a lot. We're going to return actually our old button component from here. So you might wonder, Josh, why are we wrapping this in a custom component then if we could just use this button? Well, you're going to see that here in a second. Let's style this button first. The size is going to be large, just like that. The class name we can pass in here is going to be a width of full. So it will go from all the way left side to all the way on the right side. And in this button, we're going to say add to cart. Let's see what happens. We need to import this in our page.tsx for the product detail page, hit save, and let's see what happens. There it is, the add to cart button. By the way, one really neat little detail we can add in here to make the user experience even better is to add a visual feedback that a product was added to the cart successfully. To achieve that, let's turn this into a client-side component at the very top so that we can make use of React state. Let's call this isSuccess, for example, and set isSuccess by convention. I hope I spelled that right. Yeah, seems like it. And this comes from useState from React. By default, this is going to be false, and we can also pass in the TypeScript generic. Again, this is just a personal preference. I like it. It doesn't mean it's good or bad, but it's just a personal preference. Now, what should happen is that when we click this button, it shows an added to cart text for like 1 to 2 seconds to make the user experience better. And we can easily achieve that using useEffect. So inside of a useEffect that gets, for now, an empty dependency array, we are going to do the following. We're going to set a timeout. So the const timeout is going to be equal to set timeout. And when this timeout invokes, or when it gets called, what do we want to happen? We're going to set the isSuccess to false. Okay, now you might wonder, okay, what does this do? Well, first off, before I can show you, let's insert a 2-second delay for this timeout to be called. And also very important, of course, to clean up after ourselves, to remove the timeout, to clear the timeout of this timeout to avoid possible memory leaks. Now, this useEffect would only get triggered on component mount, so on page render for now. And that's not ideal. We want this to get called when isSuccess is changed. So whenever the isSuccess state changes, this useEffect should run. Therefore, we should add it to the dependency array. And now what happens is very interesting. When we add an on click to this button, and this is just an inline arrow function, we can call, what do we want to do? We want to set the isSuccess value to true. And now if we do a conditional check in the button text, for example, let's cut out the current text and say, if isSuccess is true, then we're going to render out added, exclamation point, and else we're going to render out the text we had before, add to cart. Check out what happens now. Let's save it, click on the button, and it says added for exactly 2 seconds and gives the user a visual feedback that, hey, yes, this operation was successful. Your product was added to the cart. A very nice detail that's going to make the user experience a lot better. It's just a tiny detail that users notice, And of course, nothing is actually added to the cart. That's kind of the problem here. Everything looks nice and behaves perfectly, but there is no cart. How do we do that? And the answer is actually pretty straightforward. We're going to keep track of that inside of a custom store, but not regular React context that is boring AF, but instead we are going to do it the cool way, the modern way, and that is by creating a new hook. So in our hooks folder, let's create a new file called usecart.ts. And as I said, we're not going to use boring old React context for this. We're going to use a modern state management library, and that is called yarn add Zustand. So it's, I can't really spell on English, but it's Z-U-S-T-A-N-D. So Zustand. That's the German name. You properly pronounce it. It's my obligation as a German citizen to tell you how it's properly pronounced. Anyways, let's start back up the dev server. And get started with this hook, because the logic is actually not hard at all. So from here, let's export a const that is going to be called useCart. Now, what is this hook? What does it do? Essentially, it will allow us to do 3 things. We can add items to the cart. Let's comment that in here. First off, we can add items. Second off, we can remove items. And third off, we can clear the cart. That's essentially all it does. And then I guess optionally keep track of cart items. By the way, you don't have to copy this. It just does. This is just for us to understand what this does. So adding items, removing them, clearing everything, which is essentially just a derivative of removing all items, or removing one item, I guess, and then keeping track of the current cart items. That's all it does. And how do we achieve that? Pretty easy. We can simply create our own store, and that is using a function that our state management library provides to us. So we can import the create function from Zustand. By the way, let's reload the dev window really quick so we get all the auto imports working, because they might be useful in this component. Okay, now for TypeScript to be happy with this, we need to pass in the type of the store of the state, essentially, that we'll be keeping track of in this hook. So let's define it. The type card state is nothing else than an object where the items are going to be of type card item. And now what is a card item? That's also a custom type. We can simply export at the top here, export type card item, and this is nothing else than a product. And we know the type of a product, it's product from our CMS payload types. That's all it is. Then the add item is going to be an operation where we can pass in a product, which is of type product, and then we return void, so nothing from this function, to tell TypeScript what it will do. Then the remove item is going to be almost the exact same. So with Shift, Alt, and arrow down, we can copy this down and rename it to remove item. However, instead of the complete product, we're simply adding the product ID, or removing the product by the product ID. And lastly, the clear card is, it doesn't need anything. Essentially, we're just going to be clearing the entire state. So we will receive nothing and return nothing. It's just a, operation that doesn't need any external values. And we can pass this card state into this create function just like that. If you're wondering why, that's the way this library works. I read it up in the documentation. So it's not like I'm thinking of all of this, but learning how to do this syntactically from their documentation as well. Okay, inside of here, we can invoke this once again. Might look a bit weird for now, but it will make sense here in a second. And now one thing we want to do is, regular React state is not persisted when you reload the page, or card should be though. We want to persist the card. And there's a really interesting middleware that is called persist. We can simply import from the state management library. It's provided to us out of the box, which is super amazing and makes this whole thing super easy. So we can import the persist middleware, persist, there we go, from Zustand/middleware. And that's going to save our stuff in local storage. Just like that, just by calling this. Now inside of here, let's invoke it and get started in the actual logic. So the first thing right here is going to be an arrow function that returns an object. Again, syntactically, yes, this looks a bit weird for now, but things are going to clear up as we go right now. The method we get in this arrow function is the setter that we can use to update the state. And in the object, we can return all the methods that we want our state to be, or that we should be able to call in the state, what we defined in the type up here. For example, the items, these are going to be an empty array by default. The add item. Now, what should happen when we add an item? We know that we get the product because that's what we told TypeScript right here in the card state. So we can get the product and simply return the state setter. And this takes a arrow function that we can return something from. Now inside of here, the state, we can receive it and now update based on that state. For example, let's return an object where the items on this object are going to be everything we had previously. So we're going to spread in ... the state.items, so everything that we had before. And now we're appending one item to this array, and this is nothing else than the product. And don't worry, all these red squiggly lines will resolve once we're done with this. It's not going to be long, and I know they look ugly, but they're not going to be here in just a second. As for the remove item functionality, it's going to be pretty similar. Now that we receive the ID, as we told TypeScript right up here for the remove item, we can handle the logic. So we want to update the state in the same way as before with the setter, where we receive the current state and can now update it by returning an object directly. So this object is going to contain the items, and these items are going to be nothing else than the current state filtered by the ID that we want to remove. So the state, the current state .items.filter, and for each item that we receive in here, we want to filter if the item.product.id is not equal to the ID that we pass into the remove item function. And lastly is going to be the clear card. We also get TypeScript IntelliSense here. And this is nothing else than an arrow function where we set the items object right here to an empty array. That's all it does. Now, why are there still all the squiggly lines, Josh, you might ask? And the reason is that this persist middleware actually expects us to pass a configuration object. So let's do it with the closing bracket right here. So the entire thing is wrapped inside of the persist, just like that, ending here. And then comes the configuration object from the persist, where we need to pass two things. That's going to be the name. This is gonna be what our state appears like in local storage. For example, let's name it cart storage. And then we're going to pass the actual storage option. And this is going to be a create JSON storage we also get from Zustand/middleware. And this simply will return local storage. Local storage. Just like that. And by doing that, we can tell Zustand that, hey, we want to save this in local storage as opposed to, for example, session storage. Oh, and one thing we forgot, that's the reason for all these red squiggly lines right here, is that the items are actually not just one cart item, but of course an array of these items. And this error right here appears to be because, yeah, right here, the product ID, of course, is not a product, but the product ID is just a string and not the entire product. That's the entire point of the remove cart. And that's all the logic for this beautiful custom hook that we can now reuse across multiple components. For example, our add cart button. So in order to use this, we can simply destructure the add item function from our use cart hook that we can import, call, and now we have access to this add item function. So whenever we now click the button right here, we want to add the current item, the current product to our shopping cart. That also means that we need access to this product in the button component. So we need to pass it as a prop and be able to destructure it right here as the properties in this component. And we can even do this inline, define the type inline, because it's the only thing we need to receive as the prop, where the product is gonna be of type product we get from the payload types. Beautiful. Now add item, we can simply pass in not payload, but the product. There we go. And that's gonna add the current item to our shopping cart. Now, to check if this actually works, or to see it in action rather, I'm pretty sure it will work, there's two things we need to do. First off, back in our page.tsx, we need to pass the current product as a prop to our add cart button. And the second thing we want to do is show this in our cart. We already implemented the cart functionality way earlier on, as you might remember. And now we want to show the product right in here. And we wanted to revisit this component. And I definitely remember that. We didn't forget about it. So in our cart.tsx, this is where the magic will happen, where we haven't quite yet implemented the cart logic. Now, to get access to all the items in our cart, we can simply go ahead way up here and say, or destructure rather, or something from the use cart hook that we just created. And what are we destructuring? Well, the items. By the way, let's also mark this as a client component. Okay, great. It's already marked as that because we're using a React hook here, and that only works in client components. Now, remember the item count that we mocked? Well, now it's literally just the items.length, how many items we have in our cart. The fee can stay 1 because we're going to leave it at that. And we can also calculate the total amount of product prices in our cart. To do that, let's say the cart total is going to be equal to items.reduce. So we can reduce an array to one single value. And this gives us two things, the total and also as the second one, the current product. Now we only get the destructuring intelligence once we add the arrow, but now we get it. And what are we going to return from here? Well, the total plus the current product.price. So if you're not familiar with the reduce, essentially we go over every item and we start at 0. That's what we need to pass as the default. So we do that right here. We're going to start at 0 and go over every product. So in the first iteration, this is going to be 0 and add the product.price to 0. At the second iteration, this is going to be the 0 plus the first product price, now plus the second product price, and so on, essentially leaving us in the end with one single number, the entire cost of the cart. And where are we going to insert that? Well, if we go down a bit, we already mocked this out right here in the total. We can now insert the cart total plus the current fee. Let's save that and see if it works. Let's give this a tad more space, go into a side by side, and okay, it still shows your cart is empty because we're not actually rendering out anything for each cart item, for each product that's in our cart that we have. And it would probably be a good idea to go ahead and do that. Now, where are we going to do that? We're going to do it right here, where we added the to-do of the cart logic. So we can simply go ahead and map over the items that are in our cart that we already received at the top, where we can say items.map, and for each item, we can destructure the product right away and render out some JSX right here. And what are we going to render out? Something called a cart item. And this custom React component that we haven't yet created is just going to contain some markup logic, some CSS styling, or some Tailwind styling rather, which, you know, is CSS, but you get the point, just mostly a styling component to make them look good in the cart. And because we're mapping, we also need to remember to pass a key into this component, and this is going to be the product.id because we know that's going to be unique. Awesome, we can get rid of this mocked text that we inserted here. And one thing we want to do before just creating this cart item is actually wrapping this entire thing in something called a scroll area. That means if you have a lot of products in your cart, they won't just weirdly overflow the screen, but you will be able to smoothly scroll and see all your products just as you expect. We could do that ourselves, or we could simply go ahead in our console and say npx shed cn-ui at latest add scroll area, and that's already nicely styled and fully accessible and just works out of the box. So why really bother doing that ourselves? Oh, and I think it's actually separated by a hyphen, so scroll dash area. I think that's what it is. Let's try that again. It said selected components not found. And okay, yes, it was this one separated by a little hyphen, and now that should work. Installing scroll area, and once it is done installing, we don't need to change anything about it. It literally just works out of the box, and we can wrap this entire map thing in our scroll area, just like that. We can just make sure that nothing overflows in kind of a weird, unexpected way. And why isn't this working? Okay, because we need to import it from our UI folder. Beautiful. Now about this cart item that's gonna complete our cart functionality here on the site, let's go ahead and create it. In our components, create a new file called cart item.tsx. So I bet 100% you know the drill. Let's say const cart item is gonna be an arrow function that we export as the default at the bottom as always. Okay. Now, inside of this component, let's get started by returning a div element with a class name of space y of 3 and a padding y of 2. Inside of here, create one more div with a class name of flex, an items-start, a justify-between, and a gap of 4, just like that. And lastly, inside of here, one more div with a class name of flex, items-center, and a space x of 4. Now, the first thing we want to do inside of this div is to show the product image. And we do that in one last div. I know a lot of divs, but this is the last one for the image. This is gonna get a class name of relative, so we can then later attach the Nextjs image to it, an aspect-square, a height of 16, width of 16, a minimum width of fit, an overflow-hidden, and lastly, a rounded property. Inside of this div, as I just teased, we can put the next image component. However, we're gonna do a quick check beforehand. So where the hell do we get the image from? And well, of course, we need access to the product to be able to get the product image. Therefore, we can simply call product right here, and we can inline this product type because there's nothing else we receive in here of type product. Okay, that means now we can access the product image, and the product image is nothing more than destructuring the image from the product.images at the index of 0. So we're just taking the first image and assigning it in memory to this image constant so that we can then, or now rather, render it out in a Nextjs image component. However, if we hover over this, we can see it can be of type string or media. It can be both. So we need to do a conditional check. If the type of image is unlike the string, so it's a media type, and the image.url is defined, in that case, we're going to render out an image from Nextjs, as I just said, right here, this can be self-closing, where the source, and now we know the image itself is not the string URL, but the media type that has a URL property instead of just being the URL. So we can access the image.url in this case. The alt can be, for example, the product.name. I think that's a good idea. This is going to get a fill property and a class name of absolute and object-cover. Awesome. Now in the alternative case, when this is just a string, what do? Well, in the alternative case, let's render out some JSX, for example, a div element, something like a fallback, because this is not the URL actually. I might have messed it up. This is actually the ID of the image. And to be honest, this probably won't happen because the search depth at which we find these images are definitely sufficient to get the actual media element and the URL. But TypeScript doesn't really know that. We could simply cast it as the media type, but that wouldn't be, the best practice probably. So we're gonna wrap this, we're gonna handle the case where the image is just the ID in a fallback scenario, where, it's still well handled. Inside of a div with a class name of flex, a height of full, an items-center, a justify-center, and a background of secondary. Inside of this div, we can render out an image icon we get from Lucid React. This can be self-closing, and because it's purely visual, an area hidden of true, you know why. And the class name of this image is going to be a height of 4, width of 4, and text muted of foreground, just as a nice handler in case anything goes wrong with the image. We have always a fallback, so we handle all the cases very, very nicely. Okay, let's see if this already works. Let's save the card item and also import it right here in our card component. Now, we also don't need to, we can't forget to pass the product as the prop into our card item, because that's what we expect there. And now let's see if this actually works. Let's give it all the space, add my product to the cart, and then see what happens. And our cart still is empty. Okay, wow, that's not perfect. Are we doing everything right here? We're getting the items from the use card. We have the add to cart button where we actually add the item. So that should work, right? Oh, of course not, because our development server is not even started. Okay, so we did not even give ourselves the chance to succeed here. We need to start our development server, and then we can check if the cart stuff actually, shows correctly. By the way, while that starts up, we can already, unmock these values, I guess we can call it, and display the actual values here. For example, instead of the hard-coded 0, we can display the actual item count, and the same for the card right here. Can display the actual, it's still in parentheses, but we want the item count dynamically in here. It looks a bit weird, looks as if we are destructuring anything, but the parentheses are actually still part of the normal HTML here. And you're gonna see what it looks like here when we open up the cart on the right-hand side. Let's try it. Click the cart, there we are, your cart is empty, and now let's try adding something. Add to cart. There we go, our cart updated, and now there's one item showing up right here in our cart with the actual total value being calculated. Awesome, very, very nice. We know it's working now, and what we can now add is something like the product name and product, or also, by the way, offer the user a way to remove the item from the cart. Super important. I mean, what happens if I wanted to remove this? Right now, there is no option, and that is all handled right here in the cart item that we just created. So currently we're only rendering out the image right here, but we can do so much more in here. So for example, after this div right here, the relative aspect square, whatever, that, by the way, I hope you have also set the Control M shortcut that I told you about way in the beginning. We're gonna create the next element in this div with the flex item center. So go right before where that ends. And in here, we're gonna create one more div with a class name of flex -call and self-start. Open it up, and in here a span element. This is going to contain the product.name right here. And let's give it a class name so it looks good of line-clamp-1, so it can take up at maximum 1 line and doesn't look shit. Then the text of small and a font-medium, and lastly a margin bottom of 1. Awesome. Right below here, one more span element that's gonna contain the label, just like that. And this is nothing else than we already did previously, the label where we get the, human readable label from the product. We can simply go anywhere where we already declared this. For example, in the product ID page where I am right now, copy it over and paste this at the top of the file into our cart item, where we simply need to import the product categories, and then we're golden and all good to go to render out the label right here. And let's give this span a class name of line clamp 1 as well, a text of extra small, a capitalize, a text muted foreground, just like that. Perfect. After this div, let's save this and, take a look at what this looks like. By the way, this looks damn good in my opinion. Let's give the user an option to remove this item. We're gonna do that inside of a div element with a class name of margin top 4, a text of XS for extra small, and a text muted foreground. Inside of this div, let's create a button element, and this button is going to contain two things. First off, an X icon from Lucid React to kind of indicate that, hey, this is a removal action, and this icon is going to get a class name of width 3 and height 3. And right after the icon, let's say remove, so it's clear to the user what this action is about to do. Now, for the on click on this button, let's call something from our use card hook. What is that gonna be, you wonder? Of course, this right here, the remove item. And to access that in our component, we can simply destructure it from our use card hook here at the very top and get access to the remove item. And now removing the item is as easy as simply calling the remove item for the current product that we pass in as a prop.id. And to make this look not completely like dog water, let's give it a class name of flex items-center and gap of 0.5 to the button. Let's see what it looks like. Save it, and right here it is, the remove button. Let's try it out. Hit it, and it's gone. The item was successfully removed from our cart. Let's add it back. Go into our cart. By the way, of course, we will also still take care of the mobile navbar. We won't forget about that. And you can see right now the item is back in our cart. Perfect. Last thing, let's list the price for this item along with the item. We're gonna do that 3 closing divs down. So the button, 1 closing div down, 2 closing divs down, 3 closing divs down, enter, enter. So with 2 more to go, this is where we're gonna create 1 more div with a class name of flex, flex-call, a space y of 1, a font-medium. And inside of this div, let's open it up, goes a span element. Let's give it a class name of margin left auto to kind of space it as much from the left side as it possibly can. A line clamp of 1, so it takes up at maximum 1 line, and a text of small. And this will contain nothing else than our format price, where we can simply pass in the product.price. Super helpful utility that handles the formatting for us. And now in the top right here, next to the title for the product on the right side, we can see the product price and the shipping, the transaction fee, and the total price. How awesome is that? Now let's quickly revisit the product detail page and take a look at what we even did. Let's zoom out, refresh this page, and oh, what happened here to the image? That looks weird. That doesn't look like it should. I'm definitely gonna investigate why that is the case. I bet we just placed one element in the wrong, spot. Probably a very easy fix. And then we get an error that the text content does not match server rendered HTML. Text content did not match server 0, client 1. And that is actually nothing special. In fact, it's kind of expected because we maintain our item or cart state in local storage, which is purely client side and the server doesn't have access to it. What that means is that the HTML between server and client will be different. On the server, of course, it's going to be 0 because there is no local storage. And on the client, when we hydrate this, then we will have 1 item in our cart. And to completely avoid this issue, we can do a little trick. And that is to keep track of whether our component is already mounted or not. And we're going to do that inside of a use state in our cart that doesn't go in the cart item. This will happen in our, let's close out of all of these to clean up the workspace, the cart.tsx component right here. So let's do the trick. We're going to keep track of the is mounted state and then the set is mounted in the form of React use state. And by default, this is going to be false. Again, just because I personally preference it or personally like it, I'm going to pass this as a Boolean generic. And then once this component mounts, we get notified of that inside of a use effect and can set the isMounted state to true. And we only want this to ever execute once. So we're going to pass an empty dependency array into this use effect right here. And now we can simply do a check. If this component is mounted, then we're going to return all the values that are fetched from local storage. For example, or item count. If we are mounted, then we're going to render the item count. Else, let's just render null or 0, I guess, in that case, not null. Let's save that and see what happens and try refreshing the page. So let's reload this and let's add something to our cart, then reload. And we can see right now the error is gone. Perfect. It's initialized as 0. You could also insert any other loading state if you wanted to. And then once we are mounted, the items are put in there just as we expected. Now, why is this image right here? I don't really know. Let me debug real quick. This probably happens on the page.tsx for the detail page, for the product ID. So let me see why this could be the case. Aha, found it. It's right here inside of this div. If you want, you can pause the video and take a look at it for yourself. I'm going to tell you the solution right now, because instead of a row start to, this needs to be a row span to. Let's save that, take a look at our page, and now everything looks just as we expected. So the image is on the same level as the rest. Beautiful. Let's reload the page. We can see our cart items pop in. This is rendered in a beautiful loading state animation. We are making some insane progress here on this app. This is looking amazing. Our cart functionality works. Let's go into side-by-side, add to cart. We now have this item 3 times in the cart, and this is persisted throughout page reloads. Awesome. Now, what happens if we click continue to checkout? Let's see. Well, we are redirected to a 404 page. Technically, this is the /cart. This shouldn't be 404. This should be our actual cart content and offer the user a way to check their products out, to actually pay for their products. But the page doesn't even exist yet. So let's go ahead and create it. In our app folder, let's create a new folder called cart. And you know the drill, inside of here, a page.tsx that's going to contain all the content for this cart page. Now, on this cart page, let's declare a const. And by the way, this is kind of annoying me. Let's do this into a proper, there we go, side by side. Let's create a const page, and this is nothing else, you know the drill by now, of course, export default page at the bottom. Awesome. Return. What are we going to return from here? Well, at the top level, a div. That's going to get a class name of bg white. Awesome. Inside of here, we're going to create one div, and this is going to get a class name of mxauto. Oops, mxauto. There we go. Maximum width of 2xl. A padding x of 4, a padding bottom of 24, a padding top of 16, on small devices a padding x of 6, on large devices a maximum width of 7xl, and on large devices a padding x of 8. There we go. Okay, let's open up this div, give it a bit more space. There we go, perfect. And in this div goes an h1 saying shopping cart. So let's save that, take a look at what that looks like. Probably like dog water. Yeah, it looks really bad. And that's because we haven't styled this h1. So let's give it a class name of text 3xl. There we go. A font dash bold, a tracking dash tight, a text gray of 900, and lastly on small devices a text 4xl. There we go. Okay, save that. That looks a bit better, but it's not bold, so font dash bold, there we go, that looks better. And right below this h1, create a div. This is gonna get a class name of margin top 12, on large devices a grid, on large devices a grid calls of 12, on large devices an items dash start, on large devices a gap x of 12, and on extra large devices, this is gonna get a gap x of 16, so even a bit more. Inside of this div, let's create one more div with a class name, and this class name is gonna be dynamic. It's gonna be different than the others. So we're gonna make use of our cNhelper function right in here, and by default, we're gonna apply a large call span 7 to this div. And then conditionally, we're gonna do a check. We are gonna apply the styles of rounded dash large, like that, a border of 2, a border dash dashed dash, there we go, so border dash dashed sounds weird, but that's what it is. A border zinc of 200, and lastly a padding of 12. And we are only going to apply the style if the shopping cart is empty. Now, when do we know if the shopping cart is empty? Well, currently we don't, straight up. But it's very easy for us to gain access to that knowledge. And that is because we can simply destructure here at the very top both the items and the remove item from our trusted use cart hook. And of course, because we're making use of a hook here, let's mark this as a use client component so we can use, React client-side stuff in it. By default, server component, that's not what we want. Now for this conditional style that we are applying right here, we can now check. We're only applying this if the items.length is triple equal to 0. So if we have no items in our cart, the length is going to be 0, and these class names are going to be applied. Inside of this div, let's open it up, goes in h2, saying items in your shopping cart. And this h2 simply gets a class name of sr only, meaning this is only for screen readers. So this is for accessibility purposes. It's a pretty good practice so people with visual impairments know what's going on. So essentially it just hides this text, but it's still readable for screen readers. Right below here, let's do a conditional check. If the items.length is triple equal to 0, so if there's no items in the shopping cart, let's go into a proper side-by-side, by the way. There we go. If there's no items in the cart, then we're gonna render out some JSX. And well, in the other case, we're gonna render out null. So we're gonna have like a special state for when your cart is empty. What is that gonna be? In here, let's put a div element. Give it a class name of flex, a height of full, a flex-col, an items-center, a justify-center, and a space y of 1. Open it up, one more div element, let's give it a class name of relative, margin bottom of 4, height of 40, width of 40, and a text muted foreground. Now, this div again is purely decorational. It's gonna look really good, but it's not relevant for people with screen readers. So area hidden, once again set to true. Let's put a Nextjs image right in here, self-closing, and the source is gonna be the /hippo-mt-cart.png. Let's give it a fill property, a loading of eager, so it's gonna start loading sooner, and an alt tag of empty shopping cart hippo. There we go. Okay. Let's save that, and probably that's gonna do nothing because there is no such image in our public directory. Let's validate that. Do we have a empty shopping cart hippo in there? Hippo empty cart? Well, no, actually we do. Oh, there it is. The hippo empty cart.png is in here. Awesome, so we should be able to show that. Why isn't that? Oh, and it seems like we just need to reload the page for that to show up. However, currently there's an error. Hydration failed because the initial UI does not match what was rendered on the server. And my hot guess is that because we have the items from the local storage where we are pulling them from. So let's try removing this just to check. Yep, it's because of this, but this won't be an issue later. So don't worry about it. We're going to handle all of this to make the error go away. And little cut there, because for me, it's the next day. I remember we were just in the cart right here. And if my voice sounds like it's early, that's because it is early. But I hope you can see past through that and build this shopping cart now together with me. Okay, so I've already went ahead and started up the development server, and ooh, what's happening here? Check the top level render call using div. Okay, so it seems like we're mapping somewhere without giving or mapping a key. Let's see if we can, in the product listing. Okay, interesting. So let's go into the product listing and see if we can find the mapping. Are we mapping here anywhere? Is that in the image slider potentially? Is that product real? Okay, so this is how I kind of go about debugging these things. So we can see the main, offender right here. So we're mapping in a div. So for each element, we are putting a div, I believe, and that's inside of the product listing, inside of the product real. So for each product real, for each listing here, okay, we are giving it the index, the product, but okay, here we are not giving it a key, which we need to do when we map over something. So let's quickly give it the product.id, just like that. Okay, and that's in the product real component, and just like that, we can get rid of that error. Great, let's refresh our development server. And hopefully, yep, all the errors are gone, right? No, that's still one here. What is this error? Wait, let's restart the dev server and see if we still get that error. Let's refresh the page after that's loaded and see. And let's also simultaneously take a look at the browser console in case anything goes wrong here. And yes, there is still an error. And let's see, is it still... Okay, it's again a mapping error. So that means the only thing we forgot is simply to pass a key. That's probably the easiest error to fix in the entirety of React. And that happens inside of the product rel at line 73, as we can see in the stack trace on the right side here in the console. So 73 would be right here. And it might seem, oh, okay, so that makes sense. So the thing that we're mapping over, right? This is not necessarily the product, but it could also be the empty array. And if it is, in that case, all the keys right here are gonna be null. So it's gonna be the same key. So for what we can do instead, for example, is pass a template string and let's say this is product and then the index interpolated dynamically into this template string. And let's see if that works. Let's reload our page and see if the error is gone. And it is awesome. No more errors. We are good to go. There were some warnings, but I think they don't really matter. Image with source has fill, but is missing sizes. Okay, that's just an optional thing you can pass into the images if you want to. Like give it a size property. Doesn't really matter. It doesn't, compromise anything in our app. And everything works just as expected and is pretty performant at that because we're using the Nextjs images in our app. Perfect. Okay, now with all the errors gone, let's go ahead and go back into our cart page. And let's also open up this cart page right here on the front end so we can see what we're working in. And here we get the hydration failed because the initial UI does not match what was rendered on the server. Did not expect server HTML to contain a div in div. And that might be because of this section right here. Let's quickly remove it, see if the error still occurs, and it doesn't, so I was right. Why is there prop class name did not match? Okay, that's fine. And this all occurs, by the way, all these problems, because we are getting values from local storage. Because remember, these items in our use card come from a client-side only storage. So the server has no way of knowing that it's there. By the way, we still want this section. Let's not permanently remove it. This was just for debugging. So this works perfectly fine in the production version later on. One trick we can use to make this work right now is to simply keep track of a mounted state is mounted and set is mounted. And this is going to be equal to use state coming from React. And then inside of a use effect. So whenever this component does mount on the client side and we're sure of that, by the way, let's initialize this state as false. And again, because of personal preference, let's pass in the generic. You don't have to. TypeScript can infer it from the false, but I just like it. Inside of the use effect, let's set the is mounted to true and also pass this an empty dependency array. So this will only run once when the component is mounted. And then, for example, before the conditional checks, we can simply do a is mounted and the item's length, is mounted and the item's length right here. So before everything that comes from client-side only storage, we can check if we are mounted beforehand. Great, and with that out of the way, shouldn't we see the image for the empty shopping cart? Let's quickly see what is in our cart. We can simply go into the application and then the local storage, because this is where the cart is persisted. And okay, so there are items in our cart. Let's delete them. We can simply delete the local storage entry, and now we should see the cart empty state show up right here. Perfect, because after all, that's just the local storage. That's where the cart is persisted. Users don't really care, they won't really know, and it just works really, really well. Assuming, of course, we still have to do this little trick. I know, not ideal, but it's a very simple fix, very straightforward, and you don't need to maintain it at any point. So it's a pretty good way to get around this. Okay, now let's make the empty state a bit more pretty. So for example, after the closing div where the image is contained, let's open this up and put an h3 in here, saying your cart is empty. And let's give this h3 a class name of font semi-bold, there we go, and a text of 2XL. Now, right below this h3, let's put a p tag with a class name of text muted foreground. You can probably guess, as always, for the text, and a text dash center. Inside of this p tag, let's say, whoops, nothing to show here yet. Nothing to show here yet, period. And that's just gonna look a lot better. Your card is empty, whoops, nothing to show here yet. Very, very nice. Now, right after this conditional check for the item's length, so if we have an empty shopping cart, let's create a unordered list, a UL element. And this is going to get a class name as well. And this class name is not going to be static, but it's going to be dynamic. Therefore, let's call our super handy CN class name helper function and pass it an object. Inside of this object, let's apply some class names conditionally. So what are we going to apply? Well, it's going to be a divide dash y. So that's going to add some lines on the y-axis. You're going to see that here in a second. A divide gray 200, that's the color of those lines. A border dash b bottom, a border dash t, and lastly, a border gray of 200. Okay, and when are we going to apply this? When we are mounted, when is mounted, and the items dot length is larger than 0. So if there is something in the shopping cart, then every item will have a nice divider in between it. And by the way, one nice side effect of this is mounted trick that we're doing is that the error from before with the different class name for server and client is also gone, because on the server, the conditional class name will not be applied because the isMounted state is true. Therefore, the rest doesn't even evaluate. So this will be false. The class name won't be applied and it will only be applied on the client side exactly where we want it and expect it. So that's a really nice side effect. Okay, next up. When we are mounted, then we want to show all the items in our shopping cart, of course. Let's do that. When we are mounted, isMounted, then let's map over the items by saying items.map. And for each item, let's return a function. So not some JSX right away, like that. And then we need to remember to return JSX here later on, because we're going to do some calculations here beforehand. So to get access to the product that we're mapping over, we can simply destructure it from the mapping and then do our calculations. For example, the cons category is going to be equal to the product underscore categories dot find, and for each, let's just call it C or category, doesn't really matter. We can check if the C dot value is triple equal to the product dot value. Oh, and not the product dot value, but the product dot category. And the only thing we want from here is the label. So we're calling it category here. We, I believe, call it label in other places in the application. And why doesn't this break, by the way? Oh, because prettier expects a return. Okay, so we can't code format just now. Let's just call it label. I think that's what we call it in the rest of the application. This is essentially just the the UI kits or icons thing that we have in the other components as well. And then let's get the image. We can destructure it. The product image from the is going to be equal, there we go, to the product.images at the index of 0. So we're getting the first image that we want to show in the cart. So we don't have to worry about, the image slider and whatnot. That would be total overkill for the cart. Okay, and let's return a li element. Because we have an unordered list, we want to return a list element as the first, kind of child as that unordered list, and give it a key, and this is going to be the product.id. And let's give it a class name, and this is going to be flex, padding y of 6, and on small devices a padding y of 10, so just a tad more. Inside of here, let's create a div with a class name of flex shrink 0. Open it up, and one more div with a class name of relative, a height of 24 and a width of 24. And in here, we're going to display the image. So the product image for the product that is in our cart. And of course, one thing we need to do before that is check this out. The image can be of two types, either the ID of the image, if the search depth is not enough, what I told you about earlier, or it can be a media type, so what we want, containing the actual URL, because we don't really care about the media collection ID, right? That doesn't really matter. So in order to render out the element that we want, we need to do a conditional check to exclude the string. So we're sure it's of the media type before we render it out. And that's pretty simple, actually. We can check if the type of image is not equal to string, and we have an image.url. just like that. And if we have both of these, if both of these statements evaluate to true, in that case, we're going to render out a image from Nextjs, because in that case, everything is totally fine. We can give it a fill property, a source of the image.url, which we now are sure exists. Let's give it an alt tag of product image. And lastly, give it a class name. There we go, but already contain or already, finish this ternary statement to get some syntax, not highlighting, but so we can format the code. Now let's revisit the class name of the image. This is gonna be a height of full. There we go. A width of full. A rounded, not a border, a rounded -md for medium. An object -cover. An object -center. On small devices, we want a height of 48. And lastly, on small devices, a width of 48 as well. All right, let's check it out. But currently our cart is empty, so we won't even be able to see a product here. By the way, let's move this into a proper side-by-side. Let's go and add a product to the cart. Let's click the, the only product that we have. That's gonna take us to the product detail page. And in here, let's click add to cart. Now it should show our cart content. So let's navigate over to /cart and see for ourselves if that works. And there's the image and the beautiful separation between the different images. That is what the divide is for that I told you about here in the unordered list. And the color is the border gray 200 that we gave it. This looks really, really nice. And we don't only want the image, we want also the text, the title, the price, and whatnot. So let's add that. With the closing li element to go, let's create a new div with a class name of ml4, margin left, a flex of 1 flex-call, a justify between, there we go, and on small devices, a margin left of 6. Let's open it up, one more div with a class name of relative, a padding right of 9, on small devices, a grid, on small devices, a grid calls of 2, on small devices, a gap x of 6, and on small devices, a padding right, there we go, of 0. Perfect. Open it up. Inside of here goes one regular div with nothing attached to it, just for layouting. And in here, one more div with a class name, and that's gonna be flex and justify between. There we go. Let's open this up and let's put an h3 in here. And this h3 is gonna be with a class name of text small. And this is where we're gonna render out the big product title. That's why it's an h, a heading element. Inside of here, let's create a link so we can make this clickable. And in here, let's dynamically insert the product.name. So when you click on this link, you will be taken to the actual product. So for the href, let's give it a, and that was correct actually, in a template string /product/ and then the product.id. There we go. And let's also give it a class name so it doesn't look like dog water. This is going to be font medium, then a text gray of 700, and then on hover, we're going to give it a text gray of 800. So just a bit darker. Let's save that, see what it looks like. Click it. Does it take us to the product? Yes, it does. Beautiful. There is our product title. With one closing div, let's go down here and open up one more div. And this div is going to contain things like the category and the price. So let's give it a class name of margin top 1, a flex, and a text of small. And let's open up the div. Inside of here, let's put a p tag and say for the category, and this is going to be the label as we calculated it before. And as always, this shouldn't be just any color, but let's give it our text muted of foreground. Very, very nice. Let's save it, see what happens. There it is, beautiful. And right below this p tag and the closing div, let's go down and insert one more p tag. And this is going to contain the price. So using our format price utility helper, we can simply insert the product.price. Just like that. Call the format price utility function with it, and also give this a class name of margin top 1, text of small, a font dash medium to make it stick out just a bit more, and a text gray of 900. Save that. There is the price. Beautiful. Very, very nice. And let's also lastly provide the user an option to remove this item from their cart. Very important, of course. And that's going to happen below the closing div right here with 2 more closing divs and then the closing li element to go. Inside of here, let's put a div with a class name of margin top 4. On small devices, a margin top of 0. On small devices, a padding right of 9 and a width of 20. Let's open this up, one more div, and give this a class name of absolute, a right of 0 and a top of 0 as well. Now, in this div, let's create a button, not any button, but or custom UI button. And inside of here, let's put an icon. That's going to be the X icon from Lucid React with a class name of height 5, a width 5, and also let's give it the area-hidden property of true, because again, it's purely decorational and doesn't add anything beyond that. You know, it's just an icon. Therefore, because there's just an icon in the button as an accessibility best practice, let's add an area label on the button to tell visually impaired people or screen readers what the button will do, because they can't know from the text in the button if there's just an icon. And this is gonna be remove product. It's a really good idea to do this kind of stuff. You know, if you want to put this on your portfolio, employers will notice it. It's a tiny detail, but it is very important to add accessibility to your apps. As for the on-click handler, this is going to be the remove item. And what do we want to remove? The product.id. So when we click this button, this is going to be taken out of our cart. And lastly, as the variant for this button, let's pass in the ghost. So it's, you know, kind of a subtle button, doesn't take up too much. There it is, little closing or little, you know, X icon to remove it from our cart. Click it, works beautifully. So let's quickly go back and add it back. There we go, just so we can see all the styles that we're applying. And then let's navigate over to /cart. Beautiful, there is our product. And let's also add a little descriptor here that it's eligible for instant delivery. So 3 closing divs down after the button, let's insert a p tag with a class name of margin top 4, a flex, a space x of 2, a text dash small, and a text gray of 700. Inside of here, let's put a check. This comes from Lucid React and is an icon. This can be self-closing, totally cool, with a class name of height 5, a width 5, a flex shrink of 0. There we go. So it will always have the height and the width, and a text green of 500. Perfect. Right below here, let's say inside, for example, a span element eligible for instant delivery. So we can let the users know, hey, you know, you'll get this instantly. Beautiful. Let's see what our page looks like. And it looks very, very nice. On the right-hand side, there's still a big part missing though. So what about all the prices? What's the total? What's the transaction fee? Where can we check out? Where's the button to buy this product or these products in our cart, you know? And the answer is, well, it doesn't exist yet. So we need to go and create it. And creating that is actually going to be pretty cool, because that's going to be a, you know, just logically a very important part of our app, the checkout process. And this is going to happen right below this UL and then one closing div down. This is where we're going to create a section. There we go, because that's going to be the whole right side, or on mobile devices, the bottom side, because this is, of course, fully responsive. Where we can check out and see the total and whatnot. So let's give this section a class name. And this is going to be margin top of 16, rounded dash large, a background gray of 50 to kind of separate it from the whites, padding X of 4, padding Y of 6. Let's give it a, on small devices, a padding of 6. On large devices, a call span of 5. Then on large devices, a margin top of 0. And lastly, on large devices, a padding of 8. Pretty long class name, I know. Let's open up the section in case you got lost anywhere. Let me go to the right-hand side, and that's the class name. So inside of this section, first thing we want to do is create an H2 element. And this is going to say order summary. There we go. And let's give this H2 a class name of text large, a font not KG, text large, there we go, font dash medium, and a text gray of 900. Save that, see what happens. There it is, order summary, beautiful. We know it works. And right below here, let's open up a div element with a class name of margin top 6 and a space y of 4. Open this up, and inside of here, let's create one more div element with a class name of flex, items-center, and a justify-between to space the elements out as much as possible. Now, first thing we want to create in here is the subtotal. For example, let's put that in a p tag, give it a class name of text small and a text gray of 600. So let's say subtotal in here. Save that, see what happens. There it is, subtotal, very nice. And of course, we also need to show the subtotal now. So inside one more p tag, let's give it a class name of text small, a font dash medium, and a text gray of 900. So it will be darker than the text and look very nice. Inside of this p tag, let's do a check. So if we are mounted, in that case, we can actually render out the price, because again, otherwise we will receive the hydration error, and because the content is going to be different on server and client. So if we are mounted, everything is good. We can show the price inside of our format price helper. And this is nothing else than the cart total, which we still need to calculate, but it's going to be very straightforward. We even did that same thing before. And in the other case, we can simply insert a span element of, for example, 0 or loading or whatever you want. We could also insert like a little spinner if we wanted to. Actually, I prefer that approach. Let's do a little spinner here. I think that will look better by rendering out a loader too. That's just a spinner icon. Give it a class name of height 4, width 4, animate spin, and text muted foreground. I think that's just gonna look nicer. Let's try to render this out. False. This will always render out the spinner. Yeah, that looks a lot better. And while it's calculating the subtotal, let's have a spinner instead of some text. And now for the cart total. How do we calculate that? And we did the same thing, I think, in our code before, the cart total. So we could simply grab that, in our card right here, where we have the cart total, grab that, and then copy paste it inside our, cart page right here. So let's grab that piece of code, go to the very top of our page, simply paste it in here. So we don't need to worry about handling all that logic again, even if it's very straightforward. It's just a reduce, and then the cart total will be here. Perfect. Now, of course, we don't want to leave this on false because it would never show the actual price, but let's replace this with the is mounted as we had before. So we will actually see the price once the component is mounted, and then a beautiful little loading state while we don't have it yet. Okay, awesome. Right below this div containing the subtotal and the price, let's create one more div and give it a class name of flex items-center, a justify-between, a border-t, and a border gray 200, and lastly, a padding top of 4. Let's open up this div, and inside of here, this is going to contain the transaction fee. For example, inside of a div element right here, give it a class name of flex, items-center, text-sm for small, and a text muted of foreground. Open it up, and for example, inside of a span element, let's say flat transaction fee, because for Digital Hippo, we will always have a low flat fee, very predictable pricing, which makes it nice to users. It's not percentage based on the purchasing count, but it's always like, 50 cent, 25 cent, $1, whatever, you want to put it on. Exactly. So for the value that this transaction fee has, there we go. This is gonna live in a div right below this, and let's give it a class name of text small, a font dash medium, and lastly a text gray of 900. As for the value for this transaction fee, this is going to be the same check as before. If we are mounted, in that case, let's format the price of our fee. Now, what is the fee? We can simply declare it at the very top of the file as well. I believe we did it earlier. Now, you could put this in like a central config or whatever if you wanted to. In our case, it's just an integer. We're going to set to 1. Very straightforward. So $1 is going to be the fee. And let's move this into a proper side-by-side, by the way. There we go. This looks better. And where were we? Hold your horses. There we are. Okay, the format price fee. There we go. And in the other case, we can simply copy down the loading spinner from before, from the first check. Format that, see what it looks like. Beautiful. $1 flat transaction fee. Perfect. Now, what about the total? Let's render that out. And we're going to do that below here with one closing div and one section to go. This is where the order total will live. Inside of a div, let's create it with a class name of flex, items-center, a justify between, a border, border -t, a border, border gray of 200, and a padding top of 4. So just like before. All these ones, we want to achieve a consistent style here. First off, div with the order total inside of it. This div is gonna receive a class name, and this is gonna be, not an on-click, a class name. This is gonna be a text base to make it like a normal size and not small, a font-medium, and a text gray of 900. So it's gonna stick out from the rest. Order total, gonna be a bit larger, a bit darker, so we make sure it's easy to see. And then below this order total, let's create one more div and give it a class name of text base as well, a font-medium, and a text gray of 900. Open up this div and same check as before. We can simply copy this down from the transaction fee, paste it in here, but instead of just the fee, we now want the cart total plus the fee applied to it. Save that. And there is our cart total. Beautiful. The subtotal for all the products, the transaction fee that we are applying, and then the order total. Very, very nice. Let's see how this looks on non-mobile. It looks beautiful. It's here on the right-hand side. And the last thing we want is to offer the users an option to click the button to check out. And that button will live right here with one closing div, two closing div, three closing div, and then right before the end of the section, basically. This is where we're going to create one more div. And the only reason for this div is to give it a margin top of 6 to space it out from this summary table right here. And inside of here, we're going to create a button saying check out. Okay, now this button, let's give it a class name that's going to be, or actually, let me show you where we're going to give it the class name. It's, very small. And we want it to span the entire width of this box. So we're going to give it a class name of width full. The size, let's make it a bit larger. This should be the big button that we want users to press on. Now, what should happen when we click this checkout button? That's a very good question. And essentially what will happen is that we need to create a checkout page for the user containing the items that they have in their shopping cart. So let's quickly sketch this out. You click the checkout, or actually let's put this inside of a rectangle so it's clear that this is the button that we have here on the left hand side. So this is that blue checkout button we have right here. Pressing this button will call our backend and call a route that we're going to call create checkout session. And this API will do exactly two things. First off, it will create the actual session, create session using Stripe with all the products that the user has in their cart and the transaction fee applied. And secondly, it will create the URL, or it will return the URL to that session. So the session will have a URL, field is just a JavaScript object, and create the URL that we can send the user to for that hosted checkout page, and then return that URL, only the URL, we don't care about the rest, to the front end. When we receive that URL on the front end, we can simply forward user to URL. So we can simply push that into their URL state, and then they will be taken to the hosted checkout page that is managed for us by Stripe. So all the payment internals we don't need to worry about, and we have a very easy, very intuitive checkout flow. Click the button, call an API route with the products. Of course, we need to pass them in cart, products in cart. And we're going to do that by ID, so very securely, so that we can then create the checkout session with those products, send back the URL, and the user will be pushed to it where they can then enter their credit card or PayPal or whatever you want and check out using the products. Afterwards, when they completed the checkout session, then they will be sent to the thank you page. Thank you. There we go, where they can download their product, see their order details, and they will also be sent an email containing the receipt. There we go, with the receipt, all the products that they bought and the cost of them, and they also can download the assets. Okay, this doesn't really make a lot of sense here, but you get the idea, right? Once they pay, they get the receipt, they get sent to the thank you page where they can download their assets. That's the entire flow. Pretty intuitive, and we done this part. So next up, we are going to implement this part where we send along the products by ID and then create the checkout session for the user. And this is going to be a pretty cool process because it shows the entire payment flow. So let's create the router that will handle the payment logic. And we're gonna do that in a separate router just to kind of do some separations of concerns here. This is gonna live in our tRPC. We have the auth router, we have the index router, and let's create a new file in here called the payment-router.ts with everything related to payments, which is not gonna be a lot, but it's nice to have it in a separate file to always know where we need to go when we need to implement something that has to do with payments. Let's export a const payment router from here. And this is nothing else than the router we have used before. Nothing special about it whatsoever. And we can already go ahead and add that in our index router. So right here for the payment, let's say we're going to use the payment router just like that. Great, we can save that, close out of the index file. That's all we need to do there. And let's get to the actual logic here. So the create session API route. This is gonna be something called a private procedure. Procedure. There we go. Spelling is hard, man, I'm telling you. Okay, anyways, this is gonna be something that not everyone can call. So instead of the public procedure that we have, for example, in our index file right here, the one that everyone can call. Now we want to create one that only logged in users can call. And doing that is more straightforward than you might think. So here's a completely not mind-numbing explanation of what we are gonna do. When the request comes in from the front end, right, to create a session, essentially the middleware, and this thing on the left here is so annoying, dude. It takes away so much screen space, Jesus. The request right here comes in before it will get executed on our server and create the actual session. The middleware will get called. And only if we want and the user is logged in, then we're going to forward them to the server. And if they're not logged in, the middleware basically answers with go F yourself and won't let the request go through. So basically saying, no, you can't do this if you're not logged in. If you are, fine, we're going to create the actual session for you. No problem. And this middleware, let's call it is off after understanding what it does. And this is nothing else than the middleware we can get from const middleware is going to be equal to t.middleware. That's literally it. We can just get it from there. And this middleware function that we get from there is going to be asynchronous, async, because we can perform anything we want in here. And essentially, this is nothing else than an arrow function. We can destructure two things from the context and the function that lets us proceed to the next action if everything is fine. First off, const request is going to be equal to the context.rec that we get from Express. And this is nothing else than a regular, regular request in Express, and our CMS automatically attaches the user to that request. So we know it's of type payload request because the user will be in there. It's not a completely regular request, but very similar to it, just with a user attached to it. So we can destructure the user from the request and also cast the type, because by default it will be any. Let's say this is going to be as, then in an object. There we go, user, and this is either an actual user, if they are logged in, or this could also be null, just like that. And if it is null, it means the user is not logged in. So if we don't have a user, or there is no user.id, in that case, the middleware should not proceed with the request. And essentially, like before, it should say, go F yourself, you're not allowed to do this. So we're gonna throw a new error in this case, or let's do a tRPC error. I think that's a bit better. That's like a tRPC helper thing that's a bit more intuitive to use here, with a code of unauthorized, for example. So the user cannot proceed if they are not logged in. And if they are logged in, which essentially we made sure through that guard clause, in that case, we can simply return the next action. In our case, this will call the server directly to create the session because there is no additional middleware. Of course, we could chain multiple. This would call the next middleware, but we don't even need to do that. And in the context, let's now attach the user. So this is a very cool thing about tRPC. Let me show you what this does, right? We have the isAuth middleware right here. Let's quickly define our export const private procedure that we can now call just like the public procedure, but to make sure people are logged in. And this is going to be a t.procedure.use, so same context or same syntax as an express to use a middleware and simply pass in or if isAuth middleware. Just like that. And let me show you what this part does, because this is really cool, where we attach the user to the context for the private procedure. So once we have the private procedure in our payment router, we can get the user from it. First off, before we get to that part, let's receive an input. And the input we want to receive in the create session is going to be a z.object. And of course, we still need to import z from Zod to do this. And the only thing we want in here are the product IDs. As I said earlier, we're going to pass them by IDs. And this is nothing else than a z.array of strings. So a z.string inside of the array. Now, as for the actual logic, the mutation, which is again nothing else than a regular plain arrow function, this is now the cool part of the private procedure that I wanted to tell you. We can now destructure from here the context and the input and check out what happens if we now destructure from the context. Let's say is equal to context, and because we attached the user in our private procedure, where did we define it? A lot of files open here. We can close out of some of them, by the way. Because we attached the user right here, tRPC knows it and gives us access to the user when we are using the private procedure in a completely type-safe way as the user, because we know they're not null because of this guard clause right here. How cool is that? That is really, really nice. And now let's also get the product IDs from the input. And actually, instead of a constant, let's change it to a let, because we're going to slightly modify them as we go down in this API route logic to make sure they're in the correct format for Stripe to know or for Stripe to handle them. And if we don't have any product IDs, so if, or let's say product IDs.length is triple equal to 0, that means none were passed. Well, in that case, you shouldn't be able to create a checkout session. Let's throw a new tRPC error. And as the code, we're going to say bad request because you need to pass products in order to check out, otherwise it doesn't really make sense. Awesome. Okay, now the first thing we want to do is get the actual products from the IDs that are passed in here. And the way we do that is by saying, first getting access to our CMS client by saying const payload is equal to await get payload client. As always. And by the way, once again, because we are in the server side, we cannot use relative or absolute imports, rather. We need to use relative ones. Again, you might be able to fix this with Webpack. I don't think it really matters. We can just change it to a dot, and we're all good to go. The mutation needs to be asynchronous in order for us to use await down here for the get payload client. And now let's find the Stripe IDs that is attached to each product. Because if we take a look at our product collection, for each one, we have the price ID right here, and we have a Stripe ID. And this is what's going to allow us to securely create the checkout session right damn now. So we can destructure docs from the operation of awaiting payload.find. So we're just querying our CMS or database where the collection is products. Right here. And where do we want to find the products? Basically, where the ID of the product is in an array, in the product IDs array, that is. And I just did a little typo here, in the product IDs. So get me all the products that are passed into this API route and get me, all the data for them. That's going to be contained in the docs as the product array. And we can simply call it something different. We can call it products, because that's exactly what they are. Awesome. And now in order to create the checkout session for those products, in order to even think about creating the checkout session, we of course want to use Stripe, as I mentioned earlier, but there is no Stripe in our project. So we need to create a little helper that lets us access Stripe. And doing that is very straightforward. Let's do that in our source folder. Go down to our lib folder and create a new file in here called stripe.txt. ts. And there's a package that makes this super straightforward, as I just said, and that package is called yarn add Stripe. That lets us initialize a Stripe client that we can then use in our payment router to create the actual checkout session. Great, that has installed. And in this file right here, the stripe.ts, let's now import Stripe from Stripe, so we can now work with it. And there's a reason why we do this uppercase, by the way. We're going to see that in a second, or not uppercase, but capitalized, so that we can export the lowercase from this file and not get a naming conflict. So let's export const Stripe. This is exactly what I meant. We can now export the lowercase one, and this is nothing else than a new Stripe class instantiation, where we can pass in the process.env. You can see right here what we need to pass. It's the API key. And this is going to be the process.env.stripe_secret_key, which doesn't exist quite yet. We're going to put it in our env, or we can also initialize this with an empty string. Of course, that will fail, but it will give us an error message. And as the second thing we can pass in here, this is nothing else than a configuration object. For the API version, let's enter 2023. Basically what we get type safety for, it's this one right here. And then for the TypeScript, let's say true, because we all love TypeScript and that's good. Honestly, I'll be real with you, I'm not 100% sure what this does. Optionally indicate that you're using TypeScript. This currently has no runtime effect. Okay, well, it basically does nothing. Anyways, let's pass it anyways. And now we need to get this Stripe secret key in order for us to create the checkout session right here in our API route. So let's navigate over to stripe.com in our browser, and getting the API key is super straightforward. Let's give this just a bit more space. Sign in. I'm going to sign in with my account. There we are. And this is all test data because this is only the developer account. And in here in the search bar, we can simply search for developers and then API keys. This is where we can get our secret key from. We can click the key to copy it over. Let's give this a lot less space. There we go. And inside of our .env file, let's now create this key. So the Stripe_secret_key. Let's put an equals and then paste in the value we just got from Stripe. So the same naming that we have right here in the process.env in the stripe.ts needs to match the Stripe secret key right here. So the env file knows this value is to reference, and we can now use it in our payment router to create the actual session. Initializing Stripe is as easy as that. There's nothing more to it. And let's now create the checkout session. Finally, this is going to happen inside of a try catch block. So we get some nice error handling in case anything goes wrong with Stripe. And the Stripe error messages are genuinely really good, actually. So let's say const Stripe session is going to be equal to await stripe.checkout. And we of course need to import Stripe from the utility we have just created. And again, because we're on the back end, let's change this to a relative path, not an absolute one with the add. Okay, now the Stripe checkout. Let's say .sessions.create. The API is, pretty intuitive like that. And inside of here, we can pass, a lot of things. For example, the success URL. Where should the people be sent when they successfully check out in our app? And the answer is, I think we sketched it out somewhere right here to the thank you page. There we go. So the success URL is going to be or, and then in a template string, so we can interpolate the process.env.next public server URL to be kind of our baseline, whether we are in deployment or in, in production or locally, it will be localhost. In production, it will be our actual URL, and then /thank-u ? For a query param, and we are going to pass in the order ID. Now, this order ID, where does it come from? And essentially, we need to create an order in our database to later see which items are in there and has it been paid or not beforehand. And that ID is going to go right here. So the const order that we're going to create is going to be await payload.create. Now, in which collection do we want to create? This is going to be the orders collection, of course. And then for the data that we want to create this item with, that's going to be some things. For example, the underscore is paid of false. Of course, this should be the default unless we are 100% sure that the user has paid, which we're also going to do later on, that Stripe will notify us of. Then the products. Which products do we want to add here? Well, essentially, and I switched to the English keyboard again, essentially it's nothing else than the products that are passed in to this API endpoint. However, we're beforehand gonna do a quick filter. Let's say const filtered products, because we only want to add those products where we are 100% sure that they have a price ID, because that's what we need to successfully create the checkout session. We cannot use any other products. So let's say products.filter, and for each product that we get in here, let's return if the boolean and pass in the product.price ID. So only if this is a valid boolean, the price ID, so if it's a string that exists, because it doesn't have to, then it will be included in the filtered products that we can now simply use to create that order. So we're only paying attention to products that have a price ID. As easy as that. And then lastly, let's attach the user to this order, and this is nothing else than the user.id that is calling this API route. Just like that, we have created an order in our database that we can now attach right here in the thank you. So the order ID is going to be the order.id that we can then on the thank you page check, has this been paid or not? Later on, and only if it has been, then we're going to offer you the option to download your asset. Because you paid us. Awesome. Let's move this into a better side-by-side. There we go, looks a bit better. And then complete the checkout Stripe session. So what should happen if anything goes wrong? If the user cancels? In that case, let's send the user to and let's copy down the env name from here, so we don't need to type this out again. And let's send them to the /cart. So if anything goes wrong, they abort or whatever, they can simply try to check out once again. As the payment method types, we're going to pass two things. That's going to be card, and that's also going to be not payload, PayPal. There we go, in case people want to pay using their PayPal account. That's totally cool with us. Enter anything here that you want. The mode is going to be payment. And let's also attach some metadata to this checkout session. This will later be available to us in the Stripe webhook. And why is there this big red squiggly line? Success URL does not exist in type request options. Don't worry about it for now. We're going to fix it. Anyways, let's complete the metadata. So anyways, what I was saying, this is going to be available to us in the webhook and is super important. For example, we need to know the user.id, who checked out. This is going to be the user.id. And we also need to know the order ID, which is the order.id. So later on, when we get notified by Stripe that, hey, this user paid, we know who paid and we know which order they paid for, so we can unlock their items. And last thing we need to pass in here are the line items, so the actual products that this user is buying. And the line items we are actually gonna define right above here. As an array, we're gonna initialize them. The const line underscore items, so same naming as in Stripe right down here, which are gonna be of type Stripe dot checkout, and we need to import Stripe for this to work. And by the way, we don't need the entirety of Stripe, but we can only use the type. So this will be completely excluded from our bundle in the build for the server here. So the Stripe dot checkout dot, and then the session create params dot line item. And this is going to be an array of those. So each line item, and then we want multiple in this array and initialize this as an empty array. The reason we're doing this is so we can push two things into it. First off, our transaction fee. So we're going to say line underscore items dot push. And what are we going to push in here? Well, essentially one line item. We can see all the properties that we can pass into this. And this will be an actual product that we need to create in our Stripe dashboard. And so let's go to Stripe product and then create, let's say create product in the search bar up here. There we are, product catalog, create a product. And this can be, you can call this anything you want. I'm going to call this, transaction fee. We don't need to pass it a description. You can, if you want, this helps us keep our platform alive, whatever. And then the price that you want the transaction fee to be. In my case, I'm going to choose $1. And this is going to be a one-time payment. And we can simply save this product right now. If we save this, this right here is very important. This is the only thing we need for this product. This is the API ID generated for us. We can copy this to our clipboard and simply paste it right here for the line items push as the price. So this is how Stripe knows which product to add to the line items. It's through an ID. The quantity is going to be 1. We're only going to apply 1 time the transaction fee. And the adjustable quantity, let's set this enabled property to false. So you won't be able to purchase multiple transaction fees or add multiple transaction fees to one transaction. That doesn't make any sense. And we can already go ahead and insert the line items right here. And let's see why this is a big ass red squiggly line. Oh, and it's because right here we said card and not card. Okay, so it needs to be with a D. So it's the credit card and not the card we have in our app. Okay, anyways, just by doing that, the big red squiggly line is gone. Awesome. And now what about the actual products, right? We have the line items containing our transaction fee. And if we try to check out at the moment, push the big checkout button, we would only see the transaction fee. So we still need to push our actual products into the line items. So we can simply say actually filtered products dot for each. And for each product that we receive in here, we are gonna push that into the line items. So line underscore items dot push. And we're gonna push an object in here. For the price, this is gonna be the product.price ID. And as for the quantity, this is gonna be 1 because in our app, and by the way, we can tell the TypeScript right here that we know this will exist because we filtered it. That's the exact reason right here. We definitely know that there is a price ID, so we can tell TypeScript, yes, that's true. And we're gonna add 1 quantity because these are digital products and there wouldn't be any purpose in purchasing 2 times the same digital asset. Awesome. Now you might wonder, where does this price ID actually be, or where is that actually created? We have it in our product as a field, right? The price and the Stripe ID, but we're not creating those anywhere. And that's true. Currently, we are not. And the question now becomes, when should we actually create that? And the answer is very straightforward. When a product is created, right away, we can register it with Stripe through the API and get back the Stripe ID. It is signed to this product that we can then use later on in the checkout phase, right? So Payload or CMS provides us a very handy utility for that. And you've already worked with that before. And that is did we create it in the products already? I don't think we did. Hooks. No, we don't have a hook for creating a product yet. So for the hooks, we get notified. We can execute our own code when a product is created. For example, the before change hook. This is nothing else than an array, and let's also separate this from the fields using a comma. And basically 2 things are going to happen before a product is inserted into our database. First, we need to add the user. We have the user field, but we're never actually setting it. This is a custom function that we can declare right up here, add user. And this is going to be of type before change hook that payloads provide to us right here from the collections. This is where we get that type from. And we can even pass it a generic of product from our payload types right here. And again, no absolute imports, but relative ... payload types. There we go. Okay, for the logic, this is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. And in here, we can simply receive or destructure the request and the data we are trying to create the product with right away. And the const user is going to be coming from the rec.user. And the only thing we're going to do is extend the data that we're creating the product with by returning an object where we spread in all the previous data that there is, like the product name, product price, and so on, and simply setting the user property of this product to the user that we receive.id. That's all for the add user. And now for the Stripe stuff, what should happen when a product is created? Essentially, we're also gonna perform an asynchronous function. We can do it inline, we can define it as a separate function as well, just like the add user. I prefer to do it inline right here, so it's in the same place. Now we can receive all the arguments right here in the arrow function and do a little check, because there are 2 cases we need to handle, and that is the operation. If the args.operation is triple equal to create, that means we are creating a new product, and we are creating a new product in Stripe as well. Else, if the args.operation is update. In that case, of course, we don't want to create a new product in Stripe again, because that product already exists and we only want to change it in Stripe. For example, if the user changed the price, we also need to change the price in Stripe, but not create an entirely new product. Now, if the args.operation is create, we are making a new product, and we can simply get the data, const data is equal to args.data, and we can cast it as a product because we know the type this will be. Now, let's create a product in Stripe, which is nothing else than the transaction fee, for example, that we just did, just in code automatically. We don't need to do this manually, of course, as the hook whenever a product is created. Const created product is going to be equal to await Stripe. Let's import that utility. And again, no absolute imports, but just relative by saying ... There we go, Stripe dot. And this is actually a very nice API, .products.create. It's just syntax that makes sense, honestly. As the name for the Stripe product, we're going to do the same name that the product will have in our database. And this is the data.name that we get passed into here. As for the default price data, there are two things we want to define. First off, the currency, and this is going to be US dollars, and the unit amount, and this is going to be the price of the product in cents. This is not in dollars, but in cents. So we can say math.round the data.price times 100. So if you enter like a 12 in the admin dashboard for the product, this is going to be multiplied by 100 to get the cents for that price, and basically, not be a weird integer that Stripe can't parse. So essentially, if you enter 12.99, it will be 1,299 right here, and Stripe knows exactly what that means. And the only thing we need to do now is simply return the updated product. So let's say const updated and initialize this as the type of product. So we get some TypeScript IntelliSense for it. We can simply spread in all the data that we previously had, which in itself would be a valid product. And now we can override the fields we want to change. That is the Stripe ID, that is the created product.id, and that is also the price ID, which is, by the way, if you're wondering where's the difference, Stripe ID, price ID, the price ID is this right here. Remember that? That's how Stripe knows how much a product costs internally. And this is the created product.default_price. And we know this was successfully created, so we can cast it as a string type to get rid of that TypeScript error. And now all we need to do is to return the updated product from right here, and that will be put into our database with the fields we just added. And that's all it does, basically. When a product is created for a database, we go ahead, tell Stripe, hey, we need a new product. Tell me what data you use internally for that product, so we can then use that exact same data later at checkout. And it's as easy as that. And for the operation update, the logic is going to be pretty much the same. Let's copy down the entire create logic right here, paste it in our update, and slightly adjust it to this use case. So for example, instead of created product, let's call it updated product. And instead of creating a new product like we are right now, we're going to say await stripe.products.update. And now we need to pass the ID of the product that we do want to update. This is going to be the data.stripe ID, not the price, but the Stripe ID that Stripe uses to identify that one product. And as the configuration object, we're going to pass the name of the data.name and also the default_price. And this is going to be the data.price ID. And we can put an exclamation point here because we know this will exist. So basically, this handles the entire update case. And now we can simply change the created product to the updated product. And that's it. That's all the logic there is to this. And we're almost done. This is by far the largest part. The only thing we need to do now is return the URL from the session and push it into the front end so we can check out successfully. That's all it takes. So for the const Stripe session that we are creating here, we are completely done, right? Yes, we are. And now what we need to do is simply return this URL to the front end to push it into the window. So let's return an object where the URL is the Stripe session.html. URL property. In the catch error case, we can, for example, console log the error, so it will be easier to debug if anything should ever happen, and then return an object that has the URL property where it is null. So it's always returned no matter what, and we can check in the front end if we have it, and if we do, then push it. Save that. That's our API logic done. Beautiful. And now let's revisit our cart page.tsx, because this is where we need that logic whenever we click the checkout button, remember? So let's do it. Inside of our shopping cart page right here, let's navigate to the very top and create or call this API route. So as always, let's worry about the destructuring later. And this is going to be tRPC dot payment or payment router dot create session dot use mutation, because that's the only thing that exists on it. And now on success, what do we want to happen? Well, we want to push the URL. So we can, as the arrow function right here, destructure the URL that we get right away, which is either a string in the success or null in the error case. And if we have a URL, if URL, then we're gonna push that into the into the browser. The way we do that is by using the router from use router from Nextjs/navigation and not next/router, by the way, again, and simply call if URL router dot push and push the URL. That's gonna forward us to the Stripe hosted checkout page, and that's all we need to worry about. That's it. And we can now call this mutate. We can destructure from here. By the way, let's give it a custom name like create checkout session. It's just a lot more descriptive than mutate. And let's also right away destructure the isLoading style while we are here. Okay, and we can simply now call this function whenever we press the checkout button at the very bottom. So let's add an on-click handler to this, on-click, and we're gonna call the create checkout session function from above and pass in the product IDs, just like that. Now, where does this come from? Well, we have all the products that are in our cart, right? So the only thing we need to do to access all the IDs is to map over every product and simply return the ID. We can say product IDs at the very top of the file is going to be equal to items from our cart dot map. And for each item, or let's destructure actually right away, for each product that we have in our cart, we can return the product dot ID. And just like that, we have an array of all the product IDs that we have in our cart that we can then use whenever we want to check out to pass it to the API to create that checkout session for us. And that's the logic done. We can also disable the button if we don't have any items, if the items.length is triple equal to 0, or if we are currently in a loading state, which just means that a checkout session is currently being created for us in this API route. Of course, in that case, we shouldn't be able to click the button once again. And just for a nice user experience, let's also, if we are in a loading state, add a little spinner inside of our button. So if is loading, let's render out a loader2 from Lucid React. And let's give it a class name of width4, a height4, an animate spin, and lastly a margin right of 1.5 to kind of separate it from the text. And if we are not loading, we're simply not going to render out anything by saying null right in here. And that should work. Let's try this together. Let's start up our server. There we go. And while that's loading, we can go into a proper side-by-side. And we should do two things. First off, delete the old product, because this hook that we added to our products, where the Stripe product is created that we need, did not run for that product. Therefore, this doesn't have a Stripe ID and this won't have a price ID either. But when we create a new product, this hook will now run, generate that data for us, and when we check out, it's going to be available to us. So first thing that we're going to do is delete this product. So navigate over to the /sell page where we can manage all of that. And let's log in, head over to the products and delete this one. Let's give it a lot more space. Click delete. Yes, we want to delete, and let's create a new one. Let's say lemon milk. Just create any demo product. It doesn't really matter. As the price, we're going to choose $12.99. This is going to be a UI kit, let's say, and let's choose any product file, doesn't matter, and add an image. Let's choose from existing and go with this image right here. And because we're an admin, I believe we can approve this product right away. Yeah, we are an admin because we can see all the stuff here on the left-hand side. So we can approve, and that will be listed in our store. Lemon milk, $12.99. Beautiful. That just works. We can go into a proper side-by-side. And this also means that a Stripe ID and a price ID should be generated for us. So let's validate that. Let's head over to MongoDB and look into our database to check that. Go to our products and see if we have those fields. And we do. Price ID right here, Stripe ID right here. Beautiful. So what that means now is let's get rid of the old product in our cart that doesn't exist anymore, and let's add the new lemon milk product back in, and then try the entire checkout flow and see if that works. So let's go over to lemon milk. Let's add it to the cart, and then let's go to the /cart, or just here continue to checkout in our cart. There we go, $13.99, that should work. And let's hit the checkout button. Let's give this a lot more space so we can see if anything goes wrong, which it shouldn't. Let's hit checkout and see, okay, the following field is invalid, products. Let's see what happens. Let's take a look at our network tab. This is what I usually do when debugging things like this. Let's see, the following field is invalid, validation error. Aha, and some debugging later, I found the issue, and it lies in where we create the orders with payload. So what happens is that the product, these filtered products, are the actual entire products. I found this just out by logging them out, and we don't want to create this with the entire products, but just the IDs. So for each filtered product, which is the entire thing, let's map over those, and for each product, simply return the product.id instead of literally the entire thing. Let's save that and restart our development server and see if that works now. Let's try this again. Let's give the page a lot more space. Go into our network right here and click checkout. Okay, this seems to run at least. So let's see what happens. It's a loading state, and we are forwarded perfect to the Stripe checkout page where we have our product, where we have the transaction fee applied right here. Enter some Stripe credit and test details. These are actually provided by Stripe as long as we are in the test mode. So we can simply enter 42, 42, 42, and so on. And this is going to simulate a successful checkout session. Enter anything here, because we're using the test card and are in test mode. That works. And enter any name for the card holder and click pay. This will always be successful because of these card details. This is just for us to see if everything works. And then we should be redirected to the thank you page with the order ID that we created in our CMS. And this works. Beautiful. We are at the thank you page with the order ID, where we can now see if the order was actually paid or not, because Stripe actually sends us a webhook. I'm gonna draw this out for you in a second, that lets us know if the order has actually been paid. For now, this is exactly what we want. This works beautifully, and we should have a new order right here in our database. And there it is. Beautiful. Okay, so about the process and how the checkout works under the hood. Let's take a look at it. This is gonna be the checkout right here. So they paid on the Stripe checkout page exactly what we just did, and are then sent to the thank you page with the order ID attached as a query parameter. Now, this payment made also triggers a completely separate action that is independent from the thank you page, and that will be a Stripe webhook. So all that means is when Stripe successfully received the payment, it will send us a notification in our app so we can handle the case that the user successfully paid. We don't know that on the thank you page yet though. That's why we attach the order ID. These happen at the same time. So when the user arrives on the thank you page, we don't know if the payment was successful yet. That's what the Stripe webhook is for. That action will trigger something in our server.ts, which we need to poll from our thank you page. So on the thank you page, every 1 or 2 seconds, whatever you want, half a second, doesn't matter, we need to check, hey, was this payment already successful or was it not? And as soon as it is from our server, by the way, we can just query that here in the backend with the isPaid property. As soon as that is true, then they will be able to download their assets. And then we can keep polling, that will be like a infinite circle here. As long as the isPaid is false, we're gonna keep polling, and once it's true, then we know the operation was successful and the user is able to download their files securely on the thank you page. That is the architecture. The payment is made, Stripe and thank you page at the same time. and one stripe tells us, hey, everything was successful. We keep polling until that, database entry is there that we do on the server, and then they can download their assets. That's the flow. It's really not too complicated. And it all starts right here on the thank you page that doesn't currently exist. So let's go ahead and create it. We can close out of all of this, just clean up the workspace a bunch, and then give this a bit more space. There we go, and head into our app, create a new folder called thank-u, and again, inside of here, a page.tsx. Awesome. Now, inside of this thank you page, let's get started. Oh, we're already getting an error here. All right. With the const thank you page. And this is once again nothing else than an arrow function that we export default at the bottom. Thank you page. Perfect. Now, this page will do a lot of logic for us. That is the polling thing. However, at the first level, we're just going to return a div or a main section for now. There we go, not just a regular div. This is going to get a class name of relative, and also on large devices, a minimum height of full. There we go. Inside of this main tag, let's create a div element with a class name of height 80, overflow hidden. On large devices, we're going to give it an absolute. On large devices, a height of full. On large devices, a width of 1/2. There we go, that's the syntax for it. On large devices, a padding right of 4. And on extra large devices, a padding right of 12. Just to make sure that it looks good everywhere. Awesome, let's open this up. And in here goes an image from next/image. This image is going to get a fill property. The source is going to be the a static path _checkout-thank-u.jpg. An image we can simply drag in from the GitHub here in a second. The class name is going to be height of full, width of full, an object-cover, and an object-center. There we go. We can already format this. And lastly, what we need to pass is the alt tag, thank you for your order. Awesome. Now, this image comes straight from the GitHub repository right here. Just something I chose. You can choose something totally different. I just found this to be kind of a cool image. So we can download that and literally just drag it over into our public folder where that should live. So let's do that. Let's drag it over. Here we have the image. Go get that from the GitHub. This is a massive image, by the way. It's 5,000 by 5,000. You could definitely go with something else. This is a huge image. I just found it look good, but I didn't really bother minifying it or anything. So if that's what you want to do, totally free to do that. For now, this will just work fine. But just keep in mind, yes, this is a pretty massive image. Awesome. Right below that, let's create a div. And we can also go into a side-by-side to see our page while we work at it. There we are. Okay. Inside of this div, let's create one more div. And this is going to get a class name of mxAuto, a maximum width of 2xl, padding x of 4, padding y of 16. On small devices, a padding x of 6. On small devices, a padding y of 24. On large devices, a grid. On large devices, a maximum width of 7xl. On large devices, a grid calls of 2. On large devices, a gap x of 8. Then on large devices, a padding x of 8. On large devices, a padding y of 32, so quite a bit. And lastly, I promise, on extra large devices, a gap x of 24. Lots of padding, lots of white space to make this look good. Pretty long class name. Here it is if you got lost anywhere. And inside of here, we will create one more div. This will get a class name of large call start to. There we go. All right, in here, an h1 element, and this is gonna say order successful. I think with one L, that's correct, yeah. And this h1 is gonna get a class name of text small. There we go, a font medium, and lastly, a text blue of 600. Perfect. Format that, let's see what it looks like. And interesting, the image seems to kind of be over the content. That's not ideal. So let's just go ahead and add a hidden class to the image. And then on small devices, say, for example, block. So it will be hidden. Or actually, let's do medium block. I think that should work. Yep, there is a text, order successful, okay. And just to make it look good in responsive as well. Right below the h1, let's create a p tag. And this is gonna say thank you, or actually let's just say thanks for ordering. There we go. And I think, yeah, let's add a class name to this p tag. This is going to be mt2, margin top of 2, text 4xl, a font dash bold, a tracking dash tight, a text gray of 900, and lastly on small devices, a text 5xl, so pretty large. And I messed up during the HTML. It seems like the first one should be the p tag, and then of course the second one should be the h1. The h1 shouldn't be a little thing, and then the p tag, the huge title, you know, it should be the other way around. This should be h1, this should be p tag. It just makes a lot more sense semantically, and it seems like I forgot that in the main project even. Okay, now we need access to the order that we're passing as the order ID in the query parameters, remember. So the only question is, how do we get access to that? And the answer is, well, we already did the same thing in other pages. If you remember, we can destructure the search params. These are automatically passed into the page by Nextjs and call them, for example, page props. Now, the interface page props, we can simply define right above the page. You remember the search params were of a certain type, and that is this object we had where the key, whatever it is, so that's why in this array syntax right here, the key is a string, and this key will be of type string or string array or undefined. So this is a standard, type, as I explained when we destructured that way earlier in the video, that URL query params could have possibly. And now to get the order ID from it, very straightforward. We can simply say const order ID is going to be equal to the search params dot order ID. So whatever we pass, nope, not like that. Whatever we pass in the URL, right here, let's go into a proper side-by-side in right here, the order ID. Awesome. And it seems like we might want to hide the image from large devices and not just small or medium devices. Yeah, that looks better. All right, that's exactly what it should be like. Perfect. Now we have access to the order ID, and we can actually do some very, very important logic. This page needs to be very well protected to only allow authorized users to download content that they own. So first off, we need the user. The user comes from the await get server side user or custom utility, and we need to mark this as asynchronous in order to even get access to that. And this also takes in the cookies. Remember, these cookies we can simply import as well, import cookies, and these are provided to us by Nextjs from the next/headers. There we are. And we can simply call them right here, const next cookies is going to be equal to the cookies function we get from Nextjs and simply invoke it. That will give us the next cookies as the return value that we can then use to get the user in the server side in this component. And now comes the arguably even more important step, and that is getting the actual order that this page is for. So we can say the const docs, as always, destructure those right away and call them orders. These are going to come from await payload, so we still need the payload instance. Of course, we need a way to query our database. So as always, const payload is going to be equal to await get payload client. We can just call that as it is on the server side, nothing more to pass there. And then await the payload dot find. Now, where do we want to find? In our orders collection, of course, we're querying this table for one certain order. And we also can pass a depth. And what that will do is give us, instead of the ID and joining those together, for example, for the user, it will give us the actual user instead of just the ID of that user. So it's kind of like an SQL join, as I explained earlier. And we want to filter where the ID of the order equals the order ID. So what we got from the search params right here, essentially what is up here in our URL bar, what we're passing into this page as a query parameter. And this is an array of orders, even though we're only searching for one, but we can simply get the result, the one order, by array destructuring that order from the order. So essentially just taking the first array element, which will either be the order or it will be nothing. So it doesn't have to exist. And if there is no order, if it wasn't found, for example, if the ID is invalid and doesn't exist in our database, we can simply return a not found that we get from next/navigation, which will do nothing else than throw a 404 error, meaning this page could not be found, this order could not be found. So for example, if I just added an extra A here at the very end, that's a 404. We can't find this page. So let's go back, remove that A. Of course, we want the proper page right here, just to show you what this even does. Now, another super important check we need to do is that the user, of course, is logged in, and also that the user trying to access this page is the same one that bought this order. You know, if we didn't do this, anyone could access this order. You could send the link around and everybody could download the asset. And in terms of security, that would be really, really bad. First off, let's find out the ID of the user that made the order. So the order user ID, let's call it. And this is going to be equal to, and a check. If the type of order.user is a string, then that's going to be the ID. In that case, we can just return the order.user because we want that ID. Otherwise, it will be the entire user object. Therefore, we can return the order.user, which is the entire thing now, .id. Because if you take a look at the main type, this is order, but it could also be the ID specifically for the user on that order. And we can simply get the ID by doing this little ternary check right here. And now if the order user ID, so the person that ordered this product, is not equal to the logged in user, which could be optional at this point, ID, there we go. In that case, this user is, you know, not logged in or not authorized. Therefore, let's send them to the sign in page. Let's return a redirect, which is something we get from Next/navigation. And in here goes a template string where we redirect this user that is not authorized to /sign-in. There we go. And then as the query parameter, we can pass in origin for a nice user experience that when they log in, they are redirected, if they are authorized, to this page right back here without needing to do all that themselves. And this is going to be the thank-u page with the order ID being equal to the order.id. So they will get sent right back here if they are authorized. If they're not, then of course not, you know. And with those logic check in place, we can actually proceed with the main logic for this thank you page. So what happens if the order is paid, if everything was successful and we are sure that we've received the money? Well, in that case, let's let the user know that because it's really important. So after the h1 element right here, let's do a conditional check. If the order._ is paid is true, in that case, let's return a paragraph element. And in case it's false, let's also return a paragraph element, just saying something different. So in the first case, everything is well and the user has paid successfully. Let's give this p tag a class name of margin top2, a text base, and a text muted foreground as always. And inside of here, let's say your order was processed and your assets are available to download below. And then end a colon or a semicolon rather. We've, you know, the safe way to do this, we've sent your receipt and order details to, and then their email. And we're gonna do a check here because again, the order.user could be either the, right here, a string or the user. And we need it to be the actual user in order to render out their email, which it will be because we have set the search depth. Right here, we know it will be that, but TypeScript doesn't. So in order to let TypeScript know, we're gonna do a check. If the type of order.user is not like a string, in that case, everything is good and it's the actual user object. So let's return a span element in that case, and otherwise we're simply going to return null from here. Inside of the span, let's simply display the order.user.email just like that, and let's give the span a class name of font medium and a text gray of 900 just to make it pop a bit. And we can also put a little period right below the conditional check to display it there. So okay, right now nothing happens because we're not signed in. Perfect, that worked. So let's sign in once again. hello@joshwrightcoding.com. And anything 1, 2, 3, I believe was the oh, it wasn't the password. What was it? Oh no, it was the correct one. I was all set up and ready to debug this, but it was the one. I just probably had a typo in there. Never mind. Okay, thanks for ordering. There we are. And we should see your order was processed, and so on if the order was successful. Now we can simply mock that state for now. Of course, that will come from actual Stripe. So we are sure that the user actually paid for this. But for now, in order to get the UI done, we can simply set the isPaid to true in our database to tell our database, yes, this order was actually paid. And if we refresh the page, we can see your order was processed. Everything is good. And it seems like we have a missing space right here in the paragraph element to just have a bit of space between the email and the to word. Perfect. Thanks for ordering. Really, really nice. Now, what happens if the order is not successful? Then let's render out a p tag with a class name of margin top 2, a text base, and a text muted foreground. And inside of here say, we appreciate your order, and a pause semicolon, we're currently processing it to let the user know, hey, we're in a waiting, a pending kind of state. So hang tight. Let's format this, and a pause semicolon wheel. That's why we will send you confirmation very soon to let the user know, hey, everything is good. We got your order, and we're currently polling Stripe in order to check if it was actually successfully paid or not. Of course, we don't say literally that because the user wouldn't know what's happening, but that's the idea behind this. Awesome. Let's put a div right below here with a class name of margin top 16, a text of small, and a font dash medium. And inside of here, let's put two more divs. The first one with a class name of text muted foreground. There we go, saying order number. And the second one, which is going to get a class name of margin top 2 and a text gray of 900. And this is going to contain the actual order number, or the order ID, I guess, which is, it's more user-friendly to say number, so it's very clear what it is. And there it is. If you have any support requests or whatever, you can always pass the ID. And we as administrators know that it's the order ID in the database that we can simply look up. And if anything went wrong with a payment, for example, we can change it manually. It's just always very smart to have it as a backup in case anything goes wrong ever. Okay, and then right below here, let's actually list the products in a beautiful list, in an unordered list that the user has bought. This UL gets a class name of margin top 6, a divide dash y, a divide gray 200, a border top, a border gray of 200, a text of small, a font dash medium, and a text of muted foreground. Perfect. Let's open up this unordered list element, and inside of here map over the products that the user has bought. So let's open this up and say order.products. And by the way, this could theoretically be a string or product array, but we just know because of the depth that we queried these products at that this will definitely be the actual product. Therefore, it is totally cool to cast this type as the product type we get from our CMS array, because we know it will always be that type with or sufficient search depth. Let's map over these. And for each product that we have, let's return a function, because we're going to do some calculations and later return some JSX right down here. The only calculations we need to do are the ones we've already done before pretty much. For example, we need to get the label, for example, in the dynamic product ID page. So we can simply grab that, go over back to our thank you page and paste that in, assuming of course we have all the imports that we need for this. Second one is gonna be the download URL. Where do we download the asset that we're mapping over right here? Let's define it. It's pretty straightforward. The const download URL is gonna be the product.product files that are attached to this product. So what the user actually pays for, as we discussed earlier, as product file. Once again, we're casting this because of the search depth. We know it's sufficient, so we don't really need to worry about it. And then simply .url as string. There we are. This is the URL we can simply download our asset from. And lastly, let's get the image we can display for this product. We've done this before as well. The const destructured image is going to be equal to the product.images at the index of 0. So the first image that we want to display for this product. And then because we're in an unordered list, let's return an li, a list element right in here. And because we're mapping, of course, with a key, and this can be the product.id. For example, the class name is going to be flex, a space x of 6, and a padding y of 6 as well. Let's open this up. In here goes a div with a class name of relative, a height 24, and a width 24. And inside of here, one more conditional check where the type of image, and if it's unlike a string, is not like the string. And we have the image.url, so same check as before. In that case, we're gonna render out a Nextjs image and otherwise just nothing. So if the image is an actual image, let's render it out as such with a fill property, with the source being the image.url, with the alt tag being a dynamic string. So for example, the product.name image, so lemon milk image or whatever your product name is. And as the class name for this image, let's pass flex none, a rounded medium, a BG gray of 100, an object cover, and an object center as well. Center, there we go. Let's save that, see what happens. There is our product. Beautiful. After the closing div, let's initialize a new div right here with a class name of flex auto, a flex dash call for vertical alignment, and I switch keyboard again. So flex dash auto, there we go, flex call right here, and a justify dash between. Inside of this div, one more div with a class name of space y of 1. And inside of here, let's put an h3 tag containing the product.name, just like so. And let's give it a class name that's gonna be text gray of 900. Perfect. Save that, see what happens. There it is, beautiful. And also let's put a p tag right below the h3 containing the category. And this is nothing else than the label we have calculated right here. Inside of the product mapping, this is where we put it. And let's give this p tag a margin y of 1 for a bit of vertical spacing as well. Awesome. Now comes a very interesting part, and that is the download button. So if the order._ is paid, we know the user has paid successfully, and we can offer them the option to download this image. If they haven't paid, we're gonna render out null, they won't get the download link. And this is nothing else than a regular A tag. We're not using a Nextjs link because this is not for navigation, this is just for download. And the href is going to go to the download URL we have calculated above. The download is gonna be the product.name. So this is gonna be the name of the file that the user downloads, essentially the same as the product name right here, the lemon milk, for example. And let's give it a class name of text blue of 600. On hover, an underline, and an underline offset of 2 right here. Perfect. And inside of here, we can, for example, say download asset. Let's see what that looks like. Here it is. Let's click it. And this will download our actual product file that the user has paid for. Beautiful. Very, very nice. Let's finish up the styling right here. So for example, below the closing div, and before the closing li element, let's put a p tag. And this is gonna be with a class name of flex none, a font medium, and a text gray of 900. Inside of here, let's put the format price utility we have with the product.price. And by the way, if you're wondering why I'm kinda going faster, it's because I already cut most of the video and we only have like about 2 hours left. And I still want to do a couple things with you. For example, the footer, the newsletter would be nice to make, and then the mobile navbar as well. So those are kind of a couple things that are still important to do. And YouTube, I think, only lets me upload a 12-hour video. So that's why I'm going a bit faster, because once we're done with this, I want you to have a really, really nice app that you can show off to your friends on your portfolio and whatever. Okay, so let's continue. Below the unordered list, let's create a div element with a class name of space y6, a border of t, a border gray 200, a padding top of 6, a text of small, a font dash medium, and a text muted foreground for our text styling. Awesome. Inside of this div, let's give it a bit more space. There we go. Let's create one more div with a class name of flex, and justify between. And inside of here, we're gonna say in a p tag subtotal, and then right below that in another p tag, we can simply use our format price helper, format price, and pass something in here. Now, what do we want to pass in here? Of course, the the total cost for all the products in this order. Oops, I didn't mean to click the download button, but we still need to calculate that. Remember, we have access to all the products in the order, but we don't know the total price yet. So the const order total, very straightforward to calculate. This can be a products.reduce. And the products, once again, we know what those are. Those are going to be const products, are going to come from the order.products. TypeScript isn't sure what this is. Could be a string for all TypeScript knows. We know it's not. So it's totally fine to cast it as a product array type right here, so that we can then reduce the entire array to one single value. We get the total and the current product. So essentially it's like a map, but only one returning value from here, where we, for each iteration, return the total plus the product dot, oh, did I switch to English keyboard? No, product dot price. There we go. And this is not times, but plus right here. And of course, we need to tell it what the initial value is, and that can be 0. And did I? Okay, there we go. I thought I messed up the keyboard again, but apparently everything works. That will be the total order amount for this purchase. And we can display it right down here in our format price helper. Let's save that, see what it looks like, and we can see the subtotal show up right here. Very, very nice. Let's copy this entire thing down once, and instead of the subtotal, this is now going to be the transaction fee. And we can simply call the format price with a number of 1, for example. And let's also apply a class name to this p tag that is going to be text gray 900. And we also, I forgot that, want to do that for the price of the subtotal. So also here text gray 900. Save that, looks a lot better, very, very nice. And let's create one more div right below here with a class name of flex, an items-center, a justify between, a border of T for top, a border gray 200, a padding top of 6, there we go, and a text gray of 900. Awesome. Let's open up this div, and inside of here, let's create one more div with a class name of text-base. And in here, actually, let's change this to a p tag. I think that will make more sense in HTML semantics. Let's say total, and it will match the pattern from right above. And right below here, let's create one more p tag, and this is gonna get a class name of text-base as well, to kind of break out of the small we apply to the rest to all of them. And inside of here, once again, our format price utility with the order total plus 1. So plus the transaction fee that we are applying. Again, if you wanted a different transaction fee, insert it right here. And you could even put this into a central config if you wanted to. And for this project, this would be, complete overkill, to be honest. And let's save that, see what happens. And we should see our total pop up in a beautiful kind of way right here on the right-hand side. Okay, with one closing div right here after the p tag and one more, and with 4 closing divs to go, this is where we're going to create one last div for this entire component. And this is going to be with a class name of margin top 16, a border T, a border gray 200, border gray 200, a padding Y of 6, and a text dash right this time. Inside of here, let's create an Nextjs link element, and this is going to contain an href of /. So it will take us to the home page. This could also, actually, let's change this. Let's do this to /products, where all products will be listed. The class name of this link is going to be text small, a font medium, a text blue 600, and lastly on hover, a text blue 500, so a bit lighter. And in here, we're going to say continue shopping. And then we can even put an and a, or that is RARR, right arrow, semicolon. There we go, continue shopping. And that should show up right here beautifully in the bottom right, where when we click it, we get taken to the page where all the products are listed. That doesn't quite exist yet, but we've already done all the logic for this page. This is going to be super simple, super nice to create. You're going to see exactly what I mean by that in a second. Beforehand, however, remember the entire step where we need to poll if the payment was already made, that Stripe will notify us of. Right now we're saying, yes, this payment was made in our database, but that's of course not what we want in the long run. We want to know really from Stripe, was this paid or not? And for that, we need one custom component in the thank you page, which will be a client-side component. And that is going to be the payment status we are going to create. This is a custom component that doesn't exist yet. So let's go in our components and create a new file called paymentstatus.tsx. Now, this payment status component logic is going to be very simple actually. But first, let's create it. The const payment status. Nothing else than, once again, an arrow function that we can export default at the very bottom, the payment status right here. Perfect. And this is going to return nothing else than a div at the top level. That's going to get a class name of margin top 16, a grid calls of 2, a gap x of 4, a text small, and a text gray of 600. There we go. Let's open it up and create one more div in here. This is just for layouting. It won't get any class name. And a p tag right in here with a class name of font medium and a text gray of 900. And this will say shipping to. By the way, the reason we are creating a custom client side, oh, by the way, client side, use client at the very top. The reason we are creating a custom client side component is that so the thank you page can remain as a server component. That has the benefit of we can perform server-side validation and actions. So the page will never actually be rendered unless the user is logged in and it's their order. That's what we make sure here. Otherwise, there won't even be a content flash. And then for the polling, which needs to be done client-side, that's what we can do right here in one component, a client-side component on the page that we can import and embed in the server-side page. So we get the best of both worlds, client-side interactivity and server-side, no content flashing, logic done securely on the server. And that's just a really smart architecture to go about this. Okay, right below the shipping to, let's create a new p tag, and this will contain the order email, the email of the person that made this order, basically. That's all it is. And we can simply receive that as a prop in this component because we already have access to that in the parent. So we can destructure the order email as a prop. We can already expect the order ID as a prop. And last thing we need in this component as a prop is the isPaid property. These all come from the payment status props, of course, an interface that we define ourselves to let TypeScript know what type these destructured properties will be. So let's define it. The interface payment status props will contain these three things, and both of the order email will be a string as well as the order ID will be a string. And then lastly, the isPaid property will be a Boolean. Again, I know I'm at a faster pace now, but this is only because I want to leave you with a complete nice project, and I'd rather, talk a bit faster and do this a bit faster with you, and you have the complete nice project in the end than, us having to, not do one feature. I would like to avoid that and have you have something complete that you can show off. Awesome. So we've got all these three. Let's pass them in from where we call this client-side component. For example, the isPaid, very simple. That's simply the order._isPaid property. The order email, you can probably guess, is going to be and then the order.user, let's cast it again as the user because this technically could be a string for all TypeScript knows, but we can cast it like this and tell TypeScript, yes, this is definitely a user because of the search depth. Again, this is totally fine. .email. And last thing we want to pass is the order ID. Very straightforward. You can probably guess it's the order.id. Nothing else. And that's all we need to pass and receive in our payment status to get up and running and actually validate with Stripe that this payment was indeed successful. Below the order email in this component, let's open this up in a side-by-side so we can see what we are even doing here. Shipping to hello@joshwrightcoding.com. Very nice. So right below here with one closing div to go, let's create the last div of this component. Again, just for layouting, this won't get any class name. And inside of here, let's create a p tag with a font medium and a text gray of 900 once again. This is going to say order status. And let's do a check if one p tag below here and in here a check if the isPaid property is true. In that case, we're going to say payment successful. And in the other case, we're gonna say pending payment because we haven't received the payment just yet, but that's exactly what this component is for. So we can poll on that data. Now, where are we gonna poll on the data though? And the answer is that's gonna happen in the payment router in a logic that is really simple. Essentially, all we're gonna do is ask our database, is this field right here, the isPaid property in the very bottom right here, is it true or not? That's all the logic for it. And we can simply do that in our payment router because this is, related to everything with a payment. And we can say, create a new API route in here and call it the poll order status. This is going to be a public procedure. We could also make this a private procedure if we wanted to. It doesn't really matter in this instance because there is no security risk in, telling people if an order is paid or not. You could always mark this as a private procedure as well. I guess we can just go with that. And the input in here will be a z.object. And for the input that we want to receive, it's simply the order ID that we need to poll for. And this is going to be a z.string. And as for the actual logic, this will happen in a .query because after all, we're only getting data. So a query is completely sufficient for this. Let's give this a bit less space right here. There we go. And now for the logic. First off, let's get the order ID from the input. So which order are we checking for if it's done or not? And of course, we need to destructure the input in our query to even be able to access that. And while we're here, we can mark this query as asynchronous so we can perform database operations in here using or const payload is equal to await get payload client. So we can ask our database, hey, is this order paid or not? So let's get the order. The const docs orders, you know the drill by now, is going to be equal to await payload.find. So we're finding one certain order in our database. So of course the collection will be from the orders. And which order do we want to find? That goes in the where block right here, where the ID of the order equals the order ID that we pass in to this API route right here. Now, if there is no orders.length, so that just means the array doesn't contain an element, we didn't find the order, we can simply throw a new tRPC error, and this could be something like code not found as a string. So we didn't find the order you have requested, and otherwise we did find it and can get the order from the array. Because remember, this is an array and we only care about the one order that is in that array. So we can get the order by array destructuring from the orders and simply return an object where the isPaid value is the order._isPaid, which comes straight from the database, So we're just saying the isPaid value right here matches the isPaid value from the database and will be evaluated as a Boolean. So that when we go back to the payment status right here, we can now poll this endpoint by saying, or worrying about the destruction later, as always, we can simply say tRPC.payment.pollOrderStatus, automatically added to our API endpoint, super nice, use query right here. As the first parameter or argument, rather, we need to pass in here, it's the order ID, which we receive as a property into this component. So, no extra logic needed. And as for the configuration object, we can pass as the second one here. This will be two things. First off, the enabled value. And this is going to be the isPaid is triple equal to false right here. So this is only enabled if this Boolean right here evaluates a true. So we're only querying as long as the order is not paid yet. And then the refetch interval, we can also pass as the second option here. This gives us actually a function where we can receive the data as the arrow function kind of input right here and can do a check. If the data, which is optional, by the way, it could be undefined. Let me show you that. Could be undefined right here. So we need to mark it as optional. .isPaid. In that case, let's return false. And otherwise, let's return 1000. So we are going to stop querying if the data is paid or if the order is paid. And otherwise, we're going to make a request to our API endpoint every 1 second to basically ask, hey, is this product paid or is it not? And once it is paid, let's do a use effect. we now know that the data came back successfully and the user has actually paid their product. Stripe notified us of it. Therefore, let's say if the data.is is paid, by the way, the data we can simply destructure from this query, which will be the result of the API point that we are querying. If the data comes back as is paid, we know everything is good, we got the money, we're gonna say router.refresh right here. And once again, the router, just a utility hook, const routers equal to use router, we can get from /navigation. Important, not /router, but /navigation, because we're working in the modern Nextjs. And of course, we want to pass this use effect a dependency array to rerun whenever the data.isPaid changes, and also just for completeness sake when the router changes, because that is also an external constant that we are using in this use effect. And this needs to be data and not date, of course. So the refresh will refresh things like the download button, the nav bar and whatnot, essentially the entire page, and let the user know, hey, everything is good, we got your money, the payment is successful, so we can display all the different states. And that's the logic. That's the entire thinking behind this whole checkout flow, where the payment is made, the webhook is triggered, and the user is sent to the thank you page. And then we are essentially polling our database if the order was paid, and if it is, then we are displaying the download links for example. Awesome. So about this webhook, right? Where do we receive that? And the answer is currently Stripe has no way of notifying us whenever the payment was successful, because we're never listening to that event anywhere. So the logical question would now be, where should we listen to that event? And the answer is in our server. This is where we can easily receive the request from Stripe that we can listen to. We can define that in the Stripe dashboard whenever an order was paid successfully, and then react accordingly. So let's get started with that. It's really important. We need to know when we receive the money, essentially, you know. So there's one thing we need to configure in order to receive this message from Stripe, and that is gonna be our webhook middleware. Let's say const webhook middleware. And this is gonna be a body parser. Now, what is a body parser? Essentially, it's a separate package we can install that goes very well with Express. And that will allow us to receive the proper notification from Stripe. Let's say yarn add body parser. Great, that's installed. And the reason we're doing this is because we kind of need to modify the message that Stripe sends us. Okay, in order to be able to use this, we need to import it in our server.ts, and let's do .json. Inside of here, we get a verify function we can simply call, and this gets us the request. This will be of type webhook request. Now, where does this webhook request come from? This is going to be a custom type we're going to define right here. So export type webhook request. That is because we want to slightly modify this request in order for us to make it readable and check if the message actually comes from Stripe. Very, very important, because it will have a certain signature that we need to validate on our end to make sure it's actually Stripe and not just anyone trying to call our webhook. This will be of type incoming message that we get from HTTP, and we will extend this by saying and the raw body, which will be of type buffer. So we're gonna have a custom property that is gonna be the raw body right on here. And there's no advanced logic at all involved in doing this. It's simply the third parameter we get passed into this arrow function or argument, whatever. It's the buffer, and we can simply assign the request.raw buffer, raw body, to be equal to this buffer that we can then use in a webhook to validate if this actually comes from Stripe. And of course, this needs to be an arrow function so we don't get any syntax error. And now the only thing left is whenever somebody makes a post request to our app.post to /API, this needs to go in a string, /API /webhooks/Stripe, which is what we're going to configure in the Stripe dashboard. Then we're going to use our webhook middleware first, so we have the rec.rawBody available wherever we handle this. And this will be our Stripe webhook handler, nothing else than a custom function that we can define. Now, this Stripe webhook handler will live in a new file, and let's create it in our source directory, and let's call it webhooks.ts. If you had any other webhooks, they could also easily live in here. From here, let's export our const Stripe webhook handler, exactly what we called it in the other file. This is going to be an asynchronous arrow function just like that. And we're going to receive two things in here. The request, which will be, request, REQ, which will be an express that we still need to import. Import express from express. There we go. So we can simply call the express.request. And also the response will be, which will be the express.response. There we go. Now, as I said earlier, this video is getting pretty long and I want you to be left with a complete, very nice working application. So I do not think it makes sense to write this entire webhook handler ourselves because there is a lot of boilerplate involved in this. But first, before we copy it from the copy and paste list where I prepared it completely for you, let's think about what it does because I want you to understand why we're doing what we're doing. First off, what we're going to do in the webhook handler conceptually is validate that this request actually comes from Stripe. Don't mind the typo here. Very, very important. Only Stripe should be allowed to send us a request to this webhook because essentially it unlocks the content for the user that has paid. If any user could call it, anyone could get access to any file on our platform, and that would be really, really bad. And if it is actually Stripe calling this webhook, in that case, the only thing we basically are doing is update the _is paid value of this order that we pass as the metadata, by the way. Because if you remember, when we create this session, the Stripe session right here, we are passing metadata, the user ID and the order ID. And that will actually be sent to the webhook. That's why it's metadata. It will be available to us in this webhook as well. So we can use it to find the order and the user and simply update the is paid value as long as we're sure that this is actually Stripe calling this webhook. And once that is done, last thing is send receipt email. We're going to send a super professional, nice looking receipt email to the user that has made a purchase on our website. And as long as you understand conceptually what we're doing here and it makes sense to you, I think this is no problem at all to go into our copy paste list and simply grab everything in order to leave you with a complete nice project. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not just doing this, I want to save some time and we can simply go ahead and paste all that boilerplate in the inner function right here. Now there won't be all imports resolved right away. For example, the webhook request, we can still import that from our server. So same thing with the Stripe right here. We do need a few imports here. So for example, Stripe, we are only using that for the type. So at the very top of the file, we can say import Stripe from Stripe. There we are. And we can simply import only the type. That's totally enough for our use case here. We need access to our database client, simply import that. And we also need the product type, simply import that. And then there's two things unresolved right here where we send the receipt email. So kind of the last step. So let's quickly go through this. You saw conceptually what we're doing. Essentially, this is step one, making sure this is actually from Stripe. This is step two, update the is paid property to be true right here. And then the last step is to send the receipt email using resend. So it actually lands in the user inbox and not in something like spam, for example. So where does this resend come from? And very easy, we can go to the very top of the file and say const resend is going to be equal to a new resend, something we can import, there we go, resend from resend, a library that is the same from the email provider that we're using throughout this video anyways to send all the emails. You remember, they have their own package so that we can simply install it. Yarn add resend to send the emails. And the only thing they expect in this class is the process.env.resend API key that we have already defined. So we can check that right here. It's the same key as for the rest of the email sending, for example, on the account creation. So we can simply put it in here and instantiate a new resend class. Now the last thing we want to do in here is the received email HTML. And this received email HTML is nothing else than a custom React component. So we can create a new folder in our components, and let's call this emails. And the first email we're going to create as a file is the received email.tsx. And now, if you're wondering what should go in here, let's start with the normal React component this is. Let's export const received email. And this is, again, the arrow function, where we can receive props and return the email HTML based on what we want, essentially. The data that we need in this component are going to be 4 things: the email, the date, the order ID, and lastly, the products that this person ordered and we want to put in the receipt. Of course, we still need to define the type of those. So the interface, let's call it received email props, just like that. And where we define all those 4 fields. The email is going to be a string. The date is going to be a date. The order ID is going to be a string. And lastly, the products are going to be of type product array. Just like that. And remember, we still need to assign that interface, the received email props, to tell TypeScript these will be of that type. And also remember, we don't want absolute imports, but let's change this to a relative import so we don't get any issues in the deployment stage here in a bit. Awesome. Now, before returning anything from this component, we still want to calculate one thing, and that is the total price of all the products. And you should know how to do this by now. The const total is nothing else than a reduced array of all these products up here. So the products, products.reduce, there we go, we get the accumulator and the current value, and for each iteration, we simply want the accumulator plus the current price, and we also want to start at 0 right here. And at the very end, we can add 1, and this is going to be our transaction fee, if you remember. Now, for the return, I could tell you that I spent weeks and weeks designing the perfect email, but all it is React email templates. It's just a template that I adjusted for our use case. For example, change the image and whatever. But essentially, there's a demo.react.email website where there's a bunch of nice website presets like this receipt that we are going to use, which originally is an Apple receipt. And I just cut out some things, removed some things. But the only thing I want to highlight here is why I'm showing you this. This is just a front end, just a styling thing. There is no logic in here that we can learn from, and this is mainly just regular CSS. So I really think there's no point of writing this ourselves, and instead let's just grab the body and the CSS styles from the copy paste list. We will know it will look great, and again, I don't think there's genuine value to learn here. It's just a styling thing. If you like, you can take the time to style this, that's completely fine, but that's not something we're going to focus on in this video. I don't think it makes sense. So let's grab the received email body. I'm going to provide that to you all in here, starting and ending with the HTML. And that's what we're going to return from this component. And if you're wondering why there's so many squiggly lines right now, that is because these are actually all custom components coming from a library, and that is called @react-email/components. So this is a library, yarn add, of course. This is a library that is, made for writing nice looking emails. I think you can even use Tailwind for this, but once again, I just kind of copied their template, changed some things so they work for our app. And now we can import all these components after reloading the window, probably to make the automatic imports work. And, just import them into our received email. So this email will be sent once a user has successfully did their purchase. And we should receive the red squiggly lines once the language features are done initializing. There we are. Okay, we still don't get them. Then let's import them manually, whatever. Let's import the body, container, column, the head, HR, HTML, img for image, the link, preview. So essentially all the tags we're using in the received email, the row, the section, and lastly the text from @react-email/components. There we go. That should resolve most of the errors we have in here. And now all that's left is the CSS styling. You can see those styles are currently not applied. Here is our format price. We can already import that and change it from a absolute import, which it will be by default, to a relative import by saying ... There we go. Perfect. And then the only thing left in here seems like are all the styles. So I also provided them in the copy paste list. You can simply grab them. This is not a CSS tutorial, and paste them at the very bottom of our file. Now the only thing that's left is one function, and that is the, where is it? Right here, the format. And this comes from one more package that is called yarn add date fns. Datefns is a utility library that makes it super easy and enjoyable to work with dates in JavaScript, which by default, it's pretty annoying. But with datefns, we get a function that is called format. Let's import it at the very top. Import format from datefns. That lets us convert a date to, where did we use it? Format price, no. Okay, there we go. That lets us format a date into a custom string format very easily, and it just looks good out of the box. And that's our received email. I hope you understand why we copy pasted this, because I also want to get this deployed with you. And again, this video is not about CSS. So, okay, now to get the received email HTML, this is gonna be, this is the standard React component that we are exporting here. But when we send an email to the user, it can only contain the actual HTML, so the email as straight up text. And in order to convert that, we can simply define an export const received email HTML, which does nothing else than take this email above and convert it to HTML. So the props are going to be the exact same we receive in the main component, the received email props that we can pass in here. And this is just going to be an arrow function that returns the render function from React email / components. And in here, we can pass in a JavaScript X component. In our case, the received email, a JavaScript X, just a JSX component, a regular plain ass React component that we can pass in here. And we can also spread in all the properties that we receive for this function. And one thing we can also do is pass it a configuration object where we say the pretty is gonna be true. Save that. Now we can import the received email HTML in our main webhook file. And lastly, import the webhook handler inside of our server.ts file. Everything coming together all of a sudden. Very, very nice. And now the biggest last step is to get this deployed so we can already test out the Stripe webhook handler if everything works. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Now there are one or two more steps that we can do. For example, the products page where all the products are listed. We didn't forget that. We're going to do that together. For now, we want to get this project deployed. And in order to see if everything works correctly, let's already run a linter. This will find any potential code issues in our code that would prevent a build from happening. And it seems like we currently don't get any linting errors. That's very, very good. And then let's head into our package.json and define a build script. So what will be run when we want to deploy this project? We can see there is already a build script, but that's not exactly what we want. We're going to slightly modify these build scripts in order to account for the custom infrastructure, the custom server that we have in this build. Or you know what? It doesn't make sense to write all of these ourselves either, nor does it make sense for the start command. Let's copy them over from the copy paste list, paste them into or package.json, and that's going to allow us to do the deployment. So essentially, if you want, you can definitely get further into this. Again, this is not the main focus of the video, but essentially we're building payload as one step, building the server as the second step, and building Nextjs as the third step. So we're building our entire project in 3 different steps and then combining all of them in one simple build command. And we can start the build out version using the start command also in production. So once we save that, let's try running this. Let's run yarn build, and that will build our entire project. And it seems like currently it's okay. Option bundler can only be used when module is set to ES 2015 or later. And this happens in the TS config. So let's go over there. Let's open our tsconfig.json and change the module resolution here from currently bundler, and we should change it to, let's see, node. There we go. The module right here, let's change it from ESNext over to common.js, and that can stay as it is with all the rest. Let's try this again. Let's run our yarn build command and see if it fails again. Okay, and we do get one more error, and that is originating from our received email. That React refers to a UMD global, but the current file is a module. So what we can do to get around that or to fix it is to simply say import star as React from React, because it doesn't really know what React is. So let's try running our build once again. All right, one more error. By the way, this is nothing unusual, by the way. If you build for the first time, no matter what project or how perfect you laid it out beforehand, there's always going to be some errors, but you can definitely get through them. This is not a big problem at all. So let's let's fix this one. Copy files is not recognized as an internal or external command operable or program or batch file. That's why we can say yarn add -d, and that's a dependency copy files. We can simply, we're using it right here, by the way, to copy over the static files that don't change dynamically inside our dist folder. With that dependency installed, let's try building again, and we should get one step further this time, and maybe we get a different error. Maybe it works now. Let's give it some time and see. Okay, it's still in the same process. It connected to MongoDB server successfully. That's great. That's a point we didn't get to before. So that seems like it did the payload thing, it did the server thing, and now it's building Nextjs. But I wonder, do we even have a build command? Oh, okay, there's something missing in our server. So it actually started the development server now, and it didn't actually build our Nextjs project, because that is something we can define ourselves in the server.ts. So what should happen when Nextjs is building? So let's add our build script in the server to build this for production. If the process.env.next_build is true, in that case, we're going to say app.listen, and this takes a callback function, just like so, as the second argument, by the way. The first one is going to be our port. Port. There we go. And then in the callback function right here, we can say payload.logger.info and saying something like, Nextjs is building for production. And then we can call the await next build just like that. Next build, which is nothing else than an import we can get from Nextjs to build this project for production. So import next build, and this comes from next/dist/build. There we go. It's a utility function we can use to build this project ourselves. And by the way, let's pass something into here, and that's going to be the path. We still need to import the path from path.join. And we're going to join the current dir name, the directory name we are currently in, with as a string, and then .. Now, this is going to give us an error. That's totally cool, by the way. One thing that's not totally cool is the await error, but the next build error is something that is expected. This works. We can simply ignore the error or expect it, the as expect error. And the error doesn't matter. It builds very, very nicely. And we're going to see that here in a minute. And then we're going to say process.exit if we are done with the build. And then let's return from here, because there's no point starting up the dev server if we already built our app for production. So let's try that again. I mean, syntactically and everything, this should work now. We saw the build go through successfully, but before it just started our development server and actually not built for production. So let's see if it works this time. And what happened now? Cannot read properties of undefined reading logger. That's probably just an issue where the payload client is not defined yet. So let's put that right at the very top, actually, right below let's put it below here, below the app.post before we need it. So payload will actually be initialized, because if there is no payload, of course, we can't use the logger for it. And let's try that again. Oh, property class name does not exist on type dialog portal props. Failed to compile. That's funny, because that's the exact same issue I had before. And because this is a UI component and we know this works, we can simply ignore this error right here. And we can also ignore it right here. So we know this works. The sheet works just as expected. It's just a TypeScript thing. So let's try that again once more, and that error will be gone. Hopefully it will go through now. Generating static pages, that seems very nice. Collecting build traces, no error yet. And it might just go through this time. While it does, let's already navigate over to railway.app, the place where we are going to deploy this application. Let's go into side by side, by the way. Give it a bit more space. And by the way, the build was successful. Very, very nice. We know it works. That's why we can easily deploy it now. And I'm gonna log in, and then let's meet in the dashboard. Let's create a new project once we're in the dashboard right here. And let's actually get this project up to GitHub. So let's go to github.com. Let's create a new repository. Let's go here and then new. And let's call this digital hippo. And I believe I already have one repo named that. So let's name it, oh no, that works. I don't have one yet. Let's make it as private, and let's create this repository right here in GitHub. And let's copy down the origin command. That's pretty much the only thing we need to worry about is the remote origin, so that once we are in our project, we can simply say git add dot. That means add all the files in our entire project to our Git. We're gonna commit this by saying git commit -m, and then, for example, initial commit, doesn't really matter. And then let's paste in the git remote origin, so we can add that, and then simply push by saying git push -u for upstream, and then origin, and then the branch we want to push to, which in our case is main, as we can see right here. Hit enter. And okay, never mind, might be master actually. Let's push to master, and that should work then. If it's not main, just push to master. That works. All right, very nice. Let's refresh the page, and we should see, okay, that's just a little note I made for myself when I ended one recording, so I know where we left off. By the way, that's, you shouldn't do what I just did. I pushed the .env file. I don't know why it's not ignored in the GitHub, in the git ignore by default. That's really, really stupid. Git ignore. There should definitely be a .env right here. I don't care right now. I mean, you saw my env anyways, but if you're pushing this into your GitHub repository, make sure you add the .env and do not commit your sensitive information to your GitHub repository. Very, very important. Don't do what I just did. All the rest is totally fine. Just we don't want to see the .env file end up in here. Again, right now, I don't really care. You saw my values anyways, but just for you, it wouldn't be a good idea to do that. And just like that, we can now say digital hippo. That's not the prod, but in Railway, we should be able to see digital hippo right here. I have the production version, and this is my local version or local version right here on the left-hand side. And we can simply click deploy now. Let's deploy this project and also add some environment variables. All the ones that we have in our .env, for example. We can already abort the first deployment right here. We don't really care about it because we haven't set the environment variables yet. Let's declare them. So we found some variables in your repo that you might need. Also, it already got them from our .env file. Oh, I mean, okay, but we can just paste them in the raw editor here. If you don't find the option, is right here, raw editor. Click that, paste our entire env file. And we later on want to change the next public server URL, but for now, we haven't gotten that URL yet. We can generate a domain right here. And this is gonna say digital hippo production up.railway.app. That's fine. We can copy this URL right here. And then let's head over to the variables so we can change the next public server URL to where we are actually deploying this project. And this needs to be the https://digital hippo blah blah blah, what we just received from Railway. By the way, while this is loading, we can already go ahead into our Stripe dashboard and create a new webhook that gets triggered when somebody purchases a product from our app. I already have a few webhooks, but in the top right here, we're gonna say click add endpoint. I'm gonna log in right here. As for the endpoint URL, we're gonna say what we just copied from Railway, where our app is gonna be deployed. https : or / rather in front of it, and then the /API/webhooks/Stripe. So basically what we have in our server.ts, whenever a request made is here, we're going to handle it in the Stripe webhook handler. And that's nothing else than the endpoint URL. We're going to say right here. Perfect. And the event we want to listen to is going to be the checkout.session.completed. That's the payment success event. We can simply add and then add this endpoint right here. That's going to create our webhook. And whenever we now order something, it should call our server. That, by the way, seems like it errored somewhere. To a dynamic import which is available in all common JS modules. Okay, I'm gonna take a second to debug and then let's fix this issue. All right, and I figured it out. To be honest, it was a very simple change, but not the most intuitive because there was a little package incompatibility. So there are 3 things that we still need to do in this application. First one is fixing this issue. So fixes, there we go. So that's going to involve, getting our build to run correctly in the Docker container for our, deployment. So this runs correctly and we can try out the webhook with Stripe. Then there's security. We want to finish some security settings to make this app production ready. And the last thing we're going to do is some styling. For example, adding a few more product reels to our main page, doing the mobile navbar, for example, or improving the styling of the email that we get when we, for example, sign up to our application, which right now is just, please verify. Or also the metadata. Right now it says create next app with the Vercel icon. That's not what we want, and that's also gonna fall under styling. So these 3 things right here, and the first one we're gonna start with is by far the easiest. So the fixes. How did I fix the issue of our project not building in the deployment environment? It's very simple. There's one package incompatibility, and we also want to add a main dist/server.js right up here. I don't think this is necessary for the project to work in the deployment environment, but it is a good practice nonetheless, so we know where the main entry point to this file is, or to this project is. And then right here under resolutions, we are going to use version 7.0.2 for the CLI UI package. It's a dependency from our copy files package right here. And the version 8 apparently doesn't really work with our other dependencies. So we're going to say, hey, use the 7.0.2 version. Now, if you already want to try this out, there's one more thing we want to do, and that is configure the Stripe webhook secret. What does that mean? If we go to our webhooks for Stripe, and currently we do not even have the possibility for the webhook to run correctly, because if you take a look at our webhook handler right here, we expect something called a Stripe webhook secret. This is how we make sure that the sender of this is actually Stripe, via a secret. And where do we get the secret? Well, we can get it from the webhook we configured in Stripe. By the way, right here, you can see that I've already tried this out once, and the webhook was triggered successfully. The entire checkout flow just worked. And right here in the top right corner under signing secret is where you can hit reveal. And after entering our password, it should give us the signing secret right here that we can copy over, go into our env file, .env right here, and simply put it right here. For example, the Stripe _webhook secret, and paste this value we just got from Stripe. But much more importantly is that you also configure this environment variable in your production setting. The Stripe webhook secret right here, just the exact same thing also in the production setting. So we know that these requests to our webhook are actually from Stripe, and then that's automatically gonna redeploy your service. Now, if you want, go ahead and try this out. I encourage you to do it. I already tried this and it works super well. It builds correctly, and now the copy files command actually runs. So that's amazing. Awesome. Okay, now to the, let's see where we are. That's the fix is done, by the way. We can move on. Let's make this kind of like a red color if we can. There we go. Fix is done. Let's move on to the security. We want this to be a production ready app. Therefore, we need to add some security features to it, most of which we've already done, but let's implement some more to finish this. So for example, let's start in our server.ts and protect the cart page. So you have to be logged in order to be able to go to the cart page. So how are we gonna do that? First off, let's say const card router, so a special router for this URL, is gonna be equal to express.router. There we go. And then there's one super nice middleware that we can use, and that is the cardRouter.use. So just like with Express. And in here, we can say payload.authenticate, and that's going to attach the user object to our Express request, just like that. So we can now say, not const, but cardRouter.get. And whenever we get the main page, the slash of where we are using the card router, then we also get an arrow function containing the request and the response. This is very standard, Express stuff. Just like that. There we go. And we can now get the user from the request. So the const request is going to be the rec as and then a payload request. We can just cast that type. And if we do not have a request.user, in that case, they shouldn't be able to access the /card page. So we're going to say return res.redirect, and we're going to redirect them to the /sign-in and with the origin of card. So they get sent back to the card once they have signed in successfully. Next up, we want to get the current URL and parse that. Let's say the const parsed URL is going to be equal to parse, and parse comes from, let's see at the very top right here, parse comes from URL. That's already, not really installed, but that's a built-in thing. You don't have to install a package for that. You can just destructure the import. It's a named import from the parse, package. And what do we want to parse? Well, the rec.url, and we're gonna pass true as the second argument right here. Now, why are we doing this? You're gonna see that in this step right here. And that is because we need to tell Next.js what to render when the user is authenticated. And in our case, well, they are logged in, everything is good. So we're going to say return next app, which is nothing else than Next.js.render. And we now want to render out the actual card page. So we need to pass the request, the response, the, the URL or the path name, which is /card. And lastly, the parsed URL.query. This won't work without the query. Don't ask me why. This is according to the Next.js documentation. I'm sure there's some, a reason that makes sense behind it. I wouldn't know, to be honest. But if we don't pass the parse query, then Next.js is not going to be very happy with us. And last thing we want to do is to say app.use to actually use this middleware with Express we have just created and the router. So for the /card route, we are going to use the card router. And just like that, we have protected the /card page only to be available to users that are authenticated. Similarly, in the terms of security, we're at right now is to add a Next.js middleware. So let's go under source, create a new file called middleware.ts. In here, let's say export async function middleware. It needs to be named this way, by the way. And from Next.js, we receive the request of type next request. There we go. We can simply import that. And in this middleware, we're going to do some very basic logic checking. That is, if the user is logged in, they shouldn't be able to access the sign in and sign up page. That's all it is. So first off, let's say const and then destructure from the request. Now, what do we want to destructure? The next URL and also the cookies, so that in the next step we can get the currently logged in user. The const user destructured is going to be equal to await get server side user, because again, this is on the server side, it's a server side middleware, and we can simply pass in the cookies we get access to in the middleware in here to get the currently logged in user. And now for the important check, if we have a user and the in array /sign-in, or as the next array element /sign-up dot includes the next URL dot path name. That means the user is trying to access one of these routes and is logged in, because we have a user right here. That's how we know they are logged in. In that case, they shouldn't be able to do this because they are already logged in. It doesn't make sense. So we're going to return a next response dot redirect, and we need to import the next response from next/server up here, and we are going to redirect to our process.env.next public server URL, and then simply / because by default the process.env is without a trailing slash. So we're going to add it right here behind that environment variable. Awesome. And the other case is the user is not logged in or not trying to access one of these routes. So everything is fine. And we can simply return a next response dot next. So we're saying everything is okay, just perform the next action and let the user do whatever they want to do. Awesome, let's finish up the security. And security also needs to happen in our users collection. Because right now, for example, anyone can read all users, anyone can create a user and so on. And there's just some security considerations we need to do in the users collection right here. And all is going to start in the fields. For example, one user needs to have a list of products. So for data integrity, if we take a look at how we architected this entire thing, let's zoom out a lot, then we can see that, where was it? Each user, there we go, has multiple products. Right now, we're never modeling that anywhere in our data. So let's do that. Let's add an object right here, a new field, and the name is going to be products. The label is going to be uppercase or capitalized products. The admin condition that we have done before, so that's determining if we can see this in the admin dashboard or not, is going to be a function that always returns false. There's no point in showing it. The type is going to be of relationship. And the relation to, of course, is going to be to the products collection. Now we can also add a has many of true, because one user can have, 10 products. That's totally cool. And also, let's add the product files. By the way, we can simply copy and paste down using Shift, Alt, and arrow down this products field right here and slightly change it. For example, let's change the name to product underscore files. There we go. The label can be product files. The condition is going to stay the exact same. So is the type. It's also going to be a relationship. And the relation to is going to be to product underscore files. There we go. Okay, and now for the access rules. Who should be able to read a user? And the answer is, well, the admins and the user itself. So let's call this admins and user right here in our access policy for the users collection. And to find this function right above, let's say const admins and user. And we can already tell TypeScript this will return an access policy. So TypeScript will be happy. And this is going to be a regular arrow function in which we can destructure the request and from that the user right away so we can work with it. So for example, if the user.role is admin triple equal to admin, well, in that case, yes, they should be able to access the user. So we're going to return true unconditionally. And otherwise, we're going to return the ID of the user, and if that is equal to the user.id. So you can access the user that matches the currently logged in user ID, which is yourself. So only admins and the currently logged in user can view the currently logged in user, if that makes sense. The create can be true because anyone is allowed to sign up to our services and therefore create a user. That is totally fine. The update, let's change that so only admins can update a user, or we can through code. That's always an option as well. So we can destructure the request right here and simply return if the rec.user.role is triple equal to admin, just like we've done before. And same thing, we can copy and paste this down using Shift, Alt, and arrow down and change this to the delete. So only admins or we through an API route, for example, can delete users. And last thing we want to change in here is for this to have some nice admin visibility settings. So let's separate this by a comma from the fields first, and then say this should be hidden in the admin panel if, and this is a function as well, an arrow function, where we can destructure the user that is making the request and simply return the user.role is unlike admin. So this will be hidden for everyone who is not an admin. And we can also pass this the default columns of ID, and that's just going to change how this is displayed in the admin panel, but just a tiny detail that's not too important. Very nice. And while we are here, we can already turn this horrible generate email HTML into a proper professional email that is sent to the user, and what I promised what we're going to do earlier. So instead of just the A tag containing the text of, verify account or please verify or what we had, whatever, let's create a new professional looking email. And we're going to do that in our source folder. Under components, because it's just a single component, nothing else than the received email, for example, let's create a new file called primaryActionEmail.tsx right here. Now, this component, again, is just a regular React component. So let's say export const email template, and this will be a regular arrow function, just like all the other components, where we can destructure a couple of props. So let's call these props, for example, the email template props, and define the interface for this email template right above, so TypeScript knows what's going on. The interface email template props are going to be three things. That's going to be the action label of type string. You're going to see what all these do here in a second. Then the button text, what's going to be shown on the big button in the email, that's going to be a string as well. And lastly, the href, where the button will take the user, that's going to be a string as well. Now, in order to use these props in our actual email template, let's destructure them, the action label, and destructure them right away from here, and then simply return the actual email. Again, this is not a video about HTML and CSS, which an email just is, so I prepared the HTML for you. It's right here under the primary email section in the copy-paste list. And we still need to import all these components from React Email. But again, it's not a lot. Let's import the preview from @react-email/components. So with the body, same thing with the container, same thing with the img. This is not Nextjs image. This is just a regular, HTML image that looks good. The section, and we also need to import the button from React Email/components and the HR, the horizontal line as well. Beautiful. And we can simply copy and paste the CSS styling. It's not a lot, it's very little HTML styling, and we can simply paste it right here at the very bottom. Perfect. Now, in order to use the HTML as actual HTML, and by the way, also we need to return the HTML. We can't just paste it as is in there. We need to return this from the component because, again, this is nothing else than a standard React component. And now to access the actual HTML as a string from this email, this is as straightforward as with the received email, if you remember how we did it there. We can export a const and call it, primary action email HTML, for example. And this is, again, an arrow function that receives the same props as the component. So the props are going to be of type email template props. And inside of here, we can call the render function from React Email/components. And we're going to render out the component above, the email template. This is going to be self-closing, and we're simply going to spread in all the props like so, because we know they are the exact same. And we can also pass this a configuration object where the pretty property is going to be true. Perfect. What that means is now we can use that in our users collection and tell our CMS payload how we want this email to look. So instead of this horribly looking A tag, we can simply now call the function that we have just exported from the primary action email, the primary action email HTML, and pass the email all the props that we want to have. For example, the action label is going to be verify your account. Then the button text is going to be verify account. And lastly, the href we're going to pass in here is going to be a template string, with the first element being a dynamic interpolation of the process.env.nextPublicServer URL, so wherever we host this service, then /verify-email, and then attach the token, remember, so the question mark token, to pass it as a query parameter, is going to be equal to the token that we get access to right here in the arrow function. Oh, by the way, the reason we are getting an error here is because we're not actually returning the email HTML, but we're simply executing a code block right here. So let's change this from being a code block to directly returning the render. And that's the error gone in the users collection. We are now returning the stringified HTML that we can actually use for our email. Beautiful. Now, if you remember, okay, the email looks good now. If you remember the security where we are currently left in the final stage of the project right here, that also involves data integrity. And there's one thing I want to show you, and that is where are we actually adding the products to the user? For example, let's go in our users collection and see what that means. We are adding the user to the products, but not actually the other way around. When a product is created, how do we know which user it belongs to? So let's create a new function inside of our products collection, and let's call it const sync user, because that's essentially what it will do. We can tell TypeScript this is going to be of type after change hook, so after a product is created, and even pass it the product as a generic. This is nothing else than an asynchronous arrow function where we can destructure two things from here. That's going to be the request and the actual document, so the product data that we are currently creating. Now, first off, we need access to the full user. The const full user, so the entire user object, is going to be equal to await rec.payload.find by ID this time, and we can simply pass this the collection we want to search in, or users collection, users, there we go, and the ID we want to search by, which is the rec.user.id. And oops, I didn't mean to minimize that, get the current user object that way. Now, if we have a full user and the type of full user is an object, that means we have the actual user object and can perform the logic that we want on it. For example, we can get the products of this user. The const products are going to be equal to full user, so we are destructuring them. And the reason we get a squiggly line right here is because we did add the products field to the user, but we did not generate our types from it. So let's go into our CMD and say yarn generate types. That's gonna refresh the types we have and add the products field to the users as we added it, like 10 minutes ago. And once that is done, the squiggly line right here should be gone, because our TypeScript now knows, hey, yes, a user does have products. Now we need all the IDs of all the products this user currently has, so that we can add the one we are currently creating right behind it. So const all IDs, let's call it, is gonna be equal to an array. There we go. And we can simply map over each product and return the ID. So let's spread in the result. So in parentheses, just like that, the products, which are optional, by the way, .map, because they don't have to exist. And for each product that this user currently has, let's return a ternary result. So we're going to do a check. If the type of product is triple equal to object, that means it's the entire product object. In that case, we know we can return the product.id, because after all, we're only after the IDs. We don't care about the entire object. And otherwise, it's already the ID. It's already of type string. Or if this is not true at all, we can simply pass an empty array. That means the user doesn't have any products, and we can, leave it as an empty array, no IDs for this user. And all these IDs will actually contain the product we have just created, because this is an after change hook. The product has already been created. Now to find the one that we just created, let's say const created product IDs, and this is going to be all IDs.filter, and we can simply filter by, well, we get access to the ID and the index, and return from this the all IDs.index of, and we're going to check if the index of ID is triple equal to the current index that we're going over in the filter. And now we can simply say const data to update, so what we actually want to change, and this is nothing else than spreading in an array all the created product IDs, and then adding the current doc.id, so the current product that has been created. And lastly, we still need to sync that with our database. And in order to do that, very easy, we can await the rec.payload.update and call this update on our users collection. Users, there we go. The ID is going to be the full user.id. And lastly, the data that we want to update is going to be an object and contain the products, which are nothing else than our data to update. There we go. And just like that, we synchronize the user to the products once a product is created, meaning in the user object, we now have all the IDs of that of products that this user currently owns. And now in order to actually use that hook, we can simply add another hook right down here in our hook section of the products collection. The after change hook is going to be an array, because we could add multiple, and this is going to contain our sync user hook we have defined right above. Awesome. And now for the security in the products, the last thing we need to do for security, but very important nonetheless, and that will happen in the access policy. So for example, for the read operations, who should be able to read products? And the answer is you should be able to read your own products, and admins should be able to read products, but you shouldn't be able to read my products. So let's call this the is admin or has access function and invoke that and define that function right above. So the const is admin or has access is nothing else than a arrow function that will return an access policy. And that's nest this function. So this will return another function where we will be able to destructure some things later. And this is going to return a regular function block. Let's destructure the request and right away the user. And let's call this by saying :_user. Let's call it the _user so that we can say const user is equal to _user, which is essentially the same thing, but with the purpose of that we can now cast this type as our user type, or undefined if the user is not logged in, just like that. Now, if there is no user, they're not logged in, let's return false. You shouldn't be able to read any products. And if the user.role is triple equal to admin, let's return the opposite. Let's return true. You should be able to read all products because you're an admin. And otherwise, you should only be able to read your own products. And to find that out, which are your own, we need to get the IDs of all products that you own. So let's say the user product IDs is going to be equal to, and then in parentheses, the user.products, or an empty array if you don't have any products, and this needs to be products. There we go. And then .reduce, because we're going to reduce this down to one array of simply IDs. And the logic for this reduce is honestly pretty straightforward. As always, we get the accumulator and the current value, or let's call it the product right here. And then as for the logic that will happen in the reduce, well, first off, if we don't have a product, if that doesn't exist, let's return the accumulator because we can't add anything if it doesn't exist. And then secondly, we need to do a little check. If the type of product is triple equal to string, that means it's just the product ID. In that case, let's execute a function block where we push that into the accumulator. Accumulator.push, and this is going to contain the product. And by the way, in order to get type safety for this, we also need to tell TypeScript, hey, what is the type of the accumulator? We can do that in here with a generic that we pass to the reduce. And this is simply going to be an array of string. There we go. And close that off so TypeScript will be happy. I know we're getting a lot of squiggly lines, and that is because we didn't pass the starting value, which is just an empty array. And then otherwise, if this is not a string, else, let's say we're gonna push the accumulator.push like that, the product.id, because otherwise we know it's the entire object and not just the ID. And that's all the logic. We can now have all the user IDs and simply return a query constraint where we can only see our own products. So let's return an object. So the ID of the product that we are requesting currently is in the user product ID. So your products or my products, it depends on the user that is currently logged in. Oh, and by the way, to get rid of this little TypeScript error right here, we can simply say return acc, so the accumulator right below this if statement, and TypeScript will be super happy. And all that means is you can now only read your own products and not all the products that are on this entire project, in this entire page, so products of other people. Same thing should go for the update. Is admin or has access? You can only update your own products and not my products. And same thing for the deletion. You can only delete your own products as you want, but not anyone else's products. That's all this policy does. And we're done with the security. Beautiful job. Let's save that. And let's tick it off our list. Hey, really quick, this is me editing Josh, and under no circumstances ever will YouTube let me upload a video that is longer than 12 hours. I rendered out this entire video that took like 2 hours, uploaded it to YouTube, and after 1 hour of processing, it told me that, you can't upload a video that is longer than 12 hours. So I had to cut some part out, and it was the mobile nav, because I think it's by far the least interesting part, and it allows the entire rest of the video to be normal. I don't have to spend speed anything up or whatever. I really didn't want to handle it that way. And again, I added some really good comments and I hope you understand. And now let's get on with the next part. Now for the products page. When we click on this page right here, we expect to be taken to a page where all the products are listed. And actually we have done all the logic in order to achieve that already. We can simply go ahead in our app folder, create a new folder called products, and in here once again a page.tsx where we're going to create this products page. So the const products page is going to be an arrow function that we can export as the default at the bottom right here, products page. There we go. And all the logic in here, as I said, we already did. But most importantly, we need access to some search params that we can destructure in this arrow function and give them the type of products page props, what we are going to call this interface. And we already know the type of this. We've done this exact thing before. So the interface, and we can copy and paste the name here, so I don't do any typos in it. This is only going to receive one thing, and that is the search params, where as always, in an object, the dynamic key will be of type string. And then the value type is going to be a string or a string array or undefined. And let's call that param because we're going to reuse that in one other function. And say at the top right here, the type param is just what I said, the string or string array. Or this can also be undefined if the query parameter is not passed at all. And now the reason we're doing this in a separate type is so that we can have one little utility function right here. Let's call it const parse. And this will take in a param of type param and simply return if the type of param is triple equal to string. So if it is a valid param that is passed into this component, then let's return that param, or else we're gonna return undefined. So we're just making sure that it's not actually a string array, so we can easily work with it right now in our products page. Let's see what that looks like. For example, the const sort, what we're gonna sort by, which should be, ascending or descending. We can simply now parse the search params dot sort. And if that is passed, we get access to it right here in the sort constant. And if it's not passed, well, then it's just going to be undefined, but not a string array. And same thing for the category. Let's say const category is going to be the parse of search params dot category. What we, for example, pass in when we go to our right here, what we pass in as a query parameter when we click on the links we have just created in the mobile navbar. That's what we are parsing right here on the product page, so we can show the data based on it. And last thing we want in here is the label that we want to show. So let's say const label, and we've already done this 1,000 times, comes from the product underscore categories dot find. And for each value that we can destructure from this arrow function right away, there we go, value, we're gonna do the check if the value is triple equal to the category that is passed into this component as a query parameter right up here. And again, we only care about the label of that result. And that can be defined, that can be undefined, so we still have to handle that case. And as I said earlier, all the logic for this component is totally done. Let's return or max with wrapper first to make sure the layout is good, and then secondly, our super nice reusable product real component that's gonna handle all the logic. We can pass this a title, and the title will be dynamic. So if we have a label, which again can be a string or undefined, then we're gonna pass that. If it's undefined, we're simply gonna say browse high quality assets. There we go. And as for the query, for the data query that's going to be shown in this product reel, we're going to simply say category. If that's passed, good, we're going to use it. If not, no problem at all, right? The limit can be 40. So we're going to show 40 products on this page, more or less if you want. And for the sort, we're going to say if the sort that is passed as a query parameter matches our TypeScript expectation of either triple equal to descending, or the sort is triple equal to ascending, we know it's a good value, we can use it. So let's say sort in that case, or else undefined, and we're not gonna sort at all. And that is literally all the product logic we have. We can now show up to 40 products beautifully loaded in this page without any more work. We've done all the logic with a super nice reusable component that we can simply specify the data query for wherever we call it. That is insanely cool. All right, we're almost done. There are two things to completely finish up this project. One is the footer to make this look very professional. And the second thing is the metadata. So we have our favicon in here and not create next app and the standard Vercel icon. That looks horrible. First off, let's finish up the footer. Very simple. Let's create a new file in our components called footer.tsx. And one more time, you know what the footer is. It's nothing else than an arrow function that we can export default at the very bottom of our component. Beautiful. All right, we're going to return a footer element from here to be semantically correct in HTML. Let's give it a class name of bg_white and a flex grow of 0. Inside of this footer, we're going to make use of our max width wrapper to make sure the layout is perfect and matches the rest of our page. And let's create a div element in here with a class name of border-t and a border gray of 200. And not border 5, border T for border top. Perfect. Okay, and inside of the footer, while the logic we handle in here is gonna be minimal, there's one thing we want to declare at the very top, and that is the const paths to minimize. Let's call it that. And this is an array of strings of paths where we don't want to show the entire footer, but just a small part of it so it doesn't distract. For example, that's going to be the /verify email. That's also going to be the /sign up. /sign up. There we go. And lastly, that's going to be the /sign in. So basically all the authentication pages, we don't want to show the entire footer. You're going to see exactly what that means right now. So let's do a conditional check inside of this div right here. If the paths to minimize dot includes the current path name that we also need to get at the very top. So the const path name once again is equal to use path name from next/navigation. And if we are on a minimized path, like on the auth routes, then we're going to see if the paths to minimize dot includes the current path name. And if it does, that means we want to minimize this footer. That means for this specific part of the JSX, we're going to return null, and else we're going to return a div element. And we also need to close that off. Now, this div element for the expanded big footer is going to be with a class name of flex and a justify-center. And the only thing we're going to do in here is display our logo by importing our icons.logo and simply giving this a class name. And this is going to be a height of 12 and a width of auto to keep the perfect aspect ratio. Beautiful. Let's already see what this looks like. Let's head over into our main layout. And this is where we can add the footer so it's automatically added to all the pages in our project. We can simply put it right below the div containing our children. Let's insert the footer right here. It can be self-closing, doesn't need any props, and we should see, well, an error because we still need to mark our footer as a use client component in order to be able to use the use path name hook. That's a React API that only works in client-side rendered components. Let's see if that works. It does. There is our logo. Beautiful. The spacing doesn't look quite right yet. So let's quickly go ahead and add another containing div to the conditional check in here and wrap the div containing our logo in that. Let's give this a class name of padding bottom of 8 and a padding top of 16. That's going to make it look a lot nicer. Beautiful. And below this conditional check, let's do one more conditional check where the conditional check is going to be the exact same pretty much. We can copy it from above, paste it in this dynamic check, and else. So if we are not on a minimized auth page, we're going to return a div just like before. This div is just for layouting purposes, no class name needed. And inside of here, let's put one more div with a class name of relative, flex items-center, padding x of 6, padding y of 6, on small devices a padding y of 8, and on large devices a margin top of 0. Let's open this up. One more div in here with a class name of absolute, an inset of 0, an overflow-hidden, and a rounded of large. Let's open up this div and create a self-closing div in here purely for decorational purposes. And this will get a class name of absolute, a background zinc of 50, an inset of 0, a background gradient to bottom right, and a BG opacity of 90. Perfect. Again, this is purely for decoration purposes, so we can add an area hidden label of true as an accessibility best practice. Right below this, with 2 closing divs to go, let's create one more div, and this is gonna get a class name of text center, relative, an MX of auto, and a maximum width of small. Inside of here goes an H3 element saying become a seller. Beautiful. So we offer users the option to get to our selling page, and this gets a class name of font dash semi bold and a text gray of 900. Beautiful. Let's save that, and I did a table here, become a seller. There we go. That looks nice. And right below here, let's put a p tag. This is gonna get a class name of margin top 2, a text of small, and a text muted foreground or text color we reuse across the entire application. Very nice. And let's say in here, if you and a pause semicolon for the safe way to insert a, same thing as this. I don't know what it's called, like a quote, I guess. If you'd like to sell high quality digital products, you can do so in minutes. Minutes, period. And let's also, just for nice UI sake, put a link element right here, taking the user, by the way, this comes from next/link, taking the user to our selling page. So this is gonna say get started, and this link is gonna get an href of /sign-in, and then as the query parameter, we can pass as equals seller. So question mark as equals seller. So we're automatically in the seller mode of that sign in. That's a beautiful side effect that we can now do because we put this in the URL and receive it from there in our sign in page. Very, very nice. And let's also give it a class name. And this is going to be white space dash no wrap. So it will never, no wrap. So it will never, break lines. We don't want that. A font dash medium, a text black, and on hover, we're going to apply a text zinc of 900, just a tad of a different color. And let's also insert a JavaScript spacebar, so kind of forcing a space between the dot, so the last character in the paragraph, and the link element, just to make things look a bit nicer. Let's save that, see what happens. That looks amazing. And we can also add a little right arrow to the get started to indicate, hey, this is a link. Let's say, and RARR, right arrow, semicolon, the HTML version of just inserting like a little arrow right here. Awesome. And now the last thing is the legal stuff we can add at the very bottom to our footer. So right before the closing of the max width wrapper, let's create one more div, and this will get a class name of padding y10, a medium flex, a medium item center, and a medium justify between. Let's open this up, and one more div in here with a class name of text center, and on medium a text left. Let's open this div up. And inside of here goes a p tag saying and copy semicolon. That's going to be the little copyright icon we can use. And we're going to insert the current date. So in dynamic curly braces, the new date, invoke that, dot get full year, and also invoke that. And that's going to be 2023, for example. So that's a really nice trick to always have the current year in the footer so it never expires. And then we can say all rights reserved. Just like that. And this p tag will simply get a class name of text small and a text muted of foreground or trusted text color. Beautiful. That looks really, really nice. And below the closing p tag and the closing div, let's create one more div with a class name of margin top 4, flex, items dash center, a justify dash center, and on medium a margin top of 0. Let's open this up, create one more div in here with a class name of flex and space x of 8 to space them out, not y, but space x of 8 to space them out horizontally. And in here, we're gonna create a Nextjs link element. That's gonna say, for example, cookie policy or whatever that's called, just the legal stuff that you need on a website. And this link is gonna href to a hashtag. We're not gonna implement the legal stuff. That's not at all what this video is about. And let's give it a class name of text small, a text muted foreground. And lastly, on hover, we're gonna give it a text gray of 600, just to kind of change up the color of it. And we can copy this down once and twice, and for example, change the cookie policy to like terms and then also privacy policy. And if you want to actually have this as a working startup in production, then you could of course implement these pages yourself. Beautiful. And as you can see, what the paths to minimize are for right here, by default, it will be the big footer with the become a seller. However, if we are on the and by the way, the mobile menu right here should not be visible if the screen is so large. We need to fix that right now. Let's go in our mobile nav, and to the button that is shown if the mobile menu is not open, let's add a large hidden property. And that's gonna get rid of the icon when it shouldn't be there. Beautiful. And now as for the last thing we're gonna do is fix the metadata on our page, so we don't have the create next app. And it's actually your own thing. And because we're very tight on time in this video, I included this in the copy paste list as well. It's a very simple function that just constructs the metadata for us in a very nice reusable way. So let's copy this from the copy paste list and paste it into our utils.ts in our lib folder just right here. Paste it in here, and let's quickly take a look at what this does. So essentially we have our deployment URL right here, whatever that might be for you. And we are returning a Nextjs metadata format to tell TypeScript, hey, what this will actually do. And we can simply specify things like an image or fav icon that we want to display on the page, as well as like a title and description, and always have the ability to override these values wherever we call the construct metadata. For example, let's call the construct metadata in our layout.ts instead of the standard Nextjs metadata that we have right here. We can simply say export const metadata, there we go, is going to be equal to construct metadata from our utils and invoke that. Now there might be the case where the thumbnail.png doesn't exist or the fav icon is not yet specified. Where do these come from? Let's, by the way, close out of all the other files. They come from our public folder right here. And you'll find, again, all the images in the public folder in the GitHub repository. You can simply download them, drag them over. That's going to make the entire image part of this project just work. For example, let's drag over the thumbnail in our folder, and that's going to be the preview when you share a link to this project. It's going to look hella amazing out of the box. And same, for example, with a fav icon, it's also in this folder. We can simply drag it over and tell the construct metadata to use that fav icon. I've already done this for you. You don't need to change anything. Just make sure it's in your public folder. And then when you restart your server and refresh the page, you should be able to see the updated metadata in your project. So let's refresh our page. We can already see that the title changed to Digital Hippo, but the fav icon has not yet changed. And I suspect that is because we have the fav icon in our app folder. Let's get rid of that. And then let's see what happens. Let's hard refresh again. And there is the hippo as our fav icon. And you can simply call this construct metadata anywhere where you want to change the title, like in the seller page or wherever on the products page to change it to products. It's super usable and it just makes our page look so much more custom and not like the standard Next.js stuff. Very, very nice job. Let's add all those changes to GitHub. Git add dot, say git commit -m final changes or whatever you want to commit this as, doesn't matter. And let's say git push and push this up into our production environment. All right, and that deployed beautifully. However, one change I quickly made is to go back to the domains, because remember earlier we had the remote patterns, but I just couldn't get it to work and the images to actually show up in production, and this works. Yes, technically it's deprecated, but it just works. The remote patterns, I don't really know, and I'd rather just have it work right out of the box. So change this back to domains, insert both our local host and the production URL that we have. And with the production version fully deployed, everything should work just as fine locally as well as in production. So I've already went ahead and built out this project locally so we can try it. Just gonna be a bit faster than the deployed version, but it doesn't really matter in which environment you're gonna test this. I've already tested this in the production and it works just as well there. So let's go ahead into our local seller dashboard and quickly clean up all the products. And I did not start the server, yarn start. Of course, we have to start that up in order for it to work. And then let's go ahead into our seller dashboard, beautiful, and quickly get rid of all the products. So we can try this again completely from scratch. So let's delete the one demo project or product I had for production testing, and let's create a new product together. Let's call it Solid UI. That's what I called the last one as well. Any product description in here. And let's say this will cost $9.99. All right, as the category, let's select UI kits, and as the product files, let's upload something. Let's select a file, and I'm gonna say the same image as we're gonna list on the storefront, just to make this a bit simpler. Of course, in reality, this would be what the user actually pays for in the end. As the product status, because we're logged in as an admin, we can approve it right away. If you're a user, then of course an admin would have to approve it for you, to make sure the product is actually solid and good. And as for the product image, let's also upload something that's gonna be the same product file as before. Let's hit save. And by the way, we can also add another image, just to make sure that the image slider also works on the front end. So let's add something else. This is for another icon pack. Doesn't matter. We just want to see the image slider working, and then let's hit save. Of course, in reality, this would be like an image that fits the first one. Same for the product. Awesome. Now, as a user, let's navigate to our site and try purchasing our product. The product shows up here right away, and the image slider preview, Airbnb style, works beautifully out of the box. Awesome. I think we already have, one old product in our shopping cart that doesn't even exist anymore. Let's go ahead and clear it. And then let's add our Silicon UI we just created to our shopping cart. Beautiful. The navbar works, everything works. And let's go into our cart. Let's hit continue to checkout. And this will work because we're already logged in. And we can simply hit checkout right here to get forwarded to the Stripe checkout page. Now, inside of here, let's enter our email. Let's enter the test card details that simulate a successful payment. And all you have to do to make this actually live is to switch out of test mode in Stripe, which is very, very simple. As the card holder name, let's enter anything, and then let's hit pay. And now we should be forwarded to the product thank you page that will check if the product was actually paid for, and will only allow us a personal secure download link when it's sure that we've actually received the money. Beautiful. And because we have deployed the project, the Stripe webhook got called, we see that the payment has actually arrived, and we should be able to see a success state, or we will definitely be able to see a success state in the Stripe dashboard for the webhook because the payment was successful. Beautiful. What that means is we can now download this asset, and we can see right here the actual product file that the user pays for was downloaded. If we try to paste this link anywhere else, same for the production version, we would have to sign in first, and then the logic would check if this is our product, and only if we actually own the product, it would actually allow us to download the product just for security. Very, very nice. Let's log out. That's gonna redirect us to the sign in page right here, and super, super nice. That is the project. There's so much involved in this, beautiful animations, architecture thinking, how do we design this? So much stuff involved, and I really hope you learned a lot following along with me in this video. By the way, I'm gonna put the receipt email we've received in the inbox right on screen here, so I don't have to show you my entire inbox, but you can see the email yourself. If you followed along with this project, it will arrive in your inbox and summarize everything that we just bought in our order. Amazing job. Again, I really appreciate you following along, and I truly hope you learned as much as I promised in the very beginning of the video, because I like to keep my promises, and you're left with a super nice complete project. I really hope you enjoyed this video. That's gonna be it for this video, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Have a good one, and bye bye.